In this world, students are allowed to nap and dream during exams. The more amazing the dream, the higher the score. And the process of dreaming is broadcasted live on the internet. Because this is a world invaded by void beasts, people need to create powerful heroic spirits in their dreams, and engage in battles. When I dreamed of creating the Dragon Kingdom's underworld, the eerie atmosphere directly frightened the audience. However, the examiners in charge of invigilation mocked, saying they had never heard of the underworld, dismissing it as just superficial. It turns out that the Dragon Kingdom's culture is missing in this world. People are unaware of the mythological representatives such as the Heavenly Court and the underworld. As a time traveler, I became the only one who knows about the Dragon Kingdom's culture. However, at the Dreamweaver's awakening ceremony, I encountered an accident, with only a slight mental synchronization. Everyone witnessing the awakening, including the teacher, was surprised. Does that mean he never dreams? Even my grandmother's synchronization is higher when she has poor sleep quality. The synchronization of the dream directly determines the difficulty of dream weaving. The higher the synchronization, the easier it is to upgrade the dream weaving level. Having S-level potential indicates my unlimited future potential. However, the scarce synchronization means I must work harder than others, only by reaching the ideal level of ability. This person seems to be Su-Chun from class 30 of the third year, rumored to be a dreamweaver who often scores full marks in basic knowledge exams, a top student. What's the use of just doing well in exams? If the dream level doesn't rise, you'll just end up as powder for the starry sky beasts. The whispering around me didn't catch my attention, because in my mind, suddenly, a simple ancient book appeared in my mind, awakening my only talent, the ancient dragon country. When others are amazed by the dragon myths or scenes you create in the dream, you will gain a certain amount of elemental power. This kind of power can be used by consuming, to improve your Dreamweaver level and create better dreams. After flipping through the book, I was amazed to find that it actually recorded the culture of the dragon country. It covered everything from the myths of Pangu and Manhwa to the historical Emperor Chiyu. Alright, as long as I hold this book, it doesn't matter if the fit is not perfect. I can create the contents recorded in the ancient dragon country when the time comes. The stories of the gods, Journey to the West, the Heavenly Court, the Three Realms, Pangu, and Manhwa, any of them, it's no problem to resist those starry sky beasts. But before that, I have to deal with the Dreamweaver joint exam in front of me. Its nature is similar to the college entrance exam in my previous life. The difference is that students connect to the dream through the DreamNet, entering a space. The DreamNet is created by an S-level Dreamweaver and covers a global, super-large dream space. Inside it lies dozens of dream-created cities, serving as a unique venue for students' joint examinations. Under the strict supervision of the examiners, candidates here undergo the assessment for Dreamweavers. Candidate Su-Chen's mental potential is S, and the compatibility as a Dreamweaver is 1, barely meeting the mechanical threshold for participating in the assessment. Do you confirm entry into the assessment? Once confirmed, you will enter the Dream Network for Professional Awakening and the Dreamweaver Joint Examination. Confirmed, my mind gradually shrouded in a fog. Sleepiness made me sink into dreamland. Others who didn't participate in the selection watched my departing figure with regretful eyes. After all, those candidates with a compatibility of 0 are almost considered failures in their eyes. After a brief silence, I was awakened by an old voice in the dream, and immediately realized that I was in a void. Is this the testing area of the Dream Network? What will this year's assessment topic be? Candidate Su-Chen, ID 3484, qualification for the exam certified. The Dream Network has officially generated an exam number for me. At the same time, candidates from different regions are also connecting to the Dream Network one by one, entering the Dream Network space together for the assessment. The unified examination for Dreamweavers is conducted through live broadcast. Spectators can observe the performance of each participant in real time. Everything created by candidates in the Dream Network can be seen by the outside world. I think this is better. The things I create through the Eternal Dragon Country will definitely bring a lot of amazement value. The Dream Creator exam starts on time. At once, tens of thousands of live rooms open at the same time. Everyone, take a look at the live room 123,456. That's my child Zihan. She will definitely achieve good results this year. Many parents who hope for their children to become successful are posting their children's information on the public channel. However, most people tend to search for examinees with outstanding abilities. After all, this is what makes the audience feel excited for the first time. The more outstanding the talent of the dream creators, the stronger their future strength in battling the void monsters will be. This way, these ordinary people can obtain better protection. Guys, take a look at the live room 123,456. This is definitely a top-tier talent. The screen shows an extremely beautiful girl, wearing a school uniform, with her eyes lowered, waiting wholeheartedly for the exam questions to be handed out. The audience outside can clearly see the attribute bar next to her. Name, Zhang Hongxiao, current level, F, mental potential is infinitely close to an S-level dream creator, professional fit 89. My goodness, she's actually an F level. Such great talent, it's the first time I've seen this kind of potential. The professional fit is actually as high as 89. The future cultivation speed will be incredible, pulling ahead of peers several times over. Oh, this is my senior sister. She's a big shot at our school. While a group of people are still chatting endlessly in Zhang Hong's live stream room, a public bullet comment caught the attention of most people. Shocking discovery in this joint exam, an S-level student has appeared. Everyone can go to room 3438 to watch. To think there's an S-level student. For a moment, a huge crowd flooded into my live broadcast like a tidal wave. At that moment, I was sitting cross-legged on the ground, attempting to awaken as a novice dreamweaver. It was then that I truly felt how troublesome it is to have a low compatibility, and the progress of combining talent with the dreamweaver profession can be described as slow as a tortoise. But what the people outside saw were various illusions flashing around me when I awakened. Some saw a grand and majestic jade seal, inscribed with the characters commissioned by heaven, longevity, and prosperity. Others saw a flying waterfall. Below, there was a stone tablet engraved with blessed land of the mountain of flowers and fruits. The water curtain cave, a blessed place. Heavens, what's going on? The style of this examinee is so different from everyone else's. Oh my, is this the S-level student? The dream scene that just flashed by was too shocking. The image seen by the audience outside naturally depicts the ancient dragon kingdom. It was the external manifestation when I awakened. Due to the cultural gap in this world's dragon kingdom, they naturally find these things very novel. These sceneries are really beautiful, but why is the giant in the picture constantly chasing that sun? Can someone in the comments explain it to me? Yeah, I also saw a primitive man holding a bow and arrow, aiming at 10 suns. I really don't understand what this examinee is trying to express. The crowd chattered and debated for half a day, until someone finally noticed the attribute panel next to me. Name, Su Chen, mental potential, S, occupational fit, what's that? Countless viewers saw this bizarre attribute panel, were all stunned, and after confirming that they were not mistaken, the live broadcast room suddenly erupted. This is too outrageous. Do you think he's just sitting here motionless, still in the awakening stage? It's really possible. After all, with such a low occupational fit, awakening the dreamweaver profession is undoubtedly very difficult. In his case, he might not even awaken successfully by the end of the exam. Ah, what a pity. S-level mental potential, many words of regret. It's scrolling in a place I can't see. Welcome, all examinees, to the Dragon Nation examination site of DreamNet. After 3 bell chimes, suddenly, an ancient voice resounded in the sky. This global Dreamweaver unified exam adopts the elimination system based on the bottom ranking. All examinees will undergo a month-long dreaming exam on DreamNet. The exam is divided into 4 rounds, and each round will eliminate some scores, as well as the examinees who are ranked at the bottom. The longer the survival time on DreamNet, the higher the joint exam scores for all of you. The final survivor will represent their own country and compete with the top academies of other countries. Next, the first round of the exam topic is Dreaming of a World. Examinees will use their mental power to create a deceased world within a day. After the creation, DreamNet will directly give a rating for the world. Please take this seriously, every candidate. After the announcement, the candidates in each space were immediately in an uproar. Right from the start, they are conducting a large-scale dream-making, and it's a world that has perished. Which one of the candidates present isn't in the prime of their youth? How could they possibly know what a perished world looks like? For a moment, many students from different exam zones furrowed their brows. Of course, there are also some candidates with good imagination, who have their own ideas. However, all of this seems to have nothing to do with me. At this moment, I am still quietly awakening to my career as a dream maker, while immersed in the magnificent waves of the ancient dragon country. I've been sitting like this for most of the day, as if I don't care about the exam at all. After half a day, many candidates have already handed in their papers. On the Dream Network leaderboard, the names of the candidates are constantly being refreshed, causing the onlookers to exclaim in astonishment. Zhang Hongxiao's dream creation realization of the Tomb of the Starry Sky received a B-level rating on the Dream Network. Heavens, this dream world can actually reach the potential of a B-level. The candidate from the Star River district devoutly created realization of the Tomb of the Withered Bones, which greatly recreated the mountains of corpses and seas of blood on the battlefield. It also received a B-level rating on the Dream Network. There is another candidate from the Star River District, Sukoan, whose dream creation is also rated B-level from start to finish. Candidates from different exam zones in the Dragon Country have submitted their own dream creations, eliciting waves of astonishment in the barrage. After all, this is the first dream created since the awakening of the examinee as a dreamweaver, and it already has the potential of a B-level. If we give them more time, that would be even better. I unilaterally declare that this is the strongest dream created in years. These B-level potential dreams are truly amazing. If someone can create an even better dream, I will wash my hair upside down tonight. More and more people are entering my live stream. Even though I have been sitting still, the S-level potential still attracts countless people's attention. Despite the absurdly low fit, Lei Jia's creation of Jiang Hongtiao still received a B-level rating. My S-level should still bring them some expectations. Finally, the Ancient Dragon Kingdom book in my mind emits a brilliant light and completely integrates with my consciousness. I have also successfully completed the awakening of the Dreamweaver. Finally, I can answer the questions. After withdrawing my consciousness from my mind, I often sighed with relief, rubbed my sore shoulders, and then began to assess my own attributes. Awakening successful. Currently at F-level Dreamweaver professional ability. Dream creation requires the consumption of mental power. Create any scenes and creatures in your mind. The strength of the dream is not absolutely related to the current level. An F-level Dreamweaver can also create an F-level dream. The difference lies in not having enough mental power to sustain it. The topic this year is to create a dead world, isn't it? I murmured softly. Then I glanced at the exam time, and 3/4 had already passed. Damn it, the awakening took me so long. Fortunately, I didn't panic. After merging with the Dragon Nation, I found that as long as there is recorded Dragon Nation cultural content, I can extract it directly from the books without having to spend mental energy on drafting and reconstructing. In other words, this will greatly save my time and unnecessary mental energy consumption. The world after death? I immediately thought of it in the Dragon Nation mythology. The most representative place. The underworld is a complete realm of death, with the Ghost Gate, the Yellow Springs Road, and the Naiha Bridge. The 10 Yama Kings and the 18 levels of hell are all there. The Dragon Nation's underworld is no less than anyone else's. At this thought, I began to create the scene of the underworld. Of course, with my current mental strength, fully replicating it is unrealistic. With 30 points of mental strength, I can only replicate a part of the underworld scene, but that's already enough. Moved, the people squatting in the live broadcast room were suddenly extremely excited. Some people shook their heads helplessly, indicating that there's only a quarter of the time left, and even an S-level talent might not be able to create a good scene. Naturally, I couldn't see this. At this moment, the pages of the Dragon Nation's books flipped. Soon, a completely black, 18 evil ghost engraved signboard came into view. The 3 large characters of the Ghost Gate were written on it, chilling to the bone. Anyone who saw it was terrified. I planned to start creating the dream of death in my mind from this Ghost Gate. It's time to let the world feel the true essence of the Dragon Kingdom. As my thoughts surge, the entire dream space immediately trembles. The deep and dark ancient path slowly emerges from the ground, shrouded in black mist. The ancient and modeled bluestone steps gradually reveal their contours from the black mist. As the scene gradually becomes more real, a large number of viewers in my live broadcast room suddenly feel uneasy. How did this guy's screen become more eerie? They just lost focus for a moment. The originally magnificent scene suddenly becomes eerie, sending chills down the spine. Along the bluestone path, strange red flowers bloom. In an instant, a simple and profound gate rises from the ground. On the plaque, resembling rust, are engraved 3 unknown characters that look like ancient writing, unfamiliar to them. But for some reason, an unknown object rises from the hearts of the audience, causing them to blurt out the name of this mountain gate. For a moment, many viewers show expressions of fear at the Ghost Gate, as if a gust of cold wind is stirring their souls. Goodness gracious, the barrage in the live broadcast room erupts at this moment. I'm speechless, it's a desert over here. This dream actually makes me feel like I've been talking nonsense. Brothers, this is incredible. I just saw that flower and thought I was about to die. I can't wait. I want to take a stroll through the Ghost Gate. I feel like the cabinet behind me is moving. I'm out of here. The audience is flooding the live chat, and my mind is also filled with a stream of subtitles. Lucy Yuan is shocked by your incomplete creation of the underworld, gaining 0.1 original force. Yu Xiaojiang is shocked. Gain original force. As more and more people are shocked by the underworld I created, the value of the original force obtained is also visibly increasing at an alarming rate. I wonder why the value provided by each person is different. No time to worry about that. I continue to invest in the creation of the underworld. When the scenes of the Ghost Gate, the River of Oblivion, and the Manhwa Bridge are completed, I'm already sweating profusely. It seems that my mental strength is almost at its limit. After creating the world, I still need to rely on my mental strength to sustain it. If I want to continue perfecting the underworld, the dreamscapes of the Yellow Springs Road and the Manhwa Bridge I created earlier will slowly disappear due to the lack of mental support. It's a pity that the current underworld is just the tip of the iceberg. I wonder how many points this incomplete version of the underworld can score for me. With the remaining mental strength, I condensed a mass of black mist into a semi-finished ox head. I then submitted the dreamscapes. The space immediately returned to its initial state, and in less than 3 minutes, the exam broadcast, which had gradually stopped refreshing, sounded again. Examinee Su Chen's dream realization of the underworld received an S-level rating reward. Score 100. After the broadcast ends, Su Chen's name immediately soared to the top of the score leaderboard, causing a stir throughout the venue. Heavens, it's actually an S-level rating. This examinee named Su Chen actually created one. A death dream with S-level potential. If this dream is nurtured well, it will definitely become a great weapon on the battlefield of the void. You should know that the dream currently provided for students to take the exam is an S-level dream creation. The examinees who took the exam with me were also alarmed, speculating one after another about who this Su Chen is. Especially those who were at the forefront of the rankings. They were able to get a B-level rating on their first creation, which is enough to show that they were exceptional at that time. But how could someone suddenly emerge as a dark horse and get an S rating right from the start? Anyone would find this too exaggerated. Examinee number 125's face showed a hint of gloom. Is this Su Chen from which prominent family? Creating an S-level dream on the first try, did he happen to encounter the basic dream he is good at? Darn it, the first lesson of every exam can get rewards. Previously, the entire city might have received a B-level rating. This guy came out of nowhere and took all the rewards. It's unbelievable. Some examinees need a long time to come up with an S-level dream. Even Grandpa needs time to conceive it. How could this guy achieve it in just one day? Someone outside, quickly call the family's professional evaluators to experience it. If the underworld does not reach the S-level standard, we must file a complaint. The examinee girl shouts into the void in front of her, with barrage messages flashing in places she can't see. Compared to the examinees in a closed state, it's much more convenient for the wandering audience outside. A large group of tourists flooded into the live room with 3,484 viewers. But now that the dream has been submitted, there's only me left in the scene, recovering my mental strength with my eyes closed. In many scenes, only the veteran audience in the live room can use a loudspeaker to relay messages, like eerie and terrifying remarks that make the new audience stare in shock. Is it true? After the exam, their works will be displayed. I want to see if this so-called underworld is as mysterious as you say. Many present are dream builders. Unlike ordinary viewers who can only watch dreams from the outside, awakened dream builders can enter the dream network and personally experience the dreams created by the examinees. I also want to visit the underworld. I recently awakened as a dream builder. Anyone interested in joining me to experience the underworld together, let's get in touch. As expected, the barrage is full of negative comments. Watching my original force value continuously increase, I couldn't help but feel overjoyed. From the beginning of creation to the submission for grading, my original force value has accumulated to 200. I tried to use this original force on my Dreamweaver level. As the original force value continues to decrease, my depleted mental energy gradually fills up, and the fatigue fades away. I took another look at my current Dreamweaver level, which is still at F and hasn't improved, but my mental energy has increased from the limit of 30 to 32. This visible progress is really good. I can continue to accumulate original force on my own, but relying on my own compatibility to improve the level is going to take forever. On the other hand, the examiner in charge of my area was also shocked by my performance. In our area, there are examinees who can create S-level dreamscapes. A young man named Chen looked incredulous. Meng Zhaowu, a big shot at the S-level in DreamNet, usually doesn't make mistakes, but today's result seems extremely strange to Chen. Generally, when an examiner realizes that something is amiss, they should report it to the chief examiner. But he thought he had the ability to handle it and didn't need to bother anyone. For dream creation tests of B level and above, the chief examiner. After all, this examination area is divided according to the student's attributes. Being assigned to his examination area naturally indicates that this examinee's overall data is not great. The S level probably indicates an error in DreamNet's judgment. To create an S-level dream right after awakening, this person will be extraordinary in the future. Chen Dahan decided to personally experience the underworld. If this dream can reach a level above 1, he will report to the main examiner. After all, as a regional dream maker, he should be able to handle the dream of a newly awakened rookie. The creator still has confidence. The Dream Network has placed me in the dreams of 3,484 examinees. As soon as the underworld descended, the space around Chen Dahan shook violently. In no time, he was transported to the scene, the underworld. The first thing that caught his eye was a black mist, a cold bluestone road stretching from under his feet into the darkness. Chen Dahan surveyed the scene in front of him, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. Just this. Although the black mist mixed with the aura of a chilly wind in front of him could indeed send shivers down one's spine, that was all there was to it. After all, he had been to the void battlefield before, and he had seen plenty of the cruelty of life and death. The current situation was not enough to make him back down. It seems that the underworld is just a name only. Just as a look of disdain flashed in Chen Dahan's eyes, he suddenly heard a congratulatory voice from behind. Now that you are dead, why are you still not moving? This sudden voice made Chen Dahan's hair stand on end. As soon as he turned around, he felt a black iron chain wrapping around his throat. Facing him was a monster with a human body and a bull's head, shrouded in deathly aura. It held a chain in its hand, with a delicate face, presenting an eerie posture of soul-snatching. Turns out it's a half-finished dream creature. Chen Dahan's heart trembled, a sense of impending doom washed over him. Originally just a scene describing death, there was no danger, but once the dream creature appeared, it was a different story. This candidate not only completed the dream scene but also used extra mental power to create a dream creature. What kind of mental power is this exactly? Chen Dahan's face changed drastically, and he quickly tried to ask the dream net to pause. But the black chain around his neck suddenly tightened, and the bull-headed creature pulled back forcefully. With a thud, Chen Dahan felt his body become light and was pulled out by the bull-headed creature's chain. At the same time, the iron chain started burning black smoke, and a burning sensation deep into the soul erupted from Chen Dahan's heart. When he looked up again, he found someone exactly like himself standing in his previous position. While he had turned into a semi-transparent soul state, his own soul was actually pulled out of his body by the bull-headed creature in front of him. Heaven, this underworld is definitely a real S-level potential dream. Chen Dahan's face immediately became terrified, and he quickly tried to call for help with his hoarse voice, Mangnet, help. Before he could finish speaking, Chen Dahan's face calmed down, and the thoughts of seeking help quickly vanished from his mind. Vanished as quickly as quicksand. In the end, he was left with only one thought, I am already dead. Hurry up and hit the road, the ox-headed monster scolded as it pulled the chains. The lingering doubts in him also vanished in an instant as he was scolded by the ox-headed monster. With lifeless eyes, he walked toward the gates of the underworld, repeatedly muttering I am already dead under his breath. In a daze, he passed through the gates of the underworld and made his way to the banks of the Lethe River. A sense of inexplicable grievance surged into Chen Dahan's heart, making him feel an overwhelming urge to cry. 3 small bridges spanned the river, while underneath, countless souls in the river water howled as if one might accidentally fall from the bridge and become one of the souls in the river's valley. The ox-headed monster stopped at the bridge and recited a poem, The Snake, the Iron Dog, and I Contend for the Afterlife. If you had committed many sins in your lifetime, you will walk down the bridge. If you lived an ordinary life, you will walk the middle bridge. But if you have done good and accumulated virtue, you are a good person, then walk up the bridge. With that, the iron chain around Chen Dahan's neck loosened. He involuntarily walked over, and memories began to flash before his eyes like a revolving lantern. He awakened as a dreamweaver just after coming of age, and entered a top-tier academic institution. 2 years later, he achieved some success, fought alongside his mentor in the void battlefield, and ultimately vanquished a cosmic behemoth. As the past continued to resurface, his originally confused thoughts also began to recover, for reasons unknown. He felt that he should be able to walk on the bridge. At the same time, a strong thought emerged, prompting him to shout to the sky, "Old man, save me," he said as his voice fell. A certain restriction within Chen Dahan's body was broken. A ray of light flew out of his soul, quickly merging into the dream web. Zhaoming is a chairman of a top university. In the office, a silver-haired old man who was drinking suddenly spat out the wine. Oops, occasionally there are difficulties. Then, a golden figure appeared out of thin air in the underworld. Only then did he manage to pull Chen Dahan down from the Naiha bridge. "Oh, old man, you finally came. This student's dream is really abnormal. This underworld really has S-level potential. Look at you, being so incompetent. The old man also looked around the environment of the underworld and couldn't help but marvel at the students' astonishing imagination. Unexpectedly, there are powerful dream creatures like the ox-headed monster. If it weren't for the exam and the dream web space, it would take some effort to suppress it. Can a newly awakened student really do this? What they don't know is that this is actually completely replicated from the ancient dragon country by me. Because of Chen Dahan's dream about you, the incomplete version of the Zalmang underworld was extremely terrified. Original force price 25. Chen Fingqiu, I'm shocked by your incomplete version of the underworld creation. Original power price 500. I brought in a big client, and as I watched my original power value suddenly rise, I instantly understood that the amount of original power obtained is judged based on the strength of the shocked person. This person called Chen Fingqiu is really amazing. It must be the visit of some big shot. I didn't immediately use this principle, but kept it for later to create better dreams. This first dream creation exam also ended in the shock of the chief examiner. Next is the announcement of the exam results. Candidates with a total score of less than 30 points will all be eliminated. S level is 100 points, B level is 80 points, and so on. My S level dream potential naturally deserves a 100-point reward. The top 100 candidates will also receive certain rewards, and the dreams created by the top 100 students will be open for a limited time within 3 days. Dream creators who are interested can spend a certain amount of money to visit. Hearing this, I was suddenly shaken. If the dreams are open for public viewing, it will definitely shock more people, and then my original power value will surely soar. In the midst of my thoughts, a brand new special announcement appeared, decided by the examination committee. For exam candidate Su Chen's underworld dream, an entry threshold is set. This dream may cause psychological and intellectual harm to people, and only the tenacious can enter. To ensure safety, only for those with a mental strength of at least 300 points, and dream creators who have reached sea level or higher, qualified to observe. This notice has once again caused a stir. The fact that the examination department is saying this is enough to prove the value of my dreamland. Although there are thresholds set, this is ultimately an S-level dreamland created by examinees. For a while, many families began arranging people to enter for inspection. Welcoming me will also be a considerable process of original force value. As for someone wanting to replicate the dreamland after observing it, I am not worried at all about this. For dreamweavers, each dreamland originates from their own understanding. Even if the observer replicates the dreamland 1:1, the effect released will still be just a copy of the original. It won't reach 1/10 of the original dreamland. Before long, I received the first prize reward sent by the examination department, Dream Starfield, which can store dreamscapes in my own consciousness ocean and has the function to store my own dream materials. After reading this introduction, my eyes lit up. I had heard of this thing before. It's a dream tool created by dreamweavers. It's like a small world. With this thing, I can store the carefully crafted dreamland inside, without worrying about it dissipating due to lack of spiritual power, and take it out when needed. For low-level dreamweavers, this is simply a treasure. With this thing, the next few rounds of testing will be much easier. This makes me look forward to the next rewards. As the eliminated people leave the dream network in tears, the first round of testing also comes to a close. The next test will take place in 3 days. When I received the instructions, I was full of doubts about the content of the exam. Because all of us will be taken to a place called Dream City, which means that for the next 3 days before the exam, we will all be living inside Dream City. And the instructions clearly state that students with more than 30 points after 3 days can participate in the next round of the exam. At the moment, all students with less than 30 points have already been eliminated. It's obvious that this rule has some contradictions. In other words, we are very likely to consume points within Dream City. Perhaps this Dream City is also part of this exam. As I pondered, I was once again shrouded in mist, fell asleep, and woke up again, already on the bus heading to Dream City. Hey, don't sleep. We've reached Dream City. Get up, all of you. A rough voice interrupted the sleep of the students on the bus. I still have to make another trip after you all get off. What's been going on lately? So many people have suddenly shown up. I groggily opened my eyes to find that everyone around me was just as groggy. Obviously, they were all examinees who had collectively passed the first test. Some students couldn't stand the rude voice of the driver and retorted with a few complaints. When they saw the burly, dark-skinned, fierce-looking man standing in front of them, they all lowered their heads in submission. But the man had no intention of letting them off easily. He pointed at several people in a row and said, "The fare for you few is 10 points, and for the rest, it's 5 points. You have to pay the fare before getting off." This caused an uproar, but the fact that there was a 5-point fair was surprising to everyone. As I suspected, everything in this dream city operates based on points. If it costs 5 points just to take a taxi, then the cost of living in the dream city will probably be even higher. Some students on the bus suddenly feel hopeless. If they can't gather 30 points in 3 days, they won't even qualify for the second round of exams. The driver impatiently scans the whole bus and says, 5 points won't kill you. Get off the bus quickly. Instead of complaining, you might as well go earn some points in the dream city. I'm counting down from 5. If you don't get up from your seat, I won't care about any broken arms or legs. The students can only be grateful as they get off the bus. As they pass the driver, they sadly swipe the necessary points. I don't know how my bus ended up in this situation with tens of thousands of examinees gathered here. All of them are facing the issue of paying the toll. This scene is being live broadcasted to the outside world. The parents watching the live broadcast can't help but feel nervous. In the midst of their worries, they see someone passionately speaking in the general chat channel, Brothers, 3438, the examinees in the live broadcast are simply cheating. Why is this person called Su Chen? No need to alarm everyone with this speech, Luffy. Wait, why does the name Su Chen sound so familiar? When it's my turn to get off the bus, the driver, who was originally fierce, suddenly shows a kind smile and says, Young man, you've had a hard journey. Your toll is waived. Here, take these 10 points. Consider it a welcome gift from your big brother. The audience in the live broadcast room was in an uproar at this scene. It's not fair. Why does my family Zihan have to pay 5 points? Is cheating so obvious? Just when the audience was clamoring to report, the following barrage of messages did silence them. Zhang Hongtiao from Xinhua district also doesn't need to pay the toll. The driver gave him 5 points as a welcome gift. It's the same for me. It seems that the top 100 students in the Longwood examination area were all given 5 points, only the first-placed Su Chen was given 10 points. So he's the first-placed Su Chen. The people who entered my live broadcast room for the first time suddenly realized, the people above deserve this reward, right? If you're capable, why don't you also try to get into the top 100? Even the people who hadn't gotten off the bus suddenly looked at me with envious eyes. However, I furrowed my brow, feeling somewhat puzzled. What do I have to give in return for receiving this batch of points? Smart. I like talking to smart people like you. After the driver praised me, he took out a note from his pocket. Everything that needs to be said is on it. After reading it, the choice is up to you. Of course, I believe you won't give up this opportunity to earn points. After listening, I took the note and made a declaration, then hurriedly got off the bus. After all, in the situation where so many people had paid the toll, I was the only one who received a reward. To avoid unnecessary trouble, I had to quickly leave the scene. Finally, I faintly heard the sound of the examinees and the driver bargaining behind me. It's all just useless talk. Pay 10 more points before getting off the bus, just enough to replenish my health. The Dream City area is very cold, and many candidates keep rubbing their hands. And they are using up mental energy, making themselves a few clothes to wear. This is the benefit of being a dream maker, being able to dream anytime, anywhere. As long as you maintain a good mental energy output, dream creations can be confined to reality. I walked forward among the crowd and soon saw the towering walls of Dream City. Look, everyone! The rules of Dream City are written on the city wall, shouted a student in the crowd, and everyone looked up, only to see several lines of ancient characters engraved on the city wall. Welcome, all candidates, to Dream City. You will survive in Dream City for 3 days. Only those with more than 30 points are eligible for the next round of the exam. After entering Dream City, please be sure to follow the following rules. 1. Any behavior that violates the safety order is strictly prohibited in Dream City. Once violated, it will attract severe punishment from the enforcement team. 2. Candidates are not allowed to attack each other, unless in specific situations. 3. Any action to exploit loopholes for points will be considered cheating. 4. There is a curfew at night, and random outings are prohibited. Those who do not follow the rules will be punished. Rules 5 and above only apply during the day. The first 4 rules seem relatively normal, but what's the deal with this last one? I have a feeling that Dream City won't be peaceful in the next 3 days. If someone steals points at night, I'm afraid as the first place, I'll be the most targeted. It looks like I have to hurry up and recreate an underworld. This time, I guarantee it will be complete. While others go out at night for arson, murder, and looting, my appearance at night should only scare people. There shouldn't be any problem with harvesting the original force. I'm not sure if I understood the rules. When students with low points around me understand, they immediately look shocked. I'm done for. I only have 30 points in total. If I don't earn enough points working in Dream City, do I have to become a bandit? I can't beat the people who are ranked at the top. Damn, staying in Dream City for 3 days. Could it be the second round of assessment? Just as everyone was discussing, suddenly a student shouted, "Any examinees from Jianzhou District? Looking for teammates from Jianzhou District to form a team here. The best of Zhangzhou First High School. I have mental potential of C level, compatibility 66. Looking for 4 teammates of the same level to survive these 3 days together." As soon as others heard this, their minds immediately became active. With enough points, we can watch out for each other and greatly increase our chances of survival. Although the rules don't explicitly allow this, the absence of prohibition indicates there is room for action. If someone wants to play dirty later, they'll have to consider whether their fists are big enough. At the gate of Mengchang, there appeared a scene of groups of 3 to 5 people huddling together. Only a few people left the crowd and walked towards the city. I don't plan to find teammates. With my current points, I should be fine for these 3 days. It's not worth the risk of exposing my identity as the first place by forming a team. Just as I was about to leave the main group, there was a sudden commotion at the gate of Mengchang. A group of food carts came toward us, selling braised chicken, braised duck, kebabs, and various fragrant foods. Lamb kebabs, 1 point for 5 skewers, and the small vendors began to tout their goods. Before long, the entrance to Meng City turned into a snack street, and a few weak-willed students were eager to try the food. Are you hungry, kids? Stir-fried noodles, 1 point per bowl. You need to eat a full meal to have energy. Some students began to walk towards the various vendors. After all, we will be staying in this dream city for 3 days, so the point consumption is inevitable. Besides, 1 point is not much, and most people can afford it. We can always work and earn it back after entering Dream City. With this mindset, many people began to spend. Of course, many students resisted the temptation and went straight into the city. I pondered this scene and couldn't help but think that these vendors were bait thrown out by the examiners to find ways to consume our points. Fortunately, I'm not hungry now, so I ignored the tempting aroma in the air and entered the city. I also saw some signs along the way. Toilet, turn left here, 2 points per use. There were also some middle-aged ladies with red armbands loitering at the city gate, taking a sign that read "littering anywhere, a fine of 2 points per offense." It turns out there's a trap here. When my audience in the live broadcast saw all this through my perspective, they all started making fun of it. If the people who bought snacks at the back litter, the city management aunties will definitely teach them a lesson. At this point, my thoughts are similar to theirs, so it doesn't matter to me how they will be in the future. After entering the city, a skinny boy darted out from my side, with a fawning smile on his face. "Is there something you need?" Without waiting for him to approach, I took a step back, warily asking, "Bro, rest assured, I'm not here to trick you. It's definitely something good." The boy pointed to a corner of the street. "Can you spare a moment to talk? Is this another special conversation triggered by my high points?" I thought to myself, still cautious, and moved to the designated spot. "You can call me Little Snake. I'm the guide here. The comprehensive service is only for big customers with over 60 points. I can answer 3 daily questions. You just need to give me 5 points, bro. For example, secrets related to accommodation, or where to earn more points. I will definitely answer what I know. Not knowing a question is considered a waste of an opportunity. Of course, within the 3 questions, one statement is not entirely true. This needs to be discerned by yourself. Every student can only enjoy this treatment at the beginning. If you come a few days later, even if you meet me again, you won't receive such good treatment." The boy called Little Snake couldn't wait, rubbing his hands together. "Bro, how about letting me open a card for you? Comprehensive service for 5 points, can ask 3 daily questions, and only available at the beginning." I didn't hesitate, nodded to him and paid 5 points. If what Xiaoxi said is true, then it's definitely worth the points. Received, bro. You can start asking. Xiaoxi looks excited. I will definitely answer if it's something I know. First, tell me the secrets you know about accommodation. I asked the first question. After a moment of contemplation, Xiaoxi answered, "In our dream city, there are rarely any outsiders. There is only one real hotel. It was transformed from the previous prison that held the starry sky behemoth. The secret related to accommodation is here. The conditions for the prison transformation are limited. The hotel can accommodate a maximum of 3,000 examinees, and the rest can only stay in the homestays outside. But bro, you have to believe me," he said seriously, looking at me. "For outsiders, staying in a homestay in Dream City at night is not a good thing." I nodded and started gathering useful information. There is only one real hotel, and it has a limited capacity. Lizard people can only stay in other people's homes. It's not a good thing to stay as a guest. This dream city is really interesting. Where can one safely obtain the maximum profit in points? I asked the second question, emphasizing the word safely. Bro, you reacted really quickly. You saw through my previous inducement in an instant, Xiaoxi said with a kind smile. There are 2 ways to earn a large number of points: going out at night and participating in Dreamweaver duels. In other words, what people often call underground fights. Believe me, there is no faster way to earn points than this. The first one has a life-threatening risk, and the second one might be at most half disabled. Spending points can restore them. It is safer by comparison. Dreamweaver duel, I pondered slightly. This should correspond to the second rule in the duel. Examinees are not allowed to attack each other, unless in specific circumstances. Very obvious. The arena for this Dreamweaver duel is a specific circumstance. This is a good opportunity for me. Not only can I win the competition and earn points, but also shock the onlookers and harvest the original power. Thinking about this, I became more and more excited. One last question: what will happen to those who cause trouble at night? What's going on? The person who has been guarding my live broadcast room starts to feel puzzled. What is Chen asking about? Didn't he carefully read the rules beforehand? The above rules only apply during the day. Exactly. Isn't this obviously wasting an opportunity? Naturally, I can't see the barrage in my live broadcast room, but I'm thinking about the rules while staring at my colleague Small Snake. Rule 1, inside the Dream City, any behavior that violates the safety order is strictly prohibited, and once violated, it will attract severe punishment from the enforcement team. Rule 4, nighttime is curfew time, during which one cannot move around freely. Those who do not follow the rules will be punished. Rule 5, the above rules only apply during the day. These 3 rules have very obvious conflicts. It is stated that the above rules only apply during the day, so why mention that the nighttime is curfew time and that violators will be punished? So I came up with a bold guess: if a student were to plunder points from others at night, would they be punished when day breaks? After all, they would be violating the first and fourth rules during the day, so the rules at night are invalid. When day comes, they will be immediately settled. This is the rule trap I speculated about, designed to tempt candidates to take risks at night. It was based on this guess that I posed the final question to Little Snake. Little Snake seemed visibly stunned after hearing it, and after a moment of thought, he replied, "Well, for candidates, there are no rules at night." His answer was quite vague, but I didn't dwell on it. After that, Little Snake handed me a map of Dream City. Then he turned and left. As I spread out the map, I felt somewhat surprised. There were 2 markings on the map, one for accommodation and the other for underground boxing. What surprised me was that these 2 places were actually overlapping, meaning this is both a hotel and a place for earning points through underground fights. Just arrived in Dream City and already encountered a series of events. But what does this have to do with the second round of the exam? With doubts in mind, I arrived at the marked location on the map. As soon as I entered, I saw several students in various school uniforms sitting around. It seems that some of the first arrivals in the city have also found the hotel location. When I reached the front desk, I checked the prices of the hotel rooms: 8 points per day for a single room, and 15 points per day for a deluxe single room including buffet. The VIP suite includes luxurious 3 meals and special services of the hotel, all for 30 points per day, only available for purchase by those with 70 points or more. Special notice: all hotel rooms are for single occupancy only. Any consequences arising from multiple occupants after 6 p.m. are at your own risk. This price is outrageously expensive. The people in the live broadcast room were all shocked to see this price. Even the cheapest single room costs 8 points a day. This Dream City hotel is too dark. A deluxe single room for 3 days costs 45 points. If my child comes to the hotel later, I'll make sure he stays until the exam is over. I'll break his legs if I have to. Hey, am I the only one concerned about that special service at the end? Is he serious or not? Soon, his question was answered. I went to the front desk and asked the girl in charge, "What special services do you have in your VIP suites?" To my surprise, the front desk attendant just smiled and pointed to the map in my hand, saying, "Sir, we have everything you need here." It looks like I was right. The Dreammaker Arena is indeed in this VIP suite. I'll start with 1 day. Without hesitation, I made the payment. Oh my goodness, 30 points for 1 day. Did he just pay like that? The people in the live broadcast room became restless one by one. Even the first place doesn't act this restless. The students in the lobby were also surprised. They turned their heads and saw someone staying in the VIP room. Oh my, is he a big shot with over 70 points? I ignored them and followed the directions to the VIP suite. After looking around, I finally found an invitation on a table. It had 6 big words written on it: Dreammaker Arena, and the start time of 3 p.m. Welcome. As expected, it turns out that buying the VIP room is clearly a high-stakes choice. If the buyer can't earn the extra room fee within a day, it will be a loss for the examinee. After checking the time, I started today's plan. I'll dream in the room first, then at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, store the dream in the dream Newfield and take it to the arena. With everything planned, I took out the note given by the driver when I got off, and found it was an escort mission. The starting point of the escort is at a location in the city center, and the end point is outside Dream City. The time is 12 o'clock at night, with a reward of 47 points. Seeing this number, I couldn't help but shudder. It's such a tempting amount, too much to refuse. On second thought, I felt that this mission had obvious problems. The huge amount indicates the difficulty of the task, which is definitely not low. However, I will still choose to go. Although 12 o'clock at night is not a good thing for others, for me, it couldn't be better. I can do tasks to earn points and release the underworld to harvest the original force. It couldn't be better. So it's decided. I'll fight in the arena in the afternoon, then continue with things in the evening, and do the escort mission at 12 o'clock. This day is packed with arrangements. With everything ready, I began to recreate the underworld. Greenish-blue stone slabs, the ancient and desolate ghost gate rose from the ground. Maybe it's because it's the second time creating the same scene, the mental power consumed this time was much less. Gradually, I have already created the complete ox head, and even his good brother, Horseface, slowly appeared with a soul-catching chain. At the end of Naiha Bridge, an old lady is brewing soup, emerging from the black mist. Next, a majestic and imposing ancient city of Dragon Kingdom rises from the ground, a ghost city called Fingdu, occupying a piece of dreamland. By now, I have vaguely noticed that my mental strength is depleted. Without any hesitation, I channel the accumulated power into the underworld. With a buzzing sound, black mist swirls around the underworld. Many terrified ghosts have appeared on the previously deserted Huangquan Road. The wailing of ghosts continues in front of the Ghost Gate, where 18 ferocious demons with green faces and fangs are stationed. In the surroundings, a solemn-looking hook-brush judge in black robes sits in the Yenluo Palace of Fingdu City, holding the judge's brush and the Book of Life and Death. By now, I have used up the previously accumulated 500 units of energy, giving the dreamland the true essence of S-level dream-making. I look at the small world I have created and nod in satisfaction at the underworld. Even now, the underworld has not been completely perfected, but it already possesses extremely strong defensive and frightening capabilities. In case of an emergency, I can also directly pull the underworld out of the Dreamstar field and descend upon the mortal realm. Once the enemy is trapped in the underworld, it becomes my home ground. After all the fuss, it's already noon, and I definitely don't plan to miss out on the luxurious 3 meals. I can't waste 30 points for nothing. As soon as I stepped out, I saw a young man walking out of the nearby VIP suite number 5. The young man glanced at me, looking somewhat surprised. It's rare to see a non-prestigious school student in the VIP suite. He came over to introduce himself. I'm from Jiangli Star River Dream Tower affiliated middle school. Hey, you look familiar, what's your name? They say not to hit a smiling face, but now with the existence of the underworld, there's no need for me to hide anything. Su Chen is from Longtung High School in Linhai City. You said your name is Su Chen? Jiang Li's eyes widened upon hearing this. So it's you, the one who achieved the first place in the S-level potential Dream World ranking. Dream World ranking? I'm unfamiliar with this new term that suddenly popped up. It's the points ranking. However, students in our Star River district are used to calling it the Dream World ranking. Jiang Li looked me up and down, saying, Lin Haicheng, I remember you're not from the economic zone, but now you've really made it big. Even if you perform averagely from now on, it's more than enough to enter a top-tier school. He then patted my shoulder and said, shall we go eat? Do you mind walking together and exchanging some information related to the Dream City? I have exclusive information that might be useful to you. I also sized up this overly familiar guy and didn't refuse his invitation. On the way, he mentioned that the top 100 students will receive 5 points from the driver and a hidden task card. When I mentioned that I received 10 points, Jiang Li nearly spat out blood, sighing that the treatment for the first place is indeed special. Next, he is going to take out the escort mission note, which states a reward of 30 points upon completion of the task. I said my reward is 40. When Yan Jiangli was in tears, is there no justice left? The examination department is just treating us differently. I twitched my expression and thought to myself, is this the first student I've talked to in Dream City, and they already understand this? Along the way, Jiang Li also told me some exclusive news, such as the Dream Master Duel at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. In addition to the examinees, the natives of Dream City can also participate. This is not a good thing for us examinees. After all, examinees are all newly awakened rookies. It's fair competition for examinees to compete with each other. But once the natives of Dream City participate, it's very likely that there will be a situation where they overpower others with their level. Maybe 1 second you're fighting a fellow F-rank rookie, and the next second a C-rank pro appears on the stage. However, as for the specific rules, Zhang Li said we have to wait until the official start of the arena. As the elevator was about to reach the restaurant floor, Zhang Li came over and said, "I'll introduce you to a few friends later. You have to interact with the examinees during these 3 days in Dream City. Of course, if you want to hide your identity, that's fine too. Based on my previous observations, in the VIP restaurant we are heading to, there are at least a dozen top experts. They were extremely dissatisfied when they spoke about you being the first on the heavenly ranking." I raised an eyebrow at his words and shook my head lightly. "No need to hide, just go ahead and introduce." "Hey, I like your strong mentality, bro. If anyone dares to cause trouble later, I'll have your back. We have numbers, no need to worry." The elevator slowly opened on the restaurant floor, and as I looked inside, some students were already sitting there. At the same time, the people in the restaurant also looked over. The show has begun. My brother Jiang Li waved at the others and gestured towards a corner of the hall. "Sis, look, this is my new friend. His name is Su Chen." As soon as these words were spoken, all eyes in the room focused on me. This name was all too familiar to these top 100 students. He's Su Chen, the number 1 on the heavenly ranking, a genius who creates S-level potential dreamscapes. Can't believe I ran into him here. Instantly, expressions of jealousy, scrutiny, and even hatred appeared on some people's faces. If it were anyone else, they would definitely feel extremely uncomfortable. But for someone with confidence like me, I didn't feel the slightest bit uncomfortable. The audience in the live stream became excited when they saw this scene. Here it is, the first meeting of the geniuses. The people here are all from major areas like the Star River District. Geniuses like Su Chun from the Lower City District are different. So what if you have S-level mental potential? Most people here have experienced things that ordinary people can't compare to. I've also heard that some of them were pulled into the Starry Sky Dreamland without awakening as Dreamweavers. Witnessing the Starry Sky behemoth up close, this guy called Su Chen is going to participate in the arena this afternoon. Do you think he can even survive this afternoon? After Jiang Li waved at me, he took me to the 2 girls in the hall and started introducing. First, he said to a calm and composed girl, "This is my sister Jiang Hongxiao." Then he introduced another girl in a red dress, "And this is also my sister, Tang Ning." I greeted them politely. The calm and composed girl also nodded politely in response. "So you are Sunua?" The girl named Tang Ning next to me smiled and asked, "Which prestigious family are you from?" "The Sun family. I don't think I've ever heard of it. Or is your grandfather from some big family? What is a prestigious family?" I secretly thought to myself, as descendants of the Yellow Emperor, don't we have 1.4 billion compatriots at home? I smiled gently on the surface, just an ordinary student, nothing special. After hearing that I'm an ordinary student, Tang Ning looked a little puzzled at Jian Lei, and when he nodded, her expression gradually became shocked. "Are you saying that without the support of your elders, you created an S-level dream on your own?" Before he could finish his sentence, a male voice came from behind. "So you are Sunua, I've heard of you." I turned around and saw a smiling boy coming towards me. I heard that an unknown master emerged in the first round. Today, it looks like the reputation is well-deserved just from the appearance. "Let me introduce myself, Shencheng from the Star River District," he said, extending his hand for a handshake. "Let's just say hello casually. No need to be so formal." I couldn't help but be on guard, but I also stood up and shook hands. Su Chen comes from Linhai City. After a moment of devout contemplation, I remembered what kind of place Linhai City is. I slightly furrowed my brow and mentioned the urban area. Before I could respond, he immediately returned to a smile. "Are you also going to participate in the arena team in the afternoon? I really want to see. A first-time awakener who can create S-level dreamscapes, how much strength does he really have?" At this point, Shenqing's words already had a clear sense of provocation. "Are you interested in a little competition this afternoon?" This Chen Cheng, I know he creates potential dreamscapes with secret techniques, a genius of the grave. I've seen the death dreamscapes he's created, full of corpses and blood, super realistic. This guy must have been on the battlefield. Here we go, here we go. This is what Dreamweavers are all about. No one accepts anyone else at the same level. Listening to Chen Cheng's words, I raised an eyebrow, but it also suited me. It just so happens that I can use Longwei to create dreams and discuss the topic of pinching a genius at the same level. There should be a lot of audience interest, right? The more people watch, the more recognition one receives. Just as I was about to smile and agree, I heard Chen Cheng add, "I'll bet 30 points and challenge you." Win or lose, the 30 points are yours. Consider it making a friend. What do you say? He said as he opened the points trading system. On my personal panel beside me, a message box suddenly popped up. Do you accept a 30-point transfer from Qiancheng? Giving 30 points right off the bat. I looked at the person in front of me and realized something was off. Cough, the person next to me, Zhongli, also coughs from time to time to remind me. I looked at the panel and smiled, then I modified some data and sent it to Qiancheng. How about this? I have more points, so I'll give you 40 points. Let's have a match, and consider it as making a friend. Some of the audience in the live broadcast room were puzzled when they saw this. Are these two people dreaming or being foolish? They are competing and giving away points at the beginning, not a trap for teammates. Do you all remember a rule in Dream City? It is prohibited to obtain points through any violation of the rules. Upon seeing this barrage, everyone suddenly realized. Finding reasons between each other, mutually gifting a large amount of points, is also considered a violation. This guy is really cunning. If anyone can't help but accept these 30 points, then it will be considered a violation of the rules and be punished directly. The fact is just as they guessed. Qiancheng indeed wanted to test me using the rules of Dream City, but unfortunately, my understanding of the rules is no less than his. Seeing this, he didn't show a disappointed look on his face, as if this deceptive move was just something he did casually. Don't be afraid to participate in the afternoon arena battle. I wish you a pleasant meal if you come in first, Qiancheng said and then turned and left. This person is very cunning. Which school is he from? Jianli carefully looked for a while but couldn't remember. Li Tongning does ring a bell. Judging from the name, he should be from the Chen family. After thinking for a while, Jianli had some impression. It's the family protected by the S-level Dreamweaver with the surname Chen. I remember a bit. Speaking of which, the establishment of this dream network is also somewhat related to them. However, this family has declined with the fall of the S-level Dreamweaver. Declined quite a bit. This kid can achieve such a high score, he must be the one the Qian family has been fully nurturing. Brother, you're lucky. Tang Ning added a sentence after hearing Zhang Li's words, revealing some information I inquired about. For the afternoon arena match, anyone who enters must pay 30 points as an entry fee. Also, each person can only go up once, and the points earned are linked to the number of matches. A successful challenge guarantees a minimum of 30 points. Once someone is knocked off the arena, 90% of the previously earned points must be given to the victor. And as VIPs, we have the chance to choose an opponent after going up on stage. The person selected cannot refuse. However, those entering will all be subjected to restrictions. Everyone else seen in the eyes is wearing black robes, making it difficult to distinguish who is who. This kid is probably worried he won't be able to point you out at that time, so he played this trick. Hopefully, when the afternoon arena battle comes, you can stand up on your own. Defeating you on the first day, he already holds an absolute advantage on the points table, attracting even more attention from major universities. After all, the current Qian family doesn't have the qualifications to freely choose top-tier universities. I reorganized the information I obtained this time. The inability to discern the opponent is simply a disaster for the candidates. If you happen to encounter a local person who surpasses the F level, it would be like giving them points for nothing. Thank you, I am willing to share this information with Tang Ning as a friendly gesture. You're welcome. I'm not that kind-hearted. If I find out that your strength is similar to that of the previous challenger, I can guarantee that the next person to challenge you will be me, Tang Ning, with a smile. Since you are 20 points higher than us, you have to show a level that is 20 points higher. Otherwise, I will make sure you lie down and participate in the second round of the exam. I'm really annoyed. The rewards given by the exam organizers for each round are very generous. It turns out this young lady is still carrying a grudge. So, a strange lunch began from here. I have to say, the 30-point room package is quite good. Half an hour later, I returned to my room on the 17th floor and checked my attribute panel. Suddenly, I found that my force value had increased significantly again. A person named Wang Ri made a one-time contribution of 500 points. It seems to be another big shot. Moreover, the others are also contributing with force values of 6 or more. Those tiny increases in force that previously dominated are almost non-existent now. Now, they are almost invisible. Is this because of the dreamland of the underworld, which is only open to dreamweavers of sea level and above? After pondering for a moment, I used 200 force points to increase my mental power, leaving the rest for future needs. That way, my mental power immediately increased from 32.5 to 34.5. So what if the fit of the black dreamweaver profession is low? With force, am I afraid that my mental power won't increase? As I was preparing for the afternoon match, news of my first round test at DU had already caused a sensation outside. Even a well-known writer penned an account of his experience in DU, especially the feeling on Naiha Bridge, as if he was truly about to enter the cycle of reincarnation. This article once again brought a lot of attention to DU, and there were even more people queuing up to experience it. At the same time, there were people waiting in my live streaming room, starting to look forward to what DU at the center would be like. As the time approached, a person in black led me to the -18th floor, and then took me to a place marked with the number 18 at the door. This room number is your code name for this tournament. Inside, there are facilities such as a fruit platter and rules to refer to. The tournament challenge will continue until 5:30 p.m., and you cannot leave this room early. After that, the person in black opened the door and led me in. The private room had transparent glass, allowing a clear view of the scene on the platform. I also checked the rules of the platform and found it was similar to what Tang Ning said, so I didn't pay much attention. There was only one additional rule: after a match, you can choose to take a break, spending 20 points to restore mental power. This clearly gives every challenger a chance for a winning streak. At this point, the VIP suite was already filled with people. Looking around, everyone was wearing black robes, and their faces were indistinct. This was probably due to the effect of the platform's stillness. Only the person in the middle holding the microphone, who was hosting, showed their true appearance. It seems that the heavenly host is the principal of Dream Tower, Wang Ri. There were exclamations from the audience, including those in the VIP seats. Is this platform so prestigious? This is the principal of the top Dreammaker Academy in the country, Dream Master Reggie. Upon hearing this, my heart skipped a beat. Isn't this Wang Ri the person, apart from Chen Fingxiu, who contributed 500 points of power value to me? It turns out he's the principal of the Dream Tower. Before long, Wang Ri on the platform had finished his opening speech and promised that today, outstanding performers on the platform would receive special attention from the Dream Tower. Will receive extra attention from the Dream Tower. The examinees below were suddenly extremely excited. If they could have several matches on the platform, even if their final performance was average, there would be a chance to qualify for further study in the Dream Tower. Before long, someone rushed onto the platform, expressing their willingness to be the first challenger. This fellow is too impulsive. He rushed up without even assessing the situation. However, I've already recognized who this person is from his voice. At noon, he intended to provoke and challenge his own future. And as soon as he stepped onto the stage, he lifted his own ban, allowing everyone to see his appearance. It seems he really wants to make a name for himself on this platform. Come out, Su Chen. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar. My goodness, is it that exciting? Challenging the top of the heavenly ranking right from the start. This guy is desperate for fame. That's the god who creates S-level dreamscapes. The audience in the live broadcast room also became excited. It's started. The genius who creates B-level dreamscapes is challenging Su Chen. It's like a clash of titans. Before the people on the platform could react, someone in the audience stood up and said, I am Su Chen. This kid is quite arrogant, daring to challenge the top of the heavenly ranking. Just as Qiancheng was about to talk tough, he saw another person in black standing up on the other side. I am Su Chen, and I have come to accept your challenge. Then, several more people stood up, all claiming to be called Su Chen. What on earth is going on? Sitting in the VIP room number 18, I was suddenly at a loss. What's with all these impersonators? But I also guessed the answer. With the prohibition in place, it's practically impossible to tell who's who. And the VIP can only nominate one person to come up. If all the masked individuals claim to be that person, the VIP has no authority to verify. If I don't go out, then Xiancheng will be in big trouble against the locals. The audience in the live broadcast room was already laughing their heads off. I can't help but laugh. This kid was the first to stand up and attract attention. Isn't it embarrassing? Seeing the continuous emergence of new Su Chens around me, I felt a chill standing on the stage, and cold sweat broke out on my forehead. Fortunately, this embarrassment didn't last long. Through the VIP room number 18, he saw me already standing up. Although there was also a prohibition in place, he still locked onto his target after a single glance. I couldn't help but admire his judgment. Inwardly, I thought he really deserves to be in the top 100 of the heaven ranking. Perhaps he had already remembered my physical features at noon and made the judgment based on my height and body type. After I stepped onto the platform, Xiancheng was actually a bit nervous, but I could only grit my teeth and go up. Both sides in position, the match begins. Xingqing looks at me devoutly, snorts coldly, whether you are Su Chen or not, just get out of here. Xingqing extends his hand toward the air in front, using bone ash powder to initiate his own dreamland. with him at the center. Immediately, a desolate grave mound appears. Sentence by sentence, white bones climb out from it, eerily terrifying. The whole world seems to have become somewhat different due to the appearance of the white bones, changed in some way. Chen, you wouldn't still need to conceive your dream on the spot, would you? Watching his own dreamland, it completely covers the entire competition arena. Chen proudly says. The audience in the live broadcast room looks at this Bone Sea territory and are all amazed. It's truly a B-level potential dreamland. Just by combining with reality to summon the undead, it's enough to dominate the top 100. This Chen is in danger. How despicable. This Chen actually used the Dream New Field storage function. Some people who know about my family background start to feel indignant. Linhai City belongs to the lower district. Dream New Fields and other items from and for dreamers are worth millions, which is not something an ordinary family from the lower district can afford. However, the use of Dream New Fields, Xing Tian, and a series of dream storage items is allowed in the unified exam. After all, dreamers ultimately have to face the starry sky behemoth. Learning to use similar items is basically a must-know knowledge. The earlier you learn, the better, so the unified examination does not prohibit the use of such props. While the dream of death is indeed powerful, it also takes time to construct. Moreover, once it is created, how much mental power can sustain it? Oh, if only I had known earlier, I should have borrowed from Su first. In the middle of nowhere, they can't help but worry about me. Heh, creating the dream stars, who hasn't? Not long after, a wail echoed from all around him before Qiancheng could even revel in his success. We died so miserably. I'm unwilling to accept it. I don't want to die yet. I am the general of Jinhua. How can I willingly be captured under the 9 springs? Next, some ghost houses emitting faint light emerged from the tomb of Qiancheng's dry bones. Playing tricks, Qiancheng broke out in a cold sweat. Immediately summoned a group of skeleton archers from the underground, intending to shoot at the surrounding strangeness. However, to his surprise, he felt fear from his own group of skeletons. How is this possible? How can skeletons produce feelings of fear? At the next moment, he felt the connection between himself and the tomb of dry bones severed. No matter how he tried to perceive it, he couldn't establish a connection. This time, Qiancheng was really panicking. The scene was instantly shrouded in a black mist. A ghost gate rose from the arena. In the stands, most people still watched from such a close distance. In an instant, I felt the breath of death from the gates of hell calling out to me. Those with insufficient mental strength even want to step onto the stage and calmly accept death. This guy's dream creation is unexpectedly hot. Even Tang Ning, who has the temperament of a young lady, has become unusually quiet at this moment, revealing absolute shock in her expression. He also noted Su Chen's body shape and height at noon, and recognized the other person at a glance when he went on stage. Is this the underworld with the potential for an S-level dream? This kind of soul-shaking sense of death is at least the realm that only dream builders can touch, but Su Chen is just a newly awakened F-level novice. Dream builder, huh? Lu Yun is shocked by your incomplete underworld creation, adding 500 original power. Tang Ning is shocked by your creation, adding 5 original power, and Qiancheng feels fear from your creation. Add 25 original power. With the appearance of the new version of the underworld, my original power value has begun to rise rapidly again. Immediately after, the city of Fengdu, including the Naiha Bridge, appeared one by one. Oxhead and Horseface, Black and White Impermanence, and the Judge of Hell stand around. Compared to the grandeur of the underworld, Qiancheng's dream creation is simply a fake and inferior product among the ashes. A pile of bones is not even worthy of being called an afterlife event. Great Master, I'm kneeling. Please accept me as your apprentice. Even if I ascend to the North Pole, I still couldn't create such a dream. At this moment, Qiancheng stands on the bluestone road with a vacant look in his eyes. His legs are trembling uncontrollably, and his dream creature is also huddled, shivering, afraid to make any movement. The ox-headed, horse-faced figure emerges from the black mist, holding a chain. A familiar voice resonates from the stage, already deceased. Why are you standing still? As soon as this voice is heard, before Qiancheng can make any move, the person in seat 666 below suddenly shudders. Chen Dahan is all too familiar with this phrase. It was the same one used when his soul was extracted before, leading to his punishment by his teacher and his role as a native of Dreamshock City. Go on stage to control the points when necessary, to prevent a student from obtaining an excessively high score through the challenge. In other words, he might have to face this underworld again in the future, which makes him feel somewhat apprehensive. He even considers contacting his teacher immediately to say he can't do it anymore. He can't handle this invigilation for even a minute. The thought of experiencing death again makes Chen Dahan feel like he's going crazy. It's impossible. This definitely isn't a dream of F level that could be created. Shi Chang's legs tremble with devoutness. Damn it, I admit defeat. I lost to a senior, and I acknowledge it. Even though he admits defeat, Shi Chang refuses to acknowledge this as a student's ability, stubbornly speaking as if he's already lost. The audience in the live broadcast instantly bursts into laughter. This little ghost is trying to fool us, isn't he? Is he planning to eat the entire floor in one go, or smash it into pieces and eat it bit by bit? Unlike the god's perspective in the live broadcast room, sincere words still have a certain credibility for the students on the scene. After all, the intensity of this dream outbreak somewhat surpasses their understanding of F-level dreamweavers. Some people have already started to suspect whether the examiner on the field is picking on the kids for a warm-up. In any case, there are few in the audience who think the person on the field is Su Chen, because in this death dream, the name Tofu was not mentioned at all, and no one on the field has shouted their dream name. I did not respond to their doubts. When the leaderboard is announced, everything will naturally be revealed. As for the current sincerity, I think it still needs to be punished. Nyo Tu immediately stepped forward after receiving my command, and there was a loud thud. Sincere's body seemed to be locked by something, with a pained expression, and was thrown into the air. Upon landing, their eyes rolled back and they fainted. In this round, VIP No. 18 wins, obtaining 90% of VIP No. 12's victory. The total score is 27 points, and VIP No. 18's bonus currently accumulates to 57 points. Will VIP No. 18 continue? Wang Ruo observed my current performance and asked quite approvingly. This is the strongest newcomer he has encountered since becoming the president of the Dream Tower University. If one can survive in the Starry Sky battlefield, they will definitely be a top genius who can reach the S-level realm in the future. However, when he was just observing the underworld, he still found some shortcomings, feeling that the combat power was not very strong, or it would be greatly weakened when facing the Starry Sky behemoth. The iconic feature of those monsters is their powerful and brutal flesh and soul. It might be difficult for the bull-headed horse-faced monster to extract their souls. It's possible that Su Chen's level is only F grade, and the performance ability of the bull-headed horse-faced monster is not sufficient. In addition, the design of the Yellow Spring Netherworld seems to be aimed at emotional beings. As for those cosmic giants, they are not afraid of death at all. Now Wang Ri only hopes that the Netherworld can still give him more surprises. After retrieving the Netherworld from the Dream Heart, I eagerly opened the personal panel. At this point, my force has reached 2,856. The amount of force gained from this battle is simply enormous. Immediately, I randomly selected a student from the VIP seats to continue the challenge. The chosen person visibly leaned back with a fearful expression. After taking the stage with a lucky mindset for a quick victory, as soon as he summoned his dream creature, it was engulfed by the black mist of my netherworld. Seeing that he had no chance, he simply jumped off the platform. VIP 18 wins, the prize money accumulates to 84 points. Do you want to continue? Continuing to stand on the platform, I naturally chose to take risks for wealth. For me now, gaining force while the momentum is high is the top priority. Anyone who wants to earn these 84 points can take the stage. VIP 18 cannot refuse. After Wang Ri's voice fell, it was surprising to find that no one moved under the platform. After witnessing the devout misery of the top 100 examinees, they all chose to temporarily avoid the limelight. For them, points are the most important. The deathly silence sent shivers down the spines of the audience in the live stream room. Su Shin is amazing, totally dominating the entire field. At this moment, Chen Dahan in the audience looked ashen-faced. Just a moment ago, he received a message from the old man, asking him to go on stage for a match. As expected, there's no escaping what was bound to happen. Then, he saw an additional message, emphasizing full force to consume, comparing mental strength with the opponent, and leaving the battlefield once the goal is achieved. This made him suddenly realize that he was a first-level Dreamweaver, a whole 2 realms higher than Su Chen. Although the S-level domain is strong, the consumption is also high. If he's cautious, he might not necessarily lose. With this thought, he made a decision. I just need to consume on the periphery, not go through that ghost gate in the Naiha bridge, and maybe I can still win. With this in mind, Chen Dahan couldn't sit still any longer and shouted directly at the stage. The originally enthusiastic 660 audience chose to challenge No. 18, the VIP king. After scanning Chen Dahan with a slightly raised eyebrow, Sishi discovered something. Let him come up. Kid, your time is up too. Chen Dahan shouted, and his body was covered with a layer of black armor. After the battle began, Nyo Tu and Ma Mian both attacked at the same time, swinging their chains towards Chen Dahan. As if he had anticipated it, he dodged several times with a few flashes, feigning exhaustion several times, saying he couldn't go on, and then successfully dodged at the moment the chains were about to hit. He just wouldn't engage in direct combat. After a fierce battle, I realized the situation was not good, and I understood his intention to engage in a war of attrition, choosing to use his own combat skills, combined with the dream creature armor on his body, to confront my dream of death. Because the only guide ahead is the ox-headed and horse-faced, the subsequent levels are basically unnecessary, which is equivalent to maintaining the subsequent levels, a waste of effort. If my mental strength wasn't close to 35 points, I would have collapsed long ago. The audience in my live broadcast room also thought that this seems to be a breakthrough method. Unable to reach the gates of hell, unable to walk to the Manhwa bridge, Su Chen's dream of death, it seems that it cannot exert the greatest effect. Yes, this challenger. It should be the dream creature inside the Dream King. His level is obviously higher than F level, and his mental strength is higher than Su Chen's. If the consumption continues, it is obvious that Su Chen cannot hold on. Many students in the VIP seats watched this scene, their eyes lit up, and it seemed that the host was not so invincible. Thinking of this, they also felt a bit eager to try. Hey, you should also be close to your limit, right? Do you want to give up this dream, and openly confront the creature with me? Chen Dahan secretly calculated that if an ordinary student were to support a dream for so long, I have long run out of energy. He is just holding on a little longer with his potential. As long as he consumes until Su Chen cannot control the dream, it will be the time for the creature to counterattack. I told you to be an examiner at the beginning. This time, I have finally regained the upper hand. Coco was almost at your mercy, but unfortunately, my spiritual power doesn't follow conventional calculations. Buzz. I infused the original force into the sea of consciousness, and my spiritual power directly increased to 40 points. The previous consumption was immediately replenished, and the entire underworld trembled with my spiritual power increase. Chen Dahan, seeing the huge change in front of him, felt a sense of unease. This person's spiritual power is also a bit abnormal. What's even more unbelievable to him is that the ghostly gate, which was previously at a distance from him, was actually moving toward him, and behind it, he could vaguely see the Manhwa bridge and the towering Fengdu city. This is bad. Chen Dahan's sense of unease intensified. Admit defeat quickly, admit defeat. The old man previously said that he would finally leave the battlefield. It's obvious that he has a trick to deal with Su Chen, and I can just follow the steps to exit. This guy is really a monster. Thinking this, Chen Dahan immediately shouted, I admit defeat, and then jumped off the platform without looking back. Is that admitting defeat? From his performance, it's obvious that he still has some strength left. I immediately felt that there might be something wrong with this person. As my thoughts churned, Wang Ri's voice came from beside me. VIP number 18 has accumulated 101 points. Will you continue? The audience below, upon hearing this points total, took a sharp breath. This is equivalent to earning a full score in the first round in one go. If this continues for 3 days, the champion can be declared in advance. My daughter Zihan is still out there washing dishes. 6 points for 2,000 dishes. This guy earned 100 in less than 2 hours. This is simply unreasonable. Everyone cannot deny that there has indeed been a monstrous talent in this year's exam. Finding a trace of myself, I ultimately chose to step down. Upon seeing this, Wang Ri immediately shook his head, expressing regret. He just received news that if Su Chen decides to continue fighting, the next one to appear will be him, as the rules have not specified. The host cannot step onto the platform to fight. By then, he will not give Su Chen any chance and will directly take away 90% of the winnings obtained. This is what is known as control of anger. He is a clever kid. He sighed softly, announced my withdrawal, returned to VIP room number 18, and then turned to invite a new challenger onto the platform. I also breathed a sigh of relief. The bad feeling in my heart finally dissipated. Now, with the prize pool totaling 101 points, I have a total of 186 points. If I complete the escort mission tonight, my points will soar to 226, definitely securing the top spot on the leaderboard. One of the fields also yielded a rich harvest. Along with the increase in mental power, the area of that dream-building new field in my mind further expanded, and a small empty space appeared, able to accommodate more dream space. At the same time, in a dimly lit medical room near the platform, an expressionless doctor carefully wrapped the last piece of bandage. Your treatment has been completed. Please pay the medical fee of 20 points immediately. The hotel does not extend credit. Why does it have to be this harsh? A devout expression gradually solidified. I scored 80 points in the first round, spent 30 at the hotel, and placed a bet of 30 on the platform. Now I only have 20 points left. In the end, I'm going to lose the last 20 points. If I can't complete the escort mission tonight, I won't be able to earn the points for resting at the hotel tomorrow. Moreover, he wants to attract the attention of other college principals by participating in the arena. That means he needs to prepare a minimum of 30 points for the arena, so he needs to earn at least 60 points in the evening. But it's quite obvious. The regular tasks outside can't possibly provide such high rewards. In other words, he can only earn points through looting and pillaging. Such behavior, if not good, can easily give a bad impression. It seems I can only do this for now. Tonight, I must keep a close eye on Chen. This guy caused me such a big loss, not retaliating would make me look too weak. After the final points are paid, the medical staff came over and said to him, "The loser has the right to leave early, which means you can go back to the hotel. Considering that you've paid 20 points, let me remind you that at this time, walking around the hotel with your injury will bring some surprises." Upon hearing this, Shenqing's eyes immediately lit up. With his injury, he walked out of the hotel, expecting a surprise. Could this be a hidden task exclusive to the losers? He immediately became excited, thinking that he had found good fortune in the midst of misfortune. After thanking profusely, he quickly walked out of the hotel and started wandering outside, until he passed by a dark alley next to the hotel. "How did you get this injury, buddy?" A deep male voice came from behind him, turning around with such sincere excitement about the arena. However, what awaited him was the Dream City enforcement team, smiling with a hint of mockery. A sense of unease suddenly surged in my heart. "You have violated the rules of Dream City, and the law enforcement team will punish you." Finally, the first day's arena competition ended with Wang Ri's speech. I also returned to my room under the guidance of the black-robed waiter, and only went out again at mealtime. I met Jiang Li again. "Hey you bro, your performance in the arena today was too fierce. Your future prospects have been directly turned into a joke by you." I casually smiled and replied, "What arena competition? I haven't been there. I heard that it's a violation of the rules. If you go, don't drag me into it." Jiang Li was stunned for a moment, as if he hadn't expected this. Violate what rules? Is Meng Chang not allowed? Has he ever said it's allowed? I asked with a smile. Jiang Li frowned, then suddenly realized, "Right, brother. I haven't been to the arena competition either. I just heard about it halfway." We laughed and joked as we returned to the restaurant. Along the way, he showed an intention of wanting to recruit me into the family, but I politely declined. In the end, he expressed some regret, then returned to his social anxiety state, and joked with me. We found a place, sat down, and then Tang Ning came to me and sat down. "Is there something? Are you also here to recruit?" I asked if it was employment, and only for tonight. "It's just employment." I was curious and asked, "Do you want to hire me to grab points together? It's about the transport mission tonight." Tang Ning shook his head and explained, "I have a feeling that in order to obtain these 30 points, we may have to go through a fierce battle. The reason for hiring you is simple. During the battle, remember to look at me. If it doesn't involve life and death, cooperate with me. If the enemy is too strong, you can run away. I will reward you handsomely." Tang Ning mentioned a figure, "How about 2 million? Just provide your account number, and you will receive it after the exam ends." She really lives up to her reputation as a rich lady. After much contemplation, I still chose to refuse. 2 million is obviously an inflated reward. There must be some issues with such a price. I don't need any reward. I can team up with you for this transport mission. I request that in the subsequent rounds, both sides share information. I hope to obtain something related to the exam, rather than monetary compensation. I know how generous the reward for first place is. 2 million is good, but compared to the rewards in the following rounds, it falls short. Moreover, in this treacherous dream city, information is the most important thing. Sharing information with such a young lady, I won't lose out. As for how to tell if Tang Ning is lying, there is a divine beast in the underworld that can distinguish truth from falsehood, and can discern true from false statements. That would be the Mount of King Yama, Ting. I accept the cooperation, and Tang Ning doesn't hesitate either. After thinking it through, she snapped her fingers. "There will be several members of the Tang family tonight. As my bodyguard, you don't have any objections, do you?" "Sure, but we have to meet at the starting point of the transport. I have other things to do tonight." "No problem, pleasant cooperation." After discussing the details of the collaboration, Tang Ning left the table. After dinner, it's the quiet time in Dream City. I hope it's the kind of night I want, preferably attracting a large number of students to hit the streets. As soon as I left the hotel, I saw a large group of students. Obviously, many of them are not willing to give up going out at night, or they want to earn a large number of points at night. Most of the students are in small groups, gathering together. The night is beautiful. This is the unique night view of Dream City. Suddenly, a thick mist filled the surroundings. It was the legendary overlapping of dreams. As a top student in Dream Basics, the relevant content quickly surfaced in my mind. The phenomenon of dream overlap usually occurs in dream battlefields, mixed at the border of reality and dreams. It is a strange environment created by the continuous battle between dream weavers and starry behemoths. While it is dangerous, it also has its benefits. On the internet, it has a more common name, Mystery Realm. The entire Dream City is actually a mystery realm. This discovery has excited everyone who ventured out. The treasure is mine. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the crowd. A group of students manifested their weapons and dashed towards a place emitting anomalies. Soon, the sound of weapons clashing could be heard. The battle is about to begin. Hee hee, I grinned. Is this the opening of Dream City's crazy first night? The entire Dream City turned out to be a secret realm. Such a discovery made Chen excited. It wasn't all about coveting the treasures within the secret realm. Students who know a little bit about knowledge all know that there will be many treasures left behind by the dream makers in the secret realm, which will inevitably spark the desire to explore. This also means that there will be many students coming out, and the more source power I can harvest. Just right, the Lona Temple and the ghosts appearing in such an environment will definitely be considered part of the secret realm, without arousing any suspicion. Chen thought, further walking towards the front, surveying outside the hotel, immediately noticing the unusual aspects of the hotel. Any rainbow light approaching the hotel would be suppressed and dissipated. This means that the hotel is not within the range of the secret realm and will not suffer sudden attacks from various monsters. It's different for other residential areas. They are all shrouded within the secret realm, and one might suddenly find themselves covered in mushrooms all over their body at night, or have the soul of a high-level starry behemoth swallowed. This situation is basically elimination. In the midst of his thoughts, a student's exclamation came from behind Chen. Wow! Look to the left, is that the Dream Heartland? Everyone listened in astonishment and looked to the left. Somehow, a faint mist had already risen there, and a glowing cube was floating in the mist, seemingly wandering aimlessly like an ownerless object. Almost instantly, the students in the hotel lobby were ignited with excitement. I've seen the Dream Heartland before. Wow! If I get a Dream Heartland, my grades will probably skyrocket, right? This is a treasure. With it, I can live worry-free for at least 10 years by selling it. Where there is a Dream Heartland, it means a dream maker has fallen. Maybe we can pick up some leftovers. The students became more and more excited as they spoke. Soon, a small team of 3 students near the hotel entrance couldn't sit still. The leading student shouted, and the 3 of them left the hotel and rushed towards the floating Dream Heartland on the left. Damn it! We can't let them get ahead. If we get the Dream Heartland, we'll split the profits. Charge! Seeing someone take the lead, many in the group who had planned to go out for a look also took action. The crowd rushed out of the door, and the light belonging to the dream maker immediately emanated from the hotel entrance. The night has no rules. Treasure hunting is even more so. As the first group of people ran towards the thin mist, a student from behind manifested a glow in his hands, and a moving rope appeared out of thin air, swiftly tripping the 3 in front, causing them to fall flat on their faces. A battle erupted. Various dream lights mixed with bizarre items clashed at the hotel entrance. Damn it! Get lost! I'm a grade B mental potential, want to challenge my strength? So what if you're grade B? We have 3 people here. If you're so arrogant, be careful, we'll kick you out of the exam room. Everyone, give my Chen family some face, give the Dream Heartland to my Chen family. Chen family, my surname is also Chen, brother, hold on, I'll help you get this Dream Heartland. Chen watched the scene, raised an eyebrow, and followed suit, walking out. He didn't approach the battlefield but casually found an inconspicuous corner and quietly began to manipulate the dream. He had to seize such a good opportunity. Inside the Dream Heartland, the Lona Temple had already succeeded, leaving only the exotic beasts to make the mist even thicker. As the dream began, the pages in Chen's mind turned slowly, finally stopping at the image of a peculiar dragon-like creature in a chapter of Journey to the West. Resembling a dragon, it had a pair of antler-like horns on its head, scales in an earthy yellow color, and clusters of red mane on its back. It was called Mirage Dragon, the 8th son of the Dragon King of the Jing River in Journey to the West. The exhaled gas has a confusing effect, captivating the mind, creating a mirage-like scene. Chen thought about it and felt that the mist was a bit unreliable. After all, there must be people who can create dream creatures to dispel the mist. The confusing effect, captivating the mind, is the safest. For safety's sake, Chen injected 200 points of source power into the Mirage Dragon to enhance its effect. With the consumption of mental power and source power, a small dragon appeared from Su Chen's hand, about half the size of a head, with lively dragon eyes, completely unlike a dream creature. The audience in Su Chen's live broadcast room looked at the dragon with bright eyes. What is this thing? Can someone explain it? Dream creature? Could it be a pet created by Su Chen himself? Looks like it can fly, ready to snatch the dream heart. Hiss, am I the only one who finds its eyes too real? Damn, I feel like this thing has the essence of an S-level dream creature. The essence of an S-level dream creature? Listening to the words of the last audience member in the live broadcast room, most people sneered. This casually created thing has the essence of an S-level creature? Isn't that too much? How strong can this strange creature be? Can this thing fly? It doesn't even have wings, looks a bit silly. Indeed, this seems to be created on a whim, just to scare people with its appearance. As expected, Su Chen is good at creating death dreams like this. Now there are many people here, so he dare not use it. Using other things will reveal his true colors. As the audience chatted, they saw Su Chen completely shape the creature in his hand. Mirage Dragon, go. Cover this whole area with mist. Su Chen patted the Mirage Dragon and threw it out. The Mirage Dragon lightly called out, opening its mouth wide. An invisible gas entered the air, slowly drifting towards those dream creators who were getting angry. Mist? Is it a strange beast that can spit mist? Listening to Su Chen's words, many viewers in Su Chen's live broadcast room widened their eyes, waiting for the performance of this Mirage Dragon. But after watching for a few minutes, seeing the Mirage Dragon float into the crowd, there was no mist around. Is this thing here to be funny? I thought it would suddenly spray out smoke bomb-like effects, but now it seems to be useless. Could this be a failed dream creature? This is a bit embarrassing. The first place actually made a mistake. Wait, no way. Brothers, there's mist. Go check out other live streams. Mist appeared, but only in the view of other students? Hearing the words flooding the live broadcast room, many viewers tried to find the students who were also vying for the dream heart. As they entered other students' live streams, the viewers immediately realized something was wrong. In the views of other live streams, white mist gradually rose around the streets and spread rapidly visible to the naked eye. What's going on? Countless viewers switched between various perspectives in confusion, and were shocked to find that there was no mist in Su Chen's view, but it appeared in other live streams. In other words, this dream monster is really effective. And it's very special. Damn, what's going on? Can someone explain it? This is the first time I've seen mist being used like this. This mist is only effective against enemies. Su Chen can't see it at all, or can he just ignore it? No, I've seen creatures that create mist before, but I've never seen them used like this. Generally speaking, the person creating the mist should also be inside the mist, right? Amazing, what's going on? Is this still an F-level dreamer's exam? I can't understand this E-level dreamweaver. Amidst the intense discussions of many viewers, in a room within the Dream Network, the invigilator Chen Dahan looked somewhat puzzled at the white mist, and couldn't help but turn to look at Chen Fingqiu, who was drinking wine on the side. Since the appearance of Su Chen is a variable within the Dream Network, Chen Fingqiu, as the chief examiner, dared not continue to enjoy himself outside. He returned to the Dream Network, keeping a close eye on various situations occurring in the Huaxia Unified Examination, and maintaining communication with other chief examiners. Old man, what's going on? Is this a special mist? Chen Dahan asked. You should read more books. How could you not see through such a simple trick? Chen Fingqiu pointed out impatiently, just because he said it's mist, does it have to be mist? After being a student for so long, you shouldn't be deceived by surface appearances. Mist is not necessarily mist, and cannot be deceived by surface appearances? Chen Dahan was stunned by the old man's words, and after pondering over the white mist in the live broadcast room for a long time, he suddenly realized, I got it. This is not mist at all. Well done, using such a trick. The invisible gas emitted by this dragon is a kind of plaything that can confuse people's minds. It can also control what kind of illusions will appear in the opponent's mind. This monster made everyone think that there was a thick fog, so the fog appeared in everyone's eyes. If you create dream creatures to dispel the fog, it would be completely ineffective, because this is an influence on people's minds. Chen Dahan's pupils contracted as he spoke. He was stunned looking at the little dragon emitting gas. Such a strange dream creature, he had only seen it in some special dreams above A level. Does this mean that the potential of this dream creature is at least A level? It's something he couldn't create. After creating a hell, this guy casually created a dream creature of at least A level. Cheating? Chen Dahan shouted. Cheating, hee, even if I let you retrain and participate in the unified examination again, you wouldn't achieve the results this kid has now. He is truly a genius, but he's not my disciple. Chen Fengqiu said regretfully while drinking. Near the Dream Network Hotel, with the movement of the Mirage Dragon, Su Chen's mental power on the panel began to rapidly decline at a rate of 1 point every 30 seconds. At this rate, if he didn't replenish his mental power with source power, he estimated that all his mental power would be exhausted within half an hour. And this was just the beginning. He hadn't even started creating the Lona Temple and many other strange things. Once these scenes appeared, his 40 points of mental power wouldn't be enough to sustain them. Fortunately, after releasing the Mirage Dragon, the rate of increase in source power points accelerated, gradually returning to 2,600 points after consuming 200 points. 2,600 source power points were what supported him for a big event. Let's play this round. If the source power expended doesn't match the consumption, so be it, let's go all out. Su Chen thought, sinking his thoughts into the dream heart in his mind, looking at the ancient temple marked as Lona Temple and the female figure wandering within it. Let's try this scene first. In a flash of thought, Su Chen infused 300 source power points into the Lona Temple, looked around, and with a slight gesture of his fingers, brought it into reality. At the same time, the anxious students finally realized that something was wrong. A dense white fog had spread around them at some point, obscuring the entrance of the hotel and also blocking the floating dream hearts in front of them. The street corner lights seemed to dim at this moment, and the dense white fog seemed to want to completely engulf this world. By the faint light, they couldn't see anything around them at all. Stop! Everyone, hold on. Stay calm. Something seems off around here. Later, the students who had not yet entered the battlefield quickly shouted to stop the fighting, and the battle on the field gradually came to a halt. The students looked around, feeling a growing sense of unease in their hearts. What's going on? Why is there suddenly so much fog? Damn it, who released this fog world? Is the purpose to muddy the waters? A student in a blue school uniform said, rubbing a strange creature resembling a fan in his hand and pointing it towards the mist at his side. The strange creature made a sound, and a strong wind burst out of its mouth, as if trying to completely blow away the fog in front of them. However, the fog remained unaffected by the change in wind direction, as if it didn't exist at all. What's going on? Why isn't my wind spirit working? The student with the wind spirit looked somewhat displeased. Something seems off, Xiao Zhang, Xiao Lu, let's retreat to the hotel. The leader of a small team that followed immediately made a decision, pulling his 2 team members and running towards the back, plunging into the mist. This action immediately prompted everyone to follow suit. Yeah, let's retreat. Back to the hotel. It's safe in the hotel, this weather is a bit strange, better be cautious. Damn it, let's wait for the fog to clear before looking for the Dream Heartland. Several groups of members who had left the hotel stopped what they were doing and also chose to walk quickly towards the hotel. However, the further they walked, the more something felt off. The fog thickened around them, drifting in all directions, and the path ahead seemed endless. Hey, guys, I remember we're not far from the hotel, right? We should have reached the steps by now. Also, do you guys feel that it's too quiet ahead? What about those few people who left earlier? As soon as these words were spoken, the footsteps of many students gradually slowed down. Indeed, there were still many people in the hotel who hadn't come out, so it didn't make sense for there to be no sound at all now. Hey, anyone there? If you hear me, say something. A student shouted loudly ahead. In the silent night, with the white fog rolling in, his voice echoed continuously, but there was no response. Gradually, the students' faces changed. Did we get the direction wrong? Should we go back first? A student suggested. Yeah, we definitely weren't far from the hotel where we were fighting earlier. If we keep going forward, we might end up going further away. How about we try going back? Let's go back. The students turned around and gradually disappeared into the mist. Ah, Zhou, I feel something's not right here. The white fog here always gives me an ominous feeling. Feeling? Often, is there something delicious? Idiot, always thinking about food. Be careful around us. Oh. In the group of students in the mist, 2 brothers, one tall and one thin, wearing white jackets, were vigilantly surveying their surroundings. The shorter one, called Afun, was the older brother, agile in his movements like a monkey, looking quite nimble. The taller one, called Zhou, had a sturdy frame, standing at 1.8 meters tall, looking intimidating, but with a somewhat silly look in his eyes. Both brothers had awakened to sea-level mental potential during the unified examination, and luckily ended up together. Tonight, the older brother, who thought he had seen a lot, brought his younger brother to try their luck. But who would have thought that a thick fog would trap them with the rest of the troops? This is really troublesome. Often pulled his slightly silly younger brother along, following the main group and moving forward. He kept surveying his surroundings, hoping to find the light of the hotel or some sparkling treasure. At a certain moment, his gaze suddenly stopped, and he saw several shiny dots on the west side of the main group. It seemed like treasure waiting for them to collect. Is this a hidden treasure in the secret realm? A reward for the exam? Afen muttered, his eyes brightening. Glancing around, the students ahead seemed not to have noticed this cluster of light. Is this my lucky day? He thought, slowing down with Ajo until they were at the back of the main group. Seeing the students ahead about to disappear into the mist, Afen seized the opportunity to pull Ajo out of the line. Afen, they're about to disappear. The tall Ajo had not yet figured out the situation. It's not good for them to come. Ajo, look to the left, Afen said excitedly. To the left? The tall Ajo scratched his head and turned to look, only to see a thick mist. But after blinking again, flickering lights like fireflies appeared from the front. This is a treasure. Oh, why are you standing there stupidly? Hurry up and go. Wait and someone else will snatch it, Afen said, ignoring Ajo and immediately running towards the light. Wait for me, Afen, aren't you afraid there might be monsters there? I heard that there are many monsters in this foggy weather. Monsters? Stop watching so many cartoons, Ajo, where are these monsters coming from? This is the Dream Master's unified exam. Afen turned his head and suddenly felt a burst of light ahead. Ha! Turning to look, the hazy white mist stopped behind him, and the ground beneath his feet turned into a green stone path. Ahead was an ancient temple. Looking closely at the plaque, it read, Lona Temple. Tall red walls surrounded the area, and in front of the plaque were several ancient sculptures holding objects similar to lanterns. Dressed in strange clothing, bald. The golden thing from before was the flame flickering in the lantern. Where is this? Afen looked around, only to see the white mist swirling and nothing visible. The familiar high-rise building jungle landscape was nowhere to be seen here. No, there were still trees. Afen looked up at the temple. An ancient mottled wutong tree stood in the middle of the temple, with few leaves on it, and the branches were so dense that they covered the sky like a net. Staring at the tree, he always had a sense of foreboding. Oh, Afen, have we entered someone's dream? I dreamt of this landscape before. There might be a female ghost inside. Dream? Fool, we are in an S-level dream right now. How could there be another layer of dream here? Afen said, rubbing his chin and thinking carefully for a while, suddenly coming up with an idea. Could this actually be a test of a secret realm? Suddenly appearing this temple at night must have something that can earn extra points. Ajo, let's go inside and take a look. Ha? Go inside? Fool, hurry up, don't you believe me, brother? Afen dragged Ajo towards the door. Just then, a pure voice came from inside the gate. Sisters, it seems like Grandma is back, come and greet her. The girl's voice was light and melodious, like a lark. Before Reizu could react, the temple's door had already opened a crack, and half of a body emerged from it. It was a girl in white, with a pure face that exuded an indescribable charm. Her green hair fell loose, wearing a complex ancient dress that reached the ground, the white cloth hanging from her shoulders revealing some fair skin below her neck. It sparked endless imagination. Female ghost, younger brother Ajo said dumbfoundedly. What female ghost, idiot? How can you call her a female ghost? Afen looked at the somewhat panicked girl in the temple and felt like his heart was about to jump out of his chest. Growing up in a small place, he had never seen such a beautiful girl before. Excuse me, is this the place where you can take on tasks to earn points? Afen said somewhat incoherently. Tasks? The girl looked a bit flustered at the mention and gestured for the two to leave quickly. There's only my sister here, no tasks. Sister? Before Afen could react, a charming voice could be heard from inside. Another student has arrived, sisters, come out and test the brothers. With these words, the temple's gates slowly opened, and a group of girls dressed in various colors walked out with smiles on their faces, pushing the girl aside and enthusiastically trying to pull Afen and Ajo into the house. Ah, what is this? At this moment, the audience watching Afen and Ajo's movements were dumbfounded. Ever since Chen led many students through the mist, they were curious about what Chen was up to. And now, what the heck? What is this? Chen created a spring dream? Is the scale of this test so large? Damn, please upload this dream to DreamNet, I want to pay to experience it. No, did Chen put so much thought into creating this dream? Is this considered corroding the hearts of other students? Oh my, is the legendary genius dream maker also going to end up in tears behind bars? As the audience was stunned, the camera in the live broadcast room took a long shot for the first time, as if explaining. In the view, the camera remained fixed as the fiery girls pulled the two brothers into the temple, and the stone path gradually twisted, with faces of greenish-blue color appearing before the audience as if drained. No, this is not a path here. It's clearly a chaotic graveyard. Bodies that seemed to have been drained of life were piled up like mountains, crows circled in the sky, emitting a terrifying sound. The two brothers Afan had just stepped on the bodies to enter the temple. The illusion prevented them from seeing it before. A spring dream? No, this is definitely a horrifying drama. Looking at the terrifying bodies on the ground, the audience collectively felt their scalps tingle. What is Su Chen doing, arranging such a scene? Is he going to tell ghost stories in the middle of the night, and will the students experience them one by one? Wait, did you guys notice that the big tree just moved a few times? Could that thing be alive? What is Su Chen planning to do? Is he trying to snatch away all the students' points who enter the temple? As the last audience member spoke, many viewers immediately gasped. No way, if Su Chen really does it, how high will his score be? Snatching points from over a dozen students in one night, isn't this guy defying the heavens on the spot? I feel like he's good at targeting people. Look, can these young people handle this dream? Shameless, actually doing such things for points. Turning from a fan to a hater. Ha ha, this kid is going to fail. In the DreamNet monitoring room, Chen Dahan, who was still watching Su Chen's actions on the screen, laughed heartily. Old man, this monster's performance is still lacking a bit, daring to go and steal points late at night? Isn't he afraid of death? Even if he snatches all the points in one go, it's useless. As an invigilator, Chen Dahan naturally knew some of the secrets. These points late at night were not so easily taken. By daylight, they all have to be swallowed. Not only that, they have to be thoroughly settled. This monster is finally going to be kicked out of the exam. As Chen Dahan was happy, he suddenly saw the old man Chen Fingqiu frowning at the screen, pondering something. Old man, what's wrong? You also can't stand this kid's actions anymore? Chen Dahan smiled. No, that's not right. Chen Fingqiu stroked his chin's white beard, somewhat uncertainly saying, maybe this kid doesn't want to steal points, but wants to practice. Practice? Practice what? Chen Dahan was stunned at the words, unable to understand what Chen Fingqiu was talking about. Dahan, you've seen Su Chen's information, right? A poor student, who has never left the urban area since childhood, the only thing he has been exposed to is textbook knowledge about dreamweavers. He doesn't have the same conditions as other students to try to construct dreams through some means without an awakening stage. Chen Dahan was stunned at the words. Old man, are you saying? Yes, this kid has just awakened as a dreamweaver, never had practical experience before, so he chose to come out at night and practice on these students. Chen Fingqiu stroked his beard and said slowly, if he really wanted to steal points, wouldn't it be better and faster to use his underworld dream realm? He is honing himself. Hone himself? The old man's words shocked Chen Dahan. Yes, this guy never intended to snatch any students' points. He is using students as whetstones to experiment with his dreams, hone his abilities. Su Chen was born outside the urban area, his resources cannot be compared to students from other economic zones. To excel in the Dreamweaver exam, talent alone is not enough, he needs a long period of dream practice. Other students could try dreaming before awakening with various dream tools, but Su Chen completely lacks this condition. Therefore, he chose to use students in the exam to hone his dreamweaving abilities in real combat. He sees all students as whetstones, improving his abilities under high pressure. This guy is simply crazy, Chen Dahan muttered in shock. He is testing the limits of his mental strength, facing 3 or even 10 enemies without recovery. A real madman. Standing at the top of the Lona Temple, Su Chen did not know what setting was being imagined for him outside. At this moment, he turned his head to look at the west side of the Lona Temple, where the students he had trapped were. There was a slight change here. Initially, all the students he had trapped were in a state of visual disturbance. Under his arrangement, they kept wandering around the Lona Temple. He was ready to harvest them one by one. But now, there was a slight change in the situation. As the trapped students ran around, they encountered a burly man who had just come out of a house. Over 2 meters tall, with a body like a small mountain, facial muscles connected, showing a fierce appearance. If it weren't for the fact that the other party was wearing a school emblem, it would be easy to mistake him for some dream creature. This person was a bit smarter. After encountering the mirage mist of the dragon, he found a solution after some attempts using some purification method. This was a bit troublesome. Currently, the female ghosts had just welcomed the two brothers, Afen and Ajo, into the temple, and the white mist in the students' eyes outside began to dissipate gradually. This was the result of the dragon being blessed with source power. Of course, if Su Chen increased the source power input, the white mist would definitely be able to overcome the purification power. It would be a bit of a loss to do this. I originally wanted to harvest them one by one, but then a strong man came. I can only try to capture them all at once. Su Chen thought, activating the candles at the entrance of the Lona Temple, making the light brighter, shining directly on the faces of the students through the layers of white mist. Seeing that their eyes were all attracted by the candlelight, Su Chen immediately sank his consciousness into his heart. The pages belonging to ancient China turned slowly, and a tall young man with a serious face and a hint of Buddha's aura between his eyebrows slowly appeared. Wearing a red monk's robe and carrying a string of orange-yellow prayer beads in his hand, he clasped his hands together and introduced himself as the abbot of Jinshan Temple, named Fahai. Since Lona Temple has been created, it is reasonable for the abbot of Jinshan Temple to appear here, right? Chen controlled the mirage dragon in the sky, which was still spewing invisible mist, slightly increased the spiritual output, slightly slowed down the dissipation of the mist, and at the same time, with a light touch of his finger, Fahai in his mind turned into a soul-like red shadow and descended into reality. The show has begun. As Fahai manifested, inside Lona Temple, a joyful scene unfolded. The two brothers, Afen and Ajo, were surrounded by many beautiful girls in the center of the temple, feeling a bit bewildered. "Classmate, this is our test for you." A beautiful woman in a red ancient-style dress leaned against Afen's shoulder, exhaling fragrance, causing the bewildered Afen to be enchanted. The tall brother Ajo next to him was not restrained by the scene, scratching his head and asking, "Sister, how do we pass this test?" "It's simple." The woman in red smiled and said, "Just stand still in the center of us and endure for 10 minutes. If you endure, you'll earn points." The woman patted Afen's face gently with her slender hand. "Ahem. Ajo, pay attention to your image. We are live now. Be careful not to embarrass us." Afen tried to shift the focus, coughing to reprimand his brother. "I'm not impressed by these tricks." He glanced at the white-clad girl standing among the many beauties. She looked a bit panicked, and as Afen's gaze fell on her, she subtly gestured for them to run. "What does this mean? Should they leave quickly?" Afen was taken aback, but before he could think further, the woman in red beside him noticed his gaze. "Oh, so you like someone like Nie Xiaoqian, huh? Xiaoqian, come and test this classmate." The woman in red gestured towards Nie Xiaoqian. "Ah, no, I'm not." Afen's face immediately turned red at the words, becoming somewhat incoherent. Just then, he saw a look of pity in Nie Xiaoqian's eyes. Before he could react, he suddenly noticed the smiles on the faces of the girls around him growing stronger, all making a gesture as if to suck something in. Somehow, Afen suddenly felt extremely exhausted, his vision becoming extremely blurry. The woman in red supporting him chuckled and pushed him, causing Afen to feel as if he had overexerted himself. His legs twitched, losing strength, and he fell heavily to the ground, his unprotected face making intimate contact with the ground, emitting a thud. Ouch! Before he could cry out in pain, he heard a thud as his silly brother fell beside him. Barely turning his head, he saw his brother lying on the ground, saying dully, "Afen, I suddenly feel so sleepy, I want to sleep." "What's going on?" Afen realized something was wrong, panicked, looked around, and saw all the girls with extremely flushed faces. The leading woman in red was standing next to him, extending her hand to lick her paw. Paw! Afen's pupils shrank as he watched in horror. At some point, fine red-brown hair had grown on the woman's palm, and the animal-like hair spread all over her body along her skin. The beautiful face now looked more enchanting. Amidst the enchantment, a nose resembling a fox and unmistakably non-human-like whiskers grew on her face. Seeing Afen's gaze coming over, a smile appeared on the fox's face. "Lie down obediently, wait for grandma to come back, and turn you all into dried humans to pave the way." "Help!" The loud cry for help from the temple attracted the students walking on the bluestone road. "What's going on? Is something happening inside? Could there be an ambush? Sure go, what should we do next?" The students stopped in their tracks and turned their heads to the side of the group, where a young man as tall as a small mountain stood. He was Zhu Shi, the student who had previously seen through the mirage fog. He was a student from a top-ranked high school in the Sanxia district, ranking in the top 100 on the Huaxiao points list. Due to his unique physique, the students from the Sanxia district quickly recognized him. Seeing a master entering the group, the lost students took Zhu Shi as the core of the team until he led them out of the fog completely. Listening to the inquiries of the crowd, Zhu Shi closed his eyes and listened carefully for a while before saying, "It seems like 2 students are trapped inside. This place is very likely a trap." "A trap?" The students panicked, looking around with a wary expression. Why did the fog suddenly slow down its dispersal? Didn't we all use purification? Could it be that this fog intentionally led us here, with the purpose of making us go in? But this is a secret realm. According to the teacher, opportunities and risks coexist. If we can solve the problems here, we might gain benefits beyond imagination. The words of the last student made everyone hesitate for a moment. They looked at the majestic ancient temple, which didn't seem to have traps no matter how they looked at it. Just as the crowd was about to ask for Zhu Shi's opinion, footsteps quietly sounded from the mist behind them. Who? Zhu Shi, with extremely acute hearing, was the first to react, pushing through the crowd and turning his head. In the depths of the mist, a young man wrapped in a red cloth was slowly walking towards them, around 25 or 26 years old. He wore an unknown red robe, plain linen shoes, and a string of yellow-orange beads on his hand. Seeing the hostile gazes of the crowd, the young man stopped, bowed slightly with one hand in a gesture of respect, and said, Amatba, I am a Fahai. Dear donors, the demonic energy here is too heavy. Please leave quickly, it is not suitable to stay long. Donors? Demonic energy? Is the demonic energy caused by this white fog? This Fahai's attire is so strange. Is he a special dream creature from Dream City? Trying to drive us away. He seems to be trying to stop us from going in. Could he be here to help us? Sure go, what should we do now? After carefully observing the monk in front of him, Zhu Shi pondered for a moment and asked, Demonic energy? Is it very dangerous inside? It seems like we have companions trapped in there. Oh, someone has already gone in? Fahai frowned upon hearing this. That's not good. There is a great demon in the temple that has been formed from a 1,000-year-old tree. Those who go in might end up like the people dried up on this road now. Road? Zhu Shi was taken aback, looking down at the bluestone pavement, which seemed normal with no abnormalities. Please leave, dear donors. Fahai said, moving to the front of the queue, clasping his hands together and making a strange sound with his mouth. Amit Ba. With the sound, suddenly the magnificent and towering temple made of red bricks and the bluestone ancient road under their feet changed. In the blink of an eye, the cawing of crows echoed from the sky. The road they were standing on felt somewhat bone-like, and looking down, layers of dried human skin piled up on both sides of the road, forming mountains of nameless skeletons. Damn! I curse your brother! Many students standing on their faces felt their legs go numb, a chill creeping from their feet to their brains. In just a few steps, they wanted to escape this place of trouble. And the spell of Fahai seemed to have stirred up the entire chaotic graveyard, with the sound of bones cracking coming from the casually discarded corpses, the lifeless bodies standing up under some unknown force. Damn, could this be someone creating a death dream? What death dream? It's clearly a chaotic burial ground. I've seen it in my dreams before. So disgusting, the human skin I just stepped on is moving. I'm getting goosebumps. Wait, they seem to be coming towards us. Get ready to fight. Fight what? Run. As the students trembled in fear, Zhu Shi stood beside Fahai and shouted, Don't panic, everyone stand behind me. With these words, Zhu Shi let out a low growl, his school uniform bursting layer by layer, revealing muscles all over his body. At the same time, a crimson light surrounded Zhu Shi, his body gradually revealing a set of crimson armor, his hands covered in unknown dark golden gloves. He looked like a warrior about to enter the battlefield. Just as Zhu Shi was about to kick away a slowly rising face skin below, Fahai stopped him, saying, Please step back, let me handle everything here. They are just ordinary people who were killed by monsters here, their souls unable to be reincarnated. May Buddha have mercy. Allow me to guide them. With that, Fahai took a step forward, clasped his hands together, and recited a cryptic and difficult-to-understand passage. Thus have I heard, at one time the Buddha was in Shrivasthi. As Fahai chanted, the trembling face skins that were trying to move stopped, the withered bodies preparing to stand up from the pile of corpses also stopped their movements, standing still in place. So powerful? What kind of control ability is this? Seeing that everything around them was gradually coming under control, the brave students looked over. This Fahai seems to have some real power. Amatba, what does this mean? A spell? It sounds like a control-type awakening spell. I've never seen it before. Could he be a wizard? He looks quite righteous, not like someone here to harm us. Could this actually be a test for us? A student suddenly had a flash of insight. Should we follow Fahai into the temple, rescue the two hostages, and earn some points? This idea immediately gained support from many people. Following this, everyone was eager to come and teach these motionless creatures a lesson. But at this moment, Fahai's chanting also came to an end. He sighed, clasped his hands together, bowed gently, and in an instant, all the corpses on the road ahead disappeared, revealing a messy stone path underneath. As they took in this scene, the students' pupils dilated, collectively taking in a sharp breath. Damn! No way? Not a control spell? The boss just chanted a spell and all the bodies disappeared? What is this? Compassion? Even the ashes are gone. Damn, this person seems quite powerful. Why does he look like a key figure in Dream City? Could this really be a trigger for a large-scale mission scene here? Master, is there anything we need to do? Tell us, we can do it. Fahai, who had guided all the bodies, nodded slightly at the words, I see that you all have abilities. If you are not afraid of monsters, you can join me in exorcising demons and evil spirits. Exorcising demons and evil spirits? The concept of demons and monsters, Zhu Shi and others have heard of it, of course, only in online virtual novels. In reality, what they have to face is always just the starry sky behemoths. Not like demons or monsters, but starry sky behemoths with a deep-seated hatred for humans. At the moment, the examinees are more inclined to believe that this is a trial, and completing the trial can bring some rewards. Brother Shi, what do you think? Should we follow them? A student walked up to Zhu Shi and whispered. Yes, from what I see now, this person doesn't seem to have any malicious intent. Zhu Shi pondered for a moment. With the captain's permission, those few examinees who wanted to retreat had no more thoughts, and everyone followed in the footsteps of Fahai, walking towards the Lona Temple along the stone path. Along the way, Zhu Shi looked at Fahai, who was slightly shorter than him, and asked, Master, what does the chanting of Umatba and My Buddha is compassionate mean? Oh? Fahai's eyebrows twitched slightly at the question. Are you asking what Buddha really is? My Buddha comes from the western Pure Land, resides on Mount Ling, with a Buddha named Tathagata, after countless eons, transcending the mundane to attain the supreme truth. Below him are 10 great disciples named Jinchuan, Shariputra. My Buddha embraces compassion, saving sentient beings is his duty. We Buddhist practitioners are all the same. On a short stretch of road to Lona Temple, Fahai constructed a new and fresh system and worldview for Zhu Shi in simple and clear language. Western Pure Land, Mount Ling, Tathagata Buddha. Zhu Shi was even more shocked as he listened. The students next to him might have just listened to it as a story, but he keenly discovered the true meaning behind it. This seems to be a complete system of Taoism or a heritage. For a dreamweaver, this is the cornerstone of an S-level dream potential. If one can delve deep into the stories and obtain a knowledge system with clear logic and no loopholes, such gains are no less than inheriting the legacy of an S-level dreamweaver. Zhu Shi could already imagine, if he were to create the Tathagata Buddha of the Buddha Tao, what kind of power would that be? Not only Zhu Shi, but many strong observers watching this process also thought of it. In Linhai City, inside the Lord's mansion, the fiery-tempered Lu Yun stood up excitedly as she listened to Fahai's words. From those few words, she could clearly see a whole new world. A complete system. A key to creating S-level dreams. As long as she continued to listen to Fahai's explanation. This is truly a priceless treasure. First the underworld, then the so-called Buddha Tao. How much more is Chen hiding? Could it be that this kid really received the legacy of an S-level dreamweaver somewhere in Linhai City? Inside the dreamnet, Chen Fingxiu, who was sipping a glass of wine, also put down his wine glass upon hearing about the Buddha Tao system, his expression serious. The 2 words of Tathagata kept repeating in his mouth, feeling as if they contained countless mysteries. This kid is actually refining his dream-making abilities while experimenting with new dreams? Could he be trying to create another S-level dream in the exam? Zhu Shi obviously realized this point, and when he was about to ask something excitedly, Fahai's steps came to a halt. Lona Temple, they had arrived. In front of the temple gate, which had already revealed its true form, the dilapidated gate could still faintly hear the cries of 2 people inside. Umatba, young friends, I will deal with the demons and monsters. You are responsible for rescuing your companions, Fahai said, reaching out and pointing at the temple gate. With a loud rumble, the gate of Lona Temple split into 5 pieces, dust flying everywhere. Inside, more than a dozen foxes dressed in human clothes, standing upright, came into view of the examinees. The center of the foxes is the spirit of malaise, almost unable to even shout out the Often brothers. Damn! There are students trapped inside. What is this, so bizarre? Monsters! Are they asking us to take action? The students watched this scene eagerly. They all thought that the current situation was arranged by DreamNet, and the benefits obtained from completing the instance would naturally be divided according to the amount of effort put in. Now is the perfect time for them to show their skills. Master Fahai, please wait on the side, let us handle this. Zhu Shi roared, his facial muscles tensed, and he pounced towards the pile of foxes like a fierce tiger, his palms cutting through the air with bursts of sonic booms, as if he wanted to slap the foxes to death. But to everyone's surprise, in the face of Zhu Shi's attack, the foxes showed no intention of dodging, instead collectively making a sucking sound with smiles on their faces. In an instant, as he leaped through the air, he suddenly felt dizzy, and his mental strength, which had been abundant, seemed to dissipate in an instant as if experiencing a strange dream. What? Zhu Shi's fierce expression changed, realizing the danger when he had no strength left to defend. Facing the smiling faces of the foxes, he quickly disarmed himself, like a sick cat, and fell to the ground next to Afin and Zhou. Brother, are you here to deliver food? They happen to be hungry. Zhou looked blankly at Zhu Shi beside him. Be careful, these monsters seem to absorb our mental strength. Afin, who was late to react, said weakly. Absorb mental strength? Hearing this, the faces of the dream creators changed drastically, and their eager actions immediately stopped, making way for Fahai. Master, it's better for you to handle this. Master, I think the previous suggestion was good. we'll save the people, and leave these monsters to you, master. Sometimes, not showing off is also a skill, right, brothers? For novice dream creators, their attack methods rely entirely on their mental strength, and at the moment, these foxes were clearly suppressing them. Didn't you see the top players of Huaxia directly falling flat on the ground? If they went over, wouldn't one fox be able to drain them? There's a bald donkey here. It seems like your mental strength is even more abundant than theirs. What a feast! The foxes noticed Fahai and left drooling. Sisters, let's attack together. Leave them all here. After draining their mental strength, we'll hand them over to Grandma as fertilizer for the wisteria tree. The foxes grinned, tearing off their obstructive clothes, and in a flash, they appeared around the group at lightning speed, using their previous tricks again. In an instant, everyone felt a mental shock and malaise. Just as everyone was about to collapse, Fahai sighed, clasping his hands together, Umatba. His voice seemed to spread a certain power, and the feeling of impending death disappeared instantly. Dabbling in trivial skills dares to show off, great dragon's might, great law mantra. Fahai's clasped hands formed a single hand seal, his expression solemn, his kasaya fluttered without wind, rising up to reveal a golden dragon with 8 claws engraved on Fahai's body. With the movement of the hand seal, the golden dragon on Fahai's back came to life. The golden dragon's eyes shone brightly, detached from Fahai's body, roaring and sweeping towards the fox demons ahead. The energy contained within stirred the air, creating ripples out of thin air. The speed was even faster than anyone could imagine. Before the fox demons could react, the golden light fiercely struck them. Puff! Almost simultaneously, the immense force sent the fox demons flying, each one completely powerless, shrinking in size, collectively turning into more than 10 foxes of unknown life or death. Hiss! Damn, those foxes that can be taken out with just one hand can't even pass a move under the master's hands. They're done with just one glance. The crowd gasped in cold air, suddenly understanding the weight of the self-proclaimed Buddhist and Taoist cultivator in front of them. It seems like the master's style is different from ours. Is the master really a dream creator? Looks fierce, at least B-level strength, right? Hard to say, the master's attack methods are completely different from ours, quite cool. Zhu Shi, who went from a fierce tiger to a sick cat, looked at this scene, his eyes shining even more. This kind of attack method is the way he longed for. Before becoming a dream creator, he had decided on his direction of development as a dream creator, only creating weapons and armor, to challenge the starry sky beasts with his own body. This style is known as ancient martial arts. It is said that in ancient times, dream creators challenged starry sky beasts in this way. And now, Zhu Shi saw a new direction in Fahai's attack methods. Perhaps he could combine physical and magical training while challenging with his body. Flexing his muscles and beating enemies, shouting "May the Buddha be merciful" and Umatba at the same time. Not only that, even though he couldn't get a closer look lying on the ground, Zhu Shi discovered that the golden dragon was Fahai's tattoo. The tattoo on his body actually had an attacking effect. So cool! Just thinking about this scene is so exciting. Zhu Shi felt a rush of blood to his head. He struggled to get up from the ground and knelt towards Fahai. Master, please accept me as your disciple. Disciple is willing to join Buddhism. Become a Buddhist cultivator. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire audience watching the live broadcast exploded. Accepting disciples? They had just met not long ago. The candidates inside were not sure about Fahai's situation, didn't they know? Damn, the top 100 students in China are kneeling down to ask Fahai to accept them as disciples? This Fahai is just a dream creation of Chen. My goodness, this number 1 is definitely a monster. What Fahai said about the Buddhist and Taoist system is so convincing. Chen is really strong, creating a character with such charm. Accepting disciples? Chen, who was watching the situation on the scene, was a bit stunned. Did this big guy really kneel down to his creation like this? Is Fahai's charisma so strong? But this guy did harvest a wave of source power for me. When Zhu Shi knelt down, Chen's panel prompt skyrocketed at rocket speed. The source power that was originally consumed to 2,500 points suddenly soared to 3,200 points in an instant. Many new faces contributed hundreds of points of source power to him. The trip to Lona Temple was a great success. It was time to stop now. These students in front of me are still a bit green. If I release the tree demon granny, they would probably be hung up and dried directly. Even if Fahai fights the tree demon granny again, he may not be able to harvest much source power. Find a reason to stop while you're ahead. As for accepting disciples, let Fahai handle it casually, we'll talk about it if it's meant to be. Chen thought, glancing at the time. It was close to 8 o'clock, still some time before midnight. Perhaps he could explore this dream and do something else. Speaking of which, what happened to that drifting dream heart from before? How did it disappear in the blink of an eye? I'll look for it later when I have time, and exchange it for money. Amidst the swirling thoughts, the story in Lona Temple continued. Fahai, who had dealt with the foxes, wrapped himself back in his kasaya and nodded slightly at Zhu Shi. Amitba, the wrathful Vajra appearance borne by the donor is a true Buddhist appearance, indeed destined to be connected with Buddha. So, does the master agree to accept me as a disciple? Zhu Shi listened to Fahai's words with great joy. Amitba, may I ask the donor's name? Fahai smiled. Surname Zhu, the red color of Zhu, given name Shi, the stone of stone. Zhu Shi. A good name. If the benefactor wishes to follow the path of the Buddha like me and become a monk, if you bow into the Jinshan temple at this moment, you will be enlightened, and I will give you the Buddhist name Zheneng. Named Zhu Zheneng. Buddhist name, become a monk. Zhu Zheneng. Zhu Shi muttered a few words softly, feeling that there were some profound philosophies hidden within. Overjoyed, he couldn't help but say, "Thank you, master," Zhu Shi said, struggling to get up from the ground. Unexpectedly, a young girl suddenly appeared beside him, bumped into him, and shouted for her sister as she ran to the foxes who were in a life-and-death situation. It was Nie Xiaoqian who had not participated in the battle. Her appearance immediately captivated the male candidates present, causing them to feel a slight fondness involuntarily. A demon? Fahai saw the girl and the golden light in his hand flashed again. Master, this person is not a bad person. Afen, who was lying on the ground, quickly said, she tried to save me before. Afen tried hard to get up from the ground, but he was too weak and couldn't muster the strength. Amitba, benefactor, you are mistaken. There is no demon here that does not harm people. Fahai had no intention of holding back and extended his hand towards Nie Xiaoqian. Unexpectedly, a tree branch flew from the west and fiercely struck Fahai's hand. Another one. Fahai frowned, his hand changed the spell, controlling the golden light to strike the incoming tree branch. The candidates who were watching followed the direction of the tree branch and their eyes widened involuntarily. It was the giant wisteria tree standing in the temple. At this moment, it seemed to have a withered and old face on its trunk, and as everyone looked at it, it opened its mouth angrily. A hoarse voice sounded. Who do you think you are, bald donkey, coming to ruin my good things? Now that the mist is rising again, everyone can have fun with me here. The hoarse voice seemed to carry a strange energy, causing those who heard it to feel dizzy and their ears to bleed. Oh no, master, this seems to be their grandmother, the strongest one here. The clever Afen reacted first and shouted. Fahai's expression became serious. Thousand-year tree demon, I didn't expect you to have cultivated to such a level. Today, this monk will act on behalf of the heavens. As Fahai spoke, he shook his cassock, which visibly expanded around him at a rapid speed. Everyone felt a flash of crimson before their eyes, and their bodies felt light as they were directly transported out of the Lona Temple by the cassock. Amitba, young friends, a great fog is rising, and Lona Temple will be transported to another place by the demon's magic. This is not a demon you can face, so leave first. Fahai's voice echoed in everyone's ears. Demon magic transportation? Leave first? Zhu Zheneng, who was thrown out, was stunned by the words, suddenly realizing that something was wrong. He quickly shouted, Master, where should I look for you? Zheneng, remember, where there is Buddha in your heart, everywhere is Buddha. This monk will be waiting for you at the Jinshan Temple. Jinshan Temple? Master, where is the Jinshan Temple? Zhu Zheneng shouted, only to find himself falling heavily to the ground, surrounded by a colorful night. As the white mist cleared, the Jinshan Temple was nowhere to be seen. The previous experience felt like a dream. Jinshan Temple, Jinshan Temple. Zhu Zheneng muttered a few times, feeling lost. The master he had just bowed to was gone? He hadn't learned anything. Wait. Not everything was lost. For example, shaving his head, wearing the cassock that represented the Buddha's path. Zhu Zheneng touched his head, lost in thought. On the other side, in the alley, watching the Lona Temple being taken back into his dream-making heart again, Chen breathed a long sigh of relief. He turned and walked towards a nearby street. With the task of Lona Temple temporarily completed, it was time to continue causing trouble. He focused on the underground buildings belonging to the underworld within the dream-making heart, realizing that the previous lack of attack power displayed by the underworld needed to be supplemented. Taking out the Yin soldiers in the ghost city alone is still not enough to make a scene. If we want to turn the nearby area into a ghost city and tell ghost stories, we naturally need more Yin soldiers. Arrangements can be made for the Grim Reapers to claim lives and for the Yin soldiers to possess bodies. As long as I didn't summon the Oxhead and Horseface, no one would know that I summoned the Yin soldiers. Chen thought to himself, preparing to find a safe place to perfect the next stage of the underworld, and perhaps gather some ghost stories from Liu Zhai. Suddenly, the sound of weapons clashing was heard. Along with the sound, a familiar male voice could be heard. "Sisters, stop fighting, the monster is about to wake up." Is that Jiang Li's voice? Su Chen's expression changed upon hearing this, quietly moving forward towards the direction of the voice, eventually arriving at a clearing piled with a large amount of debris. The sounds of fighting were coming from a room next to the debris pile. The house was not large, with about 3 bedrooms in total, and a dilapidated sliding door at the entrance with flickering lights inside. Su Chen approached quietly and found a warning sign in front of the door. There is a ferocious beast sleeping inside. It will eat people. There will definitely be an extra food inside. Feed the beast to receive a reward. Note, the beast does not like loud noises in the room. If it wakes up hungry, it will eat 2 people. This must be the secret realm, similar to a dungeon. As long as the task is completed, a reward can be obtained. The Jiang siblings have found a good place, Su Chen thought, peering inside through a crack in the door. His gaze froze. On either side of Jiang Li stood a young woman. Their appearances, demeanor, and weapons were all identical. So that's the situation. As the sign indicated, there would definitely be an extra food inside, meaning there would be an additional person who looked the same. The examinees entering must distinguish between the real and the fake, and they must not make too much noise. Su Chen thought, watching as Jiang Li stopped the 2 Jiang Hong spoons from fighting, and began to ask questions. Replicas will always show errors, right? Sisters, what is my birthday? October 4th. Both Jiang Hong spoons on the left and right answered simultaneously. What was my favorite game when I was a child? Jiang Li asked. Neither of them could answer. It seems this replica has inherited the memories and abilities of the original. How do we tell them apart? Jiang Li was at a loss. Knock her out, I'm the real one. Both Jiang Hong spoons said coldly at the same time. Even at this moment, their actions and expressions remained consistent, as if there were always 2 Jiang Hong spoons in the world. Asia. Jiang Li, watching this scene, suddenly had a bright idea. Both of you stay still, whoever moves is Jiang Hong spoon. Okay, the 2 Jiang Hong spoons said in unison. I'm not talented, I recently learned a new skill called dream item creation, called purification idol. Show your true form to me, Jiang Li said, closing his eyes to concentrate. A bird emitting a green light appeared from around him and shot 2 beams of light towards the Jiang Hong spoons on both sides. Sizzle! Accompanied by a strange noise, beams of light circulated around the 2 Jiang Hong spoons. But their appearance remained unchanged. Obviously, purification cannot make the replicant appear. The audience following Su Chen immediately became interested when they saw this scene. This challenge instance is quite interesting. How can we find the replicant without making a big noise? It's a bit difficult not to fight. Maybe the original can defeat the replicant in a fight. If replication is not effective, it seems that we can only try to probe by asking questions one by one. Asking questions is also difficult. This situation is interesting. No matter how you do it, it feels wrong. Wait, what is Su Chen doing? Does he want to go in? As the audience spoke, Su Chen, who had already observed the situation, smiled and made his way to the sliding door of the warehouse. It seems like you need some help, he said, quickly attracting the 3 people inside who were in a standoff. Su Chen? Jiang Li's eyes lit up at the sound. Wait, don't come in yet. You have to solve the instance before you can leave. I know who is real and who is fake, Su Chen smiled. Oh, you know? Jiang Li was surprised, and quickly said, brother, this replicant is very clever. Even I can't tell the difference between real and fake. In the absence of purification, can you tell who is real just by asking questions? Of course, but according to the rules, all the treasures in this challenge instance will be yours, as long as you can clear it. The speaker was the 2 Jiang Hongxiao, and the other's ice blue eyes were fixed on Su Chen, speaking in a flat tone. Deal. Su Chen snapped his fingers at the words and stepped into the warehouse. As soon as he entered the warehouse, he felt a chill rush over him, and he heard a faint sound, as if someone was breathing in their sleep. Looking towards the end of the warehouse, where the light could not reach the wall, there were a pair of tightly closed eyes, like a sleeping monster. What are you going to do? The 2 Jiang Hongxiao put away their weapons and walked to Su Chen's left and right. After carefully examining them, Su Chen turned and asked, what counts as feeding? Just push the fake one into that wall, both Jiang Hongxiao said at the same time. Su Chen, you have to be careful, these 2 sisters can't even tell the difference between me and my real brother, Jiang Li whispered. Do you have a plan? Can you tell me in advance? In the comments, there were conspiracy theorists discussing in a sneaky manner. Faced with Jiang Li's question, Su Chen just smiled and did not answer. He held his hands out, and in his mind, the pages of the ancient Chinese book turned slowly, revealing an illustration of a strange beast on one side. This strange beast had a tiger's head, a single horn on top, ears like a white dog, and the body of a black dragon. It was called Diligent Listener. It could use its ears to distinguish all things and hear people's thoughts. It was a symbol of the auspicious beast of wisdom. I was planning to use this beast when confirming the intelligence, but now it's just right to bring it out, Chen said as he looked at the strange beast gradually appearing in the warehouse, injecting it with 300 points of source power. With the injection of source power, the diligent listener's eyes, which were flashing with different colors, gradually became agile. Wow, this beast is so cool, Chen. Can it distinguish between real and fake things? Jiang Li asked curiously. Before Chen could answer, the diligent listener turned its head towards the two Jiang Hongxiao, closed its eyes, and bent down as if listening to something on the ground. After a moment, Di Ting stood up and said, I already know who is fake. Who? Both Jiang Hongxiao asked at the same time. After carefully examining the two of them, Di Ting's beast claw moved slightly and pointed to the deepest part of the warehouse, where the sleeping monster lay. Please stand on either side of the monster. Is this to prevent the duplicate from going berserk? Hearing Di Ting's words, all the audience thought of this point. This monster is so clever. Love it. Why do the creations made by Chen have such lifelike expressions and movements? But can Jiang Hongxiao really trust him? What if they don't trust him? Upstairs, haven't you figured out the situation yet? Jiang Hongxiao and Jiang Li can't tell who is real and who is fake, and Di Ting brought by Chen is their only lifeline. Yes, if they don't trust him, they will have to fight desperately with the monster and the duplicate, which is obviously a last resort. But can we really determine who is real and who is fake just by listening on the ground? Why do I feel so unreliable? When the audience doubted Di Ting, the story inside the warehouse continued. Both of you, now it's best to trust me. Chen smiled and said, retrieve all your creations, close your eyes, stand in place, and wait for Di Ting's judgment. Retrieving all their creations. Both Jiang Hongxiao frowned at the words, then sighed, and their ice blue eyes flickered as all the weapons and equipment on their bodies disappeared. I hope your judgment is correct, that I am real, they both said simultaneously. With that, they both cooperatively stood at the deepest part of the warehouse, on either side of the unlit wall. This was the monster's mouth, and if someone pushed one of them inward, the duplicate would immediately end. The duplicate would follow the will of the original until it was exposed by Di Ting. If that happened, it might self-destruct immediately, causing a loud noise and waking up the monster. Therefore, Chen's plan was currently the most secure. The premise, however, was whether he really knew who Jiang Hongxiao was. Jiang Li on the side could only watch anxiously, placing his hopes on this genius who could create S-level dreamscapes. I hope I didn't misjudge, this monster seems less reliable than my purifying god statue. As he felt a hint of worry creeping into his heart, Di Ting turned his head and stared at Jiang Li with his tiger eyes, speaking slowly, Kid, don't doubt my abilities. Back then, the monkey who caused havoc in the heavenly palace with the six-eared macaque, even the true and false immortals couldn't distinguish them, as they transcended the three realms and were beyond the five elements. Only I and the Buddha from the Western heaven truly know who is real and who is fake. You should apologize for your ignorance. The monkey causing havoc in the heavenly palace with the six-eared macaque? The Buddha from the Western heaven. Jiang Li was stunned, unable to understand the meaning behind it. But the audience had their speculations. The Buddha from the Western heaven, isn't that the ancestor of Buddhism mentioned by Master Fahai before? Can Di Ting really be connected to the Buddha from the Western heaven? Wait, didn't you hear Di Ting claim to be from the underworld? The underworld is an S-level death dream. The underworld can actually be connected to Buddhism. Not only that, the key point is the havoc in the heavenly palace. The heavenly palace, this name seems to correspond to the underworld. Could it be another S-level dream? When the last audience member spoke, everyone gasped in shock. Yes, the heavenly palace and the underworld, who would believe they have no connection? The dream creations and dream beasts seem to be intertwined. They could see a vast and colorful world from the snippets of information from these characters and beasts. This was an experience like never before. Xinghe District, travel writer Gu Jin listened to the words in the live broadcast room while quickly jotting down everything she knew on paper. The heavenly palace, the underworld, the Buddhist way, the Lona Temple. There seemed to be some connection between these dream creations. Can S-level dreams interact with other dreams? Under the intertwining of these dreams, it seems like they want to create a special world. A world different from the present era, a colorful world. That world has demons and monsters, with the underworld below, the heavenly palace above, and even cultivation methods completely different from today. The people in that world wear clothing completely different from now, like attire from ancient times. Gu Jin became more and more excited as she spoke. She felt impatient to pick up her suitcase and travel to this vast world. Unfortunately, the underworld and Lona Temple were not yet complete. The heavenly palace might just be something mentioned by the storyteller. As for the monkey causing havoc in the heavenly palace, Gu Jin couldn't imagine how powerful a creature must be to cause chaos in an S-level dream. What legendary stories surround it? I hope Chen can quickly improve his level, complete the creation of this world, and I will definitely find an opportunity to travel there. Gu Jin vowed silently in her heart. Meanwhile, as Gu Jin and others were amazed, many A-level dreamweavers frowned. Connect S-level dreams? Does this guy know what he's doing? A slight mistake could turn all these dreams into nothing. He's only F-level. Too careless. Chen Fingxiu, who had watched the live broadcast, said with a frown. They had experimented with connecting dreams before, and the results were very unsatisfactory. Even with 5 S-level dreamweavers working together, they couldn't link several S-level dreams, let alone go further. There were many things to consider, and the required energy and mental strength were astronomical figures. Even with the full efforts of 5 S-level dreamweavers, they couldn't create a dream world surpassing S-level dreams. The product of merging multiple S-level dreams ultimately became a larger S-level dream. If it weren't for subsequent improvements, this dream would have almost vanished on the spot. Even so, this dream suffered huge damage and couldn't be used to fight against the cosmic behemoth, only for internal exams. Yes, this failed world is the DreamNet. This giant dream that spans worlds. If S-level dreamweavers couldn't do it, how could Chen? Chen Fingxiu believed Chen was a genius, but the current Chen was still an immature genius. There was a huge gap between F-level and S-level that couldn't be bridged by simply increasing mental strength. It required years of accumulation and even the efforts of dozens of generations of a family. He can't afford to go astray. Unfortunately, according to the rules of the unified exam, I can't intervene in any substantive way. Chen Fingxiu looked at Chen with concern. In about a month, this child shouldn't go astray so quickly. It's okay to destroy a few S-level dreams as long as no one gets hurt. As the outside world connected various things to the words of the storyteller, Jiang Li had already bowed his head with a smile and apologized. I'm sorry, I was wrong to question you. He hadn't actually said those words out loud. He was just thinking to himself. He didn't expect this strange beast to respond as if it could hear his thoughts directly. This seemed to be a top-notch observation skill. Jiang Li naturally didn't believe that there was something that could eavesdrop on people's thoughts. Rather than eavesdropping on thoughts, he believed that this strange beast could hear what ordinary people could hear. For example, the flow of blood in the brain, the number of heartbeats supplying blood, etc. The other party may have heard his thoughts through a series of reactions. This also indicates that this alien can determine that there is a completely non-human voice in Jiang Hongxiao's clone. Listening to Jiang Li's apology, Diting turned his head in satisfaction, looking at the two Jiang Hongxiao standing on the left and right. After a moment, it slowly determined a direction and firmly walked towards the Jiang Hongxiao standing on the left. Ha! The Jiang Hongxiao standing on the left closed her eyes and lightly frowned as she listened to the voice. Why is this alien walking towards her? She is the real Jiang Hongxiao. Just as this thought crossed Jiang Hongxiao's mind, Diting's voice sounded leisurely. You are doubtful in your heart, questioning me, thinking that you are the real one, right? You see, the clone definitely thinks of itself as the real body. Of course, please don't rush, I'm just coming over to take a closer look. While Diting spoke, it kept hovering around the Jiang Hongxiao on the left, showing no intention of leaving. Could it be that the one on the left is fake? What is Diting doing? Why doesn't it just push the fake one in on the left? Is it hesitating? It seems like we know which one is real and which one is fake. The camera in Jiang Hongxiao's live room is showing a distant angle, and we can't tell who is real and who is fake in the live room. Is Diting saying this to appease the fake Jiang Hongxiao? Is it just wandering around looking for an opportunity? As the discussion in the live room continued, Diting suddenly fixed its gaze, opened its mouth wide, and let out a loud roar. Roar! It's now! With the roar, its body stood tall, as if with a powerful force, fiercely rushing towards the Jiang Hongxiao on the left. As if it wanted to directly strike Jiang Hongxiao into the monster's mouth with a thunderous blow. Ha! The Jiang Hongxiao on the left reacted quickly, swiftly squatting down, and a shimmering light flashed on her body, a layer of armor engraved with an infinite starry sky quietly attached to her. Diting's attack was a bit slow. Not only that, why did it have to shout so loudly while attacking? What is Diting doing? Shouting so loudly, but the attack speed is so slow, isn't it? Now it doesn't matter who is real and who is fake. The monster is definitely going to wake up, and once it does, it will eat two people. Damn, this alien doesn't seem very smart. Now there's a good show to watch. When the monster wakes up, it will be another fierce battle. Hope Chen gets eaten, he's too much of a burden to his teammates. Just when the audience thought the situation was irreversibly heading towards the worst outcome, a terrified scream from Jiang Hongxiao came from the right side of the warehouse. No! The camera in the live room quickly cut to the front of Jiang Hongxiao, only to see the figure of a minotaur appearing in front of Jiang Hongxiao out of nowhere. The minotaur from the underworld had manifested itself at some point. Taking advantage of everyone being distracted by the noise on the left, it appeared silently and gave Jiang Hongxiao a fierce impact. It directly slammed the unresponsive Jiang Hongxiao on the right into the wall. In almost an instant, the completely dark wall of the warehouse absorbed half of the body of the Jiang Hongxiao on the right, and her body transformed at a visible speed, eventually turning into a headless white monster. The monster struggled, howled, and tried hard to pull its head out of the warehouse wall, but to no avail. The wall seemed to have a suction force that slowly engulfed its entire body. On the other side, Ting, after a show of strength, took a leap back, creating distance between itself and Jiang Hongxiao. Obviously, it never occurred to it to fight against Jiang Hongxiao. Everything it did was to attract attention, to make the replica on the right relax its vigilance, thus giving Su Chen an opportunity. Yes, as a dream creature created by Su Chen, Ting knew who was real and who was fake, so Su Chen knew who was real and who was fake. In order to smoothly send the replica into the monster's mouth, he and Ting sang a duet. The current scene is not difficult to understand. The audience in the live broadcast room watched the scene and felt their scalps tingle. Wow, using diversionary tactics? Isn't it diversionary tactics, right? Wow, Su Chen is amazing. I was wrong to doubt you just now. Ting is so clever. I was wrong too. It turns out the clown is actually me. Although this strategy is simple, Su Chen used it well. Our attention was really drawn to Ting. After all, Ting is the creature that can distinguish between real and fake. Well done, kid. This is taking advantage of Jiang Hongxiao's distrust of him. The Lord of Linhai City, Lu Yun, looked happily at the live broadcast and slammed the table. First, Su Chen took advantage of Jiang Hongxiao's partial distrust of him, letting Ting pretend to attack the real Jiang Hongxiao. The real Jiang Hongxiao would sense something was wrong and resist, while the fake Jiang Hongxiao on the right would definitely think that Ting was useless and relax its vigilance. In this delicate situation, Su Chen summoned his other creations, and with one blow, sent the fake replica into the monster's mouth. The geniuses from my Linhai City are truly extraordinary. Wow, Su Chen is awesome. Inside the warehouse, watching the false Jiang Hongxiao being swallowed into the dark wall, Zhongli, who was worried, had no idea what was happening and excitedly ran over. Big brother, I was wrong. From today on, you are my big brother. Awesome. This Ting divine beast is also strong. He apologized to Ting again, bowing. Great God, I misunderstood you. Humph, humans, understand my abilities and you will be fine. Ting shook its tiger head and turned into a stream of light, disappearing with the ox head in place. Thank you. If you encounter any problems during the exam, you can come to me. This time, I owe you a favor. Jiang Hongxiao's ice blue eyes flickered, and her tone was no longer so cold. This was a huge test for her this time. If it weren't for Su Chen's arrival, she and Jiangli might not have been able to walk out of this warehouse. All the rewards this time belong to you, we won't participate. As they spoke, the wall that had swallowed a portion of food suddenly shook violently, and a beam of black light shot out from it. Upon closer inspection, it was a bracelet. Entirely black, the entire chain was made up of more than 10 rhombus-shaped black metal pieces. This is... Before Su Chen could carefully identify it, Zhongli beside him exclaimed, a bracelet made of dream-gathering stones? That's a good item. Dream-gathering stones? Su Chen searched his mind for related knowledge upon hearing this and immediately understood. Dream-gathering stones are stones obtained from the body of a starry giant beast. They can be integrated into one's dream creatures to enhance their combat power by 20% to 30%. For A-level dream makers creating A-level creatures, they are also useful. They are popular in the black market, where 2 pieces can be exchanged for a set of rooms. Su Chen looked at the bracelet with over a dozen dream-gathering stones in front of him, his eyes lighting up. This was a huge fortune. Without much hesitation, Su Chen directly put away the floating dream-gathering stone bracelet and wore it on his wrist. This was his spoils of war. John's siblings beside him just watched, showing no signs of greed. As the cold air in the warehouse dissipated, Zhongli excitedly said, Su Chen, why don't you join us in this operation? If we cooperate, we can definitely sweep through the entire secret realm. Cooperation? No, I have something to attend to myself. We can meet up at midnight. Su Chen smiled and declined. He still had things to take care of. Spending 300 points of source power to summon Ting, he naturally needed to replenish it by finding students. Saying goodbye to the reluctant Zhongli, Su Chen walked out of the warehouse and slowly entered the shadows of the street, finding a seemingly safe corner to hide in. After confirming that there were no immediate threats around, Chen slightly hooked his finger to open his panel. Mental power, 46. 5. Source power, 3,215 points. Previously, in order to maintain the dream creation, he continuously infused source power to replenish his mental power, which had increased to around 46. 5. As for source power, Chen used 300 points to create the divine beast Tang, and after its appearance, he had gained enough to stabilize at around 3,200 points. If he were to convert all of this 3,200 points of source power into mental power, Chen's mental power would increase to around 80 points. He was not far from the mental power limit of an F-grade Dreamweaver. Of course, the specific amount of mental power required to advance from F-grade to E-grade in dreamweaving varied depending on the compatibility with the profession. A Dreamweaver with high compatibility might only need 70 points of mental power to advance to the next level. For those with low compatibility, the required mental power to advance to the next level would be much higher. As for how much mental power a Dreamweaver with a compatibility of 1 would need to advance to the next stage, no one knew. A compatibility of 1 was completely incompatible with the profession of a Dreamweaver, and being able to awaken at all was a rarity. The amount of mental power needed for advancement was an unimaginable astronomical figure. If source power did not exist, Chen might be stuck at this stage for the rest of his life. I still need to continue working hard. For now, my mental power is sufficient. I can invest more source power into creating dreams and leave some as a supplement to my mental power. Chen contemplated, sitting on the ground, and closed his eyes to observe his dream-weaving mind. The small world of Lona Temple still existed, with a dozen defeated foxes slowly recovering. In the underworld, the divine beast Tang lay sleeping in the ghost city, with the sounds of wandering spirits echoing. Currently, only Lona Temple in his dream-weaving mind was mostly completed. The underworld was still a very incomplete setting. Iconic structures like the 6 paths of reincarnation, the 18 layers of hell, and the city of unjust deaths had not been created yet. There were very few underworld characters. Big things like the 6 paths of reincarnation can be temporarily set aside. Let's first increase the forces in the underworld. Having only ox head and horseface is a bit too shabby. As his thoughts raced, the pages of ancient Chinese books turned slowly in Chen's mind, and he found what he was looking for in the directory representing the underworld. Soon, in the boundless black mist of the underworld, 2 figures, one black and one white, slowly appeared. The white-clad ghost was named Xia Bian, known as Bai Wuchang after entering the underworld. With a smiling face, tall and thin stature, pale complexion sticking out his tongue, wearing a hat with the words "One Look," wealth, and holding the iconic soul-reaping hook, the black-clad ghost was named Fan Wushan, known as Hei Wuchang after entering the underworld. With a fierce appearance, wide body, wearing a hat with the words "Peace in the World." With the appearance of Bai Wuchang and Hei Wuchang, a large number of Yin soldiers dressed in grey robes appeared behind them, with solemn faces and an extremely intimidating aura of black mist surrounding them. Having reached this point, Chen let out a slight sigh of relief, replenished his mental energy with source power, and temporarily arranged the black and white impermanents in Yin soldiers in Fengdu City. When the time is right, he can let them appear and lure the lucky ones back to the underworld to experience a full-service death. After completing all this, he once again turned his gaze to the area around the Lona Temple in the underworld. This absorption of source power is just one part of the Yin soldier's activities. He intends to truly stir up a feast of 100 ghosts walking at night in a part of the Dream City. Tales of the strange and the strange. Countless ghosts from ancient times to the present can all appear, bringing a bit of strange and eerie ghostly spirits from China to the examinees. Of course, adhering to the principle of not just telling ghost stories. Chen plans to build another temple next to the Lona Temple, named the City God Temple. While sheltering the examinees, it will also accept the ghosts brought by the Yin messengers and give them a good lesson. Since ancient times, the first checkpoint to enter the underworld is the City God Temple. When a person is about to die, the black and white impermanents must take them to the City God Temple for registration, and only then can they proceed on the road to the Yellow Springs. In this way, the City God can communicate with the underworld. Layer upon layer of connections, this dream city will eventually become a small world. After some planning for the small world, Chen immediately consumed 300 points of source power, infused his mental energy into the page named City God, and with the infusion of source power, the entire dream city trembled slightly. A golden red hall with red walls and tiles rose from the ground, with the plaque named City God hanging in the center of the gate, and a pair of couplets on the left and right. All good and evil deeds in the mortal world are under your control, who has been spared by the underworld throughout history. In this way, Only the city god and Su Chen murmured softly, not finishing his sentence, when he suddenly felt a chill all over his body. Without thinking much, he immediately withdrew his thoughts from the city god temple, as the strong warning from his mental energy made Su Chen immediately aware of the potential threat behind him. With a push of his hands, he rolled away from his original position. Before Su Chen could catch his breath, he saw a blue tentacle-like whisk, similar to a catfish's whiskers, fiercely striking the spot where he had been sitting before in the dark corner. This is... Su Chen frowned and looked intently, and at some point, the hidden dark corner suddenly revealed a pair of cold, completely emotionless crimson eyes. In the dim light, it looked eerie and filled with an overwhelming sense of fear. The blue tentacle-like whisk came from the crimson eyes in the darkness. Did I sit on a monster spawning point? Su Chen cursed to himself, about to get up to leave, when a sense of horror swept over him from all directions. Turning his head, he saw pairs of shiny, emotionless strange eyes in the dark corners all around. As Su Chen gazed at them, those eyes blinked, the crimson eyes shining brightly, all staring at Su Chen. Countless blue tentacles, like catfish whiskers, surged out from the dark corners, almost forming a densely packed net, completely enveloping Su Chen. The audience in the live broadcast room gasped at this sudden turn of events. Damn, I think I've seen this thing before. It's a kind of starry sky behemoth. Hiss. I've encountered this kind of starry sky behemoth on the starry sky battlefield. We usually call it the red-eyed catfish. It's one of the most troublesome starry sky behemoths on the battlefield. Su Chen is in big trouble. Red-eyed catfish? Damn, Su Chen is so unlucky, he's gone into someone else's lair? This should be a remnant of the red-eyed catfish's death dream, right? Su Chen is in for a tough time. The red-eyed catfish is one of the nightmares that dreamweavers in the dream battlefield least want to face. Compared to other behemoths, the abilities of the red-eyed catfish are more cunning and more bizarre. It can continuously replicate its eyes in the darkness. With each pair of crimson eyes replicated, the strength of the red-eyed catfish increases by 1 point. If the dreamweaver cannot find the true eyes of the red-eyed catfish in the darkness within a certain time and eliminate this giant beast, only death awaits the dreamweaver. And at this moment, the F-grade Su Chen is facing it head-on. Is this the red-eyed catfish? After a brief moment of confusion, Su Chen looked at the densely packed eyes in the darkness and finally reacted. It has been said before that the secret realm is a strange scene created by the dreamweavers and the starry sky behemoths colliding. Inside are dreamscapes created by dreamweavers, and even their own regrets exist. Of course, there are also residual dreamscapes of starry sky behemoths unwilling to die. Obviously, he has stumbled into a residual dream of a red-eyed catfish. And in this dream, the number of red eyes of the red-eyed catfish has multiplied to a terrifying extent. Even if they only have a fraction of their former power, those tentacles coming at him are enough to crush this F-grade small frame of his. This is really a bit unlucky. But, it's not unsolvable either. Su Chen thought as he crouched down, placed his hands on the ground, and his dream-making heart flickered slightly in his mind, about to materialize something. But just then, a deafening explosion came from the overwhelming catfish tentacles surrounding him. A pitch-black hole was quickly blasted open in the dense tentacles. 5 middle-aged men and women in their 30s and 40s rushed in, their positions very precise, like a well-trained team. Leading them was a middle-aged man with a square face, wearing armor radiating fiery flames, and wielding a flaming greatsword. He swept his greatsword around and immediately waved to his teammates behind Su Chen, "Quick! Protect the child! Xiao Wang, keep casting fireballs, burn this monster!" After receiving the command, the 4 team members behind the middle-aged man quickly moved around Su Chen, forming a defensive line around him. Xiao Wang, the male dreamweaver, outlined the dream and summoned a mage with a staff, chanting spells and continuously shooting fireballs at the tentacles of the red-eyed catfish. Boom! After a series of flame bombardments, countless charred bodies fell from the sky of tentacles. Sensing the high temperature, the tentacles collectively recoiled slightly, temporarily slowing down their attack on the 6 people below. The red-eyed catfish seemed to fear the flames. But these were just temporary measures. In a short time, more and more crimson eyes appeared around them. The red-eyed catfish was still continuously multiplying its clones. If this continues, they will undoubtedly lose. Captain Zhou, this won't work. We'll all be worn out here. We must find the true form of the red-eyed catfish. Xiao Wang, the dreamweaver, controlled his creations to throw fireballs while shouting, "Child, have you seen the approximate location of the red-eyed catfish's original form?" Captain Zhou, the middle-aged man with a square face, asked solemnly. This is... Su Chen looked at the figures of the people and immediately realized. These are the regrets of the deceased dreamweavers. In their regrets, they did not die, but still exist within the Dream City, as the vanguard of the Dream City, resisting the continuous attacks of the starry sky behemoths. And now, they see themselves as a young boy in need of protection. Not only Chen, but also the audience in the live broadcast room immediately understood the appearance of this sudden group of people. They have discovered that the red-eyed catfish is multiplying and have rushed over here to try to deal with it. There's no other way. If the red-eyed catfish had taken root in a city and was not contained in the early stages, that city would soon become a ruined city. Yes, at that time there was no dream battlefield. Once it was discovered that the red-eyed catfish needed to be gathered, all manpower had to rush over, even if it meant risking their lives to kill the red-eyed catfish. These few are all heroes, even if they only exist in Dream City as fictional characters, they are still worthy of respect. But regardless of the admiration, how will Chen deal with this now? Having 5 more helpers doesn't mean he can escape smoothly. The words of the last audience member woke everyone up. Yes, now the red-eyed catfish are breeding even faster. Although they are just remnants with a bit of power, isn't it enough to deal with these people? After all, these people are also fictional, their strength is not as great as before, they may not even realize that they are already dead. If I were Chen, I would let the members of this team hold on, create an opening, and then try to escape on my own, although this is a bit shameless. At the moment, it seems like this is the best choice. After all, the current Chen is no match for the red-eyed catfish. Abandoning them and leaving alone is the right choice. Hey, maybe this is also a test of how Chen should choose. Looking at the several determined warriors in front of him, listening to their words, Chen shook his head slightly. When I arrived here, they had already bred and formed, unable to distinguish their true selves. I see. Damn it. Upon hearing Chen's words, Zhou's team immediately turned to look at their teammate who was casting a spell. Quick, increase the attack frequency, create a way out for this child, let him leave first. We can't all stay here, someone must go out and report to the other people in Dream City. Yes. The 4 arriving team members followed the orders without any hesitation, all 4 of them consuming their mental energy, preparing to attack a weak spot of the red-eyed catfish. Child, after you go out, report to the higher-ups in Dream City immediately. We will delay the breeding of the red-eyed catfish here and wait for your arrival. Walk towards the direction we are attacking. Zhou's team looked determined, perhaps knowing that staying here might lead to the complete annihilation of the army, but they did not hesitate at all. For him, being able to delay the breeding speed of the red-eyed catfish meant that Dream City had a bit more hope. This was a kind of sacrificial spirit. Perhaps this was a story deliberately arranged by the examination group, wanting the examinees who had entered here to understand the fearless spirit of the dream makers hundreds of years ago. However, Chen looked at Zhou's team of 5 and smiled slightly. Captain Zhou, maybe there's no need to leave. The red-eyed catfish is not an invincible existence. What? Zhou, with a square face, was stunned at the words, but before he could react, Chen slightly crouched down, placing one hand on the ground. City God, come out! With his words, the entire ground trembled slightly. Almost in an instant, several carved red stone pillars rose from all sides and fiercely collided with the tentacles of the catfish coming from all directions. Almost in an instant, a violent white light emanated from the point where the tentacles and the pillars met. In an instant, a bright light erupted from the sky as if it were daylight. Roar! The red-eyed catfish around them seemed to be rapidly extinguished as if they had been severely damaged at that moment. Those thousands of eyes seemed to disappear like bubbles. From the depths of darkness came a slightly painful roar. Upon careful listening, it seemed to be the wailing of the red-eyed catfish itself. At the same time, in the main examination room of the Dream Network, watching the live broadcast where Chen easily eliminated most of the red-eyed catfish with a single move, Chen Fengxiu, who was drinking wine, widened his eyes and almost dropped his cup, when a hurried voice suddenly sounded from the sky. Alarm! Dream creatures are connecting the energy of the entire Dream City. Partial permissions of the Dream City are being transferred. This dream creature comes from examinee number 3484, Chen. Inside the main examination room, Chen Fengxiu was stunned by the prompt from the Dream Network. Chen is taking over the entire Dream City? A examinee gaining a portion of the Dream City's permissions? Has he lived too long and started to hear things? Chen Fengxiu didn't care about the spilled wine in his hand, he stood up in a hurry. His eyes were shocked as he looked at Chen in the live broadcast. That dream creature, which only had 4 pillars, actually manipulated the permissions of the Dream City? This Dream City is currently controlled by several S-level dream creators. It's like an F-level dream creator is about to snatch his weapon from the hands of an S-level powerhouse. What has this kid done? Chen Fengxiu's scalp tingled. At this moment, he had no idea how the other party had achieved this. Throughout his life, the shock he experienced from the younger generation was surpassed on this day. Chen Fengxiu was like this, and the audience in the live broadcast room exploded. Damn, is this for real? How dare they call this a red-eyed catfish? This is embarrassing for their species. I have never seen such a weak starry sky beast. Did the examiners go on vacation? This red-eyed catfish was crushed by 4 pillars? Too fake. I could do it too. Let me try. I can summon many pillars. Let the red-eyed catfish come at me. Is this a problem with my understanding or the world's problem? This feels really off. Even if the red-eyed catfish is just a remnant dream, it is still an extremely troublesome starry sky beast. It shouldn't be defeated so easily by a newcomer. Yeah, if it's true, the red-eyed catfish wouldn't be a nightmare on the battlefield. Wang Ri, who had left the Dream Network to rest at home and watch the live broadcast, furrowed his brow deeply at this moment. For the first time, his views aligned with those of the audience in the live broadcast room. Having entered the Dream Network, he knew that this young man had great potential. When Su Chen encountered the red-eyed catfish, he also believed that Su Chen could handle the current situation. However, he did not expect Su Chen to handle it so easily. The underworld did not appear, neither did Fahai, nor the exotic beast Dighton, who could discern truth from falsehood. He had always thought that Su Chen would use Dighton to try to distinguish the true from the false of the red-eyed catfish. But now, Su Chen just summoned 4 pillars and collided with the tentacles of the red-eyed catfish, and the red-eyed catfish couldn't handle it. At this moment, even Wang Ri couldn't help but wonder if there was something wrong with the Dream Network. Could this be some kind of special setting within the Dream City? What is it exactly? As thoughts raced through his mind, his daughter Wang Huan ran over with a puzzled look on her face. Dad, did you watch the live broadcast? How did Su Chen do that? Since Wang Ri recommended Su Chen's live broadcast, Wang Huan had been paying close attention to Su Chen's actions. Seeing the young man do something she couldn't understand, she naturally wanted to ask her father, an A-level dream creator, right away. But as she approached, Wang Huan also saw the confusion on Wang Ri's face. This young man a few years younger than her was truly extraordinary. While the outside world was puzzled by how Su Chen's summoned entity easily repelled the red-eyed catfish, the person in question, Su Chen, was also at a loss. He initially just wanted to summon the city god temple as a shield. After all, the city god temple had protective and defensive functions from the beginning. Su Chen thought of summoning the city god temple first, and then letting the underworld's black and white impermanence and soldiers come out to clean up the mess. Since he had a lot of source power now and could afford to consume it, the red-eyed catfish would eventually be worn down by him. The situation has become too intense now. He had just manifested 4 pillars, and the seemingly powerful red-eyed catfish lay down. Wait, Changhuang Temple. Su Chen pondered and suddenly had an idea in his mind. Changhuang Temple is a place specifically for worshipping city deities, providing protection for the city and its residents. It usually controls a certain area of the underworld. As for the white light that just emitted, it should be a protective light. At the moment the white light appeared, Su Chen did not feel a significant drain on his mental power, indicating that someone paid the price for him. The examiners would not be so kind. Obviously, the entire dream city paid for him. A city nurtures a city god. With the power of his source, this Changhuang Temple must have acquired an S-level essence, naturally becoming the only Changhuang Temple in Dream City. In other words, he indirectly took over the underworld power of Dream City, able to manage the souls of the underworld in Dream City, equivalent to gaining a part of Dream City's authority. At this moment, he could be considered half the owner of Dream City, able to harness the unique power belonging to Dream City. This is quite developed. Su Chen thought, quickly reacted, placed his hands on the ground, and a large amount of mental power surged in. Accompanied by a loud rumble, the temple with red bricks and green tiles, full of ancient Chinese civilization characteristics, instantly appeared in reality. In an instant, there was a connection of consciousness between Su Chen and the temple. At this moment, Su Chen felt that the processing power in his mind had soared beyond measure. His pupils reflected the entire dream city surrounded by 4 walls. He saw the figures of Zhongli and Jiang Hongxiao in various places in Dream City, as well as some evil groups teaming up to bully other students. He even saw Qian Chang, with a face full of scars, wearing a law enforcement uniform, in a dark corner at the center, leading a group of indigenous Dream City residents wandering in the city center, seemingly waiting for something. The locations of all students appeared before Su Chen's eyes. At the same time, Su Chen suddenly had a realization that he could influence the direction of some dreams in Dream City, causing all rewards to open up for him. Just as Su Chen was about to try to gather the surrounding resources to himself, he suddenly felt a blackout. That strange connection abruptly disappeared at a certain moment. It made a click sound like pulling a switch. With the break of the connection, a mechanical voice echoed throughout Dream City. Congratulations to examinee Su Chen, No. 3484, for establishing the S-level potential Dream Changhuang Temple and successfully linking with the entire Dream City. As the nature of the dream Changhuang Temple is unique and unprecedented, affecting the order of the exam, DreamNet has imposed certain restrictions on it, and 10 points have been added to examinee No. 3484 as compensation. As this news came out, all examinees, including the audience watching the live broadcast, were in an uproar. Linking with Dream City. He is an examinee. Chen almost took over the entire Dream City? Almost became the master of Dream City? I'm amazed. Young people nowadays are incredible. I've been watching the unified exams for over a decade, and I've never seen such a strong newcomer Dreamweaver. Oh my, why does Chen only have a 1-point occupational fit? If he had a 50% fit, he would definitely be the next S-level Dreamweaver in Huaxia. Creating 2 S-level potential dreams in a row, is that something a person can achieve? S-level potential dream. Changhuang Temple. An extraordinary dream that can shake DreamNet. Wang Ri listened to the broadcast in the panel, pondered for a moment, and dialed Chen Fengqiu's phone. Beep beep beep. The phone on the panel rang for more than 10 seconds before it was answered, and Chen Fengqiu's slightly tired voice came from the other end. Speak up, old man, I'm busy right now. Old man, why can the city god temple connect to the DreamNet? Wang Ri pondered and asked. This is not considered a violation, as long as the examiners do not interfere with the students' unified exams, they can still go out for a drink together as before. This time, I really underestimated Chen. Chen Fengqiu smiled bitterly. According to the DreamNet analysis, it seems that the city god temple has a role in carrying the spirits of Dream City residents. It involves the so-called realm of gods. Since its birth, it has naturally accepted the spirits and wills from Dream City, even the wills of dream makers who have already died in Dream City at night. Its own dream-making potential may only be at the A level, but once it can accommodate the wills of all the city's residents, taking on everyone's spirits, its essence will be qualitatively enhanced. This is also why the DreamNet has rated the city god temple as an S-level potential dream realm. Chen Fengqiu said with a serious expression, Wang Ri, do you know what this represents? Accommodating the wills and spirits of all residents. Wang Ri listened to Chen Fengqiu's words and couldn't help but sit up straight, furrowing his brow. This means that the city god temple can use this special spiritual power for defense or offense. In this, ordinary people can also play a significant role. Since the arrival of the Star Beast, protecting the city and ordinary people from the invasion of the Star Beast has always been what dream makers want to do. Some dream makers have tried to invent and research dream formations that can harness the spiritual power of ordinary people, but they have mostly failed. Not to mention that the spiritual power of ordinary people who have not awakened as dream makers is weak, just the mental energy required to sustain this formation is astronomical. Compared to using the power of ordinary people, dream makers working together to use their own dream powers against the Star Beast has proven to be more effective. Therefore, since the arrival of the Star Beast, ordinary people can only hide in fear, waiting for the disaster to pass. But this temple is completely different. It can autonomously absorb and harness the spirits and wills of the residents, uniting the people of the entire city as one force. And, the consumption is very low, even negligible. This city god temple, created by Chen, is of F level, and his mental power is definitely not more than 100. This means that maintaining the city god temple consumes very little mental energy, and during defense, there is no need to use one's own mental energy. Temples naturally carry meanings of faith and solace, and currently only the city god temple created by Chen can utilize this concept. But for now, this city god temple is still in its infancy, and potential is just potential after all. Chen Fengqiu sighed. If Chen's compatibility as a dream maker improves, perhaps we can see the final form of the city god temple. It's difficult. I won't say more. This commotion has attracted attention. Those old folks from abroad are coming. I need to deal with them first. Chen Fengqiu said and hung up the phone. Wang Ri listened to Chen Fengqiu's words and unconsciously tapped the table with his index finger. He understood the old man's meaning. With only 1 point of compatibility, Chen's advancement has become a difficult hurdle. How much resources will it take to help this young man reach the A level? How long will it take for them to see this young man grow completely? To see the complete formation of the city god temple dream realm? This high cost could nurture many outstanding students. I hope this child can go further. When everyone was shocked by the city god temple, inside the red brick and green tiled city god temple, Captain Zhou, with a stern face, was the first to come to his senses. His eyes narrowed, quickly scanning the outside, and he shouted, "Quick! Don't waste this opportunity. The true form of this red-eyed catfish has appeared." To the west, Captain Zhou's words brought the disconnected Chen back to his senses. It was indeed not advisable to let this red-eyed catfish continue, as causing severe injuries suddenly was not a good thing. In his contemplation, he slightly opened his 5 fingers, and 2 black mists filled the space outside the city god temple. The black and white impermanence, holding the soul-locking chain, emerged from it. The red-eyed catfish in the dream was just a remnant of consciousness, naturally falling into the category of souls, and was suppressed by the Een. The pale-faced white impermanence with a long tongue flashed and arrived near the true form of the red-eyed catfish. Sensing the threat, the red-eyed catfish roared and shot out a blue catfish tentacle, with blue energy swirling on it, as if carrying the power of thunder. Without dodging, white impermanence coldly snorted and threw the soul-locking chain towards the eyes of the black shadow. The soul-locking chain collided with the catfish tentacle in mid-air, and the tentacle, composed of souls, disintegrated under the impact of its natural enemy, turning into nothingness in an instant. The momentum of the disintegrating soul-locking chain did not diminish, quickly entering the shadow and the crimson eyes within. Accompanied by a painful roar, white impermanence pulled hard with both hands, and a strange creature with a pair of crimson eyes like fish appeared before everyone. With a length of over 2 meters, its body emitted an illusory light. Severely injured, it had no resistance. Under the effect of the soul-locking chain, the crimson eyes gradually dimmed, and the red-eyed catfish seemed to lose its original ferocity and vitality. Although it was regrettable that its strength was less than 1,000th of its true form, this was still a starry sky behemoth hunted by Chen. Well done! Watching this scene, Captain Zhou and his team standing in the city god temple all smiled. This was the red-eyed catfish. In their understanding, this was a behemoth that would require the sacrifice of hundreds of lives to deal with. And now, they had successfully taken down this troublesome creature without losing a single member. Good job, kid. Come, follow us back to headquarters. I must make sure those guys reward you properly. I didn't expect. Headquarters? Chen listened to Captain Zhou's words, slightly stunned, then reacted and sighed softly. With a flash of thought, black and white impermanence, who had retrieved the soul of the red-eyed catfish, returned to the city god temple and bowed to the 5 happy individuals. Facing the puzzled looks of the team, the stout black impermanence solemnly said, "Since ancient times, there has been order between Yin and Yang. Please rest in peace in the underworld." The audience in the live broadcast room was stunned by black impermanence's words. What does this mean? Is Chen planning to bring Captain Zhou and the others back to the underworld? Really? What's the point of doing that? Can these souls become nourishment for the underworld dreamland? Isn't that too much? Rest in peace in the underworld? Captain Zhou and his team were stunned, then heard white impermanence beside them say, "You 5 are already dead, died many years ago." White impermanence's words seemed to have a magical power, making Captain Zhou and his team stand stiffly in place, countless forgotten memories flooding back to their minds. It was during a battle to defend Dream City that they encountered the real red-eyed catfish. The 5-person team fought with the determination to die, using up their last strength to kill the red-eyed catfish, but also exhausting their own blood. They all died. Captain Zhou's expression suddenly became complicated, because he was the last one to die. He perished along with the red-eyed catfish. So, the current us. Captain Zhou looked down at his body with a dry voice, and his originally substantial body now appeared ethereal. It's because our souls refuse to leave the mortal world due to the obsession of guarding. The black impermanence still spoke in a solemn tone. Since ancient times, there has been order between Yin and Yang. The living reside in the Yang realm, while the Yin realm is the destination for us ghosts. Reincarnation, returning to the Yang realm in the next life. Brave ones, do not worry too much. Your protection of the townspeople is meritorious. Even if you meet the king of the underworld, at worst, you will be reborn into a wealthy family and have a good life. The white impermanence's face was pale with disgust, but his tone was quite gentle. Facing the black impermanence, one played the villain while the other played the good cop. Of course, this was a treatment reserved for the virtuous. King of the underworld, reincarnation. Captain Zhou muttered a few words, then turned to look at Chen. "Child, is this underworld the death dream you created? Do you want to bring us back into the dream? A grand dream? Bringing us back into the dream, a grand dream?" Chen shook his head at the words. If it was just bringing them back into the dream, he didn't need to go through all this trouble. What he wanted to do was uphold the order of the underworld. He had a grand goal in mind. Having source power meant having infinite possibilities. The underworld, with hundreds of points of source power poured into it, was already so powerful. If thousands or tens of thousands of points of source power were poured in, what kind of magnificence would it be? If source power reached its peak, Chen speculated that this dream related to the underworld would eventually become reality. At that time, perhaps he shouldn't be called a dream maker, but a bringer of reality. Or perhaps, a visionary. His dream kingdom would surely become a reality. The grand dream of ancient China would eventually become reality. If the underworld became a reality, then order would be of utmost importance. The deceased would inevitably enter the cycle of yin and yang in the underworld, and no one could escape. Captain Joe, my underworld in the future will not just be a dream, but it can also bring peace to all departed souls. The order between yin and yang is the will of heaven. Entrust the matters of the mortal world to us. Su Chen repeated the words of the white impermanence, his expression resolute. Bringing peace to all departed souls. Entrusting the matters of the mortal world to him? Looking at the determined young man before them, Captain Joe and his teammates exchanged glances and couldn't help but think of the scene where the red-eyed catfish was killed with a single blow. In the end, they nodded slowly. Child, this is what you said. If Dream City is filled with young dream makers like you, it will surely be a prosperous era, and we will have no regrets. Returning souls to the underworld, bringing peace to the spirits, seems like a good destination. This also aligns with the order of yin and yang that you mentioned. Captain Joe and the others were carefree. The pale-faced white impermanence on the side said, please follow us to the underworld. Once you cross the Naiha Bridge, you can use the wishing stone to look back at the mortal world, even catch a glimpse of your loved ones from the past, even if separated by the barriers of time. Oh, we can see our loved ones from the past? The faces of the 5 members of the small team lit up with joy. They urged Su Chen in unison. Quick, bring out the underworld. We want to go to the underworld. I want to see my child. I wonder how that kid is doing now. Faced with the urging of the crowd, Su Chen took a deep breath, aimed at the city god temple, and slowly infused 100 points of source power. As the city god temple trembled slightly, the decorations inside the main hall gradually changed. A green jade table appeared, and an old man in a red robe with a black official hat appeared, smiling. City god. The empty hall with only him seemed a bit desolate. According to reason, there should be civil and military judges, day and night gods, and many other officials. But Su Chen was short of funds and couldn't afford so many people with source power, so he had to summon a figurehead to stand in temporarily. The city god sat at the table, and with a stroke of his pen, 5 documents flew into the hands of the white impermanence. The old man smiled gently and gestured with his hand, saying, please, let's go. Su Chen's spiritual power surged, and his 5 fingers touched the ground. This time, he chose to manifest the underworld beneath the ground. The boundless black mist emerged around Captain Joe and his 5 companions, causing the black and white impermanence to disappear. The live broadcast camera switched. They had arrived in the underworld filled with black mist. Following the footsteps of the black and white impermanence and various ghosts, they arrived at the ghost gate, submitted documents, walked through the Yellow Springs Road, and admired the blooming higgan flowers. They steadily crossed the Naiha Bridge and arrived at the pavilion of Looking Back. Seeing the ghosts ahead place their hands on the reddish-brown stone, the 5 of them exchanged glances and followed suit. In an instant, various scenes appeared before them. Captain Joe saw his child, still in swaddling clothes, growing up, starting a family and career in Dream City, joining the law enforcement team, and becoming a captain like himself. Xiao Zhang saw Dream City prospering after the war, with children daring to look up at the sky even when dark clouds loomed, no longer trembling in dark cellars. More and more Dreamweavers filled the gaps, and Dream City had truly changed. The 5 of them let go of their obsessions, laughed as they crossed the Naiha Bridge, and each drank a bowl of clear Mangpa soup from Mangpo's hands before gradually disappearing into the black mist. Watching this scene, the audience was deeply moved by the underworld and understood deeply what it meant for souls to find peace. The pavilion of Looking Back, Mangpo's soup. The items they had not explored before did not disappoint their expectations. This underworld was truly different from those death dreamscapes. Wow! I envy them. Can I also visit the underworld after I die? No regrets anymore. There must really be an underworld in this world. Otherwise, how could it feel so real? Let's go on a group tour. I finally understand what it means for yin and yang to be in order. The underworld is truly the ultimate resting place for souls. To the commenters above, a friendly reminder, it's best to do more good deeds, or else at the Naiha Bridge, you might be one of those shaking the bridge in the river. Don't ruin the atmosphere. I help old ladies cross the street every day without fear. As the audience bantered, the city god in the black mist disappeared completely, leaving only Su Chen's figure on the slightly dim ground. Surveying the peaceful surroundings, he took a deep breath, replenished his spiritual power with source energy, and immediately began to review his recent gains. Su Chen first checked his panel. Source energy, 3100, spirit, 47, exam score, 196 points. After several rounds of consumption, his source energy had decreased by 100 points compared to the previous 3200 points. However, this was under the premise that Su Chen had used over 500 source energy points. During his usage, he had received over 400 source energy points, balancing out the usage and expenditure. His spiritual power had slowly increased a bit. Based on the current situation, maintaining such a vast dream realm requires replenishing spiritual power with source energy. I don't need to specifically increase my spiritual power, it naturally grows as I use source energy in daily activities. As for the exam score, with this additional 10 points, no one should have a higher score than me now. Besides these, there's the so-called soul of the red-eyed catfish that's a bit disappointing. Chen surveyed the underworld in his dream heart. The illusory soul of the red-eyed catfish had already been brought in by the black and white impermanence and was drifting in the boundless black mist. Since being brought into the underworld, this thing had become part of the underworld's possessions, also considered part of the dream realm. It had no consciousness and was completely under Chen's control. This thing can be taken out and sold for money, it should fetch a good price. Or used to host some Huaxia exotic beasts, as carriers of Huaxia exotic beasts. Taking the regret of the starry sky behemoth to create a Huaxia exotic beast. This method has never been experimented before. Chen pondered for a while, temporarily putting this idea aside, and planning to experiment when he had time. Right now, there are many things he needs to do. The things he saw on the DreamNet before need to be utilized. For example, Chen Chang, wearing the uniform of the law enforcement team with a face full of scars. I was wondering why I didn't see that kid Chen Chang, looks like he's had a new adventure. Being in the law enforcement team, still guarding the city center, could it be causing trouble during the midnight transport mission? I need to investigate this guy's background. Before that, Chen looked to the right side of the empty ground. Based on his previous observations, there is a forest not far away, or a copy exists. The reward for the copy is a gem shaped like a star cluster. This thing is a meteorite, called Starstone, fallen from the universe with the starry sky behemoths. Dream items constructed based on this can reduce mental power consumption by 20 to 30%, a rare creation tool. Many students have gone there, but no one has received the reward yet. This thing should be the most valuable treasure around. After getting this thing, I will immediately head to the city center, should be able to investigate Chen Cheng's situation before the midnight transport mission. After making up his mind, Chen immediately set off. To prevent another stroke of bad luck walking into a spawning point of a starry sky behemoth, he carefully avoided all floating colorful light beams along the way. After walking about a kilometer, Chen saw a forest planted by humans, from which came roars of beasts and cries of students. Damn! Can this thing really be restrained by someone? Shall we go together? Can this monster really defeat all of us? What's the point of going together? The more people, the stronger it gets. You came late, didn't see the miserable state of those people before. Listening to the cries of the students, Chen quickly approached. Inside the forest, there was a grassy area, surrounded by more than 10 students wearing various school uniforms, many of them supporting each other as if they had been through a great battle. Some of the students Chen found familiar, seemed to have been to Lona Temple. In the center of the students was a little boy who looked only 6 years old, dressed in a blue child's outfit, innocently looking at everyone. There was a sign next to him, which read, "This is a naughty child. But as long as you get close to him within 10 meters, he will show his bad side. Whoever can discipline him within 10 meters will receive a reward." Get close to the child within 10 meters and discipline him? In other words, you have to win within 10 meters? Chen looked at the students crying around him and knew this was not a simple matter. He had heard the word monster before. Could it be that this child can transform? As the thought flashed through his mind, 2 warm and bright lights suddenly appeared on the right side of the forest. In an instant, it illuminated the somewhat dim forest, making it as bright as day. What light is this? Damn, who turned on the lights? My eyes are going blind. The candidates who had already adapted to the dim environment were caught off guard by the sudden brightness, directly dazzling their eyes. What's going on? Some candidates turned their heads to look reluctantly towards the light, vaguely seeing a bald man in a strange golden-red robe in the middle of the 2 clusters of light. The bald head was shining brightly, making the light even more dazzling. Damn, who is this, radiating light all over? Could it be a big shot in Dream City? Could this be the father of the little boy? Wait a minute, why does this guy's face feel somewhat familiar to me? Zhu. A student in the crowd frowned and recognized the person standing in the light. Upon hearing the student's shout, Zhu, who stood over 2 meters tall in the light, saluted with one hand, saying, "Amatba." With his words, the light he emitted dimmed significantly. Everyone looked back and was speechless, witnessing the aura of a big shot with his own light. Behind Zhu stood 2 strong spotlights, which had previously blinded them. Brother, what are you doing? Bringing your own special effects? A student exclaimed indignantly, but after looking at Zhu's over 2 meter tall body and his fierce bald head, they backed off. Is this guy just released from prison? Is he really a candidate? What's going on with this guy? Chen, on the side of the woods, was also momentarily blinded by the light, hearing the Amitabha and almost mistaking him for a monk bathed in Buddha's light. Upon closer inspection, wasn't this the student he had tricked into limping? This guy acts fast, shaved his head, put on a robe, and even faked this so-called Buddha's light? Chen felt he had led a student down an irreversible path. The audience in the live broadcast was dumbfounded by the scene. Damn, did this candidate really shave his head? He's quite proactive. His master, Fahai, was made up by Chen, and Shu sure didn't even notice? You know what, he looks pretty convincing. This Buddhist practitioner seems to be known for his strength, right? Not exactly going off track, huh? Guys, why do I feel like he's even more intimidating than Fahai now? Zhu Shi, now self-proclaimed as a Buddhist practitioner, or rather Zhu Nang, nodded satisfactorily at the approving gazes around him. He gained a deeper understanding of the joy of Buddhism. This entrance could be considered perfect. Of course, when his master uses that great power heavenly dragon, he looks much more handsome than him. The golden dragon's light is incomparable to these spotlights. Thinking this, the students automatically made way for him. Zhu Nang, draped in a robe, casually retracted the 2 spotlights he had set up and stepped forward to the side of the young boy. Big brother, are you here to play with me? Come in, come in. The innocent-looking boy waved at Zhu Nang. After carefully reading the panel announcement, Zhu Nang, without any hesitation, took a step forward and entered the boy's domain. Amitabha, this monk is here to discipline this naughty child, he said, throwing off his robe to reveal his muscular body, with a golden pattern tattoo on his back. May the Buddha be merciful. This guy. Chen watched the scene in silence for a moment but was also happy to let the other party take the lead in probing. This instance dungeon shouldn't be that simple, and when Zhu Nang is forced out, it will be his turn to enter the stage. Inside the woods, Zhu Nang reached out his hand and was about to lift the young boy in front of him. But unexpectedly, the boy let out a non-human roar from his mouth. Then, in front of everyone, he tore off his child's clothes. In an instant, a black mist spread around the boy, and his human skin crazily grew into a brownish thorny skin. His head directly turned into the brown head of a wild bear. The boy's body, originally like a radish, grew rapidly within 1 or 2 seconds, instantly reaching over 3 meters, taller than the burly Zhu Nang. In less than 2 seconds, the cute boy turned directly into a giant bear. The huge bear's crimson eyes flashed, emitting a deafening roar, and its 2 bare paws, carrying a tearing like violent wind, fiercely slapped towards Zhu Beiji. Not good. Seeing the giant bear in front of him, Zhu Beiji's face changed, not daring to be arrogant. A red light flashed on his body, and the original armor appeared on him. He tried to withstand the blow with his arms. The golden tattoo he had just imitated had no effect at all. Now he had to rely on his own skills to face the enemy. But Zhu Beiji clearly underestimated the strength of the bear's paws. The howling wind hit his arms like a heavy hammer. Zhu Beiji felt a great force coming, and his armor shattered on the spot. Before Zhu Beiji could react, the bear's paws retracted, and its body leaned to the side, using its arms to fiercely collide with him. With a loud bang, the intense force sent Zhu Beiji flying and crashing into a tree. The fragile branches couldn't bear the weight and made a tearing sound. Zhu Beiji's eyes blurred, and he passed out directly. The brown bear, seeing this, immediately shrank its body and turned back into the little boy in blue clothes, with an innocent look on his face. Hiss! A naughty child, literally a naughty child. The audience in the live broadcast room immediately understood the difficulty of this instance. Damn, will this bear kid have more tricks after transforming? Even Zhu Beiji, who excels in strength, is not his match. Who can discipline him? Chen might find it difficult to get rewards here. Even Fahai might not be able to defeat him, right? The one above, Chen can't possibly use Fahai. Didn't you hear what the previous students said? The more people there are, the stronger this naughty child becomes. This bear seems unbeatable. We must come up with a surprise strategy. Everyone thought of this. But how to surprise? The candidates looked at each other, unable to come up with a solution. Chen, who was observing everything from the side of the forest, already had a strategy in mind. Discipline doesn't always have to involve fighting. Paying attention, Chen immediately stepped forward, crossed the crowd, and arrived at the notice board of the naughty child. Seeing this, the surrounding candidates looked at Chen's slightly thin body and shook their heads. Here comes another one to be beaten. Can he withstand a hit from that bear with that physique? Brother, think about how to solve it properly. Didn't you see the top 100 candidates being knocked out? A student kindly reminded. Chen smiled gently at the words, didn't reply, and squatted in front of the notice board, looking at the naughty child inside. Brother, do you want to come in and play with me? Come in quickly. The naughty child waved at Chen. I can come in and play, but you have to wear this. Su Chen said, and in his mind, the pages of ancient Chinese history slowly turned until they reached an item, like a headband, with a circle of gold thread and two crescent-shaped rings in front. It was the tightening headband. It was the perfect time to use it. What is this? The naughty child curiously looked at the item in Su Chen's hand. The students beside him also craned their necks to look. Seeing that Su Chen was holding what looked like a toy that could burst at any moment, they immediately shook their heads and went back. This brother seems a bit foolish, thinking he can please the naughty child with a toy? We tried this trick before, and even tried to use various props to restrain it, but it was useless. Once you go in, it transforms and tears everything apart. Enough said, this guy is stubborn and won't listen to advice. Let's laugh at him when he gets beaten back. The audience in the live broadcast room also looked puzzled at the item in Su Chen's hand. Isn't this thing a headband for teasing kids? Will this thing break as soon as the brown bear squeezes it? What is Su Chen doing? Could it be that this thing has a big origin? As everyone was discussing, they heard Su Chen smile and say, in the past, there was a monkey even more mischievous and powerful than you. At that time, the master had a hard time controlling it until an immortal named Guanyin Bodhisattva gave it this tight-fitting spell. Since then, no matter how mischievous the monkey is, the master will discipline it properly. Monkey, Guanyin Bodhisattva. The students listened to Su Chen's story in confusion, but the audience immediately had speculations. Monkey? Could it be the monkey that caused chaos in the heavenly palace? Didn't the scriptures describe that monkey as having great powers? It can also be controlled by a master? Hiss. Somehow, I suddenly feel like this thing might really discipline naughty children. Could it be that when the brown bear wears this thing, Su Chen will summon that monkey? Oh, what happened after it was put on? The naughty child asked curiously. You put it on first. If you wear this tight-fitting spell, I will come in and tell you the rest of the story. Su Chen smiled and threw the tight-fitting spell in. Really? Don't lie to me. The little boy's eyes lit up at the words, immediately picked it up, and unhesitatingly put it on his head. Previous students had used electric nets, various props, all of which were ineffective against him. As long as someone entered this 10-meter range, he could naturally break free from any restraint. Would this tight-fitting spell be the same? Brother, I put it on. It looks good. Come in and tell me the story. The naughty child, wearing the tight-fitting spell, said innocently. Okay. Su Chen smiled and stepped in. Watching this scene, many students couldn't bear to look and turned their heads away. I bet this guy will be kicked out with broken bones within 10 seconds. If this guy dares to resist, I bet he will be kicked out within 5 seconds. If he doesn't hit after going in, this bear will go berserk. The outcome will be like that Jew sure. Listening to the voices of the people around, Su Chen's expression remained unchanged. After entering the 10-meter range of the little boy, he squatted down and said with a smile, guess what happened to that monkey later? Maybe you can experience it too. Yes, brother. I also want to experience it. Seeing Su Chen really stepping into his territory, the innocence on the little boy's face disappeared, his expression gradually turned fierce, he tore off his childish clothes with a playful smile, and then let out a deafening roar. Its body size increased, and the burly monster body stood upright in front of Su Chen like a mountain in an instant. Su Chen did not have the body size of Sun Wukong, but at this moment, compared to him, people's minds had already imagined the scene of a bus crushing a can. But at this moment, a student suddenly exclaimed, pointing to the brown bear's head, it seems like the headband-like thing hasn't broken. Ha! When the student said this, everyone looked up at the brown bear's head with puzzled eyes. The headband-like thing, like a toy, did not automatically break as the boy's body size increased, but instead grew larger and firmly stayed on top of the brown bear's head. Roar! The brown bear, with a size of over 3 meters and eyes emitting a crimson light, seemed to hear the people's words, reached for the headband on its head, exerted a tearing force, trying to break this small circle in half. But this thing was even stronger than it had imagined. No matter how much force the brown bear used, the golden headband remained unchanged. What's wrong? Didn't you like this thing a lot? Why do you want to take it off now? Su Chen asked with a smile. Roar! His voice immediately made the brown bear struggling with the tight headband on its head react. The opponent's crimson eyes lit up, swinging its bare paw somewhat aggressively, smashing fiercely towards Su Chen. It was getting angry. If hit directly, Su Chen would probably end up even more miserable than Zhu Beiji. Prepared in advance, Su Chen remained calm and agile, dodging the bear's paw strike and sitting cross-legged on the grass. In his mind, the ancient Chinese scriptures slowly turned, and a string of mantras appeared before his eyes. Su Chen clasped his palms together, uttering some incomprehensible murmurs. Thus I have heard. The tight headband on the monster brown bear's head immediately shone with a golden light. The bear, ready to swipe Su Chen away, felt a tearing pain in its head, piercing its soul, as if trying to erase its remaining consciousness. Roar! This time, the bear's roar clearly carried a sense of pain. It staggered, forgetting to attack Chen, instead pressing its paws on the tight headband on its head with all its strength, trying to remove it. However, the headband remained unaffected, and under the force, it seemed to tighten even more, causing its head to swell painfully. Damn! The audience in the livestream understood the follow-up to Chen's story. This small golden ring could actually render a 3-meter-tall monster helpless. No wonder the mischievous monkey who caused chaos in the heavenly palace was disciplined by his master. I feel a headache just hearing about this punishment with the tight headband. This thing is specifically used to deal with troublemakers. This monster is in trouble. Why does this newbie Dreamweaver have so many bizarre dream items, and each item even has a story? It's unbelievable. Indeed, this item is connected to both the Heavenly Palace dream and the Underworld dream. It's so awesome that just thinking about the stories makes my head spin. As the audience was amazed by the effect of the tight headband, the unwilling brown bear, seeing that it couldn't remove the headband, turned back to Chen. Its crimson eyes shone as it spoke in human language, "Stop chanting." It roared, trying to swing its arms to interrupt Chen's spellcasting, but unexpectedly, the headband tightened even more. The sense of restraint seemed to come directly from its soul, as if compressing its soul into a meat patty. No! The bear's pupils dilated, and with a wail, it fell in front of Chen, rolling on the ground while holding its head in hands. Unconsciously, its crimson eyes gradually dissipated, turning into ordinary dark brown animal eyes. Then, a pleading teenage voice came from the bear's mouth, "Brother, I know I was wrong, please stop." I was wrong. You realize your mistake now? Observing this scene, all the onlookers were stunned. What is this thing? It's so absurd. No way, this huge monster was actually subdued by this small headband? Is this for real? We tried using electric nets and various tools, but couldn't harm him at all. This guy is really strong. I didn't expect disciplining this naughty child to end like this. Damn, we wasted so much time. Listening to the bear's words, Chen, who was sitting on the grass reciting scriptures, smiled and stopped the incantation. Did you enjoy the story? Yes, brother, I was wrong. With Chen's voice, the bear felt the burden on its head disappear, and somewhat fearfully said, "What about the reward?" Chen stood up, brushed off the grass from his body, and said, "Here, for you." The bear also stood up from the ground and pulled out a dazzling stone from some part of Chen's bare body, shining like starlight. 3 bottle caps of different sizes, shining beautifully under the moonlight. The brown bear lowered its head and respectfully handed the stone in its hand to Chen. This scene did not escape the notice of the other examinees nearby, and as soon as the reward appeared, many people exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, a starstone! A starstone that only has a chance of appearing in the dream battlefield, and it's this big. Can't this be used to buy a nice 3-bedroom house in the outskirts of the Star River district? Wow, the rewards for this instance are actually this good?" Many examinees present looked enviously at the starstone in the bear's palm. They wanted it too. Gradually, some ill intentions began to surface in the eyes of certain individuals. "Hey, did you see that? The kid is wearing a black bracelet that looks like a dream-gathering stone, with over 10 of them. What dream-gathering stone? What kind of rich person dares to wear a dream-gathering stone like that on their hand?" That's true, everyone, although this brat is not under our supervision, we did help expend some of the brown bear's energy, right? No merit, but at least some hard work, right? Yeah, that's right. While snatching the points might cause trouble, but this reward, shouldn't we get a share too? Some players whispered to each other, their gazes towards Chen turning unfriendly. Chen frowned upon hearing these words, wanting to take action, but then the bear child placed the starstone in his hand, roared loudly, took a step forward, and surprisingly crossed the boundary of the signboard, standing outside. "I heard someone wants to steal my brother's stuff." As they watched the brown bear walk out from inside the signboard, the discussions among the examinees around suddenly fell silent. This thing could actually walk out? As for the talk about expending the monster's energy, they were just saying it, but everyone could tell from the previous probing that this thing wouldn't get tired at all. If it really came out, they wouldn't stand a chance even if they all attacked together. As the emotions of fear and shock rose, someone whispered, "Run softly." The examinees scattered and fled like fireworks. "Humph, you dare to have designs on my brother." The bear child watched this scene with hands on hips, feeling pleased with himself, with no intention of chasing after them. He turned around and ran to Chen, a smile squeezing out on his bare face, saying, "Brother, did I do well? Is this headband?" "Oh, the headband." Chen pondered as he looked at the brown bear. "You're not restricted to walking around anymore?" "That's right." The bear child nodded vigorously. "All right, here's the deal. Give me a ride, and when we get there, I'll help you take off the headband, and then you can go." Su Chen smiled. "Oh?" The bear child's eyes lit up as he nodded eagerly on all fours. "Okay. Brother, hop on, where are we going?" Su Chen pocketed the starstone, sat on the bear's back, and after orienting himself slightly, pointed towards the city center, saying, "This way." "Got it. Hold on tight, brother." The bear child roared and swiftly ran towards their destination, with the students they encountered on the way too terrified to dare to stop them. The forest gradually quieted down. By the time the unconscious monk Sun Wukong regained consciousness, there was no trace of anyone around. Monk Sun Wukong stood up, looking bewildered, rubbing his bald head, and looking around not knowing what had happened. "Where's the bear?" In the city center area, a squad dressed in enforcement team uniforms was resting in a dark corner next to a building. Among them was Chen Chang, his face scarred. One of the native enforcement team members took out a watch, checked the time, and then saluted Chen Chang, saying, "Captain, there's less than 20 minutes left until midnight." "All right, got it," Chen Chang replied gloomily. "In 20 minutes, when the midnight transport mission begins, I will make that damn Su Chen pay. He's had a stroke of bad luck today." After being knocked unconscious outside, he woke up only to be tortured all day. The beating was real. Just as Chen Chang was about to give in, the mastermind behind the scenes finally emerged. He struck a deal with the other party, gaining many secrets while also obtaining leverage to retaliate against Su Chen. A team led by him, the E-level Dreamweaver enforcement team. This mission is either his death or Su Chen's demise. According to that person's promise, I can take half of his points after killing Su Chen, and I won't face any punishment during the day. Now that I have the support of the enforcement team, let's see how he can hide. Not every time will an A-level Dreamweaver come out to help him. Chen Chang's expression grew even more gloomy. Obviously, he thought that the person who had influenced the situation at the previous arena match was not Su Chen at all. As his thoughts raced, a sudden roar of a beast came from afar. "What's that noise?" Chen Chang frowned and looked over. "Sir, it seems to be a dream monster. They're everywhere at night." A member of the enforcement team beside him scanned the area and said indifferently, "I see. Everyone be prepared, the show is about to begin." Chen Chang whispered. "Yes." The members of the enforcement team responded in unison. On the other side, "Hey, your voice is too loud." "Oh, sorry, since you're okay, I'll take off." The previous roar was naturally the mischievous child who had followed Su Chen to the city center. After Su Chen kept his promise and released the child happily roared and ran off. Su Chen waited in place for a while, and when he saw Chen Chang and the others no longer watching him, he breathed a sigh of relief and began to think about how to gather some intelligence. The location where the transport mission was to start was only a few hundred meters away from them. Su Chen didn't quite believe that Chen Chang and his team were not involved in this mission. So, how could he gather some intelligence? The simplest method would be to send a ghost over to eavesdrop on their conversations in the darkness. Or capture a lone member, disguise yourself as them, and infiltrate to gather information. But these methods are not very safe. What if there are some powerful Dreamweavers inside? As Su Chen was contemplating, he suddenly heard a young voice coming from a nearby alley. "Hey, are you wondering what they're up to?" The sudden voice from the dark shadows caught Su Chen off guard, and just as he was about to summon Black Impermanence, he saw the appearance of the newcomer. Standing at 4 feet tall, the boy had a mischievous face. In the faint moonlight, Su Chen barely made out his face and felt a sense of familiarity. "Little snake?" He furrowed his brow and whispered. The person who had silently appeared in the alley turned out to be the guide from earlier in the day. According to Zhang Li's intelligence, he belonged to a local gang organization in Dream City, with Little Snake being just a code name. Now, as midnight approached, he unexpectedly encountered him here. How long had they been following him? "Do you need something from me?" Su Chen calmly inquired as he pondered. "Our leader wants to see you, she has something you want," Little Snake whispered. "About the transport mission, about this team, we know a lot." Oh? This sudden turn of events caught Su Chen off guard. He thought the other party had come to sell information, but it turned out they were introducing someone to him. Could this be a trap? After some contemplation, Su Chen ultimately decided to go and investigate. From the current situation, law enforcement teams, transport drivers, and even a local snake organization in Dream City are all involved in this extraordinary transport task. The transport driver is out of reach, law enforcement team members are mixed with Chen Chang, and the only force left that can obtain intelligence with little risk is this local snake organization. "Lead the way," Su Chen said in a deep voice. Bro, according to the rules, you have to pay me 5 points. This is an essential reward. Our actions must comply with the rules of Dream City." The little snake scratched his head awkwardly. "No problem." Su Chen raised an eyebrow and immediately agreed to the payment request. "All right, bro, follow me." After receiving the points, the little snake's face immediately lit up with joy, waving to signal Su Chen, and led him into a dark alley. The alley in the city center was more complex than Su Chen had imagined. Perhaps due to the current plan to avoid the star beast, there were hidden paths everywhere. Just as Su Chen was about to forget where he came from, the little snake stopped him in a blocked alley and whispered towards a shadow, "Boss, I brought him here." Hearing this voice, a person slowly emerged from the shadow. Young, in their 20s, their face was not clear in the shadow, but they were wearing a law enforcement uniform. "This is in cahoots with Qian Chang?" Just as Su Chen frowned, the woman standing in the shadow spoke, her voice soft and melodious. "Su Chen, I know what you want to know, and I can tell you some things. For example, after your transport mission starts, nearly 100,000 examinees in the city will also receive a task. That is, to stop you. Nearly 100,000 examinees in the city will receive the same task. That is to stop them." The audience following Su Chen's perspective was shocked to hear this. Damn, it's only the first day in Dream City, and it's already this big? Only the top 100 students can receive the transport task, which means only 100 students are participating, and they have to deal with tens of thousands of students. Although these students are the top examinees in China, they can't withstand being surrounded and blocked by tens of thousands of people, right? After all, they are just awakening newcomers. The points for this transport task are not easy to earn, and not all students will accept this task, but if they encounter it, they will definitely have a fight. Su Chen, you definitely can't choose this transport task this time. In Linhai City, Su Chen's homeroom teacher, Lu Yu, couldn't help but worry for Su Chen upon hearing the woman's words. This task seems like a death sentence. The current Su Chen is strong in Dream City, but there will be thousands or even tens of thousands of examinees blocking the way on the road ahead of this task. Even the strongest F-rank Dreamweaver will be worn out due to the massive mental exhaustion, right? Su Chen now has 191 points, clearly able to secure a top spot. Even if he doesn't participate in this competition, there is no problem with being the first in the unified exam. He doesn't need to take risks to earn points. The longer he stays at the top, the better the university he will get into, and the more resources he will have. But he must be careful. For Lu Yu, her student has reached heights she never imagined, and she naturally hopes that her student can succeed steadily. This kind of extreme task that requires desperate effort is probably only dared by students from wealthy families, right? In the dim alley, Su Chen listened to the words of the local snake organization leader and was stunned. He didn't feel fear immediately but pondered and asked a question. Is there a publisher for this task? You don't seem to be afraid? That's a chase involving tens of thousands of people. The leader of the local gang asked curiously. Since there is this transportation task, there must be a solution, and there shouldn't be any missions that are impossible to complete, Su Chen said with a smile. After pondering for a moment, the leader of the local gang slowly said, "The force that entrusted you to transport things is the law enforcement team, and the force that wants to disrupt this mission is also the law enforcement team. As you can see, I am one of the members who issued the transportation task, and the law enforcement team is not a united group. Is there a factional struggle within the Dream City law enforcement team?" Su Chen thoughtfully pondered upon hearing this. Perhaps this is the reason why the rules in Dream City are different during the day and night? Before he could continue his questioning, the leader of the local gang explained on his own. In Dream City, the law enforcement team has the greatest authority and the ability to control everything. Within the law enforcement team, there are two factions. One is the defensive faction, and the other is the development faction. The defensive faction believes that the starry sky behemoth will come back sooner or later and advocates that we should continue to live as we did before, staying vigilant against the attacks of the starry sky behemoth every day. The development faction believes that the era of starry sky behemoth attacks is over, and Dream City should look forward, advocating for the dismantling of the city walls, expanding land development, and creating a brand new Dream City. Initially, the defensive faction held the dominant position, and they voluntarily released the so-called realm, turning Dream City's knights into what they are now. This was to hone the combat abilities of the Dreamweavers. So they turned the Midnight Dream City into a realm that could potentially harm people. Su Chen furrowed his brows as he listened to the leader of the local gang. But upon second thought, he found it quite reasonable. After all, the defensive faction believed that the starry sky behemoth would definitely return. Some sacrifices are necessary. So, was the Black Fist Hotel also set up by them? Su Chen asked after pondering for a moment. No, the leader of the local gang shook his head. That was set up by the development faction, which is the faction I belong to. We believe that as a group with powers beyond ordinary people, with the disappearance of external targets, internal conflicts are bound to intensify. Therefore, we set up the arena fights as a place for Dreamweavers to vent their power and resolve conflicts. This move has been constantly criticized by the defensive faction because they believe that Dreamweavers should be united and not turn their weapons against their own people. So, the defensive faction releases the realm at night but advocates unity among Dreamweavers? And the development faction sets up the black fist fights during the day, encouraging Dreamweavers to fight and resolve conflicts? This Dream City law enforcement team is quite interesting. Please continue. Chen nodded gradually as he began to understand, signaling the leader of the local gang to continue her story. As time passed, the fear brought by the starry sky behemoth diminished, the number of people in the development faction increased, and gradually, even the realm of Dream City at night no longer instilled fear in people. In the trend of declining influence within their factions, some members of the defensive faction began to have extreme ideas. Since the illusory starry sky behemoth no longer scares people, what about the real starry sky behemoth? They somehow obtained a starry sky behemoth cub and hoped to raise it to instill fear in Dream City once again. But we discovered this conspiracy, intending to destroy it immediately, but unexpectedly, you candidates arrived, the leader of the local gang said with a sigh. With the arrival of the candidates, the rules of Dream City are no longer entirely under our control, and our attack on the cubs was stopped. Under the interference of special powers, only by taking these cubs out of the city can they be destroyed, and you must be the ones to transport them. So that's it. Listening to the leader of the local gang, Chen roughly summarized the meaning. In simple terms, it is a transportation task commissioned by the development faction, hoping that we will take the starry sky behemoth cubs out of the city for extermination. The defensive faction within the law enforcement team is trying to block this action, keeping the starry behemoth in Dream City for cultivation in order to maintain their own claims and rule. This is really chaotic. Chen pondered for a moment, feeling that something was not right. So, what is the reason you told them? Do you want me to back off? This transport task was issued by you. The leader of the local gang said slowly, naturally, I want you to continue this task. Finding you is also to entrust you with an even more difficult task. Among the starry behemoths raised by the defensive faction, there is actually a desire dragon, which is the royal family of the starry behemoths, the strongest nemesis of humans. We hope you can personally transport this dragon out of the city. Desire dragon? Before Chen could react, there was a buzzing sound in the live broadcast room. This is the most elite species among the starry behemoths, considered the nightmare of all Dreamweavers in the dream battlefield. This time, there is even its offspring participating in the exam? Insane. Absolutely insane. Desire Dragon, are the ones setting the questions out of their minds eaten by the starry behemoths? In the Lord's office of Linhai City, Lu Yun listened to the words of the local gang leader and stood up abruptly. Desire Dragon. This is the archenemy of Dreamweavers and even all humans. If the Crimson Catfish is rated as a B-level danger, then the Desired Dragon is an SSS-level high risk. A deadly species that cannot be approached or fought against. Since the arrival of the starry behemoths, countless Dreamweavers have been buried under this species. Desired Dragon, as the name suggests, can evoke various desires in the human heart. Greed, cruelty, pleasure. Its ability can magnify these desires thousands of times. Then, through the hands of Dreamweavers, it turns the deep desires into a dream, causing the Dreamweaver's consciousness to sink into its own dream. As for the Dreamweaver's body, it will become a pawn of the Desired Dragon, occupied by another evil soul. The higher the spirit, the less able to defend against this attack. So far, they have not found an effective way to stop the Desired Dragon. There have been cases of S-Class Dreamweavers being attacked by the Desired Dragon. That day, the controlled S-Class Dreamweaver turned the area he guarded into a hellish mess. His old friends, relatives, disciples, and students were all killed by his own hands, leaving no one alive. The area thus fell into an abyss, only to be restored somewhat with the opening of the dream battlefield. Why does Lu Yun know this story so well? Because that area is the Linhai City under her jurisdiction. The S-Class Dreamweaver who once guarded Linhai City could not resist the invasion of the Desired Dragon. Now, how can Chen, a newly emerged F-Class Dreamweaver from Linhai City, resist? Even if it's a young Desired Dragon. Insane. They are absolutely insane. The genius seedlings of our Linhai City cannot be buried here. Anyone who has come into contact with the Desired Dragon may become a potential lunatic. Lu Yun slid her fingers on the screen and immediately dialed the phone of the chief examiner Chen Fingqiu, feeling extremely anxious. Beep beep beep. After a few rings, the phone was answered, and before the other party could speak, Lu Yun shouted angrily, "Old man, have you lost your mind? How could you arrange such an exam?" Lu Yun, don't be so impulsive, calm down. Unexpectedly, a female voice came from the other end of the phone, which surprised Lu Yun. The other person spoke Mandarin somewhat awkwardly, not like a native Mandarin speaker. Lu Yun found the voice somewhat familiar, and when the video call on the screen became a reality, she saw a circle of examiners with different skin tones in the Dream Network monitoring room. There were men and women, old and young. The speaker was a blonde woman with blue eyes, no more than 30 years old, dressed in a pure white priest's robe, holy and elegant. Lu Yun looked at this scene in a daze, and immediately recognized the newcomer, the examiner from the western side of Huaxia, whom she had encountered on the battlefield before. "Anna, why are you here? Aren't there other examiners from different exam zones?" Lu Yun asked in surprise. Lu Yun, the decision to include the desired dragon hatchling in this test was discussed among the top leaders globally, and Huaxia also voted in favor previously, Anna said in a melodious voice. What? Lu Yun was stunned by the news, clearly unaware of this matter. The scene across from them then shifted to reveal the elderly face of Chen Fingxiu, who sighed and explained slowly, this time, the release of the desired dragon is a test for the top-ranked students from various countries. It is a trial personally escorted by S-ranked Dreamweavers. To avoid causing a huge controversy, we did not announce this before the exam. The control of the test has also been handed over to the top-ranked students from each country. If they choose not to accept this task, then the desired dragon hatchling will not appear in the upcoming exam content. If they accept and successfully complete the task, they will gain an additional key during the exchange among the top players from various countries. I can't tell you exactly what the key is right now, but even S-ranked Dreamweavers are intrigued by it. Originally, I thought it would be Zhang's girl facing this test, but unexpectedly, Su Chen appeared. This is a test involving the top young Dreamweavers from various countries. Apart from Su Chen, all the top-ranked students from around the world have received an invitation to this task. Whoever can complete this task will receive the so-called key, something that even S-ranked Dreamweavers are interested in. No wonder. Lu Yun realized something and quickly turned her gaze to the live broadcast room, focusing on Su Chen. This test was originally meant for Zhang Hongxiao, she might have been the best candidate. But now, what will Su Chen choose? In a dim alley, Su Chen listened to the words of the gang leader, lost in thought. He also recalled the name of the desired dragon. If Dreamweavers have natural enemies, this species would definitely be one of them. Ignoring mental attacks, it can be terrifying. To deal with it, one must use various items to clear the mind and resist with different techniques used by Dreamweavers. The most important thing is to rely on one's own willpower to resist. It is a very troublesome creature. However, for him, dealing with it might not be so difficult. Is this desired dragon very strong? Can't you take action? Can't we take care of it ourselves now? Su Chen asked after a moment of contemplation. Deal with it on the spot? Su Chen's question puzzled the gang leader, who quickly shook his head and said, no, even the desired dragon hatchling is highly aggressive and has strong defensive capabilities. This is not something you examiners can handle, even if it's a hatchling. We have contained some of its abilities by putting it in a box. If it were to be released, it would likely have extremely negative consequences, and such a thing is absolutely not allowed to happen. Once you have the thought of opening the box, we will immediately come to stop you. Is that so? Not allowed to release it. You just said that you have confined the desired dragon in a box? Su Chen suddenly asked. Yes, during the transportation task, you are required to carry the box out of the city, and during this process, you will encounter traps, and the desired dragon in the box will continuously corrupt you. Enlarge your emotions, strive to become its henchman. This is a very dangerous task. Locked in a box, should I carry it out on my back? Su Chen pondered for a while, already having some ideas in mind. Ordinary candidates naturally have to endure the pollution of the dragon of desire. But he might not have to. This dragon is already in the box, still trying to pollute me? The box is not safe, I will make it safe. In China, there are many sealed treasures. At worst, summon a meditation immortal to chant with me, the main focus is on salvation. Furthermore, doesn't this dragon like to amplify people's inner desires? If it dares to make a move, I will directly hook out its soul and throw it into the 18th level of hell. In the extreme environment of despair, what is the desired dragon? We must upgrade the underworld properly. How about it? Do you accept this task? If you choose to give up, we will have other solutions to deal with this trouble as much as possible. The leader of the local gang interrupted Su Chen's thoughts. One last question, since it is an extra task, there should be extra rewards, right? Su Chen came to his senses and asked tentatively. Of course. The leader of the local gang nodded and said, the extra reward is a key. A key? Su Chen was slightly stunned at the words. A key that can unlock a certain mysterious area. Believe me, you will definitely need it in the upcoming exams, and it will be very useful. the leader of the local gang said solemnly. A key related to the upcoming exam, and it will be very useful. Upon hearing this, Chen made up his mind. This task is definitely a separate trial for the top of the Tianbang list. In that case, why wouldn't he accept it? Where is the box of the desired dragon? Can I carry it and run away now? Chen asked with a smile. Accepted? The audience in the live broadcast room listened to Chen's affirmative words and immediately burst into amazement. This kid has definitely never encountered the desired dragon. He doesn't understand the feeling of having his inner desires amplified thousands of times. Everyone, I have been on the battlefield and witnessed the attacks of the desired dragon with my own eyes. That is not something an ordinary dreamweaver can resist. Yes, Chen may have heard of the desired dragon, but that is only limited to books. How could he understand the feeling of despair when approaching the real desired dragon? Once you have fear of the desired dragon, it can amplify your fear tenfold, even 100-fold. Just by looking at it, you might submit at its feet. Many viewers were nervous, and some barrage messages kept refreshing. Damn, I just went to check out the live broadcasts of other exam areas. There, Iceland. Almost all the first-placed candidates in the exam areas received this task, and most of them accepted it. This time, it's the first showdown of geniuses from all major exam areas. Oh, watching the constantly refreshing information in the live broadcast room, the audience suddenly became interested. Many people tried to switch channels, quickly verifying the authenticity of this information. The first-ranked student from the Eagle country, Zeus, also accepted the task. This guy created an A-level potential dream in the first round of the exam. Damn, didn't expect this. Among this year's candidates, not only does Chen have S-level mental potential, but also a candidate from Bear Country. Their vocational fit is several times higher than Chen's. This time, it's a matter of losing face for whoever doesn't make it. Well, to be honest, I'm not very optimistic about Chen. Usually, children born in the lower districts have various unknown desires, making it easy to lose themselves in amplified desires. Chen, be careful. Listening to the analysis in the live broadcast room, the homeroom teacher Lu Yu, who was always paying attention to the live broadcast, felt a tightness in her heart. She felt that she couldn't fall asleep tonight. She had to watch Chen complete this task. This kid is too hardworking. I used to teach in class that after entering the unified exam, it's best to focus on being diligent. The more diligent you are, the better. Why is this kid so reckless from start to finish? It was clear that Lu Yu's thoughts couldn't reach the dream net internally. The leader of the local gang standing in the shadows listened to Chen's prompt response and didn't feel the need to confirm again. At midnight, the drivers of the transport convoy will deliver the boxes to the designated location on time. Your box will be listed separately, and they will personally hand it to you. Once you receive this box, it means your mission has truly begun. There may be restrictions on flying at that time, so you must run out with the box on your own. I will be waiting for you outside the city. Chen, good luck to you, and good luck to Dream City. After the leader of the local gang in law enforcement uniform finished speaking, he slightly bowed, saluted Chen, and then disappeared into the shadows. The surrounding alleys returned to a silent stillness. Chen looked around, and the little snake that was leading the way had left at some point. The service attitude is not very good, but luckily I remember how to get back. Chen decided not to leave the alley immediately, but instead found a shadow, sat down, closed his eyes, and communicated with the dream world in his mind. Inside, the small world was still in ruins, and the cycle of reincarnation in the lower underworld continued. After scanning the surroundings, he looked towards Fengdu City, inside the Yanwang Palace. The agile judge was writing something, and the Yin soldiers holding the water and fire sticks stood calmly by his side. The Yanluo Palace is still too desolate and incomplete. There is only one of the 10 Yama kings here. Building the underworld is a long and arduous task. Chen pondered for a while and then looked towards the back of the Yanluo Palace. Strengthening the Yanluo Palace now was not the best choice. It was more important to perfect the 18 layers of hell in advance. According to Chinese mythology, after the soul is judged in the Yanluo Palace, it must decide whether to enter the 18 layers of hell for punishment. Naturally, these 18 layers of hell are built next to the Yanluo Palace. This is his ace against the Dragon of Desire. He glanced at the source power panel. The source power had slowly increased to 3,600 points. Let's begin. I hope this hell can really deal with the Dragon of Desire. Chen took a deep breath, and in his mind, the pages of ancient Chinese history slowly turned until they reached a scene. Covered by boundless ancient black mist, within the churning black mist, 18 lifelike hell scrolls appeared before Chen's eyes. 18 layers of hell. I will use 1,800 points of source power to shape it. I hope it will give me some surprises. As his thoughts flickered, the source power in the panel disappeared rapidly like flowing water. At that moment, in the boundless and timeless underworld, all the souls walking on the road of the Yellow Springs felt a sense of fear for no reason, as if a great fear from the depths of their hearts was emanating from the city ahead. The spirits looked up following their spiritual senses, only to see the black mist swirling above the ancient temple, and the sound of wailing coming from the darkness. It made the spirits fearful. "What is that?" a spirit asked. "It doesn't feel like a good thing. Let's hurry and leave, this place is getting more eerie. Reincarnate early, leave this place soon." The footsteps of the spirits on the road of the Yellow Springs quickened involuntarily. Next to the Yanwang Palace, in the center of the dark and deep black mist, a male spirit's voice of fear and panic, as if on the verge of death, echoed from within. "No! I just deceived people. Why should I go to hell? No, don't come." The screams and sounds of fear abruptly stopped at its peak. Because its soul no longer has a tongue, that part has been torn into pieces and dispersed in the air. The evil spirits carrying out the punishment are grinning as they use hot tongs to slowly pull out the prisoner's tongue, making them feel the pain of a torn soul while prolonging the time of punishment. The first layer of hell. Tongue-pulling hell. Various sinners such as liars and malicious slanderers fall into this place, where underworld spirits slowly pull out their tongues with hot tongs, causing excruciating pain to the souls in the region. Listening to the eerie screams of the souls in the underworld as their tongues are torn out, Chen slightly furrowed his brow. In his perception, below him, there are layers of hell like ice hell, copper hell. As the black mist envelopes, numerous evil ghost officials and prisoners continue to emerge, with the souls of criminals suffering unbearable pain in this place. Until the atonement is complete, the stench of blood blows upwards with each layer of the 18 hells, instilling fear in people. The dragon of desire has fallen into this place, let it experience the ultimate despair. Give it VIP treatment, experience each level of the 18 hells. Chen's expression suddenly froze as the construction of the 18 hells was completed. Something seemed to have been added to his mind. At the end of the underworld page, a new page was added. It read, "With the perfection of the 18 hells, your spiritual depth is bound to the underworld, receiving blessings from the underworld." New ability, substitute ghost as the master of the 18 hells. When facing attacks from souls or spirits, a substitute ghost will automatically emerge from the 18 hells to counter the attack, requiring 100 points of source power. The substitute ghost's spiritual power is the same as yours. The stronger you are, the stronger the substitute ghost, able to withstand more attacks. At the current level, one can be summoned per day. Note, compared to the endless torture in the 18 hells, the spirits prefer to come out to resist an attack and enjoy a moment of peace. Oh, examining the additional information in his mind, Chen's eyes lit up. He didn't expect that perfecting the 18 hells would have such benefits. The substitute ghost, as the name suggests, automatically consumes source power when Chen encounters attacks that can harm his spirit or soul, summoning a substitute ghost from the 18 hells to help bear these damages. This thing is really useful. Battles involving attacks on the essence of the soul are common for dreamweavers of B rank or higher, and there are countless monsters in the Star Beast that can use mental and soul attacks. And now, as long as he doesn't kill his substitute ghost, he can be immune to all attacks on his spirit and soul. This should include the attacks of the Dragon of Desire. Amplifying a person's inner desires is essentially an attack on their spirit and will. When facing this attack, Chen can simply summon a substitute ghost to help bear it. This also means, as long as the Dragon of Desire doesn't kill my substitute ghost, it can't affect me mentally. The Dragon of Desire is almost useless against me, like a crippled dragon. Chen muttered, clenching his fist. Truly the underworld. But this substitute ghost is a bit expensive. 100 points of source power each. The summoned ghost's spiritual power is consistent with his own. This means that if he wants a stronger substitute ghost, he must spend source power to actively increase his own spiritual power. Chen glanced at the source power panel and felt poor. After consuming 1800 points of source power, he was left with only 1800 points. He could only increase his spiritual power by about 18 points, and the substitute ghost summoned would have a maximum of 65 points of spiritual power, still belonging to the F rank level. This is a layer of protection. If the desired dragon kills my scapegoat during transportation, I will have time to react and drag it into the underworld. It all depends on how strong this desired dragon cub is. It's time to take on the task. After pondering for a moment, Chen stood up, walked out of the alley in the direction he had come from, bypassed the ambush set up by Qian Chang and others, and arrived at the transportation site under the bright moonlight. It was a small square paved with stone bricks. He was already considered late. A crowd had gathered here, with a rough estimate of at least over 100 people. Among the elite examinees were some ordinary students who had come to help. Su Chen saw the Jiang siblings inside, as well as the cheap teammate Tang Ning, who was surrounded by many students. His bright red hair stood out in the crowd. Sensing the gaze, Tang Ning turned his head and upon seeing Su Chen, immediately whispered to the people around him and walked over alone. Looks like the Lord of Dream City has finally arrived, Tang Ning teased. The Lord of Dream City? Su Chen was momentarily stunned, then realized that they were talking about his use of the city god temple to connect to Dream City. Without much explanation, he casually asked, "So, any intelligence gathered tonight?" Tang Ning didn't dwell on Su Chen changing the subject and organized his words. "Indeed, we received quite a bit of intelligence. There is a team of enforcement officers lurking in a dark corner nearby, seemingly prepared to come over. They are definitely here to stop our transportation task. It seems the enforcement team doesn't want the things we are transporting to leave the city. Also, my runners saw many masked individuals running towards the outskirts of Dream City at midnight, definitely not students." Many masked individuals running towards the outskirts of Dream City at midnight? Su Chen silently noted this information and, following the principle of reciprocity, revealed some information about the transportation task to Tang Ning. What? All examinees will come to obstruct this transportation task? Are we supposed to run with a starry beast cub on our backs? Tang Ning's face turned ugly after hearing Su Chen's words. Is the information reliable? We'll find out when the transport convoy arrives. Su Chen shrugged. No? With this kind of information, have you prepared anything? I stand out too much in this outfit. Tang Ning looked at his bright red school uniform and his very conspicuous hair color in the dark night, feeling uneasy. Do you have night clothes? Lend them to me. I stand out too much, and you wouldn't want me to attract attention, right? Sorry, I'm afraid teaming up is not an option this time. I have to go solo. Su Chen sighed. Why? Give me an explanation? I won't hold you back. Tang Ning frowned. Won't hold back? That's quite a statement. He was transporting the desired dragon, and just because he was immune didn't mean others around him would be immune. Anyone who got close to him would encounter misfortune and then drag him down. Su Chen was about to say something when the sound of a truck starting up came from the other side of the street. Turning his head, he saw 8 trucks slowly approaching the square in an orderly line. The transport drivers had arrived. Just as their gaze shifted, the leading truck suddenly began to sway as if drunk, accompanied by a harsh screech of brakes, and came to a sudden stop at the side of the square. The doors of the passenger and driver's seats quickly opened, and 2 burly men with terrified faces jumped out of the car. Damn it! Who is Su Chen? Get this thing out of here. I think I know why you're going solo. Tang Ning, standing nearby, looked at the terrified delivery drivers and immediately understood. The starry beast they were supposed to transport was incredibly powerful. It is very likely a special mission for the first place. If teamed up with her, it is very likely not a strong alliance, but a burden. It is not good for both sides, so Su Chen took the initiative to go solo. This time, we really can't cooperate, Su Chen said helplessly. Instead of thinking about this, you should focus on your own issues. What's inside? Tang Ning asked curiously. Just as Su Chen was about to casually answer, after the surrounding students looked at each other for a moment, their gazes finally fell on Su Chen. Is he Su Chen? Wow, isn't he the student who almost took over the Dream City management rights? He's so fierce. Step aside, I can see this transport mission clearly this time. This guy's difficulty level is definitely the highest. This truck will be loaded with his stuff alone. As the many students dispersed, there was a different voice that emerged from inside. Wait, hold on, the greater the difficulty, the greater the reward. Why can he take on the high difficulty task? Shouldn't I be able to do it too? We have more people. Where genius youths gather, there are naturally those who are self-important. A young man in gray and white attire, accompanied by more than 10 examinees, walked out. Obviously, the other party also had a background, and this transport mission even brought along more than 10 escorts. Among high-level students, most of them come from good backgrounds, and soon someone recognized this young man. Zhao Zhan, isn't he the silly boy from the Zhao family in the imperial capital? Wow, this guy wants to grab the first place reward. Indeed, having more people is an advantage, but will Su Chen agree? The first place's bad luck is not easy to come by. Not necessarily, after all, everyone has to give face to the Zhao family, especially now that he has more people. Listening to the discussions around them, Zhao Zhan straightened his back with a proud look. After glancing at Su Chen, he waved to his men, move. We'll take on this task. Transporting goods doesn't necessarily have to be done by one person, right? We have more people here, we can form a group to transport this cargo, we should be more capable of transporting it. The bewildered men received the order and wanted to surround the first truck. The two drivers, seeing this, paled and quickly stopped them. "Hey, get out of the way, move your head. The goods inside are desired dragon hatchlings. If you want to die, go in." Desired dragon hatchlings? The name seemed to have a petrifying curse, causing the bewildered men who wanted to approach the goods to freeze in place. The students present were puzzled for a moment, then suddenly became noisy. No one was a fool, and they understood from the driver's words. This time, they were to transport starry beast hatchlings, and Su Chen's task was to transport desired dragon hatchlings. Desired dragon, something even the top dream makers in their families feared. Wow, the difficulty of this first-place task is unbelievable. I wonder why these drivers jumped out, so it's because of that, huh? Please, we won't compete. Go for it, Zhaozhan, we're rooting for you. Hurry up and snatch Su Chen's task. Get out of the way, stay away from that truck. Who knows if this is the radiation range of the desired dragon? Zhaozhan, hurry, go for it. Suddenly, the students who were originally watching the excitement scattered like a tide, and the examinees all looked towards Zhaozhan, who stood out. Zhaozhan, with his back straight, shrank his neck as he listened to the words around him, then turned his head in horror to look at Su Chen. "You dare to take on this task too? Why not? Should I give it to you instead?" Su Chen smiled. No, Zhaozhan shook his head like a drum, his body shrinking, and he reached out with a gesture of invitation. "My bad, boss, please, it's better for the boss to handle it." Compared to the first, the younger brother feels that he still lacks strength. He said, turning his head to look at his men, "Why are you standing there like fools? Make way for the big boss. Are you trying to die by standing so close to the truck? Isn't it?" Tang Ning finally understood why Su Chen would despise her for being a hindrance. She really was a hindrance when it came to transporting this stuff. The Dragon of Desire, with her temperament, if she were to be contaminated by the other party, it would be disastrous. In addition, the more people involved in the transportation, the easier it is for the Dragon of Desire to find a breakthrough. The circle of younger brothers she brought with her might all end up becoming the Dragon of Desire's henchmen in the end. Is this guy crazy? If he gets any after effects, even a mental hospital won't be able to keep him. Tang Ning, with a shocked expression, turned to look at Su Chen beside her. Su Chen didn't seem to care too much about the strange looks from the people around him, and even seemed to enjoy it. Now he could be sure that no one would dare to trip him up during the transportation task later. If he encountered a student, he could just tell them that he was carrying a Dragon of Desire's cub on his back, and probably no one would dare to come and snatch it away. Of course, except for the Dream City team. Now, let's see how long the scapegoat's ability can hold up. After signaling to Tang Ning beside him, Su Chen took a deep breath, stepped forward, passed through the path separated by the students, and walked straight towards the truck that no one dared to approach. Just as he was about to walk out of the crowd of students, a cold voice rang out. "Need help? I can exchange tasks with you, we'll exchange the rewards." Turning his head, he saw Zhang Hongxiao in blue and white school uniform. The other party's ice blue eyes were calm, and there was not much fear in her words towards the Dragon of Desire's cub. Indeed, only those with a clear mind could resist the erosion of the Dragon of Desire with their willpower. However, no exchange, I don't want to miss out on this easy task. Su Chen smiled and refused her request. An easy task? Hearing this, the students were full of question marks on their faces. Transporting a Dragon of Desire's cub and still calling it an easy task? It would be ridiculous if they ended up in a mental hospital later. Among the top 100 students in Huaxia, there were naturally some who thought they could challenge a bit, but they were all a bit hesitant in their hearts. After all, everyone had a dark side. It was better to be cautious. "Are you sure?" Zhang Hongxiao rarely asked back. "I'm sure." "Well, good luck to you," she said crisply and returned to the crowd. So, when several trucks arrived in front of the students, Su Chen also approached his task target. Just as he approached the rear of the truck, before opening the rear door, he felt a sense of oppression in his chest. It seemed like some repressed emotion was about to burst out. Su Chen's movements gradually stiffened. The audience in the live broadcast saw this scene, and they all knew it was the influence of the Dragon of Desire. Here it comes. If he can't withstand this blow, he won't even think about getting close to the Dragon of Desire. It seems like Su Chen isn't very resistant. Although I believe in Su Chen's strength, this attack on the mental level. To be honest, Su Chen is in big trouble this time. Just as Su Chen felt uncomfortable, the pages belonging to the ancient Huaxia slowly turned in his mind, deducting 100 points of source power. In the 18 layers of hell in the dream heart, a ghost kicked away the surrounding companions, as if relieved, crawled out and entered Su Chen's body. The moment it entered Su Chen's body, a force surged onto this ghost. It seemed to be some insignificant negative emotion? Ah, feels good, the ghost exclaimed in surprise. Compared to hell, this place is simply heaven. Negative emotions? Can this tiny emotion be called negative? Let me die here, the scapegoat shouted happily. With the appearance of the scapegoat, Chen felt all the negative emotions disappear, and he returned to normal in the next contaminated second. It seems not very difficult? When Chen had this thought, inside the truck, the desired dragon sealed and imprisoned in the box sensed the aura of the human dreamweaver. Slightly different from the dragon form known to the Chinese, the desired dragon's appearance leaned more towards a Western-style demonic dragon, with horns on its head and wings on its back. As a member of the royal family among the starry behemoths, it naturally possessed a certain level of intelligence. Aware of its current situation, it even understood how to endure and resolve it. Unlike other desired dragons, its abilities had undergone a certain mutation, allowing it to amplify human emotions while eavesdropping on some of the other party's thoughts and feelings. This should be an opportunity. By using my special abilities well, I can definitely escape. Once I'm out, I will definitely return to my clan, gather the dragons, and subdue the humans. The escape plan starts with this kid. The desired dragon hatchling gritted its teeth, stretching its wings with effort, releasing more leadership abilities, penetrating the barriers of the box, and pointing straight at Chen. In its perception, this dreamweaver was completely defenseless and easily fell into its trap. Encountering me, naturally, you should feel fear. So let me amplify your fear and despair, making you submit under my dragon claws. Amplify, amplify. The desired dragon could clearly sense the opponent's fear and despair emotions increasing by 1,000-fold. The effect seems quite good. The human in front of it is weak. The desired dragon felt pleased and immediately began to harvest the opponent's emotional perceptions. Despair, fear, let me see into your heart. Soon, a message appeared in its dragon mind. It was a cheerful voice. That's it, that's it. What? Hearing the transmitted message, the desired dragon widened its eyes in disbelief, feeling once again the opponent's cheerful thoughts. The amplification of its despair seemed to have no effect on this human. It couldn't be. It clearly felt the amplification of its despair affecting the opponent. As long as the opponent felt despair and fear, it should have an effect. Why was he smiling now? According to the inheritance it received, the amplification of despair was the most effective attack, causing countless top humans to fall under the claws of despair and become their followers. Unless this human was a stone without thoughts and emotions. Or perhaps, his inner despair had reached the so-called extreme, and no amplification effect could increase it further. For this human, the desired dragon's imposition of despair would have no effect. Infinity times infinity is still infinity. Is this human specifically here to deal with us? It can't be, no human can withstand our attacks. The desired dragon hatchling thought, its dragon face wrinkling. Outside the carriage, Chen saw that he was unharmed and immediately resumed his actions. Taking a few steps forward, he was about to open the carriage door. Watching Chen's swift recovery, the audience in the live broadcast room let out a gasp. He's getting over his psychological issues so quickly? Damn, seems like there's something going on. Of course, since Chen dares to take it on, he must be confident. If he can't even withstand the radiation zone, what will happen next? Stop talking, the most dangerous time is coming up next. As the audience spoke, in the Lord's office, Luyan couldn't help but clench her fists as she watched the scene. With her insight, she could naturally see that Chen's initial encounter was just the unconscious negative effects brought about by the desired dragon, and next, he would face the desired dragon head-on. The desired dragon that invaded the territory will naturally erupt with full force, amplifying all kinds of desires in Chen's heart to the maximum. As long as Chen reveals a flaw, then everything will be over. Damn it, if we still had an S-level Dreamweaver in our Huaxia, Chen would definitely not have any problems. But now, it is S-level Dreamweavers from other countries helping Chen, and there may be times when they are not well taken care of. Chen must hold on. What Luyan didn't know was that Chen had already held on, even making the desired dragon in the box doubt its own existence. As the door of the carriage slowly opened, what caught Chen's eye was a square box the size of a guitar case. It had 2 straps on it for Dreamweavers to carry forward. It was securely fastened in the middle of the carriage by chains, and the square box trembled slightly, as if there were creatures moving inside. However, the soundproofing of this box was exceptionally good, and Chen did not hear any sound. Is this what they call a seal? By the way, can't Dreamweavers carry this box? After pondering for a while, Chen summoned a ghost servant to try to lift the box by expending mental energy. Unexpectedly, as soon as the ghost servant's hand touched the box, flames ignited all over its body, causing the servant to immediately let go in pain. This is a sealing method specifically aimed at creations non-humans cannot approach. However, Chen could still break through this defense line by forcibly expending mental energy. For now, it's better to carry it himself. No wonder they say you have to carry it yourself. This exam group really doesn't let people slack off. Chen muttered to himself as he looked around and found the key to the chains on the right wall of the carriage. After taking the key, he unlocked the bound chains. This action seemed to alert the desired dragon inside, as the box trembled even more violently. Damn humans! Being trapped in the box for years made it very sensitive to what was happening around the box. Sensing something ominous, the desired dragon in the box flapped its wings hard in the confined space, intensifying the pollution of humans outside, and tried to break free from the box. Stay put, buddy. If you really come out, I'll have to take you on a tour of the underworld. Chen patted the box, seeing that whatever was inside seemed unable to break the seal, so he ignored it and tried to lift the box on his back. Perhaps due to the long hunger of the desired dragon inside, the box turned out to be unexpectedly light. As Chen carried the box behind him, he heard a sound outside like an alarm. Dream City Night Rule activated. Flying teleportation is prohibited here. Immediately, a prompt popped up on his panel. Enforcer Zhou Ming is using Dream City Authority to issue a task to all examinees. Some bandits have appeared in Dream City, and we need you to prevent losses. Mission objective: keep the silver box in Dream City. Anyone attempting to take the silver box out of the city can be killed without conditions. All members reward 10 points. Examinees who obtain the silver box and keep it in Dream City will receive an additional 10 points. Note, all silver boxes will automatically emit light every 3 minutes to indicate their location. Please be prepared, examinees. The mission will start in 10 minutes. Please prepare yourselves, examinees. Here it comes. The extremely challenging transportation task is officially starting. They even assigned this task to me? Inside the truck carriage, Chen looked at the panel in front of him and felt a sense of unease. Killing transporters earns 10 points, leaving the box in place also earns 10 points. If someone among the top 100 examinees chooses to defect, the situation will be chaotic. After all, no matter how you look at it, it's difficult to complete the task. This transport task is difficult and risky, just like going to die. But, chaos is their chaos, no one should want to stop me, right? When the time comes, I just need to throw the box of the desired dragon cub, and everyone will have to retreat 300 meters. This is a very good weapon. We can't waste any more time, we have to leave immediately. Chen thought, carrying the still wriggling desired dragon cub on his back, opened the door of the carriage and got off the car. Outside, the top 100 candidates had just learned about the difficulty of this task from the transport driver, but many still chose to take a silver box and give it a try. After all, if they were really intercepted halfway and couldn't get through no matter what, they could stay in Dream City with the silver box and earn 10 points. The silver boxes on other trucks were different from Chen's. There were both big and small star beast cubs. Some people grabbed a Rubik's Cube-sized silver box from the truck and ran away, while others chose to carry a conspicuously larger box, at least twice the size of Chen, trying to take it away, not knowing what benefits they would get. It seemed to be a bald head, looking like Zhu Beiji. As for Zhao Zhan and Tang Ning, who brought their lackeys, they didn't have to move the boxes themselves, their lackeys would do it for them, and Tang Ning seemed to want to take another box to earn more points. Chen is coming out with the box. Someone in the crowd shouted. The students carrying the silver boxes all looked towards Chen, and then, along with the driver, everyone subconsciously moved away from Chen a little. This guy really came out with the desired dragon cub on his back. Impressive. This guy looks pretty normal, not like he has any problems. Brother, don't you understand? People infected by the desired dragon act like this before they start showing symptoms of madness. I've seen it. A student confidently explained. Hey, kid, you can go first. You should be familiar with the rules. Remember not to get close to the crowd. The driver shouted to Chen from a distance. We'll meet outside the city. Absolutely do not meet inside the city. Okay. Chen smiled helplessly as he carried the desired dragon cub on his back, not taking a few steps forward to play a prank on them, and instead turned around to find an empty alley to escape. But unexpectedly, at the edge of the square, a burst of tearing and angry roars came mixed together. Chen, you're here? Hearing this familiar voice, Chen sighed, turned his head, and saw Qian Cheng in a law enforcement team uniform on the opposite side of the square, followed by a dozen or so Dream City natives also wearing law enforcement team uniforms. Along with Qian Cheng's words, the ear-ranked dreamweavers behind him muttered, and hundreds of huge vines appeared around them, covered with thorns, with a crack at the top that looked like a green snake. When the vines fully appeared, they seemed to consciously tear through the bricks in front of them, splitting into 4 paths, blocking all of Su Chen's retreat routes and rushing towards him. Hey, I'm carrying the desired dragon cub, are you sure about this? Su Chen gestured to his box. Desired dragon? Xian Cheng was stunned, then sneered. What does it have to do with me? I just need to stay away, right? Quick, get him out of here. Yes. Many members of the law enforcement team responded in unison. The momentum of the vines became even more overwhelming. Oh my god, what's going on? Wasn't it supposed to start in 10 minutes? Isn't that Xian Cheng? When did he start leading a team of native dreamweavers? How are we going to deal with this? The students looked at the surging vines coming towards them with great pressure. Many candidates even wanted to switch sides immediately to get full marks and run away. The drivers seemed to have known the situation early on and tried to reassure everyone, saying, "Don't be afraid. This attack is only targeting Su Chen. According to the rules, only candidates can deal with candidates. Su Chen's situation is special. An attack targeting only Su Chen?" The students were puzzled at first, but then quickly understood. How difficult is the task this guy took on? Zhao Zhun, the foolish boy, felt his scalp tingle as the sharp thorn surged out. If he had just taken on the task of the desired dragon, he wouldn't have been able to leave this square. This kind of large-scale attack is obviously not something a newbie can withstand, especially when Su Chen had to defend against the desired dragon's invasion while distracted. Hiss! It's a big danger. Even if he's a monster, he can't be a level above and fight against so many soldiers, right? The audience in the live broadcast room immediately became alert. This team arrived too quickly, didn't they? How should this situation be resolved? I feel like the examiners are setting us up. Do the first-place students in other regions receive the same treatment? Or are we in Huaxia being treated differently? Alert! I've opened another live broadcast room, and the first-place students in other regions are facing the same problem. This event is clearly a separate test for the first-placed students by the examiners. There will be an explanation for sure. A special test for the first-placed student? There must be an optimal solution. The audience, who were familiar with the examiner's ways, immediately began to think of solutions. Soon, a dreamweaver who claimed to have been on the battlefield spoke up in the barrage. Now, Su Chen needs to immediately get rid of the desired dragon hatchling on his back, even throw it in the direction of Qian Cheng. If I'm right, only students carrying the desired dragon will be attacked. Once Su Chen gets rid of the desired dragon hatchling, only Qian Cheng can attack him. And Su Chen can use the desired dragon to amplify desires, to some extent, interfere with this Dreamweaver team. In this way, he can play it safe and gain a chance of survival. This may not be the best solution, but it's not bad either. By throwing the desired dragon into the Dreamweaver team, he could take advantage of the confusion. The audience looked at this analysis in the barrage, thought for a moment, and felt it was feasible. Indeed, but this will take a long time, and may even cause more trouble. Causing trouble seems unavoidable. Su Chen must take a gamble now, betting that the Dreamweavers won't fall so quickly. I think it's possible. Su Chen should be able to come up with this method, and then it will be a one-on-one between him and Qian Cheng, brutally killing him and sending Qian Cheng out of the exam room. As the audience waited in anticipation, Su Chen looked at the surging vines and pondered for a moment but did not immediately discard the silver box on his back. Instead, he crouched down, fingers slightly spread, and pressed his hand on the ground. It seemed like he was dreaming. Yes, dreaming. Faced with this almost certain death scene, Su Chen naturally realized that this was a question from the examiners. Direct confrontation was possible, but it would consume too much energy and time. The same applied to throwing the desired dragon behind him. The most important thing in running away was time. He couldn't afford to waste a single minute without a location. After a moment of contemplation, the answer was actually in the tasks released earlier. Flying teleportation is prohibited here. Such an obvious hint came out. He didn't need to teleport away. And in terms of teleportation techniques, there were many experts in Huaxia who could outperform many others. So, please, land deity. In his mind, a page belonging to ancient Huaxia turned slightly, and an elderly man with a slightly short stature, holding a curved wooden staff, and white hair appeared on the page. Su Chen, seeing the situation, injected 100 points of source power without hesitation. The old man in his mind immediately became vivid and descended to the mortal world. A burst of green smoke emanated from Su Chen's palm, and the old man in his mind, the land deity, had already manifested in reality. Surveying the surging vines around him, the white-haired land deity chuckled and did not immediately take Su Chen away, but instead lightly tapped the ground with his curved wooden staff. The vines that had emerged from the broken ground all seemed to collide with an extremely hard surface that did not resemble the ground at all. Caught off guard, their bodies viciously collided with the ground, tearing apart many of them. Several of the vines at the forefront even let out a painful roar, with their bodies being mostly torn apart, causing their attacking speed to immediately decrease significantly. At this moment, the desired dragon hatchling keenly sensed Su Chen's mental power beginning to decline. Its eyes lit up. You dare to use mental power while fighting against this dragon? Human, you are quite bold. Since you are using mental power, then I will give you a desire to continue consuming mental power to accomplish something. When your mental power is depleted, you will be my lackey. The desired dragon thought to itself, stretching its wings and switching its contamination towards Su Chen. Just like before, it effortlessly invaded and contaminated the opponent. It quickly received feedback. Ah, yes, that's it. I want to drain my mental power. Hurry, hurry, kill me. The desired dragon's expression froze. Was this human mocking it? Or was this all planned? Could this be prevented? What exactly is this human up to? The desired dragon was somewhat on the verge of collapse. Su Chen naturally sensed the movement of the desired dragon. Seeing that the opponent had not yet broken through his defense, he temporarily ignored it. Looking at the temporarily restrained group of vines, he quickly said to the land deity, "Please take me west, as far as we can go." It was clear that the examination group would not allow him to keep burrowing underground and escape the city like this. They would probably patch up this loophole soon. For now, he could run as far as possible. Okay. The land deity kindly nodded and waved his curved wooden staff, enveloping the two of them in a white mist as they burrowed into the ground. Burrowing underground. The audience in the live broadcast room immediately realized what was happening. Of course, Su Chen seems to be handling things with ease, simultaneously resisting the contamination of the desired dragon and using mental power to burrow underground. I thought of that too before, but I felt that it would be extremely difficult to instantly create a powerful burrowing technique in such a short time. After all, impromptu creation is not very reliable. I've looked at the methods used by examinees in other regions, and they are all more or less the same, with no one throwing the box away. Ha, that guy earlier really embarrassed himself. The newcomers this year seem to be quite sharp. It seems like the top student in our examination area is quite outstanding. Inside the examination room in China, the live videos of dozens of top students from various countries were being broadcasted. The examiners from other countries had not left yet, and many of them showed expressions of relief as they saw students from their respective regions choosing the optimal solutions. Chen Fengqiu was no exception, even letting out a sigh of relief. The decision to burrow underground was indeed the best solution provided by their examination group, although there were limitations to how far one could burrow. After burrowing up to 1/3 of the distance, they would intervene to disable burrowing, all for the safety of the examinees. After all, using too much mental power could lead to a decrease in willpower, allowing the desired dragon hatchling to take advantage. Oh, my friend, it seems that the students from our country are all very excellent. Sitting next to Chen Fengqiu, the Asian chief examiner with a white hat on his head spoke in broken Chinese. However, the first in our white elephant country is more outstanding. That burrowing groundhog is an A-level dream creature. It must be our country first. If this test is connected, and the examinee from which country reaches the limit first, all countries cannot use the underground escape, then you guys are in trouble. We are definitely far ahead. Ha. Chen Fengqiu listened to the words of the chief examiner beside him and resisted the urge to kick him out using his authority. This person is really shameless. The A-level dream created by the examinee from the white elephant country is obviously not made on the spot. It is clear that they have some understanding of it. Is it fair to compare with early preparation? What's the use of being fast? Wei hua xia. When Chen Fengqiu was about to speak leisurely to praise Su Chen, a sudden alarm sounded in the chief examiner's room. Examinee no. 3484 Su Chen has used the underground escape to reach the limit area, and Dream City automatically restricts permissions. As soon as the alarm sounded, the invigilators in the room widened their eyes. Did he make it? Just a few seconds? He has already reached the limit area? The white elephant country examiner's eyes bulged, unbelievably stood up. Our country's S-level player has just escaped the square. What's the situation with this examinee from Huaxia? The speed of the underground escape generally depends on the amount of mental power and the strength of the dream creature created. Could this examinee have created an S-level potential character in a short time again? He didn't even use the dreamstone in his hand. Many examiners looked over with incredulous expressions. The reason they came was because Su Chen had created a creature that could shake Dream City. After coming, they found that this examinee's mental power and creativity were off the charts, completely unlike a novice dream maker. But after confirming that the other party was indeed a novice, the examiners were no longer calm and insisted on staying to see this person's performance. Now, under their surveillance, this examinee has created another miracle. Chen, could this examinee have some auxiliary abilities that we don't know about? Listening to the examiner's probing, Chen Fengxiu came back to his senses from shock, pretended to be calm, touched his beard and smiled. You don't understand, this is the mysterious power from Huaxia. Mysterious power from Huaxia? The examiners looked puzzled, but soon one of them laughed heartily. Chen, it looks like this time the challenge has come to your country. Challenge? Chen Fengxiu was stunned at the words, suddenly remembered. Because dream makers from various countries have differences in strength and other aspects, in order to take care of weaker countries, the top 3 countries that have run 1/3 of the course with absolute advantage will face an additional challenge, named the Challenge of the End of 10 Days. In the sky above Dream City, 10 suns will rise. Looking at the ground that had already disappeared, Chen Cheng's eyes widened. How could he not understand what had happened? Underground escape? Damn, there's still this loophole? He turned to the dream makers behind him and shouted, quick, underground escape, take me with you, continue to chase. To the west. Yes. The indigenous dream makers, led by Qian Chang, obviously took the lead. After receiving the order, those surging vine snakes immediately returned to their surroundings, hissing, and then took Qian Chang and others underground towards the west. But just a few seconds later, a voice sounded in the sky. Underground escape and high-speed movement are prohibited here. Along with the sound in the sky, Chen Chang and the others who had just entered the underground felt a great force coming from all around. Before they could react, they felt their vision spinning, and when they came to, they had been thrown out of the underground and landed in a dim alley. Damn! What the hell? The voice in the sky was familiar to Qian Chang, the person he could trade with. It was the leader of the extreme faction in the Dream Maker Defense Department, Zhou Ming. But how did the other party help Su Chen now? Is this guy out of his mind? We can definitely tunnel faster than Su Chen. Why ban the tunnel? Qian Chang cursed. That's what you think, fool. At some point, the face of an ordinary indigenous dream maker nearby turned dark. He slightly hooked his finger, and a beam of light fiercely struck Qian Chang. Hiss! In an instant, memories of the torture he had endured before flooded Qian Chang's mind, causing him to convulse and almost faint. His eyes filled with fear, he turned to see the face of the ordinary indigenous man slowly contorting into that of another person. It was Zhou Ming, the one who had tortured him. Seeing this, Qian Chang knew he had spoken out of turn and trembled as he apologized repeatedly. Captain Zhou, I was wrong. Remember, there won't be a next time. Hearing Qian Chang's words, Zhou Ming withdrew his punishment, saying coldly, Su Chen just used the dream characters to run at least 1/3 of the distance in a few seconds. If I hadn't banned the tunnel and used high-speed movement, by the time you tunneled over, this guy would have already left the city. What? Ignoring his injuries, Qian Chang sat up in shock. It's impossible, he's just an F-grade dream maker. Running that fast would consume a lot of mental energy. How could he withstand the assault of the Desire Dragon and use so much mental energy? But he managed to do it, Zhou Ming said coldly. Since you already know that the box contains the Desire Dragon, I won't hide it from you. This thing is very important to our enforcement team. I'll give you one last chance. If you can't catch Su Chen and get his silver box, you can wait to die outside Dream City. But right now, we are far from him. Qian Chang's face looked grim. Don't worry about that. Wait a little longer, and 10 suns will rise in the sky of Dream City. I will make sure you see Su Chen's figure immediately. 10 suns? As for Su Chen, he was still unaware of the plans of the extreme faction of Dream City Defense. When he was thrown out by the rules, he found himself on a quiet street. After sending the Earth God back, Su Chen immediately took out a map from his pocket and roughly located himself in the surrounding buildings. Just ran less than 1/3. I need to get this thing to its destination quickly, the substitute is about to give out. Since Su Chen started using mental energy, the Desire Dragon in the box had been in a state of agitation. Although the substitute had shown extreme excitement, temporarily confusing the Desire Dragon, Su Chen could clearly feel that the substitute's mental energy had weakened significantly. In a little while, it would probably dissipate. This was fulfilling the ghost's wish, which was not very friendly to Su Chen. With pursuers behind him, he couldn't open the box and deal with it now, the pressure was overwhelming. The 18 layers of hell was a last resort. Su Chen put away the map and glanced at the power value on the panel. After summoning the Earth God, his power was now less than 1,700 points, but during this process, he had experienced a significant increase and was back to over 2,000 points. At least he could support creating another structure like the 18 layers of hell. Just as Su Chen was contemplating what to do to escape the pursuit and break the deadlock, a high mental power made him vaguely feel that something was wrong. While his back chilled, he instinctively crouched down. Swish! Faint sounds of breaking air passed over his head, and as he focused, he saw a crossbow arrow with 3-edged spikes. Someone? Without waiting for Su Chen's reaction, the streets around him suddenly cracked, and dozens of dark, unidentified metals shot up from all around him, instantly forming a cage that trapped him inside. A trap? Su Chen looked at this scene and felt a headache coming on. What a hassle. As his thoughts raced, footsteps slowly approached from the previously empty alleyway. Looking around, more than 10 examinees wearing gray and white school uniforms emerged from all directions. There were both males and females, clearly students from the same school. He had run into a robbery. Look at this. We're so lucky today. We've actually ambushed someone with a silver box. Brothers, don't waste time with him, disable him, and steal his points. Among the people in gray and white school uniforms, a young man with colorful hair shouted excitedly, his hands flowing with colors, and an arrow shot out again, not giving Su Chen any chance to explain. Indeed, among the tens of thousands of examinees, there were really idiots who thought they could steal points at night. Forget it, let's just harvest some source power on the way. Watching the arrows shooting from all directions, Su Chen muttered as he slightly opened his 5 fingers, and the surrounding road surface immediately cracked. A 1,000-year-old wisteria tree instantly sprang up, and the arrows that shot out were intercepted one by its casually waving branches. What? Before these students could understand what was happening, a sigh was heard from behind. Ahmedba. Fahai descended from illusion to reality, his eyes glaring. This monk is here to talk to you about reasoning. Damn it! This guy actually has a dream-making heart. Wait, how can this guy's creations be so powerful? Help! There's a silver box here. Help! Within the street, terrified shouts continued. This last sentence happened to be heard by 2 passers-by. One tall and one thin, they were none other than the brothers Fen and Zhou. After coming out of the Lona Temple earlier, they had been searching everywhere for ways to earn points but to no avail. They had planned to go back to sleep and work during the day to earn points, but unexpectedly, they ran into trouble on the way. Zhou, did you hear that? There's a silver box. Getting the box is worth 10 points, and killing the person with the box gets an extra 10 points. Fen said excitedly. 10 points. We can have a good meal, hee. A dazed Zhou rubbed his head. What are we waiting for? Let's go. Fen immediately started dreaming, conjuring a lightsaber in his hand. Pulling Zhou along, he shouted and charged forward. We've encountered tough opponents before. Now, are we, 2 sea-level potential examinees, afraid of anyone else? But as soon as they charged out, Fen's expression slightly froze. In the street, there were more than a dozen examinees lying unconscious in all directions. And in the center of the examinees stood a familiar figure in a golden red robe and an examinee carrying a silver box. Oh, it's that master in the robe. A dazed Zhou said. No way? Can we run into this too? Fen was dumbfounded. Ahmedba, do the 2 benefactors need something? Fahai looked over. Ahem, Zhou, didn't you say you were going to do something? Fen coughed and hid the lightsaber in his hand. Do something? Eat? There's a dessert shop over there. Idiot, make it more believable. It's midnight now. Fen scolded. No, it's daytime, the sun has risen, look behind the master. The sun? Initially, Su Chen thought it was a silly excuse, but when he saw the glint in Fen and Zhou's eyes, he realized something was amiss. Turning around, he saw in the east, a dazzling beam of light piercing through the darkness, like the morning sun breaking through, casting a yellow halo along one side of the street, passing by Su Chen's feet. What's going on? It's midnight now. It's not even the 3rd watch yet. Has the sun come out? Su Chen realized something was wrong. In Su Chen's live broadcast room, the audience who were originally sleepy suddenly became alert. Damn, the sun suddenly came out. This is definitely the examiners trying to mess with us. The sun coming out at night feels like a defensive move. Maybe it's to make it harder to hide in the surroundings. How wicked. Where are the development faction people to help out? The defensive faction has done so much, why isn't anyone from the development faction stepping up? To be honest, I feel something is off. Isn't the sun rising too fast? On the square, many examinees who were about to run away with their bags were shocked by the scene. Many examinees turned to the truck drivers and asked, Hey, what's going on? Why is it bright again? You didn't mention this. Damn, I just changed into my night clothes. Isn't it exposing us to wear this in broad daylight? No, the whole city is on a manhunt, and now they're turning night into day? If that's the case, I might as well drop the bag and earn those 10 points. The truck drivers turned to look at the slowly rising sun not far away, exchanged glances, and their faces turned grim. That guy from the defensive faction actually brought out this thing. Damn, this is a weapon used to deal with the starry beasts in the city. But this works for us too. One of the drivers brightened up and quickly reassured everyone, don't worry, in a while, it will turn back to night. Also, your transportation difficulty will decrease significantly. Why? From what you're saying, this thing doesn't seem to be helping us? A student asked. Of course, it's not helping us. This thing is here to increase the difficulty of transportation, but this difficulty only increases on one person. Difficulty only increases on one person? The students who hadn't left the square yet immediately had an idea upon hearing this. If anyone stands out the most, it must be Chen. So, is this rising sun from the sky specifically targeting Chen? Damn! Amidst the shock, they suddenly felt the scorching sunlight intensify, and the reflection in the sky seemed to show two overlapping suns. Looking up, one sun had already risen, and another sun was rising on the eastern horizon. Two suns on the same day? No, not two suns. After the second sun rose, a third one appeared. Then, a fourth, a fifth. The golden fireballs rose one after another from the horizon as if drilling through a hole in the world. As the heat on their bodies continued to intensify, in the sky of Dream City, 10 suns hung high in the air, even converging into a circle, beginning to fly around in a cyclical manner. Gazing at the golden giant balls rising in the sky, this magnificent scene left the dream weavers momentarily speechless. Dreaming, their insignificant dream world had never seen the trace of a sun. Observing this scene, the barrage of comments in the live broadcast room skyrocketed. An attack targeting only one person? Damn, an attack targeting only Chen? Report! I overheard it from Qian Chang's live broadcast room. It's the defensive factions doing. 10 suns targeting Chen. Oh my god. This is the sun. Although I don't know how it will target only Chen, just looking at this scene leaves me speechless. Oh my god, letting an F-grade Dreamweaver face off against 10 suns? Are we crazy or is the world crazy? Chen, how about we just drop the backpack? We don't need those 40 points in that key. The examiners are really bullying us. Sis, what's going on? Zhangli, who had already left the square with a silver box, looked up at the unusual sky, showing a look of shock. Are we going to be roasted by this? Zhang Hongxiao frowned slightly at the sight and whispered, something's not right. If there were really 10 suns appearing, we would have evaporated long ago. Besides, these suns are too close to us. Ha! Zhangli didn't understand, then saw Zhang Hongxiao's hand emitting a colorful light, and a high-precision telescope appeared in front of her. After applying a layer of bead film to the mirror, she aimed the telescope at the sun and looked closely. Under the effect of the telescope, the golden outer layer of the fireball gradually faded away. The true situation of the so-called suns appeared before Zhang Hongxiao. They are not suns, Zhang Hongxiao said slowly. Then what are they? Let me see. Zhangli, unable to understand, was puzzled and wanted to imitate Zhang Hongxiao's actions to observe carefully. But at that moment, the golden red light shining on the earth dimmed. The sunlight scattered around seemed to be drawn back as if it were substantial. The 10 suns in the sky gradually dimmed as if losing energy, and night fell with 10 suns in the sky. At the same time, Chen on the West Street felt that the 10 suns were getting bigger and bigger in front of him. Ah Feng, am I too tired? Why do I see so many suns in the sky getting bigger? On the West Street, the silly younger brother Ajo tugged at his brother Offing's arm. Idiot, these suns are really flying towards us. Offing stared wide-eyed at the scene, his legs feeling a bit disobedient. Just as he was about to pull his brother Ajo to run, a clear bird call rang through the sky. Along with the bird call, the 10 suns flying around in the sky suddenly dispersed. Forming a huge circle, they hovered above their heads. The directional and dazzling sunlight then erupted from the dim suns, as if turning on a concentrated energy lamp that illuminated all the light in the world on the land of the West Street. The area where Chen and others were located was the center of the sunlight, while the area beyond the light remained quiet and deep in the black night. Ah, damn, why is there such a bright light? Ajo, I feel like I'm burning all over. Covered by the light, Ajo and Offing both closed their eyes, feeling a burning pain. Damn it, isn't there anyone reporting light pollution? Offing cursed, his hand emitting a colorful light, trying to conjure up a supersized parasol to replace the sunlight, while preparing to pull his silly brother to run away quickly. But to his astonishment, something unexpected happened. Offing could feel his parasol forming, but the speed was less than 1,000th of usual. Not only that, he felt his body becoming extremely stiff under this strange light, as if tied down by dozens of sandbags and difficult to move. Offing, I can't seem to move. His brother Ajo also experienced the same negative effect. No way? We just wanted to earn some points. Is it necessary for the sun to punish us? Offing was somewhat overwhelmed by the scene. The audience in the live broadcast room also clearly understood the negative effects of this solar beam from the conversation between the two. Slowing down Dreamweaver's dream-making speed, restricting Dreamweaver's mobility? This sun directly reduces the abilities of Dreamweavers by half. I'm in. I want to join the defense faction. Look at their lineup. Can you play this version without joining the defense faction? Brothers, you should know that these 10 suns have just begun to show their power. The negative effects they bring will definitely not be limited to this. On another note, what exactly are these 10 suns created for? Since it is man-made, there must be a specific image, right? It can't just be 10 light balls. When the audience was puzzled, Jiangli also saw the front face of the sun through a high-precision telescope. It's a giant beast, 10 starry beasts with strange patterns engraved on them. Although no color could be seen through the telescope, Jiangli could still observe that they were 10 golden monsters engraved with strange dream runes. Like birds, but very different from ordinary birds. They have 4 wings on their bodies, and their feathers shine like sharp blades. Their innate ability is to shine on the earth like a small sun. My goodness, I remember this is called the feather of the sun starry beast, right? When did the dream net tame this thing? These kinds of starry beasts are known for their cruelty and arrogance. Jiang Li exclaimed. It seems to be a beast without thoughts, probably an experimental product of using beasts to control beasts in the past. Jiang Hongxiao observed and said, using beasts to control beasts? Jiang Li muttered with some understanding. After the dream battlefield was opened, humans had enough combat power to hunt some young starry beasts. As the number of hunted beasts increased, some people proposed the method of taming starry beasts to deal with other starry beasts. Unfortunately, it was a disaster. It turned out that no matter how many years humans cultivated starry beasts, various information from their bloodline would naturally emerge in the minds of the beasts when they reached adulthood. While receiving the inheritance, the beasts gained cruelty and instructions to destroy humans. Since then, humans have been their natural enemies. Some powerful races of young starry beasts, such as the Dragon of Desire, inherit this knowledge at birth and cannot be tamed. At present, they can only try to leverage some of their abilities by using the bodies of starry beasts as supplements. Looking in the direction illuminated by the 10 sun feathers, Jiang Li calculated with a frown, this should be an attack against Su Chen. The difficulty of transportation is even more challenging than defying the heavens. In the main examination room of the DreamNet, Chen Fengxiu looked at Su Chen and a few others who were severely suppressed by the 10 suns, with a furrowed brow. He was very familiar with the abilities of the sun feathers, as some of them were the creatures he had captured on the battlefield years ago. This thing could be considered a nemesis of Dreamweavers, as once the sunbeams were released, they could weaken the power of Dreamweavers' dreams, restricting the Dreamweavers' own ability to act. And this was just the most basic ability. These 10 suns could even erupt into disasters like volcanic eruptions, leaving no chance for Dreamweavers to catch their breath and hide. Currently, the pursuers from the defensive camp were approaching, and the sun domain was restricting Su Chen's movements. The difficulty of transportation was soaring, and the living environment was worrying. The only advantage was that the starry beasts would also be suppressed by the sun feathers, including the desired dragon in the box. The radiation ability of the desired dragon would be greatly weakened. During this period, it gave the Dreamweavers a chance to use more mental power. It was up to them to figure out how to break the deadlock. In the situation where high-speed movement is prohibited, stay on the edge of the solar radiation, let the desired dragon in the box bask in the sun, and give yourself more room to maneuver. Although this will greatly delay the speed of action, for beginners, it is the best solution. Chen Fengxiu thought, then heard the examiner from the White Elephant country next to him exclaim happily, "Oh, Chen, look at our country's examinee, we have also encountered the end of the 10 days. However, our country's examinee is a bit smarter, he is agile, and runs very fast." Listening to the words of the White Elephant country examiner, Chen Fengxiu looked over to the side. A student with darker skin color used a deceptive invisibility technique as soon as he saw the sun feather approaching, disrupting the sun feather while twisting his body into a snake shape, as if he had practiced some kind of secret technique to walk in a strange way. By the time the sunlight fell, all the shadow clones were removed, and the opponent happened to be stuck at the edge running forward, completing the optimal solution as mentioned by Chen Fengxiu. On the other hand, Su Chen, he seems, Chen Fengxiu thought, turned his head, and frowned. Why is this kid still not moving? Why is he still standing there stupidly? Is he sealed by the sunlight? What is he doing? If he doesn't move soon, when the sun feather truly traps him in the center and launches an attack, he will be doomed. West Street, often also puzzled, Master and that brother next to you? Aren't you hot? Why aren't you running away? If you run, make sure to take us with you. Master, I remember your robe can become very large, right? Come tie me up. Tie me up. But unexpectedly, after hearing Offan's words, Fahai calmly said, Ba, donor, why should we run? Yeah, why run? If we run, we will be burdened by this nuisance behind us. which would be too uncomfortable. Chen looked up at the sky, looking at the 10 suns shining like gods, and said with a smile, "Would you two be interested in hearing a mythological story? A mythological story belonging to the Chinese mythology. Tell a story? Now." Often was stunned listening to the words of the young man in front of him. "Big brother, don't you see what the situation is now? Do you have the mood to tell a story at this time? They are about to be roasted into charcoal. If they don't run now, they will be gone." The audience in the live broadcast room was also stunned. Tell a story? I see that contestants from other countries facing the 10-day final challenge are all running away, but Chen is just standing there motionless. Is this kid's brain fried by the sunlight? I heard that excessive exposure to light can indeed short-circuit the brain, but even a fool would know that it's time to run now. Wait, guys, do you feel like Chen's words are familiar? It seems like he said something similar before. The words of the last audience member triggered everyone's memory. It seems like there was indeed such a thing. Wait, I remember now. It was when he was dealing with the brat. Chen also told a story and then used that thing to solve the brat. Hiss. You saying that makes me remember too. Could it be that Chen wants to solve this 10-day final challenge, in a true sense? Guys, are you serious? These are 10 sons, not 10 bears. Brothers and sisters, I just came back from Jiang Hongshao's live broadcast room, and that sun is not actually the sun, but 10 starry behemoths called sun feathers, which are more aggressive and destructive than the sun. Linhai City, City Lord's office. Listening to Chen's words, Luyan had an impossible idea flash through her mind. To completely solve the 10-day final challenge, according to her thoughts, it would be to extinguish all 10 suns in the sky. If it were on the dream battlefield, her hot-tempered personality would definitely do so. But if she were only F rank, she would just glare at the sun in the sky and then find a way to run away. As for solving the suns in the sky and such, Luyan definitely had the intention but not the ability. And now, this young man is about to complete a challenge that even she dares not imagine. This kid. I really like it. People should be like this. What's the point of hiding and sneaking around? Facing it head-on is the real skill. If he can't handle it and gets eliminated, I'll send him to college. Chen, of course, did not have such thoughts of facing it head-on or not wanting to run. If he could run fast, he would have slipped away. But with this thing on top of his head, he definitely can't run fast. It will delay him a lot. In addition, the timing of the appearance of these 10 so-called suns is just right. Now he has completed 1/3 of the journey. In a situation where high-speed movement is prohibited, the Dreamweaver team in Dream City will definitely not catch up so quickly. He will have time to solve this 10-day puzzle. And, the desired dragon in the box has also fallen into a brief silence because of the appearance of these 10 suns. And once he solves this 10-day puzzle, the Dreamweavers chasing after him will lose his position, so he can basically not worry about any forces intercepting him on the road ahead. The most important point is, these 10 suns are simply easy questions. Take advantage of the present moment, enlighten them with some Chinese stories, earn some source power, why not? Amidst his thoughts, scenes unique to ancient China slowly unfolded in Chen's mind. 10 golden suns appeared in his mind, and long stories emerged eagerly into the world. Seeing that the 10 suns in the sky had not yet launched a real attack, Chen, with a nostalgic tone, slowly recounted the past. In ancient China a long time ago, there were 10 suns rising together from the east, the intense sunlight shining on the earth, causing many rivers to dry up. Mountains, rivers, trees, flowers, and grass all withered and died. Even the land suitable for crop growth lost its living environment. In an instant, the whole of ancient China became like a continuously heating furnace, turning into a hell on earth. With Chen's words, images as if from a more ancient and distant place emerged in the minds of the people. Those suns, hanging high like true gods, 10 days in the sky, the merciless flames burning the land of ancient China. Even the rushing rivers evaporated in an instant, with the riverbanks littered with animal carcasses dried up, a sight that was heart-wrenching. Just this scene alone is enough to be considered a B-grade dream. The sense of despair that people lived in at that time was chilling. Is this made up? Did we really have such scenes in ancient China? Who knows, after the arrival of the starry beast, the previous civilization was all buried. Maybe there were really 10 suns before. These suns should also be played by some kind of creature, like the sun feathers, but much more powerful than them. Stop talking, keep listening. What happened later? What happened later? The dazed Ajo asked the follow-up that everyone wanted to know. The rushing rivers dried up, the wild beasts had no food, and the monsters in the water crawled ashore, causing havoc in the world. At that time in ancient China, the monsters ran rampant. People either became food for the monsters or turned into charred corpses under the burning of the 10 suns. Even the strongest tribes in ancient China suffered greatly. Faced with such a situation, the leader named Zhao dispatched the best archer at that time to go to war, wanting to shoot down the 10 suns in the sky. His name was E. I ask, can mortals dare to shoot the sun? Even a mortal who was not a dreamweaver, holding a bow and arrow, was about to do something completely impossible. This journey required crossing thousands of rivers and mountains, walking millions of miles. He needed to go to the shore of the eastern sea, climb the divine mountain that mortals could not climb, lift the heavy bow, face the scorching sun, and turn the impossible into possible. Let the 10 suns in the sky set one by one. To confront the sky with one's own strength, even if thousands of people go against me. Pray to the gods, E. With Su Chen's words, the colorful light surged. In front, a young man dressed in simple coarse linen, strong and martial, was constructed. The young man's dark skin was covered with scars torn by various wild beasts, his slightly long left hand held a giant bow as tall as a person, and the silver-white bowstring seemed to be able to shoot the brilliance of the sun. At this moment, even if Su Chen doesn't mention the rest of the story, everyone knows what he is about to do. Countless people are getting goosebumps. No way? Is this for real? He's only at F level. Even if he has potential as a dreamweaver, he shouldn't be able to take on 10 star beasts single-handedly, even if they are just corpses. Could this be the impossible solution to the 10-day end? Is this kid really going to shoot the sun? Inside the Dream Network main examination room, Chen Fengxiu watched this scene and suddenly stood up. The foreign examiners around him did the same. In extreme shock, people instinctively stood up, took a few steps forward to get a clearer look, to see if it was just an illusion. Oh my god, he just awakened. F level, exclaimed a foreign examiner. He still hasn't moved, and the 10 suns have already reached his head. If he can't shoot down these 10 suns, this unified exam will be over. It's impossible. No one can solve this problem at the F level. Even a D-level Dreamweaver would need thorough preparation to completely solve this 10-day puzzle. I heard the story this kid just made up very clearly. The story is incomplete, with few characters, and the environment is just passable. To think that he can completely solve the 10-day end puzzle with just a character and a casually made-up legend? How is that possible? Unless this E is an A-level Dreamweaver, but that's impossible. Yes, an incomplete story can certainly create a new Dreamweaver, but how can a character without background, story, or even logic be useful? Is he a god? In the absence of being able to personally verify the Dreamweaver's level, the examiners were not entirely convinced. But there was still a hint of a crazy idea in their hearts. What if he really succeeds? If he really succeeds, I truly believe that in ancient China, there was such a divine figure who, with a giant bow, shot down the sun in the sky. Even if future candidates from other countries achieve this impossible solution, it wouldn't surprise me, because no one else would truly shoot down the feathers of the sun with a bow and arrow like Su Chen. Oh my god. Galaxy District, Gu Jin's home. Looking at E emerging from the colorful clouds, dressed like a primitive archer, Gu Jin felt her writing inspiration explode. This was definitely a legend belonging to ancient China. It's a past we don't know. That was definitely a mythical era of prosperity and heroes in ancient China. If he is like this, what kind of person is Yao who sent him to shoot the sun? Legendary kings cannot be ordinary people. I really want to turn into a zombie and eat Su Chen's brain to see what stories are inside. Gu Jin stared at the live broadcast, going crazy. She wondered if the stories of this era would be created by Su Chen's dreaming. Could she go on a trip? Her luggage was all packed. She had no doubt at all about whether he could shoot down the sun. Su Chen said it was a legendary myth of ancient China. Outside West Street, thousands of meters away, Shen Chang led a group of Dreamweavers towards Su Chen's location. He was extremely excited. 10 suns. These are 10 suns. 10 suns shining on you, while also launching attacks to slow you down. Let's see how you dodge this time. Xian Cheng thought, looking up into the distance, where the stage center was shining like a spotlight. At this moment, all the city's light was concentrated there. As long as he could climb onto that so-called stage and defeat Su Chen, everything will return to the way it was before. People only remember the final winner. However, has Su Chen not run away? How are these 10 suns spinning in place? He looked at the location of the light with doubt in his heart. Is he being restricted by the sun, or is there a problem with the sun? No way. He can run too? When Shen Cheng thought about it, the face of a dream maker next to him suddenly twisted and changed, becoming like Zhou Ming's. He looked at the gathering light and waved his hand, saying, "Hurry up. Something seems a bit off." What? The 10 suns didn't even restrict Su Chen? Seeing his inner unease about to become reality, Chen Cheng exclaimed in disbelief. He is still restricted, and I have even locked him in the center of the 10 days. Zhou Ming frowned as he spoke. But this Su Chen didn't resist at all, just stood there and let me lock him in. No resistance? Shadow concealment? Qiancheng subconsciously asked. No, I can confirm that he is the real body, Zhou Ming said, looking puzzled. I can see that he wants to solve the tracking of these 10 days, but I don't quite understand his methods. This Su Chen summoned an archer, seemingly wanting to shoot down the 10 suns in the sky. What? Qiancheng, upon hearing this, was immediately confused. Shoot down the 10 suns in the sky. It would be better to make him believe that the B-level dream maker he fought in the previous arena match was Su Chen. Qiancheng turned his head to look at the 10 glowing orbs releasing light in front of him, unable to imagine how an F-level dream maker could deal with them. Shooting the suns with arrows? Does a firefly dare to compete with the sun? Not even one. There are a total of 10 suns. Just as Qiancheng was about to question Zhou Ming urgently said, frowning, hurry up. That guy's creations are starting to move. I have a bad feeling about this. West Street, the central area bathed in sunlight. Su Chen looked at the mythical figure he had forged at the cost of 800 source points, feeling a pang of regret. In order to make this grand performance as powerful as possible, he had spared no expense to create the Yi that belonged to mortals in the myth. There are more powerful versions of the myth of Yi, such as being half human and half god during his lifetime, being sent down to earth by the divine Emperor Jun, and becoming the king of the 10,000 ghosts of the ancestor god after death. These are all impressive, and if summoned, even the real sun might be shot down. But Su Chen is poor. He can't afford such a powerful being. Even if he could summon it and shoot an arrow, he would be broke. Why use a sledgehammer to kill a chicken? At this moment, Yi was enough to deal with everything. Amidst his swirling thoughts, he raised the giant bow slightly, and his slightly longer left hand pulled out an arrow stained with fierce blood from the quiver behind him. The sharp edge of the arrow pointed directly at the seemingly invincible suns in the sky. In ancient times, shooting 9 out of 10 suns. Nowadays, not even one is left. Here it comes. At this moment, watching the young man draw his bow, facing the 10 seemingly invincible suns in the sky, everyone held their breath. The myth that Su Chen spoke of seemed to truly unfold before their eyes like a divine presence. With 10 suns in the sky, shining on the earth, corpses littering the fields. A mortal named Yi, holding a 1,000-pound giant bow, facing the rising sun, shot his arrow towards the divine beings. If this scene were to be painted as a scroll, the suns would occupy a large portion, while the mortals would only occupy a small flame in the painting, insignificant. Yet, even so, the gods fell, and the world turned upside down. The extra suns should not be hanging in the sky. With the arrow placed on the bowstring, Yi's gaze slightly narrowed, and his slightly long left hand pulled the bowstring to form a full moon. Facing a dancing sun in the sky, he fiercely shot the arrow stained with wicked blood. Accompanied by a light whoosh sound, a cold light disappeared in the scorching sunlight. It seemed to vanish without a trace in the dazzling hot sunlight. But no one believed it, not even Zhou Ming, who secretly controlled the sun feather. The colorful light in his hand flickered, and the sun feather's pale eyes were instantly ignited, emitting a golden light. In an instant, the seemingly insignificant arrow reappeared in front of Zhou Ming. Although the arrow was small, the sharp cold light seemed to sting Zhou Ming, who controlled it remotely through the sun feather's eyes. It must not be allowed to hit the target. Assessing the situation, Zhou Ming's heart sank, and the colorful light in his hand suddenly appeared. In a restricted state, he exerted his greatest effort to activate the sun feather's ability. In the sky, where the arrow pointed, the sun feather with golden eyes emitted a clear cry. In an instant, its light became brighter. The scorching color kept changing, gradually taking on a purple hue. Burning the air, it emitted a sense of annihilation. In the eyes of everyone, more and more purple gathered in front of the sun feather, forming a shield emitting a purple light. Purple flames swirled around the shield, distorting the air with a feeling of heat. This was a true fire stronger than ordinary flames. Obviously, this was not something the sun feather could do on its own. As the purple flame shield was completed, it coincidentally collided with the arrow carrying the cold light. The scorching purple flame shield instantly engulfed the incoming arrow, melting it into nothingness. Did the sun shot fail? Zhou Ming, the leader of the extremist faction controlling the 10 suns, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If the arrow couldn't penetrate the shield, it meant Su Chen was doomed. The desired dragon ultimately fell into their hands. Zhou Ming thought, his face suddenly changed. The scorching purple flame shield, capable of burning everything in the world, indeed covered the arrow with a cold light. But just 3 seconds later, a cold light burst forth from the center of the shield. Accompanied by a slight rumble, the shield exploded as if hit by a huge wave of air. With scattered flames, a starlight flew out from it. The arrow stained with wicked blood remained. With the courage of a mortal, it ruthlessly pierced the interior of the sun feather at a speed even the sun feather couldn't dodge. Under the radiant sunlight, the audience couldn't see what was happening. But just 3 seconds later, they heard a violent rumble, and the light covering the entire western street suddenly dimmed slightly. A sun with endless scorching heat fell from the sky. Yes, the man named E did it. With a giant bow, he brought down the arrogant deity from the sky to the mortal realm. The fireball dissipated in midair, the inscription on the sun feather completely disappeared, and the body fell like an extinguished sun, crashing heavily onto the buildings on the side of the western street, emitting a deafening roar. Buildings collapsed, and dust filled the air. Watching this scene, various live streaming rooms, after a brief silence, erupted with countless barrage comments. Damn! He really shot down the sun. My mom asked me why I was kneeling to watch the live stream. The streamer's show is too amazing. I can't resist. The first one from the White Elephant country is still dancing, but Chen has already shot down a sun. Tears in my eyes. Is this it? Is this all? And this can be called a challenge? The sun is just that. This is the spirit that our Chinese dream makers should have. This is a true dream maker belonging to China. When the legendary stories of China are once again staged on this land, the bonds of the Chinese sons and daughters, like blood, will still shed tears for this legendary tale. This is a romantic legend and hero story unique to China. Did this kid really do it? Chen Fengqiu looked at this scene, suddenly pinched the arm of the White Elephant country lord next to him, and only confirmed what he saw after seeing the shocked expression on the other party's face. At the end of the 10 days, only the main examiners and the S-level dream makers who maintain the operation of the Dream Network know about this difficult problem, and they have not revealed it to anyone. In other words, no one can predict and solve this problem through advanced preparation. And now, Chen has done it. This means that the myth he just told is a dream with at least A-level potential. If the world is further perfected and the various aspects of that dream are deeply explored, it may become an S-level dream. China will prosper. So what if the compatibility is 1? Chen will definitely be a key figure in China's future development. In addition, Chen Fengqiu feels that behind this compatibility of 1, there may be more to the story. Judging from Chen's current dream creativity and his extraordinary mental power, the compatibility of this dream maker profession cannot possibly be 1. There may be other hidden secrets in this. However, Chen Fengqiu will definitely not discuss this topic now. Seeing many main examiners looking at him with incredulous faces, trying to find some answers from him, Chen Fengqiu quickly put away his previous expression, touched his beard with a carefree look, and said, "This is the mysterious power from China. It's normal that you don't understand. China's past was incredibly glorious. When the god dies, the remaining gods will naturally panic, because their puppeteers know that at this moment, there are humans who can control their lives." Damn it! What's going on with this guy? Zhou Ming, who controlled the 10 days, no longer had a cold expression on his face, and he ignored his communication with Qianchang. All his attention was focused on manipulating the sun feathers. Zhou Ming wanted to use his power to interfere with Chen's arrow, but the rules from Dream City immediately stopped him. In this battle to prevent transportation, he only had the power to control a team of E-level dream makers and the 10 days. Currently, the team is still far away, while the 10 days are under the threat of death. From the moment the mission started, Zhou Ming had never imagined the current situation. In his understanding, these 10 sun feather bodies carefully crafted by Dream City would definitely be able to manipulate Chen at will. He could leisurely control the sun feathers to attack Chen, while remotely controlling Qiancheng to complete the encirclement of Chen, and finally take down the silver box containing the desired dragon cub with a huge advantage. As long as he gets this box, losing the others wouldn't matter. This is something essential for his plan. But what is the situation now? That perfect plan was torn apart by a candidate with only an F level, leaving a huge, irreparable gap. The dreammaker named E who just emerged completely shattered Zhou Ming's beautiful dream. Now, what he has to worry about is the safety of the other 9 sun feathers. This is one of the rare trump cards for their defense faction. Zhou Ming thought, somewhat flustered, as he controlled the sun feathers to erupt with intense heat that could pierce one's eyes, wanting to scatter and flee, but even the act of suppression was not done carefully enough. He remained calm in the face of this, taking out 3 arrows from behind, stringing his bow, and aiming at the fleeing suns. He vowed to bring these 10 days to a complete end. In the hunting ground, the attack of the wolves and sheep completely reversed. It was unknown whether it was an unintentional act of the defensive leader Zhou Ming in a state of panic, but the remaining 9 sun feathers subconsciously formed teams of 3 when fleeing, attempting to disrupt Yi's arrows in a spiral formation. But this was futile, even giving the archer an excellent opportunity. With the twang of the bowstring once again, 3 arrows with sharp cold light shot out in 3 different directions. The firelight burst from the sun feathers was easily pierced by the arrows as if it were a joke. At that moment, the entire dream city resounded with the wails of the sun feathers' bodies. Under the gaze of the entire city, the grand stage filled with light suddenly dimmed. Completely dimmed. In the sky, the once proud suns dissipated their firelight, quickly swallowed by the night. People could only vaguely see the traces of their fall and hear the thunderous roar of their descent. 3 arrows pierced 9 suns. In the middle of the night, the sky returned completely to the realm of darkness. Observing this scene, he lowered his bow and arrows, his expression unchanged. Damn it! Zhou Ming watched this scene with a bleeding heart, trying hard to do something to salvage the fallen starry beasts in the sky, but he was still under restrictions. Sun feathers. His trump card of the defensive faction was destroyed by a student. How much more effort would it take to rebuild it? As he felt the pain in his heart, he suddenly heard Qian Cheng's voice. Hey, what's going on? How did the sunlight disappear? This idiot. Seeing Qian Cheng with his other cards still far from Su Chen, Zhou Ming's anger was about to erupt like a volcano. He urged his hands, using his mental power to connect with one of the Dreamweavers, attaching his soul to it. There's no other way. This desired dragon must not be destroyed. Then, I can only take a risk. He muttered, suddenly reaching out and placing his palm on Qian Cheng's running body. Before Qian Cheng could react, he felt a sudden pain in his body, a pain as if his soul was about to be shattered. Then, his vision gradually darkened, only hearing Zhou Ming slowly say, "Idiot, you better leave Dream City and go home, I'll borrow this body." No! Hearing these words, Qian Cheng immediately realized what was happening, his face turning extremely frightened, but he couldn't say a word. Cool. So these suns are actually birds, how come they weren't roasted? In the West Street, as the light dissipated, brothers A Fin and A Zhou each expressed their own feelings as they watched the scene. A dazed A Zhou turned his head to look at the sun feathers body that fell on West Street. Look, A Fin, it smashed open the dessert shop. Oh, is this a gift from heaven? 1 dessert, 1 point. Should we help them get rid of some inventory? You two continue, don't mind us, A Fin said, then grabbed A Zhou's head and ran towards the dessert shop that was smashed open on West Street without looking back. It seemed like they were harvesting food, but in reality, they were avoiding Su Chen and the others. But younger brother A Zhou was different, he simply wanted to get some food. A Fin, we're going to strike it rich. We won't have to worry about food for 3 days. Desserts, get more desserts. Looking at the two figures walking away, Su Chen smiled helplessly, with no intention of stopping them. After retrieving both Yi and Fahai back into his dream heart, he immediately carried the box on his back and hurried towards the city gate on the west side of Dream City. This precious time that he fought hard for cannot be wasted at all. Currently, the West Street is in the center of the battlefield. Without understanding the situation here, many students would definitely not dare to come over. This would make Su Chen's path ahead much smoother. While running, he took a moment to glance at his source power panel. Source power, 3751, this time, he really went all out to take down the sun feather. Summoning E cost 800 source power, and each arrow used by E cost 30 source power. Shooting 4 arrows in a row used up 120 source power. Fortunately, E hit the target every time, even hitting 3 targets with 1 arrow. Otherwise, the cost of arrows alone would have been exorbitant. Overall, the gains outweigh the expenses. During the process of shooting the sun, Su Chen's source power also returned to 3,000 points, reaching a total of 3,700 points. Among them, several individuals with non-Chinese names contributed 500 source power each, making up the majority of his source power gains. Will the next part of the journey be much easier? I need to speed up, Su Chen muttered, feeling the scapegoat inside him. The opponent's mental power was already like a candle in the wind, about to be extinguished. After breaking free from the restraint of the sun feather, the desired dragon began to stir again. This time, it seemed to have found a way. Inside the silver box, during the time when the sun feather was shining, the desired dragon carefully recalled the words spoken by the humans it had infected. Something felt off. The human's mental power was clearly unable to withstand its erosion, and should have long ago become its servant. Even if the human had some strange resistance ability before. But now, the opponent's mental power was almost dried up. How could there be any resistance left? This human's mental power is extremely fragile, completely unlike the kind of human who can barely withstand the radiation of this dragon. Why does it keep seeking death? The desired dragon pondered, trying to flap its wings and instill in the person outside a desire to resist and seek survival, encouraging them to drop the box, resist fate, seek a way out, and not want death. After amplifying this emotion 1,000 times, the desired dragon tried to eavesdrop on the opponent's emotions. The result was, I'm already dead. Why seek life? Resist? Do you want me to be tortured even more? Hurry, kill me. Already dead? The desired dragon immediately realized that something was wrong after receiving this message. It could sense that the dreamers entering its radiation range were definitely still alive, not some corpse or dream character. In other words, the consciousness it had been eroding all this time was not the opponent's true self at all. It was simply something pulled out to be a shield. It was eroding a bound, already deceased soul. It's just that this soul was inside the dreamer's body, used to resist its attacks. Human. Actually using this method to deal with this dragon. The enraged desired dragon understood. Its wings flapped violently in the confined space, releasing its strongest radiation ever, fiercely eroding the soul inside the opponent's body. Just as Su Chen had run a third of the way along West Street in the dark night, the scapegoat inside him had become semi-transparent, and the bestowed mental power was about to dissipate completely. This won't work. At this rate, this guy will start eroding me before I reach my destination. Should I just kill the dragon here? Feeling the warning from the scapegoat inside him, Su Chen frowned and stopped his pace. As he looked around, preparing to find a place to set down the box and deal with the dragon of desire, he heard the sound of a car starting up on the side street. Big brother, get in the car. Turning his head, he saw an extra-long sedan with the enforcement team logo on the side. And the driver was a young snake. After the development faction had been silent for so long, finally, help had arrived. The development faction has finally shown up. I thought they were just for show. Took them long enough. Su Chen was almost done with the whole thing, but it's good they finally came. They're here, that's all that matters. If they didn't show up, I would have been really disappointed. The audience in the live broadcast room breathed a sigh of relief as they watched the arrival of the car and the young snake. Su Chen's mission should be completed by now, right? It's getting late tonight. If this goes on, we'll all be exhausted. It's all thanks to Su Chen's strong mental potential. If it were someone else, they wouldn't have made it halfway. Bro, sorry about earlier. Because of the sun feather, the leader couldn't intervene too much in what was happening in the city. Now that you've destroyed all the sun feathers, we can free up some resources to intervene. Bro, get in the car. You sit in the back, I'll take you out of the city. The leader is waiting for you outside the city, they are ready. The young snake said apologetically, waving his hand to signal Su Chen to sit in the back of the car. There was quite a distance between the back seat and the driver's seat, making it look like a vehicle designed specifically to transport the dragon of desire. Is this all right? Then we better hurry, I can't hold on much longer. After a moment of contemplation, Su Chen also breathed a sigh of relief and was about to open the car door to get into the back seat with the dragon of desire on his back. As he did, he suddenly remembered something. His hand paused on the car door. Young snake, don't you have something to tell me? Bro, what do you want to say? Let's leave quickly, and make sure to keep the box far away. Urged by the young snake, who looked fearful of the silver box, Su Chen raised an eyebrow, took the box, and got into the car. On foot, he wouldn't have made it in time before the scapegoat died, but by car, he had more than enough time. Hopefully, nothing would happen on the way. As Su Chen got into the car, a sudden strong pushback sensation followed. The young snake was not very old, but he drove like a pro, even with a hint of an experienced driver. Driving on the street, Su Chen saw many examinees fighting through the car window. As they sped past, many people looked surprised. What the heck, isn't high-speed movement prohibited? How can this guy still drive? Idiot, that's the enforcement team's car. Probably with the Dream City manager inside. Wait, isn't that a candidate inside? And there's a silver box next to them. During the process, many examinees who had seen Su Chen's vehicle in advance were eager to cause some trouble, but seeing the enforcement team logo on the car, they hesitated and backed off. This enforcement team was not to be messed with. And so, the young snake's car drove smoothly to the city gate, where there was temporarily no one. Because Su Chen had already run a third of the distance underground, Tang Ning and Zhang Hongxiao had probably just run out of the city center not long ago. The main force of interception had not yet set up a blockade here. As the car was about to pass through the giant city gate, Su Chen took out a map from his pocket and carefully examined it. The final transport point was not far from the west gate, and even on foot, it would only take a few minutes. The long battle made him feel slightly tired. Although he could keep his mental strength at its peak by continuously using source power, the frequent consumption of mental strength still made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. If I could finish the task right away, I would go back and have a good sleep, but it's probably not that simple. Su Chen thought, suddenly feeling a bit dazed. The substitute, who still had some time before being completely consumed, suddenly gave a warning, and let out a final cry before disappearing into his body, returning to the underworld. This was clearly not an attack by the desired dragon. In the pitch-black and long tunnel, Su Chen suddenly felt a bright light in front of him. He turned his head to look out the window and saw that the car had already passed through the city gate, but the direction it was heading was a bit off. Su Chen clearly remembered that the location marked on the map for the task was on the left, but this car was heading to the right. When this thought crossed Su Chen's mind, his hands subconsciously stretched out with 5 fingers, and the colorful light reversed, accompanied by a loud roar. The 1,000-year-old wutong tree suddenly soared out of the car seat, tearing the moving vehicle in half, emitting a deafening explosion. The intense explosion made the audience who were preparing to leave the live broadcast room for a break turn their attention back. What's going on? How did Su Chen blow up his own car in a dream? Damn it! Could it be that the negative effect of the Desire Dragon has erupted? No way. We're only a few hundred meters away from the task handover point now. Damn, did Su Chen finally give in? Can't be, right? The audience had no idea what was happening, as the 1,000-year-old wutong tree had already extended its branches to protect Su Chen, while also carrying a silver box away from the center of the explosion. When the silver box came into contact with the 1,000-year-old wutong tree, it burst into a fierce flame. The wutong tree roared and extended more branches to wrap it inside, placing it at a distance from Su Chen. In the driver's seat, the little snake suddenly leaped out of the fast-moving vehicle, rolling on the ground a few times before looking a bit disheveled and asking, "Bro, what are you doing?" Not bad skills, being able to roll out from the driver's seat? Su Chen looked at the little snake coldly. "Bro, I almost died in there." The little snake looked terrified. "You act pretty well, but you missed one thing, didn't you? Forget to ask me for 5 points? That's the rule. A child who doesn't forget to ask for points even before taking a detour, how could he forget?" Su Chen's gaze turned cold, and the 1,000-year-old wutong tree immediately extended its branches, fiercely lashing out at the little snake. Just as the branches were about to strike the little snake, a phantom light suddenly flashed from the front. Clang! The branches hit the air, and the look of fear on the little snake's face turned into gloom. His face seemed to shed a thin film, and his bones made a crackling sound. Under Su Chen's gaze, the little snake's body gradually grew taller, and as his face changed, a familiar face appeared before him. Qian Chang? Seeing the enemy completely change his appearance, Su Chen frowned. If Qian Chang could drive, he would have been caught long ago. Obviously, the newcomer was not Qian Chang, but a member of the law enforcement team who could manipulate the rules of Dream City with Qian Chang's appearance. Clearly from the defensive faction, and possibly even the leader of the defensive faction. However, the opponent didn't seem very strong, otherwise why would they need to use illusions? They could make a move, but were subject to certain limitations. Su Chen suddenly felt a strong warning from his mental power and didn't dare to delay. He immediately controlled the 1,000-year-old wutong tree to swing its branches and pull himself away, while letting the branches shoot towards the void ahead. The next moment, a faint sound of breaking through the air appeared from the void in front of him. Sizzle! The ancient tree of 1,000 years let out a mournful cry, as a large number of branches were cut in half by something completely invisible. Su Chen felt a slight pain on his cheek, as if he had a minor abrasion. After the attack, the attacker revealed their form. It was a strange chameleon walking upright, mimicking a human form, holding a long and wide saber in hand. Seeing Su Chen's gaze, the chameleon stuck out its tongue and disappeared in midair. An invisible chameleon. When did this guy start dreaming? Su Chen was sure that he had been staring at Qian Chang all along, and the other party had not made any dreamlike movements. And now, this ethereal assassin seemed to have been following him as if it had always existed, almost cutting his head in half. Su Chen's mental alertness almost didn't react faster than the opponent's blade. The opponent's Dreamweaver level was too high, with seasoned experience and compatibilities that Qian Chang, a small fry, couldn't compare to. Just as he was pondering, the mental alertness struck again. This time, Su Chen had the ancient tree of 1,000 years throw him fiercely to the left. As his body flew out, a white light followed closely behind. Roar! The ancient tree of 1,000 years let out a mournful cry as its trunk was directly cut off, creating a huge gap. The branches of the other side of the tree could no longer contain the box containing the Desire Dragon, and with intense flames, many branches were burned to charcoal. With a crackling sound, the silver box fell to the ground between Su Chen and Zhou Ming. Ha! Zhou Ming's spirit shuddered at the sight, giving up chasing Su Chen. The invisible chameleon appeared next to the silver box as if teleporting, and with a casual kick, it was about to kick the box towards Zhou Ming. But just as it was about to hit, the ground under the silver box instantly turned into a river mixed with crimson blood and countless ghost bones. The ghost bones in the river were faster than the chameleon, grabbing the silver box and making it fall into the river with a splash, disappearing without a trace. River of Oblivion. Su Chen, thrown in midair, immediately summoned the underworld. An endless black mist emerged from the surrounding land. As the black mist swept over, the River of Oblivion quietly continued to flow to the left. Black and white impermanence, where are Oxhead and Horseface? Su Chen landed by the River of Oblivion, with a colorful light flowing in his hand. A large amount of black mist immediately enveloped his front. Black and white impermanence, Oxhead, and Horseface, along with soul-reaping hooks and many ghost attendants, appeared. Su Chen's mental power began to be consumed rapidly. When he could barely hold on, he slid his source power panel, consuming 2,000 points of source power to give his mental power a huge boost. His original mental power increased to 48 points during the source power consumption process. Now, with 2,000 points of source power, it directly increased to 68 points. With the significant rise in mental power, Su Chen couldn't experience the extreme sense of heightened vision, but instead felt a slight headache, as if it was a side effect of the substantial increase. But now he couldn't care less. Maintaining the state of rapidly consuming mental power, he continued to dream without stopping, allowing a glimmer of golden light to hide in the boundless black mist, letting the dormant listening in his dream heart reappear. In this way, he manifested most of the underworld camp characters. Zhou Ming, wearing Qian Cheng's skin, watched this scene without any panic. Instead, he stood with his hands behind his back and said approvingly, "Su Chen, you are definitely the strongest examinee in mental power I have ever seen. How about it? I'll give you a chance now. Join my faction, and everything I offer to my faction members will be yours. As long as you can give up the exam and stay in Dream City, you can have everything. You ruined our defense faction's trump card, but I can overlook it. What do you say? Join the defense faction and stay here forever." Ha ha. These people won't even give a price. Stop him. Su Chen waved at the black and white impermanence, then with Deeting, turned his head and ran left along the Wanchuan River. Inside the Wanchuan River, countless ghost bones wailed in relay, allowing the silver boxes to flow downstream along the Wanchuan River, following Su Chen's footsteps. Go this way. Deeting with a lion's head and a beast's tail had a sharp gaze, using his abilities to lead Su Chen left. Su Chen naturally knew the direction on the left, but his substitute for today had already returned to the underworld, and Su Chen couldn't be sure if he was under the illusion of a high-level dreamweaver. Bringing Deetum, who could identify all things, would eliminate this worry. On the other side of the battlefield, Bai Wuchang looked at the empty field and suddenly threw the soul hook in his hand. The pure black soul hook hung in the air, as if it had hooked onto a completely transparent object. Without waiting for a reaction, Bai Wuchang pulled with both hands, and the soul of the chameleon was pulled out and suspended in the air. Invisibility was nothing to the ghost messengers, as they could directly see the existence of each other's souls. In the field shrouded in black mist, Zhou Ming sneered at the scene. "It seems you are not willing to join us. Then I can only ask you to leave here," he said, clenching his hands. A crackling sound of bones moving came from the ground all around. The originally yellow-brown ground was soon covered with white bones. The pale white bones and the black mist shrouding the surroundings blended together, sharing the limelight. Countless corpses slowly crawled out from the ground around Zhou Ming, piling up into mountains and standing tall. Among them, the skeletons with flickering soul fires kept emerging. This was the grave of the dry bones. The grave of dry bones that Qian Cheng had used before. This thing in Zhou Ming's hands was obviously not as weak as before. He directly used his high strength to bridge the gap with the underworld. The ghost messengers were quick with their soul hooks, but the spirits emerging from the pile of corpses and bones were even faster. Seeing the ghost messengers completely restrained, Zhou Ming sneered and walked slowly towards the direction Su Chen was escaping. He seemed completely unhurried. The battlefield between Su Chen and Zhou Ming was at the city gate, not too far from the mission transfer point, which was why Su Chen chose not to confront them. The distance of hundreds of meters was covered in an instant. Soon, a figure appeared at the transfer point ahead. It was a woman in the uniform of the law enforcement team. Although Su Chen had not seen the other party's face, he was sure that she was the former leader of the local gang. "Quick! Throw the box to me, I will deal with Zhou Ming." The leader of the local gang seemed to have already seen the battle here, but she couldn't leave the mission transfer point. Seeing this, Su Chen's thoughts flashed, and the ghost bones in the Wanchuan River instantly lifted the silver box in the river and fiercely threw it at the leader of the local gang. The silver box drew a beautiful arc in the sky and landed in her hands. At that moment, Su Chen saw a smile on her face. Her face gradually blurred. A male face slowly emerged. In front of him was still Chen Chang. Su Chen's vision was momentarily blurred, and suddenly, he and Deeting were back to where they hadn't run before. On the other side, Chen Chang had already obtained the box containing the Dragon of Desire. "I can only slightly influence you. No matter how you run, you will be standing still, understand? This is a gap in strength that cannot be bridged." Zhou Ming smiled and said, "The situation changes rapidly." Before the audience in the live broadcast room could react, Su Chen seemed to have fallen into a trap. "It's over. The box is lost, and the person is in danger. Oh no, this person doesn't seem to have any intention of keeping Su Chen. Is this the end of Su Chen's exam this time? I just came from Chen Chang's live broadcast room. This person seems to be the one who set the rules for Dream City. At least a B-level Dreamweaver. There is still a gap between F-level and B-level. This transport mission is too difficult. Su Chen shouldn't have taken it. When the audience felt something was wrong, Su Chen and Diting exchanged a glance, and even showed a smile. There is one more thing, sorry for being late. You are indeed strong, but just like an exam, even the most difficult question will have loopholes. Su Chen looked at Chen Chang and smiled. I can't stop your illusion now, but I don't need to defend either. Listening to Su Chen's words, Zhou Ming, holding the silver box, suddenly changed his expression, realizing something, and looked around in the black mist. A golden light flew out of the black mist. It was a mirage dragon that looked like a dragon. Its function is to confuse the mind, also a similar type of illusion. At this moment, the scene in front of the two changed again. Su Chen and Diting stood on the left side of the city wall, still some distance from the mission handover point. But Zhou Ming was actually standing within the range of the mission handover point. The silver box naturally entered the mission handover point. How could Diting have taken the wrong path? The one who was wrong was Zhou Ming himself. Being bound by Qian Chang's body, his strength ultimately could not be exerted as strongly as before. Falling for the Mirage Dragon's trick. Damn! The audience in the live broadcast room followed the changing scenes through the camera, and they were all stunned. Is this a duel of illusions? Damn! Why do I feel like they are teleporting? Su Chen can't defend against the opponent's illusions, so he simply doesn't defend, taking advantage of Zhou Ming's unpreparedness to directly influence him with illusions. Zhou Ming uses illusions to influence Su Chen, causing Su Chen to deviate from the right path, while Su Chen influences Zhou Ming's illusion release, bringing everything back on track. Damn! I give up. Zhou Ming really lost unfairly. Zhou Ming stood stiff with the silver box containing the desired dragon cub. In disbelief, several figures in enforcement robes slowly appeared around him. The leader of the local gang was among them. This time, the development faction had indeed arrived. Looking at Qian Chang, who was surrounded in the middle, the leader of the local gang spoke in a melodious voice, Zhou Ming, you have lost. Raising the starry beast privately, and even the desired dragon cub, has violated the final regulations of the enforcement team. You should spend the rest of your life reflecting in prison. That's right, this farce should end today. Isn't the defense faction advocating for harmonious coexistence among Dreamweavers? Look at what you are doing now. Is this what a captain of the enforcement team should do? A middle-aged man rebuked angrily. He. Zhou Ming listened to the words of the others and came to his senses. He looked coldly at the leader of the local gang and others. I have always been for the good of Dream City. The arrival of the starry beast is something that will inevitably happen again. You development faction are the real cancer of Dream City. You don't even know what the arrival of the examinees represents. You want to dismantle the city walls. One day, you will pay the price for what you have done. After the disaster, everyone said that our Dream City should progress and look forward. But where is it so easy to look forward? The greatest disaster is about to come. And you, Zhou Ming said, turning to look at Su Chen. You are the strongest examinee I have ever seen, possessing dream creations that can be described as bizarre, and a mental power that is completely unlike that of an F-level dream maker. If you could truly join the defense faction and stay in Dream City forever, what would happen to my leadership position? Unfortunately, examinees will eventually leave. In this battle, I am completely defeated, but I must leave behind the final piece for the defense faction. Zhou Ming said, his eyes suddenly sharp. A colorful light appeared all over his body, and his figure gradually began to disappear. This is the light that appears when an examinee is being transported out. What? No! He discarded the examinee's body. This guy forcibly stripped off his own soul. The middle-aged man from the development faction reacted, and a burst of colorful light erupted from his hand, slowing down everything around him instantly. Even the air seemed to still. A figure slowly emerged from the air. It was none other than Zhou Ming. At this moment, his figure was illusory, his soul was constantly burning, and he was even holding a terrified-looking baby desire dragon in his hand. This was obviously a desire dragon hatchling. At some point, the other party had already extracted the soul of the desire dragon from the silver box and held it in his palm. And the direction he was heading towards was where Su Chen was. Su Chen, it's you who caused me to lose everything. Naturally, it will be you who will bear the fate of our defense faction. Don't worry, I won't harm you, I just want you to stay in Dream City. When the great disaster comes, if Dream City is not there, you will not survive. If Dream City falls, you will go with it. Come and experience the ultimate, darkest despair amplified by the desire dragon. it will constantly remind you of my words. It cannot be violated. I hope that after experiencing this, you will understand my intentions. After Zhou Ming's soul finished speaking the last sentence, it exploded directly. Countless pure soul fragments attached to the desired dragon along with the colorful light. This was the realm of soul dream creation that only an A-level dream maker could access. An attack method that Chen currently could not understand at all. After the desired dragon accepted Zhou Ming's soul, it felt unprecedentedly powerful, even exuding the pressure of an adult desired dragon. Driven by its hatred towards Chen and guided by Zhou Ming, it vibrated its wings and was about to make Chen feel true fear before being intercepted by the development faction. However, in front of it, Chen opened his 5 fingers, and colorful light flowed between them. The deepest darkness and despair? Coincidentally, I have that too. 18 layers of hell. Descend. Watching the desired dragon rushing towards him, feeling the strange fear rising in his heart, Chen remained calm, executing the method he had long thought of. Let's see who is stronger, the desired dragon or the underworld. As the colorful light flowed, a deep black mist quickly covered everything in front of it. Gradually, a bright red color like blood emerged from the black mist, turning the surging black mist into a mirror-like surface resembling blood jade. And from within the mirror, came waves of wailing, the kind of piercing cry that seemed to come from the depths of the soul, making everyone who heard it shudder involuntarily. What was inside? Before the live broadcast camera could move towards the depths of the black mist, a restless sound came from the deep red, blood-like mist. Hell! The gates of hell are open. The gates of the 18 layers of hell are open. Outside. What's outside? The mortal realm? Is it the mortal realm? Accompanied by countless voices of surprise and excitement, the deep red blood-like mirror suddenly enlarged. Instantly, countless hands reached out from it, the ethereal bones of the hands exuding an endless pale color, as if trying to climb out of the human world through the black mist. The camera in the live broadcast room turned, and at that moment, all the viewers who saw the black mist head-on were shocked and held their breath. What a scene it was! Like a mirror of blood jade, thousands of illusory souls seemed to see a glimmer of hope and roared, howled, and tore apart their kind, stepping on the shoulders of ghosts to peer into the camera, desperately trying to reach out their hands, desperately trying to escape from the depths of the black mist. Their eyes were hollow, their faces grotesque. Under the illumination of the blood jade, the souls all wore a dim and lifeless expression. All viewers could feel an extreme emotion from the hollow eyes of these souls. It was a desire for death. Yes, they had no thoughts of living on. Everyone was frantically seeking a chance to die. Let me die. I want to get out. Quickly. Kill me. Kill me. The mortal realm. I see the mortal realm. I can finally die. The blood jade slowly enlarged, revealing even more unimaginable horror scenes to the viewers. There were terrified ghosts being hung up and torn apart, tongues ripped out in fear. There were desperate souls being boiled in a cauldron by evil spirits, wailing in despair. Under the deep brown flames, those ghosts sizzled like food, making a sizzling sound. This was a flame that could burn even souls, a pain that the ghosts could not bear. These scenes were like layers of stacked pancakes, a total of 18 layers, each clearly appearing within the black mist like blood jade. Bronze pillar hell, iceberg hell, cauldron hell, stone press hell. Even in the scorching summer, even separated by a screen, the viewers felt a sudden drop in temperature around them, emitting a strong chill throughout their bodies. No way? Is this also a place in the underworld? Aren't the souls in the underworld supposed to be judged under the Naiha bridge? Where is this place? Do the souls after death have to endure such torture? Why did these people end up here? Damn, I'm going to have nightmares tonight. How did I see a ghost being crushed into pieces and then resurrected to come back again? Humans are like this. The starry sky behemoth is also like this. When the dragon of desire, filled with hatred, charged towards Chen who had been toying with it, it suddenly sensed the breath of countless human souls in front of it. Without much thought, it naturally felt a sense of joy, amplifying its own radiation to plunge all the humans ahead into the abyss of fear. However, its amplification effect was like a mud cow entering the sea, hitting the front but having no effect at all. Instead, with its proactive attack, its mind began to receive the thoughts of the human souls in front of it like a radar. Fear, the darkness of fear. Oh my god, is this also called fear? The outside world is so beautiful. Quick, let me out. I want to die outside. Despair, true despair is in hell. Our souls are constantly worn down and reborn in hell, unable to live, unable to die. Come, join us in experiencing endless despair and true darkness together. Come. A large number of thoughts rushed into the dragon of desire's mind like a tsunami. At that moment, its proud special racial talent became a deadly curse. What a huge negative emotion it was. The Dragon of Desire had never experienced such a negative emotion since birth. When the voices of thousands of people entered the Dragon of Desire's mind, its thoughts were completely shattered. It couldn't even control its own body, crashing heavily onto the blood jade. A moment of coldness, as if from the deepest cold of the soul, briefly awakened the Dragon of Desire. But it was too late. It fell into the body of blood jade like a delicious food, driving all the prisoners who had stepped on their companions near blood jade completely crazy. In an instant, countless hands, driven by instinctual desire, fiercely grabbed the soul of the Desire Dragon. The ghosts from the 18th level of hell seemed to be tearing at the body of the Desire Dragon as if they had seen the most beautiful thing, trying hard to drag it into the layer of hell where they were. I heard it can amplify our emotions. I heard it can make us feel something other than despair. I heard its flesh is delicious. Come down, come down. Enter hell, like us, enjoying the deepest, most desperate fear. At that moment, listening to the cries beside the ears, the Desire Dragon, influenced by hatred in Zhou Ming's soul, finally bred intense fear from within. This may be the place that restrains it the most. When a person has no thoughts other than despair, the amplification of the Desire Dragon has no effect on him. No! The Desire Dragon, feeling fear, desperately tried to shake its wings, trying to escape from the range of blood jade, but a great force directly pulled it out of hell. It was the oil pot hell. It was the evil spirits guarding the oil pot hell. With a grim face, as if coming from the abyss of the Desire Dragon's nightmare. Just a little monster, dare to resist? Come and accept the endless torture belonging to hell. The evil spirit smirked and easily grabbed it, dragging it towards the boiling oil pot nearby. Roar! The Desire Dragon let out its final roar of fear in this life. Accompanied by the Desire Dragon entering hell, the deep blood-colored black mist gradually dispersed, disappearing into the air. It was as if nothing had ever happened. But the shock it brought to everyone had just begun. In the Star River district, travel writer Gu Jin felt that she might not be able to sleep tonight. The faces of thousands of terrifying faces constantly appeared in her mind. Whether it was because the air conditioning was too cold, she always felt a chill on her back, feeling cold all over. Without hesitation, Gu Jin immediately brought her small blanket, wrapped her whole body in it, leaving only her head exposed. Is this the final point of punishment in the underworld? After a person dies, the underworld will be divided based on good and evil. Even if you pass the bridge by chance, at some point, you will be judged and enter that despairing hell. No, the journey to the underworld needs to be regulated. I think it's better not to experience the 18 levels of hell. Yes, absolutely not going. In Linhai City, in the Lord's office, Lord Lu Yun, who stayed up all night watching Su Chen's live broadcast, was shocked by this scene. As an A-level dreamweaver, she immediately sensed it. The so-called 18 levels of hell are definitely a huge improvement for the S-level potential dream realm of the underworld. The previous underworld gave people a sense of only focusing on the so-called reincarnation. And after adding the 18 levels of hell, this underworld has begun to involve the punishment field. And it is a very extreme form of punishment. It is simply a combination of despair and pain. This is not something a child who has never experienced darkness can show. Unless this child has truly been to this place at some point, or has been influenced by certain people. In any case, the 18 levels of hell also provide us with a way to deal with the Desire Dragon. When the inner fear and despair reach their peak and cannot contain other emotions, the Desire Dragon is just like that. Just this piece of information alone can give him a commendation. However, why is the intensity of this exam so high? According to reason, Zhou Ming should not have been able to participate at all. When Lu Yun was pondering, her expression suddenly froze. Inside the live broadcast room, after retrieving from hell, Su Chen's condition seemed not too good. He fell to the ground, falling into a coma. Reached the limit. Protest. I protest. This is not the exam intensity that should be in the exam. Yeah, isn't the exam intensity for this year's first place a bit too high? Our examiners didn't even know about this. In the Dream Network examination room, a group of examiners were excited. What happened to Su Chen was not an isolated case. In various exam areas such as Bear Country, White Elephant Country, once they accepted the Desire Dragon project and transported it outside the city, they would encounter various attacks from powerful individuals, and most of them would attack the participants by lowering their levels. Many top examinees fell into the trap, but some realized it and successfully delivered the box to the designated location. After all, not every top examinee acted alone like Su Chen. In groups, with teammates' help, it was indeed much easier. Of course, once the box was delivered to the task transport point, the final test would begin. In this round, all top examinees were wiped out. The best result was like Chen, who fainted under the overwhelming mental burden of the super strong time while dealing with the desired dragon hatchling. These are the top examinees of their country, who are expected to strive for the S level in the future. There can't be any major problems. The examiners' protests at this time were not without direction. Currently, the only ones who could bypass the examiners and control the exam process were the few S-level Dreamweavers who currently manage the Dream Network. Obviously, only when most of them agreed to exert pressure would there be additional exam content without notice. They did this just to test the attitude of these top Dreamweavers. Soon, the examiners' protests received a response, and a panel video appeared in front of them. In the video, there were 5 humans wearing gray-blue robes with an endless starry sky pattern engraved on them, 3 men and 2 women. Judging from their appearance, they were all under 30 or 40 years old, looking younger than the examiners. But the examiners knew that this was the gift brought by the promotion of S-level Dreamweavers, a long life. Seeing the appearance of the 5 world-class powerhouses, all the examiners stood up together, no longer protesting, showing a respectful expression as they bowed to them. Elders, under the crown. A level and S level may seem to differ by just one level, but the gap between them is like a sky trench. These 5 are the pillars of humanity against the cosmic monsters. You may all rise, we know why you are here, and this assessment is the result of all 5 of us passing. One of the golden-haired men spoke on behalf of the 5. His features were 3-dimensional, with a strange symbol resembling lightning engraved on his face. This was the Dreamweaver who had a realization 3 days ago and created the S-level Dream Crusade to the east. His real name was no longer known, and he preferred to be called by the wine name Lafite. This time, the increased exam difficulty is not a targeted measure as you imagine. It is to explore a new situation that has recently emerged, aimed at the new situation of first-time awakeners. Lafite looked at the many examiners and slowly spoke. A new situation for first-time awakeners? The examiners were stunned at these words, all turning to look at each other, their eyes filled with confusion. The examiner from White Elephant Country took the lead, bowed, and asked, "Elder, what exactly is the new situation?" Lafite explained, "As we all know, the awakening of our Dreamweaver's abilities comes from the starry sky, and the personal panel is a substantial manifestation of this gift. And recently, there have been some additions to the awakening panel of novice Dreamweavers." Some additions? The heads of the examiners were all shocked when they heard this. How is this possible? The panel only contains our personal information and mental strength values. How could there be something extra? Yes, this panel was fixed hundreds of years ago. How could there be something extra? Elder, what extra thing has appeared? How is it related to this exam? Lady Anna, the chief examiner of the Bear Country, couldn't wait to step forward and ask respectfully. Talent, Raffi said slowly. After some top students awaken, there is a chance they will awaken what is called a talent ability. This innate talent ability will greatly enhance their strength. This is something we currently cannot detect at all. Raffi continued, moving his fingers slightly, and the exam scenes of Chen, along with the top students from other countries, flashed before everyone's eyes. There were scenes of Chen summoning a large number of underworld personnel, as well as some strange actions by other countries' examinees. Superb mental strength, a mental recovery ability that is not inferior to a D-grade Dreamweaver. This is the talent of the Huaxia examinee Chen. Absolute defensive ability, a body strength that can be called abnormal. This is the talent of the top examinee from the Bear Country, Dreiser. They have all awakened unique talents, and because of their uniqueness, they have chosen to conceal them. If it weren't for an examinee in the last unified exam revealing this information to us, we wouldn't have known about this. Concealing talents. Dreamweavers with unique bonuses. Hearing Raffi's explanation, a huge discussion erupted in the chief examiner's room. Everyone suddenly realized. So that's how it is. If the talent option truly exists, it will definitely be a huge boost for us Dreamweavers. Humanity will prosper. I was wondering why some students in our country are so strong. The reason is here. Talent. Talent. This talent will definitely change the current situation on the dream battlefield. But we don't know which talents are stronger or weaker. Do these little rascals all think they are special and keep it hidden? Raffi nodded as he listened to the discussions of the examiners. That is also one of the reasons. Since you are all here today, let's discuss the second round of the exam. I and the other 4 all agree that it's time to update the unified exam. As the chief examiners began discussing changes to the second round of the exam, time quietly passed. In the Dream City, since Chen fell into a coma, the development faction completely took control of the situation, swallowing up the defense faction led by Zhou Ming. All extreme defense faction members were captured and imprisoned. The citywide manhunt surrounding the silver box also came to an end after the local snakehead leader used his authority. It seemed that Dream City was about to enter a new phase of development. In these 2 days, the underground boxing matches officially became an official activity with the rise of the ruling faction, designated as the arena for Dreamweavers by the development faction. The secret realm controlled by the defense faction at night also began to fade away slowly, and the people of Dream City dared to go out at night without fear of encountering great danger. Everything in Dream City seemed to be developing in a positive direction. It is worth mentioning that all examinees who committed crimes at night and stole points were eliminated, with none spared. This was consistent with Su Chen's speculation at the time. Rule number 5 of Dream City, the above content only applies during the day, was also a trap rule. After experiencing the first night, the examinees became much more obedient, and more people realized that as long as they worked diligently during the day, took on more tasks, and maintained a baseline of 30 points for food, clothing, shelter, and transportation, they could still ensure their points. From then on, diligence, prosperity, and peaceful development became the mainstream. After all, these were 3 days meant for rest. The battle known as the end of the 10th day in the transportation task became the most curious thing for the candidates. Countless candidates wanted to know what happened that night on the stage illuminated by 10 suns. So, Su Chen summoned a dream character to deliver the news of the sun's rays not going straight, the content vivid as if someone had seen it with their own eyes. No, someone did see it. That night, the brothers Afen and ASU, who robbed the dessert shop, discovered this business opportunity. As long as you tell them an easy task location in Dream City where you can earn points, they will tell you what happened that night. Do you know? That night, my brother and I were assisting Su Chen on the side. We were also bathed in sunlight, facing the sun fearlessly in the center of the stage. Afen boasted about that night's events with his brother Ajo in the small square in the city center. That's right. We also happened to rob the dessert shop. Ajo nodded. Shut up, idiot. He means, the sun in the sky came down and smashed the dessert shop building. Of course, we didn't care about it at all, huh? Thanks to the praise of the two, the name Su Chen was finally remembered by most people. The candidates all wanted to see this first place in the arena the next day. But since that night, Su Chen's figure had completely disappeared, remaining silent without appearing. After the arena opened, people only found that room 18 was empty. Obviously, this indirectly proved that the person who defeated Chen Cheng that day was not an A-level Dreamweaver. Zhang Li had once knocked on the door of room 3 in the hotel, but received no response. Room 3 seemed to be empty. The same was true the next day, and the morning of the third day. It wasn't until the afternoon of the third day that there was finally some movement in the silent room 3 on the negative 17th floor. The young man who had been sleeping on the bed for a long time finally opened his eyes. Su Chen, somewhat confused, sat up from the bed and looked around. The environment in front of him was still the hotel he had stayed in. By now, he had changed into hotel pajamas, and his school uniform with the dragon emblem had been washed clean and placed aside. The Dreamstone bracelet, Starstone, and other items were placed on the bedside table. Under the Starstone was a note, and around the bed where he lay were 4 objects similar to pebbles, now completely dim, turning to dust as soon as he touched them, looking like some kind of strange restorative item for mental and physical recovery. Seeing this scene, he immediately understood what had happened. This development faction really didn't treat me badly. Su Chen thought, stretching lazily after days of inactivity, then got out of bed and picked up the note on the bedside table. It read, "Transportation task completed plus 40 points. We paid your room fee. The key has been issued as a reward. It will appear when the back of your hand is heated with hot water. If you wake up before 5 p.m. on the third day, feel free to come to the West City Wall. Today we will knock down this wall to further develop Dream City. Candidate Su Chen, thank you for your contribution to Dream City. Signed, Chen Hui." This Chen Hui should be the leader of the local gang. It looks like this Dream City is all theirs now. Su Chen assessed the information above the note, glanced at the current time. It was already around 4:30 p.m. On the third day. He had definitely missed the arena match, but he wasn't too worried about being overtaken in points. Su Chen had 191 points before, plus the 40 points from this task. He had reached an astonishing 231 points. Most importantly, the other party helped him waive the room fee for 2 days, a total of 60 points. On the first day, Zhang Hongshao's basic score was 85 points, the transport driver gave 5 points, the room fee for 3 days was 90 points, and he needed to earn over 200 points within 3 days to surpass him. Even if he missed 2 days of the competition, Su Chen still had a significant advantage. Thinking of this, he became less anxious. After carefully examining the note, Su Chen got up to boil a pot of water, mixed it with cold water, and poured it on the back of his left hand. Suddenly, a pattern resembling a withered tree branch appeared on his hand. This was the key that would be used in the upcoming exam. I thought it was a real key, but it turned out to be a pattern imprinted on my hand. Is this like a pass? Chen carefully felt the pattern on the back of his hand, but after the warm water effect dissipated, he couldn't feel anything unusual and gave up. Seeing that there was still some time before 5 o'clock, he changed his clothes and began to take stock of his current gains. Chen, mental power, 68 points, source power, 1800 equipment, dreamstone, starstone score, 231 gains, key, desired dragon hatchling, red-eyed catfish that night. In order to complete the final task, he used 2000 source power in one go, and as a result, he lay down for 2 full days. Source power growth is useful for mental power, but you also have to be careful of side effects. A sudden surge in mental power can make the body unable to bear it, so this must be remembered. In addition, Chen sank his consciousness into the dream-making heart in his mind. His gaze focused on the 18 layers of hell shrouded in black mist. In the oil pan hell, a certain dragon was still being crazily scalded, with dull eyes, and even its consciousness was completely wiped out. It had only been 2 days, so it shouldn't be the influence of the underworld. After the layer of soul power added by Zhou Ming was erased, its own autonomous consciousness also dissipated completely. Like the red-eyed catfish, this was another material soul that could be used for experimentation. I wonder if using the soul of the desired dragon as the basis for dream making will result in the final product having some desired dragon talent? If that's the case, it could be a big profit. Chen secretly kept this idea in mind, ready to experiment once he made a certain breakthrough in the future. Seeing that 15 minutes had quietly passed, he got up and opened the door of the room. Chen was ready to go to the west wall as invited. That day, he was still somewhat concerned about what Zhou Ming had said. The implicit meaning in his words was that the arrival of examinees would cause great harm to Dream City. If after the second round of exams, our resting point is still in Dream City, then Dream City will definitely be linked to the upcoming third and even fourth rounds of exams. Zhou Ming's words might come true. I heard they're going to push down the city walls today? Yes. Once the walls are down, our Dream City will expand far and wide. I heard that the law enforcement headquarters is moving outside the city. By then, the housing prices over there will skyrocket, right? In the west street of Dream City, the residents were smiling and chatting as they walked towards the position of the West City Wall. Everyone expressed their anticipation for a new life in Dream City after the city wall was demolished. They had been trapped inside the city for hundreds of years, and it was time to move forward. This was definitely a moment that would be recorded in Dream City's history. There are so many people. Chen mingled in the crowd and walked towards the West City, looking around as he walked. Because the activity of tearing down the city walls overlapped with the time of the competition, many students were still striving for their points. Students like him, leisurely strolling on the street, were a rare sight. At this moment, Chen was like the first player to clear the main storyline, enjoying the subsequent daily life. Up along the West Street, more and more residents of Dream City appeared and gathered at the Western City Wall. Here, a huge platform had been set up at some point. On the platform stood a microphone, and several members of the current ruling law enforcement team were seated on the platform. Chen had seen all their faces during the final showdown that night. With the striking of the clock at 5, accompanied by the enthusiastic applause of the Dream City residents, the solemn leader of the local gang, Chen, dressed in law enforcement uniform, stepped onto the stage. Dear residents of Dream City, I am the new captain of the law enforcement team, Chen. In the past few hundred years, our Dream City has been trapped in a corner due to the arrival of the Starry Beast. To defend against the Starry Beast, we built tall city walls, which undoubtedly gave us a sense of security. But now, it has become a symbol hindering the progress and development of our Dream City. In the over 100 years since the disappearance of the Starry Beast, we have been encouraging everyone to venture out of Dream City for expansion. But due to the mindset restrictions lasting for over a century, everyone has become dependent on the city walls, clinging to a sense of security that cannot be relinquished. Everyone believes that only inside the city walls is safe, and everything outside, including their own safety, is not guaranteed. This has hindered the expansion of Dream City to the outside world. This is wrong. We should not continue to stay within Dream City. We should go out to build houses, cultivate farmland, and create a more prosperous and magnificent new Dream City. And now, the time has come. It is time to tear down the walls that restrict the development of our Dream City. It is time for our Dream City to gather courage, explore outward, and build a brand new Dream City. After the walls are demolished, the future of Dream City will be even more brilliant. As Chen Hui's voice fell, the whole place erupted into even more enthusiastic applause. Following that, there was a deafening chant like a landslide. Tear down the wall! Tear down the wall! Tear down the wall! The The fervent atmosphere gradually infected everyone present, and even some curious students who had come to watch joined in, raising their right hands and waving continuously. Chen Hui surveyed all this, glanced back at the people sitting behind him, and with colorful light swirling around his hands, a deafening explosion immediately rang out beneath the western city wall. Along with the explosion, the giant wall, like a giant, instantly became shaky and on the verge of collapse. Seeing this, other members of the development faction also had colorful light swirling in their hands. As the ground trembled, nearly a dozen pale blue stone figures emerged from the ground. They were over 20 meters tall, with eyes glowing purple. Upon receiving the command, they all placed their hands on the city wall in unison and pushed fiercely outward. In order to dispel the inner demons of the people, the development faction used the most spectacular form of expression to truly tear down this western wall. As they watched the crumbling wall, more and more cheers erupted. Su Chen saw a father lifting his young daughter onto his shoulders, the little girl waving a flag of the law enforcement team and shouting, "Tear down the wall." With each shout, the city wall that had protected Dream City for over 100 years finally gave way with a sound of unbearable strain. With the concerted effort of the stone figures, a violent rumble was heard. The towering wall, like a giant, collapsed outward. The law enforcement team members immediately used dream-making techniques to construct a colorful film defense in front, blocking the sound of the wall collapsing and the incoming dust. As evening approached, the sun was setting in the west. The collapse of the West City allowed the twilight sunlight to shine through the hazy dust, and the warm and gentle light made countless residents living under the city wall feel bright in front of their eyes. This was the first time they felt the sunlight within the city walls, at their own doorstep. At this moment, even the residents with inner fears couldn't help but gaze at the distant sunset, envisioning the future appearance of the Dream City. The fact proved that the development faction's move was extremely successful. By knocking down the city walls that obstructed the residents' view of the Dream City, they also knocked down the walls in the residents' hearts. This was the purpose of their grand push for the city walls. Su Chen stood in the crowd for a while, then turned and left without intending to exchange words with the higher-ups. He checked the time, realizing it was almost dinner time, so he turned back towards the direction of the hotel, ready to enjoy his first meal after waking up. Perhaps the 3 days in Dream City were coming to an end here, but after midnight tonight, the second round of exams would begin. When Su Chen arrived at the hotel, it was already 6 o'clock. He took the exclusive VIP elevator straight to the 12th floor restaurant. As soon as the elevator doors opened, there was a noisy sound. Looking around, compared to the first 2 days, tonight was even more lively, with the private dining room mostly filled with students. Many people had smiles on their faces, trying to inquire about the test score data of those around them. Just as Su Chen stepped in, he heard a familiar voice coming from the corner to the west. "Su Chen, over here." Turning his head, he saw the Jiang siblings and Tang Ning sitting at a table for four, with Jiang Li waving at him. His voice was not too low, and some students around immediately looked over with surprised eyes. "Su Chen, is that Su Chen? The first one who hasn't shown up in the past 2 days? The big shot who summoned dream characters to shoot 10 sun feathers. Too bad he doesn't accept donations from prestigious families." It said he even rejected sponsorship from the Jiang family. Rejected sponsorship from the Jiang family? Wow, that's the wealthy Jiang family. Seeing no extra seats around, Su Chen accepted Jiang Li's invitation and sat down, politely greeting, "Good evening, everyone. Our first place finally decided to show up." Tang Ning still had fiery red hair, but now she was wearing a black silk tailored top, clearly spending a lot of points. "Su Chen, how many points do you have now? We haven't seen you around these days. Are you afraid of losing your first place?" Jiang Li said. "My sister, 189 points, the highest in the whole field." Zhang Hongshao didn't respond to Jiang Li's words, still looking unsociable and somewhat socially anxious. 189 points? Then my seat is still secure. Su Chen laughed. Su Chen, did you secretly go somewhere to earn points these past 2 days? Jiang Li asked in surprise. "No, after completing the task, they waived my room fee." "What? Waived the room fee? At least 60 points for the room fee? So, Su Chen, did you really take on 10 suns alone that day?" They weren't exactly suns, were they?" Jiang Li remained the same, and after Su Chen answered a few of his questions, he didn't stop for his own dinner, taking what he had in hand and went to mingle with students from the same school. Su Chen then asked a waiter for a plate of shredded pork with potatoes over rice and a glass of sparkling water. Compared to the students around him enjoying delicacies, his meal seemed a bit humble. But Su Chen didn't mind. This was how he ate in the cafeteria on regular days, and for him, who had a tight budget back then, it was a decent dinner. Halfway through his meal, Tang Ning, sitting across from Su Chen, suddenly asked a question. "Su Chen, What do you think of the Dream City pushing the city walls this afternoon? Chen pondered for a while before asking, how much do you know about the Dream City law enforcement team? I know everything I should know. I have a little brother working as a helper in the enforcement team, doing odd jobs, serving tea and water every day, and gathering a lot of information, Tang Ning said. Having many helpers is indeed good, Chen sighed inwardly and said slowly, the death of Zhou Ming, the leader of the defense faction in the enforcement team, is closely related to me. But after careful consideration, even if I didn't take down Zhou Ming, the rise of the development faction would have happened that night. Since waking up in the hotel, Chen had been thinking about this issue. No matter how you look at it, the situation that night was a bit strange. As the leader of the defense faction, Zhou Ming, even the captain of the enforcement team on the surface, how could all his subordinates be missing? Planning this chaos alone? Therefore, whether he sends it to the Dragon of Desire or not, Zhou Ming will meet a dead end. The development faction of Dream City is bound to prevail. Tang Ning nodded at the words, without showing any surprise on his face, and continued, my helpers have been mingling in Dream City for a long time, and they heard a piece of news from the enforcement team. Some elders say that compared to the extreme defense faction, the extremism of the development faction is more prominent. Unlike the defense faction, the entire development faction is based on one ideology and one principle. So the defense faction secretly calls them the extreme development faction. Do we really need to push down the city walls? Has no one expanded outward under the obstruction of the city walls in Dream City for hundreds of years? This is obviously impossible. But the development faction chose the extreme path to completely defeat the defense faction. Extreme development faction. Chen pondered for a moment and nodded slightly. The act of pushing down the city walls is indeed a bit extreme, like some kind of signal, but at present, we cannot stop it. If we come back to Dream City after the next round of exams, it will definitely be related to the third or even the fourth round of exams. Do you see it this way too? It's a pity that the people of Dream City have been comfortable for hundreds of years, but they are about to face a huge blow. Tang Ning sighed and said, I left a letter to the indigenous residents of Dream City, writing some of my analysis on it, instructing them to hand over the letter to the enforcement team after we leave, hoping it will have some effect. At least reduce the difficulty of the subsequent exams. Lowering the difficulty of the exams. Chen shook his head as he listened. If it were that easy, he would have done it long ago. The people of this city have their own way of thinking and behavior habits, no different from real people, but once it involves exams, they will be influenced by Dream City itself. This letter is likely to sink without a trace. In any case, it is also a contribution to Dream City. Let's hope so. I hope that after our next exam, we won't have to come back to Dream City. After dinner, Chen had no intention of talking to anyone else, so he said goodbye and went straight back to his room to rest, waiting for the midnight bell to ring, waiting for the arrival of the second round of exams. After experiencing this series of events, he was somewhat skeptical that the examinees would not leave Dream City when midnight arrived. Instead, they would start the second round of assessment here. If that were true, Dream City would be in danger. Zhou Ming's words would then become a prophecy, and he would become the most awake person in the entire Dream City. The development faction that had always wanted Dream City to further develop would ironically become the culprit. I hope it's not the worst outcome. Chen sighed, sat cross-legged on the hotel bed, closed his eyes to rest, waiting for the midnight bell to ring. He didn't believe that the examiners would let them sleep well, then send them off after breakfast the next morning. Time ticked away. When it was 10 minutes to 11, Chen was fully prepared, but an old voice sounded in his ear. Examinee no. 3484, Chen, congratulations on ranking first in the exam score list in Dream City for 3 days in a row. The first place reward has been issued, please check carefully. Reward, an undetermined dream building material. Along with the old voice, a blood-red square jade stone quietly appeared in front of Chen. Undetermined dream building material? Chen was slightly stunned by this term, but after thinking carefully, he remembered it. Almost immediately, his eyes lit up. This thing is really good. As mentioned before, aside from items created directly by dreamweavers using mental power, there are dream items that exist physically in reality and do not disappear directly due to the dissipation of mental power. This jade stone is an essential main material for creating similar items, also known as dream carriers. Dreamweavers can infuse this jade stone with mental power according to their thoughts. It will automatically change shape to become the item the dreamweaver desires. For example, if Chen wants to create a machine that shoots fireballs, he just needs to place his hand on the jade stone, use his dream-weaving ability on it, and the jade stone will immediately transform into the fireball launcher he envisions. When using mental power, it can shoot fireballs. But if no mental power is infused, it's just a piece of jade stone. In addition, items created in this way can be stored in the Dreamweaver's mind and easily retrieved, provided there is enough space in the Dreamweaver's mind. If I have this, the Starstones from before will also be useful. Starstone, reward obtained in the Brat's instance before dream items constructed based on this can reduce mental consumption by 20 to 30% when used. Adding a Starstone while crafting items can reduce some mental power consumption when using the item. The shape and size of this thing are a bit strange. It's square, about the size of an urn. If I really want to create something, Chen pondered in his mind, and a page unique to ancient China slowly turned. A similarly blood-red object appeared before him. 4 inches in diameter, the jade stone surface depicted 5 intersecting dragons. The front was engraved with 8 ancient seal characters, granted by the heavens, longevity and prosperity. That's right, the imperial seal. The embryo stone is not much different in shape and size from the imperial seal. Carefully dream carving it will definitely yield results. Of course, other seals besides the imperial seal can also be considered. But it's not time to create them yet. Chen thought, attempting to store this large object in his Dreamweaver's mind, ready to study it when he had time. With his thoughts flashing, the jade stone immediately emitted a faint light, merging into his Dreamweaver's mind and appearing in a small corner of the world. After surveying it for a while, Chen stopped paying attention and began to focus on waiting for midnight to arrive. At the moment, dealing with the second round of exams was crucial. Unconsciously, the midnight bell rang, and Chen, who was originally full of energy, suddenly felt an unstoppable drowsiness wash over him. In a daze, he fell asleep. And at that moment, more and more viewers began to go online on the live streaming platform, logging into the live streams they wanted to watch. The exam group officials had already notified the official time for the second round of exams. Faced with new examinees entering a new phase, the number of online users on the live streaming platform did not decrease rapidly with the nightfall, but instead increased slightly. Similarly, the number of viewers in Chen's live stream room began to rise rapidly. He's here, he's here. Chen, the great god, has finally woken up. In the first round of exams, the great god created the underworld. What kind of competition will it be this round? Can't wait. In the Star River district, Gu Jin finished writing the travel manuscript early, made herself a cup of coffee, and promptly opened Chen's live broadcast. Seeing Chen surrounded by colorful lights, she couldn't help but feel excited. The first challenge was the dream world. What would Chen bring in this second challenge? New characters from the underworld? Or more perfect Chinese legendary myths? She had been looking forward to these few days when Chen was unconscious. After some time passed, Chen, who was in a coma, felt a bone-chilling cold. The extreme cold made him wake up immediately, feeling numb all over his body. Cold! So cold! As he looked around, it seemed to be a closed granary, with shelves stacked with fruits and vegetables, and a dozen bags of rice stacked in the corner. He was lying on a pile of winter coats, next to the granary door. And there were 3 people lying across from him. 1 man and 2 women, all very familiar. Upon closer inspection, they were the siblings from the Jiang family and Tang Ning, who had dinner together at night. It seemed like they didn't continue to stay in Dream City. This thought made Chen breathe a sigh of relief. At the same time, Jiang Hongxiao and Tang Ning also woke up quickly, sitting up with vigilance and looking around. After exchanging glances, they seemed a bit puzzled. How did we all end up here together? Tang Ning furrowed her brows slightly. This was different from what she imagined for the second round of the test. What's going on? Why is it so cold? Zhang Li shivered and woke up. Chen? Sister? Seeing familiar faces all around, he was also stunned, then his expression changed. This won't be a showdown, right? Are we going to compete in this small space? Zhang Li's speculation quickly cooled the atmosphere in the small warehouse. Fortunately, Chen pointed to the winter coats piled behind him and said, "It doesn't seem like it, otherwise they wouldn't have given us so many warm clothes," he said, taking a winter coat and a snow hat for himself. "Damn, I need one too. This weather is freezing me to death." Zhang Li shouted and also came to get one. "Why are there no pants, no scarves? Sister, Tangjie, don't just stand there, the broadcast hasn't started yet, put on some warm clothes first." Zhang Li, realizing his mistake, quickly tried to make up for it, warming up the atmosphere a bit. After receiving the clothes, Jiang Hongxiao pondered and said, "There are a total of 7 pieces of clothing here." 7 pieces of clothing? Does that mean there are 3 more people? Chen frowned slightly upon hearing this. Just as he turned to look at the granary door, he heard a voice outside. "Hey, is anyone there? Damn, why is it so cold in this weather? Zhu Xiong, aren't you cold in that robe?" "Amitba, I'm still a little cold." The voices of these 2 people, Seemed like they had been tricked by him before. This time, familiar faces gathered for the second round of the test? Chen raised an eyebrow as he listened, then turned and opened the granary door. In an instant, snowflakes floated in like goose feathers. Outside was a corridor resembling a castle, with snow traces all over the surrounding walls and ditches. And across from him were the three brothers he had tricked before, Afen, Ajo, and the big bald monk Sun Wukong. The three were startled by the sudden opening of the door, and as they were about to start dreaming, they saw Chen standing on the other side. Great God? Oh, it's the one who helped us break into the dessert shop. Looking at the three big brothers in front of him, Chen smiled helplessly. It seems like this test is a bit different from before. Just as he finished speaking, a voice came from the sky. Welcome, candidates, to the second round of the exam. The topic for this round is sacrifice. First of all, I can tell you that you are at the outpost of Dream City. That's right. Behind you is Dream City where you stayed for 3 days. Now, you have a steel pass and over 300 small and large fortresses surrounding it. We have randomly placed you in it and provided you with food and supplies for tens of thousands of people to survive for a month, as well as various combat weapons. But all supplies are stored inside the steel pass. How to use them, how to distribute them, all need to be considered by yourselves. I will give you 2 days to regroup, and after 2 days, the starry sky behemoths will officially attack. Excessive starry sky behemoths will be blocked by high-level dreamweavers, and the rest will require you to resist hard. If the city falls, it will have a profound impact on Dream City and will also have a huge impact on your subsequent exams. Note, students staying in the fortresses have their own unique rules. Please search carefully. Students at the Steel Pass have the opportunity to send 3 messengers to seek help from Dream City, but the journey is long and full of difficulties. This exam is very difficult, but there is no danger to life, and candidates who give up halfway are accepted. The scores of this exam will be based on the performance of the candidates. Second round of exams. Sacrifice. Deploy tens of thousands of students into the pass to resist the starry sky behemoths. There are no veterans here, no leaders. Only weapons, equipment, and supplies. And Chen and others in the Fortress Pass also need to request support from the people at the Steel Pass. Many spectators gasped at this broadcast. Hiss. Isn't this equivalent to throwing tens of thousands of new recruits onto the battlefield without any organization or leaders, relying solely on themselves? Damn, without leadership and organization, won't it be chaotic? A group of disorganized new recruits without rules will basically have no combat effectiveness. Giving them a Steel Pass, they may not fully utilize it. Why do I feel like these people will act foolishly because of supplies? Report other countries are also like us, all deployed to the pass, and will start defending in 2 days. Whoever can't hold on will lose face. Amidst the size, the popularity of the live streaming platform soared again. More and more viewers flooded in, and this year's Dreamweaver Unified exam seemed exceptionally exciting. So much to look forward to. Quick, find the rules. After listening to the words of the old voice, Chen and the others quickly sprang into action. It was clear that their small pass was a fortress, meaning they needed supplies from the Steel Pass. The top priority now was to determine the rules, assign personnel to go to the Steel Pass to fetch supplies. Tens of thousands of people in one city. If the city is a bit larger, it is clearly impossible to unite so many people, and there may even be infighting in the Steel Pass due to power struggles. Tang Ning said with a grim expression. We are clearly at a disadvantage inside the Fortress Pass. We need assistance from the Steel Pass, and even if we encounter danger, we need to send troops to the other side, but the main camp has no leaders. Hiss, if that's the case, I feel like they can't even protect themselves. Zhongli also gasped at the words. Quick, find the rules first. Chen turned to look at Afen and Ajo who were still standing on the other side and said, We have winter coats in the granary, put them on, check the supplies in the granary, and make a fire. Winter coats? Afen immediately grabbed his brother Ajo and ran towards them in the wind and snow. Brothers, rest assured and go find, leave the logistics work to us. By the way, Brother Zhu, do you want to put on a coat before going to find the rules? Amatba, that's fine. Sun Wukong nodded and walked quickly. After a search, Chen and a few others found the required rules and a map to the steel fortress at the entrance gate of the fortress. Fortress Rules 1. The fortress must maintain at least 4 people on duty to defend against possible attacks. 2. Up to 3 people can request reinforcements or supplies from the steel fortress. 3. It is essential to hold the fortress. After finding the rules, everyone returned to the fortress granary and sat around the newly lit fire pit for a meeting. Afen found some dry wood that could be used, allowing him to daydream and mix some real wood to start a fire. Amatba, the rules this time are very clear, requiring us to cooperate with each other and defend the fortress, said Monk Sun Myukong after reading the rules. He had put on a warm coat but still wore his robe over it. Right, this fortress will be the stronghold for the 7 of us next. Fortunately, we have many capable people here, at least making it easier than other places, Zhongli said, lighting a cigarette by the fire. Well, my brother and I just checked the supplies in the granary. The vegetables and fruits are mostly frozen and can cause illness if eaten. We only have rice that seems okay, but it won't last long. Efen raised his hand. I can make porridge, I used to cook often before, and my parents praise me. The absent-minded Ajo also raised his hand. Idiot, how can we engage in high-intensity combat by just drinking porridge every day? Efen nudged Ajo with his elbow and suggested, my brother and I can act as transporters. We are the weakest here, so it's most suitable for us. Efen's idea was simple. The transporters wouldn't have to go to the battlefield many times. Besides, he had just looked at the map and realized that it would take 2 days to travel from here to the Steel Fortress, avoiding battles and earning some points. He and his brother were practically winning without effort. As Efen was dreaming, he heard Tang Ning's veto. No, if you two become transporters, bringing a pack of instant noodles would be considered good enough. Why? We are still capable. Efen was puzzled. The situation at the steel main gate must be chaotic now. You two going there probably won't even get a grain of rice. Everyone knows the importance of food and weapons, and these 2 items will be the first to be looted, Su Chen explained slowly. For the first trip out, I suggest Tang Ning and Zhang Li go, he said, turning to Tang Ning and Zhang Li. Handling supplies naturally required people with connections and subordinates. As long as the 2 had some influence within the steel fortress, obtaining supplies would be much easier. How much supplies you can get depends on the relationship between your Tang family and Zhang family, Su Chen added. It's feasible, but why are you sending 2 people, Su Chen? Doesn't the rule require only 4 people on duty? Zhang Li raised a question. Su Chen had already thought about it when looking at the rules. After you 2 leaving 4 people at the fortress, we also need a scout to investigate the surrounding situation. After all, we don't even know from which direction the starry beast will come. Furthermore, the rules mention that the starry beast will officially attack in 2 days, emphasizing the word officially. Does this imply that there might be harassing beasts in these 2 days as well? I plan to go around and take a look. Far from where Su Chen and the others were located, there stood a magnificent checkpoint. The gate was 100 feet high, covered with strange inscriptions, seemingly built specifically to resist the starry beast. The majestic towering city walls are like a natural barrier, giving people a strong sense of security. However, at this moment, this city is showing an extreme state of weakness. After the announcement of the information for the second round of exams, chaos reigns within the steel fortress. The armory on the 3rd floor was the first to be looted. Wow, a superpowered mental recovery device. With this thing, I can transform into a super scion. Unlimited mental power. Hey guys, look what I found. A giant cannon that only 10 Dreamweavers can operate. With this shot, even the strongest space beast will have a hole blown through it. Give it to me. I got here first. Hey, you wanna fight? Be careful, I'll take you down. Without leadership, the candidates are each trying to secure the most advantageous weapons for their scores. In their view, the more space beasts they kill, the higher their scores will be. Within the massive steel fortress, high-scoring candidates are fighting hard for more points, while the children of noble families quietly begin to contact their followers, aiming to establish a power base in a specific area as their territory. Chaos. A situation 10 times more chaotic than the Dream City with order still exists. Many candidates with lower scores are wandering around aimlessly, not knowing what to do. Some want to follow commands, but they have no idea who to follow. There are too many people vying to dominate this steel fortress. Xiao Zhang is one of those who want to follow orders and arrangements. He gathered a group of like-minded friends, waiting for a leader to emerge. But as leaders appeared, one after another, Xiao Zhang's small team had just chosen a captain when a powerful candidate arrived, claiming to be in the top 100 in the country and asking Xiao Zhang's group to join a larger group to stick together for warmth. This kind of thing happened more than a dozen times in a short period, with different forces coming each time. Xiao Zhang and his friends were confused, and some within the group began to assert their own authority. Let's go grab some food first. Let's make sure we don't go hungry. Yeah, what are they waiting for? We have more people now. Let's grab it first. Right. After grabbing it, let's find a safe place to guard. Even if the city gate is breached, it won't affect us, right? Listening to the encouragement of those around him, Xiao Zhang's mind gradually became more active. In the main examination room, many examiners left one after another after discussing the results of the second round of exams. Since the start of the second round of exams, only Chen Fengqiu and the student Chen Dahan, whom he had brought in to invigilate, remained in the main examination room. "Old man, this won't work. It's too chaotic. Without a veteran who has been on the battlefield as a leader, these students probably won't last long, right?" Chen Dahan sat in the main examination room, frowning as he watched the various events happening in the live broadcast. Also, why was Su Chen randomly assigned to the outer fortress? If he were inside the checkpoint, he would surely be very effective. "He's a monster." Chen Fengqiu cited Chen Dahan's words. "Do you think I don't want that? This is the rule set by the main examination office. All students are assigned randomly, and no country can cheat." It's already a great stroke of luck for Su Chen to encounter his acquaintances. The second round of checkpoints was naturally the result agreed upon by the main examiners. Throwing all the candidates into a checkpoint without any leadership or organized defense was also the result of their heated arguments. Having leadership and organized defense ultimately prevents students from utilizing all their talents. So, the S-class powerhouses proposed the idea of random entry. Let the defensive students get chaotic, let them truly experience the feeling of being attacked by the starry sky behemoth. In addition, what Chen Fengqiu did not tell these students is, this time's starry sky behemoth attack is not simulated by the DreamNet. Within these 2 days, they will gradually open up the DreamNet, create a gap in the DreamNet, and connect to the Dream battlefield. Let the real starry sky behemoths come in. Yes, in a sense, this will be a real war. It's just that there is a certain guarantee, a war escorted by the S-class powerhouses. This time, they will witness their teammates being bitten in half by monsters and sent away in pain. Leaving like this is not a good experience. Of course, if someone really shouts to quit, there is still invincible protection to send them away. As for why Chen Dahan agreed to this request, it's because he obtained a list of examinees from Huaxia who are suspected to have special abilities. He believes that this situation is still within a controllable range. Chen Fengqiu thought, sliding the main exam screen, pointing to a place in the Iron Fortress, looking at a boy protected by his teammates fighting for the spiritual recovery device. The other party has the ability to consume spiritual power to link people's thoughts. If he can successfully link everyone's thoughts and spread his words throughout the entire Iron Fortress, then there is a way. At the moment when a major event occurred in the Iron Fortress, Su Chen and his group also confirmed their respective task assignments. Zhang Li and Tang Ning went to the Iron Fortress to pull supplies. Zhang Hongxiao, Zhu Azhou, and often stayed at the fortress. Among them, Ofan and Azhou were burdens because they continued to consume spiritual power to create 2 thick blankets, allowing Zhang Li and Tang Ning to leave wrapped in them. Tang Ning and Zhang Li's tasks were the most difficult, as they would be numbed from going back and forth in the heavy snow for 2 days, naturally requiring some assistance. After accepting the task, the two did not hesitate at all, brought some rice, wrapped themselves in the blankets imagined by Ofan and Azhou, and rushed into the blizzard. They would try to make skiing equipment based on the road conditions along the way to shorten the time to reach the checkpoint. Seeing the 2 figures disappear, Su Chen also adjusted his hat and prepared to leave. Before leaving, he looked at Zhu Nang and Jiang Hongxiao and said, "I'll leave the fortress to you too. Your ability to adapt to unforeseen circumstances is no worse than mine, and I don't have much to explain. I'll probably be back before dark. Ahmedba, be careful, you can rest assured with this monk guarding the fortress. If any monsters come, this monk will deal with them properly." Zhu Neng saluted with one hand. Jiang Hongxiao just nodded yes. She was the hidden talent among them, scoring over 180 points, which was earned in a real one-on-one match in the arena. If there were real monsters, she should be able to handle them alone. Seeing the two's response, Su Chen didn't say much more, tightened his hat, and walked out of the gate, stepping on the thick snow, heading in the opposite direction of the Iron Fortress. This was the direction he thought was most likely for monsters to appear, so he naturally checked it first. The biting cold wind felt like a sharp blade cutting across his cheeks, and the air was filled with bone-chilling cold. The environment of this exam location was exceptionally harsh. Just a few steps in, Su Chen couldn't hear the voices of the people inside the fortress, and everything around him quieted down. Looking up, he could vaguely see traces of the sun, but the heavy snow obstructed his vision. At this moment, Su Chen couldn't help but think of a poem, the northern scenery, 1,000 miles of ice, and snow drifting for thousands of miles. Are there no iconic buildings around here? Their fortress seems to be located on a gentle slope, with everything around covered in snow, making it impossible to see the original terrain. After walking a while, Su Chen was pondering what to do next. A slightly familiar voice came from behind him. "Su Chen, wait for me." He turned his head. Was that Jiang Hongxiao in a coat? At the moment Su Chen saw Jiang Hongxiao, he didn't even intend to speak to her. As thoughts flashed through his mind, the Millennium Wisteria tree emerged from the snow and, without the other party reacting, pierced her body with its branches. In an instant, blood appeared on Zhang Hongxiao's chest. Su Chen. You. She looked incredulous, as if wanting to say something, but Su Chen waved the wisteria branches, giving her a quick blow. If Zhang Hongxiao's reaction ability was only at this level, it would be truly funny. Regardless of who the other party was, disguising as Zhang Hongxiao definitely meant no good. Let me see what you really are. When Zhang Hongxiao completely lost focus in her eyes, a strange blur appeared around her. Su Chen focused his eyes and Zhang Hongxiao's face was gone, replaced by a monster with a green face, fangs, and a fish head on a human body. It looked terrifying, but seemed somewhat weak. Some viewers couldn't immediately figure out the information about this monster, but the Dreamweavers lurking in the live broadcast room exclaimed, "Is this the Phantom Sea Monster? The child of the Phantom Mother of the Starry Beast? Wow, how did this thing appear here? Could it be simulated by an S-Class Dreamweaver? In the Dream Battlefield, where there are many Phantom Sea Monsters, there must be the Phantom Mother. Could it be that this time the Dreamweaver assessment has this thing added? Damn, I just searched and found out that the Phantom Mother is as tall as 20-something floors. This is a true starry beast. Its size is slightly inferior to that of an adult desired dragon. Phantom Sea Monster. Child of the Phantom Mother? Su Chen looked at the body on the ground and immediately had an idea. With his perfect knowledge of Dreamweaver basics, he naturally heard of the other's name and now recognized the body. The Phantom Mother is the mother of the Phantom Sea Monster, resembling a jellyfish, emitting an irresistible enchanting light that Dreamweavers cannot resist. With each breath, countless spores would scatter on the ground, and if not cleaned up, these spores would quickly transform into the fish-headed human monsters seen now. Their only ability is a strange mimicry ability, able to mimic the nearest human form and call out the names of the people they see. They are not strong in combat, but have a certain level of intelligence and are numerous. In the battlefield of the Starry Beast, Dreamweavers often encounter thousands of Phantom Sea Monsters. They are considered the disposable troops driven by the Starry Beast. Su Chen had heard that some Dreamweavers particularly like to drag their teammates with whom they had grudges to deal with these sea monsters. Once the sea monster took on the appearance of their enemy, they could strike back and repeatedly kill their enemy to relieve their hatred. Is the intensity of this second level going straight up? Su Chen frowned as he muttered. If there really were traces of the Phantom Mother in this second level, he would have to find the other party as soon as possible and locate the densest points where the spores were scattered, to eliminate these things in one go. Otherwise, by the time of the final attack in 2 days, the number of Phantom Sea Monsters would be overwhelming. Their fortress walls were not very high, and the enemy could step on their comrades' bodies to climb the walls. The Sea of Beasts was the most feared thing for novice Dreamweavers. In that case, in Su Chen's hand, the 5 fingers were surrounded by colorful light, and an ancient and boundless black mist emerged from the snow, summoning the figures of black and white impermanence and a group of ghost attendants before his eyes. Search around and come back to tell me if you encounter anything unusual, Su Chen instructed. If you finally encounter a monster, pull out its soul directly and destroy it on the spot. If you encounter students, just scare them, Su Chen pondered. Yes. The ghost attendants agreed and dispersed in all directions. The snowflakes passed through them upon contact, and the biting cold wind could not slow their pace. Observing this scene, Su Chen nodded in satisfaction. This is the way to go. When it comes to investigation, it's best to let the ghost attendants handle it. With his mental power now at 68 points and his source power slowly increasing to 2,100 points, he could sustain the existence of the ghost attendants and let them roam around. If he encountered students on the way, scaring them a bit would drain some source power, achieving self-sufficiency for the ghost attendants. And now, he wrapped himself in another blanket and continued forward against the wind and snow. If there were any issues, Su Chen would try to envision a snowmobile and summon some little ghosts to pull him in that direction. Inside the live broadcast room, watching Su Chen deplete his mental power in this manner caused another peak in the barrage of comments. I knew it. Su Chen would definitely use the ghost attendants from the underworld to explore the surroundings. Isn't this too draining on his mental power? How much mental power does he have to expend? Other examinees are forcibly exploring the surroundings in the snow, not even willing to add a piece of clothing, while Su Chen not only arranges for his subordinates but also has the energy to wrap himself in such a large blanket. His mental power is too outrageous. Su Chen, now it's just me and the audience, I won't pretend anymore. To the east of Su Chen's snowy high slope there were also examinees braving the snowstorm. However, their numbers were many. More precisely, a thin boy wearing the same cold-resistant coat was moving ahead in the snow, followed by 20 or 30 classmates. Among them were examinees known to the thin boy, as well as those he had never met before, and even a few twins who looked exactly like him. As they walked, the students behind the boy would occasionally ask questions. Huang Yunxian, have we reached the fortress yet? Huang Yunxian, are there really many people in the fortress? Huang Yunxian, how much longer? Listening to the inquiries from the many students behind him, the examinee named Huang Yunxian walking ahead broke out in a cold sweat. The wind and snow were cold, but his heart was even colder. He was born in the fortress and was the student with the lowest innate mental power in the fortress. Only at the D level, one level lower than Afan and Ajo. So when tasks were assigned, the people from the fortress assigned him the early stage task that seemed challenging but not too dangerous. Huang Yunxian was initially excited, feeling that he had made a significant contribution to the team by walking in the snowdrifts. But slowly, he began to feel differently. During the initial exploration, he discovered something buried under the snow that resembled ancient city walls. Following the city walls upward, he unexpectedly found an unfrozen lake in this icy world. A non-freezing lake. Just as Huang Yunxian was about to report everything he saw here to his fortress teammates, people kept emerging from the water. His teammates, examinees he didn't know, and even himself. These people were all calling out his name. Huang Yunxian, who had decent grades, immediately realized what was in front of him. Trembling legs, in order to stabilize the other party, he pretended not to notice the disguises of these sea monsters, and even lied to them that they were preparing to go to the fortress, bringing them inside where there were more people. The sea monsters with a bit of intelligence but not much were indeed fooled, and they followed him all the way. Along the way, Huang Yunxiang encountered many more, leading to his team growing larger and larger. However, the part of sea monsters that had just started following him gradually became impatient and seemed ready to attack. No way? Is my journey going to end here in the middle of nowhere? Huang Yunxiang turned his head and saw the sea monsters following closely behind him, leaving him with no chance to escape. Unable to take them to the fortress and unable to run away, there was only one option left: to fight to the death. Just as Huang Yunxiang was psyching himself up, he saw two figures appearing in the snowstorm ahead. One black, one white. Not again? Two more? Huang Yunxiang looked at the figures ahead, and the fragile string in his heart finally snapped. As he prepared to fight desperately, the peculiar aspect of the black and white figures made him pause slightly. In the biting cold wind, the broad and fat figure in black clothes appeared first in his sight, effortlessly walking through the snow as if floating in the snow-covered ground. Even the strange black clothes on him were unaffected by the snow and wind. It was as if he was a ghost from another world. Seeing these two people, Huang Yunxiang's sense of unease skyrocketed. He kept flipping through his textbook knowledge in his mind, trying hard to find a corresponding giant beast in the Starry Beast Guide. But no matter how much he searched, he couldn't find anything that matched. What is this thing? Huang Yunxiang's scalp tingled with hesitation, but before he could think further, the figures had already floated in front of him. You. Huang Yunxiang trembled, trying to say something, but the two figures didn't give him any chance. The pale face with its tongue sticking out, as if it had just died, came directly towards him, occupying his vision in an instant. At that moment, Huang Yunxiang felt like shouting to give up and run away immediately. But the next second, the face with the tongue sticking out retracted, and a chilling voice rang out. It's a human. There's a group of monsters following behind, and the monsters are about to be eliminated, the broad and fat man in black clothes said solemnly. Ha! Huang Yunxiang widened his eyes, but before he could think further, he heard the roar of the rampaging monsters behind him. It's over. These two beings in front of him, who he didn't know what they were up to, had clearly triggered the rage of the monsters following him. There were about 20 or 30 monsters. Without thinking too much, the slight sense of perception brought by his mental strength made Huang Yunxiang suddenly lunge to the side, avoiding a phantom sea monster that had just attacked from behind, while getting a mouthful of snow. Watching this scene, the black and white figures coldly snorted, and the black mist surged in their hands, revealing the unique soul hook. The newcomers were naturally black and white impermanents. The two encountered this scene on their way west, with the idea that scaring the students could still complete the mission of killing, which led to their previous actions. And now, watching the monsters that had torn off their disguises, black and white impermanents both swung their soul hooks. Not everyone could forcibly bridge the gap between the underworld like the law enforcement team Captain Zhou Ming. Completely in a spiritual state, black and white impermanents were immune to all physical attacks. No matter how many phantom sea monsters came, they could not cause any harm to them. In an instant, the solemn black impermanence's rope moved automatically without wind, accurately wrapping around the frontmost sea monster, pulling out its soul completely. In an instant, the howls and screams of the phantom sea monsters continued in pain. Ha! Huang Yunxiang, who had fallen to the side, noticed that no sea monster was coming to devour him, and couldn't help but turn his head to look. Seeing the two groups of monsters fighting each other, his expression immediately turned joyful. There was no time to think too much. Stumbling to his feet, a colorful light shimmering in his hand, he slipped on a pair of snowshoes and pushed off, running for his life in the wind. The wind filled Huang Yunxiang's ears, and his snow cap was blown off his head, but he dared not look back or even stop to rest. How lucky he was to escape death like this. All he wanted now was to run back to base and tell his teammates all the information he had gathered. To tell them about the strange things he had encountered, and the fact that the snow was full of monsters. As he slid to a gentle slope and saw no more monster shadows behind him, Huang Yunxiang was about to slow down when he heard a thud sound around him. In a moment of confusion, he suddenly saw someone dressed just like him pass through his body and fall hard on a snowboard not far ahead. Wait, isn't that himself? Huang Yunxiang looked down in horror and saw a black chain around his neck, and his whole body had become transparent. Turning his head, he saw the two people he had fought with the monsters before were now right behind him. Huang Yunxiang was extremely frightened by your creation black and white impermanence, plus 25 source power. Chen, walking in the snow with a blanket, unexpectedly received this message. Before he could even think, the black impermanence walking outside voluntarily severed the mental link and returned to the dream world within his mind. This saved him the mental energy needed to return. Truly thrifty. Any discoveries? Chen praised inwardly and then asked. I found a student who claims to have seen a section of ancient city wall and a lake that never freezes in the snow and ice, and saw the phantom sea monster emerge from the lake. Not far to the west, the white impermanence has already pulled his soul out of confinement, the black impermanence said solemnly. Ancient city walls and a lake that never freezes? Chen immediately had some ideas in his mind. This ancient city wall should not suddenly appear in the snow. It might be something useful. As for this lake that never freezes, it's probably the lair of many phantom sea monsters. This time out has been quite rewarding. I must go there and see it with my own eyes. West of the snow. Great examinee Huang Yunxiang watched in horror as the white impermanence dug his body out of the snow and set it aside to prevent too much damage. Watching this scene, Huang Yunxiang felt not gratitude but even more despair. Brother, what do you want me to do? Just tell me. He had been left hanging here for over 10 minutes. He was afraid that if his soul left his body for too long, he wouldn't be able to return. Thoughts of giving up kept surfacing in his mind, but he couldn't bear to lose the exam score he had worked so hard for. Trying to communicate with this strange entity was futile, as it completely ignored him. Wanting to apply to return to his body, the soul-binding chain on his neck automatically restricted him in place. The only benefit Huang Yunxiang could feel at this moment was that in his soul state, he wasn't cold. Of course, if he were to return to his body now and see his lips turning purple, he felt he would immediately get frostbite. The audience in Huang Yunxiang's live stream room watched the poor kid, not knowing what to say for a moment. He's really unlucky, being followed by dozens of sea monsters. Isn't that unlucky? After all, if he hadn't encountered Chen's black and white impermanence, this kid would have already left the exam room. Indeed, I just came from Chen's live stream room and found out he had come over, looking for guidance. As soon as the audience finished speaking, Huang Yunxiang, who was floating in the blizzard, heard a sound resembling a fierce beast running from his right side. Turning his head to look, what he saw immediately made his eyes widen. In front of him was a small purple dragon creature the size of a small box, with horns on its head and wings on its back. Looking at this little creature, Huang Yunxiang's mind buzzed. He didn't recognize the Grim Reaper, but he was very familiar with this dragon. Dragon of Desire? Hey, that's the Dragon of Desire. Oh my god, have I been unlucky for 8 lifetimes? My soul was pulled out and I encounter a Dragon of Desire? Brother, look, a giant beast is attacking us. Brother! Huang Yunxiang, with a terrified expression, struggled to get the attention of the nearby Grim Reaper, but the Grim Reaper instead tightened the ropes. Don't move, if you don't want to suffer, stay put. Hearing this, Huang Yunxiang paused. Although he was a bit cowardly, his mind was still sharp. Listening to the Grim Reaper's words, he knew that the Dragon of Desire was with them. When did the Dragon of Desire learn to form alliances? Do the starry sky behemoths have this level of intelligence? In his thoughts, he squinted and carefully observed the Dragon of Desire, only to find that its state seemed a bit off. Its body appeared somewhat illusory, and its originally fierce eyes now lacked any vitality. Not only that, why did Huang Yunxiang feel like he saw a rope around the Dragon of Desire's neck? Was he seeing things? When Huang Yunxiang looked closely, the Dragon of Desire's cub had already broken through the blizzard barrier and appeared within his field of vision. The rope connecting the Dragon of Desire's neck extended backward, revealing a sled-like object. There was a person wrapped in a thick blanket on top of it. The person was also wearing the same snow hat as them. This, a candidate? So, was his soul lured out by a candidate? Is this real? How could a novice dreamweaver come into contact with the realm of souls? Shouldn't this be a special NPC like the residents of Dream City? He had been working in a remote corner of Dream City for 3 days to earn points for the exam, so he didn't know much about the outside world, and now he mistook Chen for a dream creator. In his view, someone with such abilities couldn't be a candidate. Leaving aside other things, how could a newbie candidate summon so many dream creations for a long time? Could he carry a mental power recovery device with him? Since it's an NPC that can speak, there must be a solution. Dealing with this person is much better than dealing with the illusion sea monsters. Thinking this, Huang Yunxiang unexpectedly felt relieved. After about 2 or 3 seconds, the sled had already stopped in front of his soul. The young man wrapped in a thick blanket glanced at him and gently asked, "Brother, are you okay?" The person hiring the Dragon of Desire to pull the sled was naturally Chen. After looking around the underworld, he felt that it was a bit unsightly to find 2 ghosts to create a scene. So he simply brought out a certain dragon that had been soaking in hot pot oil, letting it come out for some fresh air while pulling a sled. Assessing the soul form of Huang Yunxiang in front of him and seeing the other person's body almost freezing, Chen waved his hand, and the Grim Reaper immediately threw Huang Yunxiang's soul back into his body. Hiss! The moment he returned to his body, the sensations of his 5 senses flooded into Huang Yunxiang's mind. It was so cold. His pants were almost freezing. His body stiffened as he stood up, his hands emitting colorful light, hurriedly brushing off the snowflakes on his body, summoning several ghost fires to surround him. Only then did he gradually regain some color in his cheeks, feeling the temperature around him. Sorry, I just wanted to restrict your movement," Chen said. If Huang Yunxiang wasn't shivering from the cold right now, it didn't seem like this person had any intention of helping. He must have felt a bit apologetic. What do you want to do by grabbing me?" he asked shakily. "Lead the way, take me to the unfrozen lake and ancient city wall that you saw," Chen smiled. "The unfrozen lake? Where are you going? What are you going to do there?" "That's the lair of the phantom sea monster. Who knows how many monsters are in the lake? Once you go in, you won't be able to come back," Huang Yunxiang said in fear. If he were to go back now, wouldn't it be like going from the wolf's den back to the tiger's lair? In his current state, he felt like he couldn't walk out of there. "I request that you take me to a place first. When we get there, I will tell you the exact location." "How about that? You don't seem to be on the side of the starry sky behemoth," Huang Yunxiang asked tentatively. "Do you want to be pulled out of your soul to be a cart driver to take me there? Or do you want to ride in the sled with me now?" Chen pointed to the desired dragon whelp soul pulling the cart in front. Huang Yunxiang shivered as he got on the cart and pointed in the direction he had come from. "It should be this way, I was chased all the way from here before." "That's right." Looking at the direction pointed out by Huang Yunxiang, Chen's thoughts flashed, and he urged the dragon to move. Their sled immediately moved forward against the wind and snow. Along the way, the cold wind pierced their faces, and they encountered some acquaintances who could call out their names intermittently. Chen directly sent by Wu Chang to clear them one by one. Sometimes, when there were too many monsters, their sled would stop for a while until Bai Wu Chang harvested all the phantom sea monsters before continuing on. Seeing this scene while trembling on the snow cart, Huang Yunxiang felt that Chen was more inclined towards the lawful camp of creatures, and he felt a little relieved. Seeing Chen clean up another phantom sea monster, he bravely asked, "Brother, can I ask a question? Why are you going to the unfrozen lake? There are really many monsters there. I don't think you seem like an A-level dreamweaver." "Why? An A-level dreamweaver should theoretically create a flying unit or simply burrow underground, isn't that faster?" "It seems very dangerous to go anywhere without being A-level," Huang Yunxiang weakly replied. Flying or burrowing underground? That was indeed a good idea. Chen could summon the earth spirit to burrow underground and run over there. But, the effect of burrowing underground only lasted for a moment. How could he continue to gather source power if he flew over in an instant? Now, having the desired dragon pull the cart, with Bai Wu Chang following as a bodyguard and harvesting some source power on the side, was the right way. There was also something that could highlight Bai Wu Chang's awesomeness in comparison, so why not? During this time traveling in the snow, Chen's source power value increased several times and was about to reach 2,900 points, soon to return to the 3,000 mark. Besides, this guy still hadn't realized he was a candidate. If you don't want to pull the cart in front, then watch your path, Chen had no intention of explaining, to avoid trouble. Okay. Following the guidance of the candidate Huang Yunxiang, the sled moved forward against the wind and snow for about half an hour. As the wind and snow grew heavier, Chen finally saw a wall covered with snow in his line of sight. It was over 2 meters high, extending all the way to a point where Su Chen couldn't see, with some damaged cracks at the edges, showing traces of bluestone bricks. Looking through a crack inward, Su Chen immediately saw the so-called ice blue unfrozen lake. The lake's surface shimmered with light, and it was unclear whether it was due to the distance, but upon closer inspection, a layer of black covered the bottom of the lake, as if it were an unfathomable abyss. When goose feather-like snowflakes fell on its surface, a blue light would quickly appear and then disappear. Watching this scene, Su Chen immediately sat up from the sled and walked towards it, retracting all his creations. Huang Yunxiang, who had not reacted at all, sat directly on the snowy ground. "You can go now, thanks for guiding me," Su Chen said as he walked towards the city wall. "Oh, okay." Huang Yunxiang, seeing that the other party seemed to really want to let him go, was overjoyed and quietly agreed, getting up from the snow and running away. After running a few hundred meters, the huge snowstorm had completely obscured everything behind him, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief and headed towards his fortress. "It seems this person really wants me to show the way. As long as he doesn't follow, I need to hurry back and report to my teammates, it's too dangerous outside." And behind him, under the snowy ground, Bai Wuchang's pale face quietly appeared, following him slowly. The ghost messenger could naturally burrow underground. Su Chen knew that this kid would definitely not reveal the true location of the fortress, so he didn't bother summoning the truth listening and lie detecting device, and simply let him go, with Bai Wuchang trailing behind to confirm the fortress's location and then return. The locations of the other fortresses were also crucial information. And now, he turned his gaze completely towards the city wall built of accumulated snow. Su Chen tried to pat away the snow on it to see its original appearance. Made of stacked stone bricks with ancient and weathered patterns, it had endured the test of time and snow. If this snow suddenly melted and turned into summer, this city wall would probably immediately loosen and crumble. Furthermore, Su Chen felt that this section of the city wall couldn't have been randomly placed here, especially right next to the unfrozen lake. Following the principle that there must be a solution to every test, he tried placing his hand on the extremely cold wall. As a chill spread, Su Chen suddenly felt a familiar sensation. It was like holding the dream-carrying object from before. Could it be? He murmured and tried to infuse a bit of his mental power into the city wall. In an instant, the city wall, which had existed for who knows how many years, began to vibrate slowly under the influence of mental power, emitting a scorching energy at the spot where his hand was placed. Su Chen withdrew his hand and looked over there, where the previously completely frozen stone now clearly showed his handprint, accompanied by the mist generated by the heat and cold wind mixing. But the heat only lasted for a while, gradually losing warmth as Su Chen's hand moved away, eventually being covered by ice and snow again. This city wall could be used. Watching this scene, Su Chen immediately had some ideas in his mind. Without a doubt, this city wall was the item to deal with the phantom sea monsters in the unfrozen lake. If explorers discovered this section of the city wall, they could bring some creations that could awaken the city wall before the next day, forming the first line of defense against the sea monsters here. The examiners must have calculated that the activation mechanism for the city wall will take at least 2 days to arrive, meaning it will take 2 days before the phantom sea monsters here can be cleared out. But what if I activate the city wall now? Su Chen stared at the city wall with an ambiguous expression. City wall. City wall. In Chinese culture, there are many stories about city walls. The most representative one is undoubtedly the Great Wall. If he injects some source power while injecting spiritual power, can he turn the city wall in front of him into the one in his mind? I wonder if this city wall, once built, can resist the illusion sea monsters. While Su Chen was contemplating this section of the city wall, a ridiculous idea had already popped into the minds of the audience in the live broadcast room. They had naturally seen Su Chen's previous attempts with actions like spiritual power. Naturally, they understood the function of this broken city wall. Brothers, why do I feel like Su Chen is trying to activate such a large city wall by himself? It seems like this defense weapon requires a lot of spiritual power to awaken. Su Chen can't possibly sustain it for a long time, right? This, hard to say. Maybe he wants to eliminate all the illusion sea monsters in the lake 2 days in advance to make the defense easier later on. No way? Alone? This clearly seems like a war that multiple candidates should participate in together. Damn, old man, is Su Chen trying to do something ridiculous again? Could he really activate the city wall by himself? In the main examination room, Chen Dahan, who had been paying attention to Su Chen's movements, immediately shouted as he watched Su Chen's actions. As the regional invigilator, he naturally had access to some confidential information about this round of the competition after it started. The city wall in front of them was one of them. This city wall was like a furnace that had just been extinguished, filled with fuel. Once the injected spiritual power reached a certain critical point, it would naturally activate, and then it could continue burning on its own with the fuel inside. According to the information Chen Dahan had obtained, to activate this section of the city wall, at least a dream artifact like a spiritual power injector from the steel gate checkpoint would be needed. If it were any other candidate trying to activate the city wall early, he would definitely think they were overestimating their abilities, but the current candidate was Su Chen. What if he actually succeeded? Is he trying to recreate the scene of the end of the 10 days again? It was a problem that required several fortresses to work together to solve. Don't panic, Chief Examiner Chen Fingqiu listened to Chen Dahan's words and looked at Su Chen's actions with a calm demeanor, stroking his beard lightly. This time, our examination group is well prepared. Su Chen will definitely not be able to activate this city wall. Why? Chen Dahan was somewhat puzzled. The examination information you received is outdated. In order to deal with these monsters, we have increased the difficulty of activating this city wall by dozens of times, Chen Fingqiu said proudly. Globally, there should be no candidates who can answer the questions early again. Increased difficulty? Chen Dahan was somewhat astonished. Old man, have you raised the limit of spiritual power needed to activate the city wall again? Will any candidate be able to activate that city wall when the final assault begins? Would our examination group use such a straightforward way to block the candidates? Chen Fingqiu said calmly, if we compare the city wall to a furnace that can be ignited by adding fuel, then we have placed a temperature-regulating cooler next to this furnace. The cooler has a shelf life of 2 days, and as long as it doesn't break, the furnace will never ignite. After injecting a certain amount of spiritual power, Su Chen will naturally feel its presence and give up on this idea. A cooler? Chen Dahan was stunned at the words, turned his head to look at the live broadcast room, and after a moment of contemplation, his gaze suddenly shifted to the unfrozen lake next to the city wall. Damn, old man, are you saying that the cooler you mentioned is the unfrozen lake? If the unfrozen lake doesn't dry up, the city wall won't be able to activate? Exactly, Chen Fingqiu nodded. The unfrozen lake will only rapidly dry up completely half an hour before the total activation. Before that, no matter how much heat Su Chen adds to the city wall, it will be forcibly cooled down by the unfrozen lake. If he wants to set fire to the city wall, he must drain the entire unfrozen lake. Hiss. It feels like after passing through Dream City, the examiners have become even more insane. Chen Dahan turned his head to look at the lake that never seemed to freeze in the extreme cold weather. He had seen the information about this lake, and the water inside was not easy to drain. It was extremely difficult to suck away this water. Even if the 10 suns had fallen into the unfrozen lake with their fiery light before, the outcome would still be the suns extinguishing and the unfrozen lake remaining unaffected. Draining the water from the unfrozen lake. This difficulty is simply outrageous. This time, Su Chen's plan is probably going to fail. At the ancient city wall, just as Su Chen hesitated to experiment again, a strange monster's roar accompanied by human voices came from another direction. Quick! There are a dozen more coming out. Damn it, there are already so many monsters on the edge of this lake, who knows how many are inside. I must have been unlucky for 8 lifetimes. Why was the guard fortress built next to this thing? Keep your voice down, don't wake up whatever is in the lake. It seems there are quite a few people by the lake. Are they examinees from other fortresses? Su Chen temporarily put aside his research on the city wall, braved the wind and snow, crossed the city wall, and headed towards the source of the voices. The source of the voices was on a high ground to the right of the unfrozen lake. When Su Chen arrived nearby through the wind and snow, he saw a small team, 3 examinees, 2 males and 1 female, all wearing cold-resistant coats, engaged in a fierce battle with the phantom sea monsters emerging from the lake. The leader, a boy with a pockmarked face, continuously wielded colorful lights, summoning a dark-colored bison. The bison rubbed its hooves in place before charging towards the phantom sea monsters ahead, knocking down 5 or 6 of them directly. Another slender boy summoned several stone men, wielding machetes one by one, looking very majestic. The girl at the back held a tomato the size of a box in her hands. When the enemies approached, she threw the tomato into the pile of monsters. After the tomato collided, it immediately exploded silently, and the tomato juice corroded their bodies as soon as it splattered on the phantom sea monsters. In no time, the dozen or so phantom sea monsters emerging from the unfrozen lake were completely eliminated by them. Their cooperation seemed quite skilled, as if they had been teaming up for a while. They're quite strong. Assessing the 3 people in front of him, Su Chen pondered and walked towards the team. These examinees obviously arrived earlier and might know some intelligence. Exchanging information with them could save him a lot of reconnaissance time. The commotion on his side quickly caught the attention of the 3 people ahead. Seeing another examinee approaching, the pockmarked face examinee pointed at Su Chen and said to his companions, "Wait, there's another one over there." As he spoke, the big black bison beside him turned around, hooves lifting the snow on the ground as if about to charge. Seeing this, Su Chen's hand emitted colorful light, and a black mist immediately emerged from his hand. Obviously, the other party mistook him for a phantom sea monster, and the way to dispel the misunderstanding was to create a dream, something the phantom sea monsters couldn't do. Watching the black mist emanating from Su Chen's hand, the pockmarked face examinee immediately restrained his bison. Wait, this seems to be a reconnaissance soldier too. Moreover, his eyes narrowed, carefully examining Su Chen, and suddenly his gaze froze. Damn! Isn't this the top-ranked expert Su Chen? Exclaimed the pockmarked face. Su Chen? The one who dealt with 10 sons? Keep it down, don't attract another wave of monsters. The last girl also looked over curiously but still reminded them. Yes, it's him. I saw him before during a transport mission. I knew that when the phantom sea monster imitating the appearance of a big shot appeared, the big shot must be nearby. This is a real top-notch examinee. Ma Zi's face said excitedly in a low voice. The conversation between the few people was not exactly quiet, so Su Chen, who was nearby, naturally heard it vaguely. Hearing that the other party knew his identity, Su Chen retracted the black mist in his hand and walked over. Would you like to share some information? He asked with a gentle smile. Sure, big shot. Are you here to be a scout too? Ma Zi's face nodded busily. Yes, we can share the general location of the fortress with each other, as we should be neighbors, Su Chen nodded. Sure, but big shot. Do you want to join us in dealing with the phantom sea monsters in this area first? We just cleared a sea area, and this guy next to me can create a device that can detect how many sea monsters are below. Ma Zi pointed to the examinee next to him, who looked tall and thin and appeared very indifferent. This frozen lake is a bit special. Ordinary detection methods cannot detect the situation inside the lake, but this guy can use a strange dream-created device to detect the interior of the lake. It was under his guidance that we dared to come here to lure some phantom sea monsters ashore for hunting. Oh, a magical detection eyeglass? When Su Chen looked at this person with a hint of curiosity, he saw colorful lights flashing in the eye area, and a flat round-framed eyeglass quietly appeared. When the other party put it on, he looked towards Su Chen. Just as Su Chen slightly frowned, he heard the student's face suddenly change drastically, and after a scream, black mist with a dark color kept surging in his brown pupils. The tall and thin examinee named Zhang Yukai had a mental potential of sea level, belonging to a category of examinees who were neither outstanding nor mediocre. But after awakening, he didn't think so, and even felt that he should be a top examinee, but the crystal ball testing his talent was not shining brightly. Zhang Yukai dared to think like this. Naturally, he had his trump card. Zhang Yukai, who had decent basic knowledge, unexpectedly discovered an additional item on his panel at the moment of awakening. Talent, Eye of Investigation. Consuming a certain amount of mental power can observe things that ordinary dream creators cannot observe. With this talent, he could see the strength of a dream creator's mental power, and even the weak points of some monsters. This was a visual technique that could be released without creating a dream. With the help of this, Zhang Yukai earned a lot of points in the Dream City arena, even more than some geniuses. Therefore, Zhang Yukai always felt that he was the chosen one, and in his arrogance, he pretended to be a master. And now, seeing the examinee who was ranked first on the scoreboard standing in front of him, he didn't care if he offended the other party by pretending to put on the glasses and actually activating the Eye of Investigation to look at Su Chen. He just wanted to see how much stronger this person in front of him really was. But unexpectedly, something went wrong. For some reason, the first thing Zhang Yukai saw when he looked at Su Chen was that there was no mental power light flashing inside him. He relied on this to judge how much mental power a dream creator had. Just as Zhang Yukai was puzzled about why he couldn't see the other party's mental power value, a deep and dark black mist seemed to emerge from Su Chen's body. And within it, a bright light like blood suddenly exploded. It was as if a blood-red sun had risen in front of Zhang Yucai's eyes. Ah! With a scream, the scene just happened. What's wrong? Ma Zi's face was suddenly shocked as he watched black mist continuously emanating from Zhang Yucai's eyes. Looking at this mist, it seems familiar, reminding me of the moment when Su Chen appeared, as if the mist in his hand was similar. Hiss! The pockmarked examinee immediately reacted. This is something that should not have been seen. Sneaking a glance resulted in being directly countered. Can even a great god be so rude? The pockmarked face cursed Zhang Yukai in his heart, but still had to come forward to smooth things over while looking at the other party's miserable appearance. Young man, this breaks the rules. Can even the big shots investigate at will? Well, the big shot didn't mean to. Things that shouldn't be seen, should never be seen. This is just a small lesson. Su Chen looked calmly at Zhang Youcai's miserable appearance. When this examinee turned his gaze towards him just now, 100 points of source power were deducted from his source power panel, and there was immediately movement in the 18th floor of the dream-making heart, with a fierce ghost emerging from the myriad of souls and entering his body. This is not the ghost with 48 points of spiritual power. It's now a ghost with 68 points. At the moment, the action this young man wanted to investigate was directly countered by the upgraded ghost. Probably because he saw something like the 18th floor of hell. What? What kind of method is this? Zhang Youcai screamed for a while, and the black mist in his eyes slowly dissipated. He looked at his panel with red eyes, and the talents section had started flashing at some point. One gray, one white, as if having a seizure. Just because he glanced at the other party, his talent panel had a problem? Unexplainably, a sense of fear rose in Zhang Youcai's heart. He had never seen any dream maker above sea level discovered in Dream City before. What is the situation with the person in front of him? That pitch-black mist seems to be a death world created by the other party? Zhang Youcai was the second genius to participate in the arena competition, missing Su Chen perfectly, and the current situation directly overturned his understanding. Isn't it just creating a death world? How could it block his talent? Even looking at it almost blinded and severely injured him. Could it be that this first person also has a special talent like him, and it completely counters him? As Zhang Youcai was lost in thought, he felt the pockmarked examinee next to him nudging him with his elbow. This meant Zhang Youcai came to his senses, wanting to size up Su Chen, but remembered his previous encounter, and fearfully lowered his head to apologize. I'm sorry for prying into your business, it was a subconscious act, I couldn't help it. This great god didn't mean it, we're all brothers in this round, we still need to use his eyes. The girl behind also came to smooth things over. Su Chen, upon hearing this, had no intention of arguing with the other party, and said to Zhang Youcai, can you still use your eyes? Eyes? Let me try. Zhang Youcai, upon hearing this, dared not be negligent, turned his head to look at the lake. Su Chen's previous blow seemed to have broken a certain line in his brain, causing his inside eye panel to flash fiercely. Once it turned gray, his eyes would lose their probing ability. This intermittent ability made his eyes ache severely. But Zhang Youcai dared not cancel it, fearing that he would delay the matter and be thrown into the unfrozen lake to feed the sea monster by this angry person. Besides, he also wanted to know how many monsters were in the lake, as this was crucial information for this round of the exam. Suppressing the discomfort, Zhang Youcai carefully looked inside. At the moment he saw something inside, his expression couldn't help but freeze. Where his eyes landed, the red dot representing spiritual power was continuously increasing, and deep in the lake, there seemed to be traces of a violent energy accumulation. What is that? A starry sky behemoth? What's wrong? The freckled face on the side looked at Zhang Youcai with a slightly nervous expression and quickly asked. Currently, the number of phantom sea monster eggs seems to be only a few hundred, but they are constantly increasing. Zhang Youcai, ignoring the pain in his eyes, walked to the side of the unfrozen lake and squatted down to look carefully. The intense reaction, like a stack of energy, was still there. He wasn't mistaken. The only ones capable of continuously reproducing phantom sea monsters are their mothers, and it seems like there is a phantom mother in this unfrozen lake. A phantom mother in the unfrozen lake? Zhang Youcai's words directly startled the freckled face and the girl next to him. That's the phantom mother. A true starry behemoth. Oh my god, no way? Did you see it clearly? Can a phantom mother really fit in such a small lake? The freckled face tried to compare the size of the lake with the phantom mother in his mind. If there really was a phantom mother inside, it would be too crowded. Also, isn't it strange? If there really is a phantom mother, how could the number of phantom sea monsters in this lake increase so slowly? With each breath, they could have created thousands of phantom sea monsters. The girl next to him retorted. This. Zhang Youcai was also stunned by her words, but upon closer inspection, there was indeed such a hotspot. I shouldn't be mistaken, whether there is a phantom mother inside or not, the number of phantom sea monsters is constantly increasing. The increasing phantom sea monsters, and the possible existence of a phantom mother. Su Chen, on the side, listened to the conversation of the few people and after a moment of contemplation, came up with an idea. Could it be like this? The phantom mother is likely hidden in some space beneath the lake, continuously sealed. And the phantom sea monsters it produces only have a small number that can break free from the seal and come to the unfrozen lake. That's why the situation is like this now. The phantom mother is really at the bottom of the lake, but in a different space and bound. Only a few cocoons of phantom sea monsters can overcome the binding seal and come to the unfrozen lake. It seems plausible. Hearing Su Chen's words, everyone thought carefully for a while and nodded in agreement. It should be like this, otherwise the Phantom Mother could easily break through the unfrozen lake and release its army wildly. Hiss, do you think the Phantom Mother will come out at the start of the final attack? I feel like the lake is not as deep as we imagine, it's very likely. As the boss said. The last sentence was said by Zhang Yukai, who got up from the lake and didn't dare to look at Su Chen at all, afraid that his talent and eyes would be ruined together. At the bottom of the lake, there should be a layer of dreams, or another space. The Phantom Mother, and the unfrozen lake is full of escaped phantom sea monsters. The audience in the live broadcast saw their analysis and immediately gasped. No way? Is this for real? If there really is a Phantom Mother inside, won't the fortress next to the unfrozen lake be in trouble? Yeah, once the Phantom Mother emerges after 2 days, giving birth to a large number of phantom sea monsters, just the sea beast tactics alone could overwhelm the surrounding fortresses, right? Could it be that the exam group really requires the complete elimination of the Phantom Mother within 2 days before the arrival of the starry behemoth? To solve the Phantom Mother, you must first solve the challenge of the unfrozen lake. If you haven't watched the previous live broadcast of Zhang Yukai and the others, using anything to explore the unfrozen lake is a one-way trip. As the audience spoke, Su Chen walked slowly to the unfrozen lake, carefully examining the seemingly clear lake water in front of him. Boss, be careful, you must not touch the unfrozen lake water. The freckled face reminded repeatedly. Not touch? After some contemplation, Su Chen saw a burst of colorful light in his hand, and a colorful carp appeared, jumping into the unfrozen lake. With a splash, the carp touched the water and suddenly stiffened like ice, sinking slowly. The water seems a bit cold here. Besides the unfrozen lake, have you found any other information? Su Chen asked Ma Zilian. Other information. Ma Zilian scratched his head and replied, yes, the city wall over there. He pointed to the snow-covered wall and continued, when we tried to infuse spiritual power into the wall, it started heating up halfway. Soon after, a blue chain connected the wall to the unfrozen lake, and the wall quickly cooled down. I can see that the wall has a strong spiritual power inside. Once activated, we won't need to keep infusing it. It's a defensive weapon. But the unfrozen lake seems to be hindering its use. The city wall is related to the unfrozen lake? Su Chen immediately understood. This means that as long as the unfrozen lake is dry, the wall can be activated. If we can clear the monster cocoons in the unfrozen lake in advance, we can easily handle the upcoming challenges. Su Chen looked at the shimmering lake ahead, thinking about the treasures he possessed. The Universe Ring and the Chaos Heavenly Silk, Neza's companion spiritual treasures. The Universe Ring, a powerful artifact capable of causing great damage, would be useful. However, he lacked the necessary resources. According to legend, it was a golden artifact created by the primordial heavenly sovereign with immense power. His current power might not be enough. Even if he wanted to use the Universe Ring, now was not the time. Su Chen wanted to see what was in the depths of the lake. If it was a sealed starry behemoth, could he defeat it before the seal was broken? Thinking about this, draining the unfrozen lake seemed inevitable. There were many ways to dry up the lake. As he contemplated, an image of Kwafu appeared in his mind. Kwafu. Is there a way to sever the connection between the unfrozen lake and the city wall? Ma Zilian, thinking Su Chen was considering this, asked curiously. Su Chen shook his head, stood up, and looked at the lake, saying, I'm thinking about how to drain all the water from this lake. Drain all the water from the lake? The audience was shocked by Su Chen's words. Is this for real? Is he really going to do it? It doesn't seem so simple to solve the issue of the unfrozen lake water. What does draining mean? Does the great god want to create a huge sponge monster to absorb all the lake water? Is it true? The carp turned into ice when it jumped in. No matter how powerful the sponge monster is, it can't absorb water in this lake, right? Yes, and it's winter now. It's not easy to break the ice and drain the water from the lake. It is obviously impossible to drain the lake water. The examination group will not leave such a big loophole. In my opinion, this lake is clearly not something they can solve now. In the cabin of travel writer Gu Jin in the Xinghe district, Gu Jin, drinking coffee, listened to Su Chen's words with shining eyes, immediately thought of something, and quickly opened his computer to prepare. Suck dry. This term may still be used on a character. Su Chen might be creating another legendary character. A character who can drink the icy water from the unfrozen lake in one breath. Will he be a character like Yi? Will he come from that ancient era, also having his own legendary myths? Gu Jin was extremely curious at this moment. On the other side, Su Chen's words gave a shock to the two people in the main examination room. Hey, old man, Su Chen seems to be really preparing to deal with the unfrozen lake. Chen Dahan, listening to Su Chen's words in the live broadcast room, sat up straight and shouted to the side. I heard you, old man, I'm not deaf yet. Chen Fengqiu stared carefully at Su Chen, his slightly whitened eyebrows furrowed together. He knew about the lake water of the unfrozen lake, made from a mixture of materials from the starry sky, known as capable of freezing everything. Only those with the blood of starry sky behemoths flowing in their bodies can be immune to the eternal freezing effect of the lake water. That's why the phantom sea monsters can wait for growth under the lake water. As for sucking dry the lake water, it's feasible. Chen Fengqiu only needs to create a black hole to handle this lake water, directly transferring the water away through spatial manipulation. But, can this kid's mental power reach this level? If not using a black hole, anything that comes into contact with the unfrozen lake will turn into an ice block and eventually be melted by the unfrozen lake. It shouldn't be too possible, right? Chen Fengqiu kept thinking about various possibilities in his mind, but he didn't think of Su Chen's solution. Looking at the young man on the panel, he switched the live broadcast room, trying to look at examinees from other countries, but also found nothing. It seems that only Su Chen's birthplace was next to the unfrozen lake among the previous top scorers. Wait, does that mean that now only Su Chen, among this group of examinees with special abilities, has encountered the unfrozen lake challenge first? If Su Chen succeeds and does it perfectly, it will still give face to them in Huaxia. Thinking like this, Chen Fengqiu calmed down. He relaxed his brows, picked up the small wine cup that had been prepared next to him at some point, and took a sip. No rush, no rush. The unfrozen lake challenge was a question we all discussed as the main examiners. If this question is really solved, it's not just my face that will be lost. Besides, losing face is not terrible. What's terrible is that no one among the students of our own country can solve this embarrassing problem. Drain the lake water? As soon as he heard this, Ma Zi's head buzzed. He looked at the unfrozen lake next to him amidst the swirling snowflakes. The sparkling lake surface extended beyond his sight, disappearing without a trace. Ma Zi knew this was due to the blizzard. The unfrozen lake itself was definitely not comparable to a sea or even a reservoir. But just this range, this strange ability in the water. To drain the water? Even if Ma Zi didn't doubt the abilities of the big shots, he was a bit incredulous at this moment. Zhang Yukai and the girl next to him also looked astonished. Zhang Youcai's first reaction was that Su Chen was bragging. But Su Chen's tone didn't seem like that. How could an F-level dreamweaver drain the lake? Could it be that this person really has a special talent, and the special talent is in combat abilities? But even if that's the case, it's still unlikely, right? Zhang Yusai thought, dared not to refute, but only showed a surprised expression. The girl next to him, after thinking for a moment, asked excitedly, "Boss, what are you planning to do? Is there anywhere that needs our help? Even if we fail this time, at least we have made some attempts." Her tone slightly emphasized the words "we" and "attempts." Ma Zi's face immediately realized upon hearing the words. Right. This exam is scored based on performance. Even if they don't completely dry up the water in the unfrozen lake, as long as they show some of their own strength, they can still earn performance points, right? I understand. So that's what the boss means. He definitely can't completely dry up the water in the unfrozen lake, but he must have a way to shake the unfrozen lake and impress the examiners, showing that he does have the ability. As long as he can really shake the unfrozen lake, causing even a slight, minor injury to the unfrozen lake, that's still considered damage. By then, even if they don't dry up the unfrozen lake, they can still attract some small monsters from the unfrozen lake, killing more phantom sea nymphs to earn performance points. The boss's thoughts are indeed thorough. Ma Zi's face immediately understood a series of thoughts about Su Chen. There was no more doubt on their faces towards Su Chen. Boss, tell us, what do you need us to do? We'll help. Yes, do you need us to attract some phantom sea nymphs in advance? We can create a very good environment for the boss. Even if the unfrozen lake is not completely dried up, at least we have made efforts. Ma Zi's face added finally, with a determined look. Oh. Watching the performance of the two, Zhang Yusai quickly reacted. Yes, that's how it is. Not being able to do it doesn't mean you can't try to solve it. Just like the math problems in the Dreammaker Basic Knowledge exam. Even if you really can't solve it, writing the word solution at the beginning still earns points. These points are not earned in vain. After figuring it out, Zhang Yusai's brain was spinning wildly, trying to come up with a righteous and awe-inspiring statement. But unexpectedly, Su Chen in front smiled and said, "You guys stand back a bit, make some room for me, be careful not to be crushed later." Stand back? Make room for him? The trio immediately understood what was going on and realized that he was about to start shaking the unfrozen lake. However, why stand back a bit? Will they be suppressed if they don't stand far enough? Boss, are you planning to release the S-level potential dream realm of the underworld? Ma Zi's face first thought of what he had seen in the arena before. The feeling of being close to death was still fresh in his memory. And now, Su Chen was probably afraid that they would enter the range of the underworld, hence the reminder. "Boss, rest assured, we will be careful," he said, gesturing for the other two to move to the side of the city wall, but not hiding behind it. Ma Zi's face thought that the underworld domain must be open forward, so retreating here was almost enough. Besides, they couldn't possibly stand behind all the time, right? They must be ready to fight for the boss at any time. Just be careful. In addition, the underworld is not used to solve this. Compared to the underworld, there is a person more suitable to solve this lake, Su Chen said as the colorful light in his hand began to consume a lot of mental power. A person? His answer stunned the trio behind him. Watching the colorful light in Su Chen's hand, Ma Zi's face immediately realized. Somewhat unbelievably, he whispered, Boss, are you planning to create a character in a dream to solve the unfrozen lake, without using the underworld? This unfrozen lake is not a problem that can be solved by creating a magician. When he looked puzzled, the girl next to him brightened up. I know. Could Su Chen want to use that person? Have you all heard the story of the 10 sons in Dream City? 10 sons? Zhang Yukai and Ma Zi's faces were stunned, and after a moment of thought, they suddenly realized. Right. I heard that Su Chen summoned a character and shot down 10 sun feathers. So, shooting down the suns might be the solution to the unfrozen lake problem. Are we witnessing this live? Could this person have other incredible powers? Can he move mountains directly? Is Su Chen planning to move the lake directly? But wait, Su Chen used the term drain. The three of them came up with countless ideas, and their words also reached the live broadcast room. Listening to their words, many viewers in the live broadcast room were also led astray. Could it be that Su Chen is really planning to cut the unfrozen lake and have he carry it away? Is that possible? Is it true? Although I have a bit of doubt, but he did shoot down the suns back then, so it might be possible. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? I feel like Su Chen is preparing to give Yi a treasure. That's why he used the term drain. As the audience discussed various opinions, the colorful light in Su Chen's hand shone brightly, then suddenly exploded at a certain stage and disappeared into the air. The extreme cold snow continued, and it seemed that nothing appeared in front of Su Chen's palm. This dream creation failed? Everyone was stunned watching this scene. In their minds, how could Su Chen make such a rookie mistake? In the live broadcast room, a series of question marks flooded the screen. Could it be that he didn't summon it? Su Chen has a dream-making heart, right? He should be able to pull Yi out directly. How could this be a dream failure? Hiss, could Su Chen have wanted to create a new character in the dream? The on-site temporary technical issues caused the character to fail to materialize. This is embarrassing. It seems like what the person above said. Su Chen wanted to create a new powerful character on the spot, but failed. I'm also a dream maker, and when I fail, it's like this too. Relieved. This is the F-grade dream maker I've seen. The previous situation was simply unrealistic. Now it's more like it. At this moment, there's a strange sense of embarrassment in the air. Su Chen really didn't create that character? Star River District, Lord's Office. Lu Yun took advantage of the office's free time to open the live broadcast, and after scanning it, she saw the scene of the light in Su Chen's hand bursting. Indeed, it looked like a scene of a failed dream creation. But, usually, when a dream fails, there will be a slightly larger recoil at the palm, and the dream maker will show a hint of painful expression. But from Su Chen's expression, it didn't seem like that. At this moment, he was staring in the direction of his palm, as if waiting for someone to appear. Could this little guy have created an invisible person? In the live broadcast camera, the goose feather like heavy snow blocked most of the view, making it impossible for her to judge what Su Chen had done. However, this character should have appeared. As the audience discussed this, the three people standing on the edge of the city wall felt extremely awkward. This big shot had been hyped up for so long, but it seemed like nothing had happened. This was a live broadcast, and it was a bit embarrassing. Ahem. Ma Zi coughed very considerately and suggested, Big shot, is it a lack of preparation? Or, try again? I think we can slowly clear the phantom sea monsters in the lake. The girl next to him also suggested quietly. Su Chen listened to their words and knew they were giving him a way out. However, he didn't need it. How could the dream-making unique to ancient China fail? If it were to fail, it would only be because his power was insufficient. However, Kwafu, he still summoned it. 700 points of power, plus a huge mental power consumption when it appeared. Su Chen stared in the direction of his palm, as if trying to see a giant figure through the blizzard that covered the sky. No need to summon again, he has already come. He has already come? The trio were stunned at the words. Following Su Chen's gaze, they could only see the snowstorm all around. Boss. Just as Mazillion was about to ask a question, the cold wind from that direction suddenly intensified. As if encountering some kind of impact, it fiercely attacked in their direction. Whoa! The direction of the swirling snow reversed at that moment. What's going on? Assessing the suddenly abnormal weather around them, an inexplicable sense of unease spread in the trio's hearts. They quieted down, as if they heard a strange sound that could overpower the howling cold wind. Thud! Along with the sound, Zhang Yukai inexplicably felt the ice beneath his feet tremble. The eternal frozen ice layer that had been there for who knows how many years began to tremble. This is an earthquake? What's going on? Hiss! Has Su Chen already summoned someone? Where? Why didn't I see it? Can this scene shield the blizzard? Snowflakes are flying onto the lens. Did Su Chen's dream-making succeed? Could it be that under the snow, this earthquake is actually digging a hole? Su Chen's dream character is underground in the snow, and the earthquake is actually his dream character digging a hole. It seems to make sense. This explanation immediately gained the approval of countless viewers. Exactly. This time, the character Su Chen created is an expert at digging holes. The reason we didn't see it is because he is underground. But that doesn't make sense, right? If he's underground, why did Su Chen use the term suck dry? I think I get it. Do you think Su Chen wants to dig open the unfrozen lake, let the lake water flow into the ice layer, so he used the term suck dry, implying that the earth will absorb the lake water? That's not wrong. I think Su Chen might as well dig an underground river down there, letting all the unfrozen lake water flow directly into the underground river. Digging an underground river? Diverting lake water? Is this for real? Inside the main examination room, Chen Dahan frowned as he looked at the barrage in the live broadcast room. Digging an underground river under the layer of snow and ice covered by cold wind? Is that possible? Setting aside whether it is feasible or not, just the seal hidden at the bottom of the unfrozen lake would not agree. Old man. Adjust the perspective to look under the ice and snow layer? Old man. Chen Dahan turned his head and was surprised to see the old man Chen Fengqiu's exceptional expression at the moment. His eyes were shining with colorful light, obviously having taken a look at the scene in advance. It seems that Su Chen really wanted to dig a hole, and succeeded? Chen Dahan thought, but felt that things wouldn't be that simple. The other party must have done something unexpected that even the old man didn't anticipate. Boss? What's going on? Next to the wall of the Donpa Lake in the unfrozen lake, Mazillion was a little flustered by the sudden commotion. Even if a person was summoned, it wouldn't cause such a big commotion. After the sound, the ground seemed to be about to crack open like an earthquake. Could it be that the figure summoned by the big shot is underground? Ma Zilian also had this idea and turned to look at Zhang Yukai beside him. The other party obviously realized this too, lowered his head to look at the ground, scanned around, but shook his head. It seems like there's nothing below. Nothing? In the midst of the conversation, another loud thud sound came. Compared to before, this sound was even louder, closer to their location. The strong shaking directly caused all the newly fallen snow on the nearby city wall to shake off. This time, the trio all discovered the source of the sound. It was in the direction Su Chen was staring at, obscured by the blizzard canopy. It definitely wasn't some underground creature. Would you like to hear a story, three of you? Su Chen looked at the canopy obscured by the blizzard, speaking in a melodious tone. Tell a story? The trio clearly experienced this process for the first time, with thoughts similar to those of often at the time. Tell a story? Tell a story now? And the audience in the live broadcast room seemed familiar with it. Here it comes. Could this be another legendary story from ancient China this time? Hiss. The intense shaking sound seems to be getting louder. It doesn't sound like it's coming from underground. Is something coming? Last time, the story of Yi shooting down the sun shocked the world. This time, what does Su Chen want to do? Solve the problem of the unfrozen lake before the world? It's finally starting. In the Star River district, travel writer Gu Jin listened to Su Chen's voice, excitedly preparing for everything. She couldn't wait to hear a new story. From the current situation, this was definitely another story belonging to ancient China, from that ancient era. Could it be the tribal leader Yao? Gu Jin held high expectations. Beside the unfrozen lake, after a brief moment of confusion, Ma Zilian and the other two immediately reacted. Ma Zilian asked with a hint of curiosity, "Big shot, what story is it?" From ancient China, from a legendary era. Su Chen's voice was melodious, as if reciting epic legendary deeds. In the ancient times of China, in the endless wilderness of the north, there was a towering and majestic mountain peak that reached the sky, called Zitian Mountain. On the peak lived a group of giants with infinite strength, their bodies as massive as mountains. They lived diligently every day, working hard to build their homes. With Su Chen's explanation, the pages of ancient China in his mind trembled slightly, strange lights bursting forth from his mind. At this moment, Su Chen's words had a more peculiar sense of legend and epic. With his words, a vast scroll appeared in the minds of each audience member who heard the voice. The towering mountain peak, and those so-called giants. At this moment, everyone understood what was behind that canopy. Giants. A real giant. No way? Su Chen summoned a giant to drain the unfrozen lake? Is it true? Even if the giant has no strength, it will be completely frozen by the unfrozen lake. How could it drink the water? Well, you never know. I feel like this giant seems a bit out of the ordinary. Don't you think this shaking sound is a bit too strong? It all depends on what the situation with the giant is. As the audience fervently discussed, Su Chen's narration continued. Unfortunately, the heavens do not always comply with human wishes. In that era, as soon as the sun set, the poisonous creatures lurking in the shadows would come out and wreak havoc on the world. This tribe of giants also suffered heavy casualties that could not be avoided. In the face of such a scene, the leader of the giant tribe, named Kwafu, was very sad. He looked at the sun that had just risen from the horizon and a thought arose in his heart. If we catch the sun and hang it in the sky forever, will everyone be able to live a life with only light and no darkness? He wanted to catch that newborn sun. Catch the sun, hang it in the sky forever? Hiss. At this moment, everyone's scalp was tingling. This giant seemed a bit different from the giants they understood. The leader of the giant tribe, named Kwafu, wanted to catch the sun in the sky. He wanted to imprison a sun. Listening to Su Chen's recitation of the story, everyone was incredibly shocked. Giants, for dreamweavers, were not uncommon, and even the celestial giant beasts were a type of giant they understood. But giants who wanted to chase the sun and imprison the sun, they had never heard of. What kind of monumental existence would that be? Travel writer Gu Jin listened to Su Chen's words, his pen never stopping. A series of increasingly clear images emerged in her mind. Giants, mountains, chasing the sun. The giant named Kwafu must have had an extremely legendary past. What happened next? Did the giant named Kwafu really catch up to the sun? The story has just begun. Donpa by the frozen lake. Amidst the blizzard and the continuously shaking ground, Su Chen remained calm and composed, narrating the final epic from mythology. With this belief, Kwafu chased after the sun as it just rose. He crossed over mountains with his giant body, traversed countless rivers, and the earth trembled under his footsteps, while the clouds in the sky swiftly avoided him. Even the sun hanging high in the sky couldn't shake him off as he ran on the land. Finally, at a certain moment, Kwafu truly approached the sun. He got closer and closer to the sun. The scorching light of the sun enveloped Kwafu's body, making him, like a giant, feel incredibly thirsty. But Kwafu persisted in his belief, wanting to reach the place where the sun sets, truly embrace and catch the sun. But he was too thirsty. This feeling forced him to slightly pause, and he looked around at the rivers. In ancient times, there was a river named the Yellow River, with vast waves and a length of 1,000 miles. Kwafu drank it, and in the blink of an eye, it completely dried up. In ancient times, there was a river named the Wei River, with a main stream like the sea, seemingly endless. Kwafu drank it, and the seemingly endless river instantly revealed its deep and bottomless riverbed. He was too thirsty. The rivers that supplied countless living beings were like a drop in the bucket to him. Yellow River, Wei River. The main streams were like the sea, the water seemed endless. These two rivers couldn't quench Kwafu's thirst? So, the audience's gaze involuntarily turned to the nearby frozen lake. Compared to the sea, this lake was just a drop in the ocean, probably not enough for him in one gulp. If this water was compared to the legendary Yellow River, it felt a bit cold, like drinking a little bit of ice water. Amidst the swirling thoughts, a violent thunder-like shaking sound came from the live broadcast room. The camera footage was swept up in a storm of howling winds and blizzards. Along with the howling wind, there was a cry of astonishment from Ma Zilian. My God! What is that? In the swirling wind, Ma Zilian standing next to the city wall vaguely saw a giant figure that seemed to reach at least 100 meters into the sky. With the blessing of the blizzard, the towering figure soared into the sky, as if a giant supporting the entire firmament. His face was completely obscured by the wind and snow, and his bronze legs were like two colossal pillars, no less than a mountain. If he were to collapse, it would surely cause a strong earthquake in the surroundings. Ma Zilian looked up high, gazing at the giant named Kwafu, as if beholding a deity. The camera in the live broadcast room turned at this moment and continuously zoomed out. All viewers felt as if an epic scroll had come to life in their minds. The trio in the camera appeared as tiny, blurry dots compared to the colossal figure looming in the blizzard, like ants next to an elephant. With each breath, the giant could stir up a storm, sweeping everything around. Countless snowflakes, carried by the wind, hurled towards them, forcing the trio to create dreamlike items to protect themselves from being blown away. The epic feel of the live broadcast camera sent the viewers' blood pressure soaring, instilling an unnamed fear of gigantic objects in their hearts. This fear was deeply rooted in all of their minds. Fear of the celestial behemoth. Fear of immensely large entities. Not to mention that Kwafu's towering figure was even stronger than the average celestial behemoth. Damn! In the main examination room, Chen Dahan stared at the image of Kwafu, his eyes wide open, almost speechless. At this moment, both amateurs and dreamweavers were intimidated by Kwafu's towering figure. It wasn't a fear of giants. As a dreamweaver, Chen Dahan understood better the mental power required to create such a massive creature. This was something an F-rank dreamweaver could never handle or endure. Of course, if you let him, a D-rank dreamweaver, create this giant, Chen Dahan felt he could manage it. It could only be said that at this moment, Su Chen had definitely surpassed his understanding of F-rank power. Could this guy have used all his mental power on this giant? Wait, he wasn't this extreme a few days ago. Could it be that this guy actually held back when dealing with Zhou Ming? Or did he have a breakthrough in mental power during his sleep? Chen Dahan was stunned. Previously, during the Dream City arena, he thought he had a chance to win. Now, watching the giant released by the opponent, he immediately lost confidence. Just from the background story, Kwafu was already much stronger than what he had created in dreams. The power of this dreamweaver, even if it couldn't reach the legendary level of embracing the sun, could still easily crush a person with one step. Old man, did you see that? What's going on with this guy? Chen Dahan repeatedly asked, looking at Chen Fengqiu beside him, only to find that the latter's face had returned to calm, as if he had realized something. Seeing Chen Dahan's gaze, Chen Fengqiu glanced at him calmly and said, "What's all the fuss about? Haven't you seen a giant before? It seems like the homework I assigned you was lacking." "Ha, old man, this giant was created by Su Chen, F rank. So what if it's F rank? The top F rank examinee in our huaxia should be like this. Don't act like you've never seen the world." Chen Fengqiu seemed to be calmly lecturing. He had seen the giant long before Chen Dahan, and the shock in his heart at that time was beyond words. But as a top dreamweaver, he had regained his composure during Su Chen's storytelling and figured out some anomalies. In the past, if Su Chen had done something like this, he would have been certain that the other party was some old monster playing around in disguise. But now, with the appearance of the talent options, everything had changed. Su Chen is able to create such a giant. Apart from his high mental power and fast recovery speed, there may be another possibility. His talent is similar to the ability to reduce mana consumption. Reduce the mental power consumption of all creations. Ordinary creations may require 100 points of mental power, while Su Chen may only need 10 points or even 5 points. This could explain the appearance of Kwafu. In addition, Chen Fengqiu carefully observed Kwafu and found that his body was not solid enough, as if he was just an empty frame. Moreover, with such a large person, he definitely cannot fit into the Dreamweaver's heart. It would be too extravagant to use it only once. As Chen Fengqiu contemplated, a buzzing vibration could already be heard in the live broadcast room. Looking around, the towering giant Kwafu lowered his head. At this moment, the brainstorming trio, who had just arrived at the city wall, finally saw the appearance of the giant clearly. The bronze-skinned face looked slightly weathered, with ears wide and thick like a snake, and the gray eyes seemed to emit bursts of golden light. Looking at the big head in front of him, Zhang Yukai had no doubt that the other party could swallow him in one gulp. He wanted to activate his talent ability, the Eye of Exploration, to see how much mental power this Dreamweaver was made of, but looking at the opponent's eyes that faintly emitted golden light, he dared not. Those eyes were several times larger than his whole body. He was afraid that if he used his talent to take another look, he would explode completely. This Kwafu, I believe he has S-level potential. Mazzillion looked at the mountain-like giant head with a slightly trembling voice, and at this moment, there was no more doubt. If he couldn't drink the water from the unfrozen lake, he would. Kick Zhang Youcai's head like a ball. I thought the boss was just talking. I didn't expect it to be true. No wonder he had to move away to make room. This thing really needs a lot of space. How big are the houses they usually live in? In the conversation, the towering giant Kwafu slowly squatted down in the blizzard, bringing his head closer to the unfrozen lake, which in his eyes was about the size of a basin, as if he wanted to bury it in there. The seemingly bottomless unfrozen lake began to shake violently, and a blue light burst forth from the water, as if encountering some natural enemy, triggering automatic defense. The lake water touched Kwafu's skin and instantly bloomed with a blue light, attempting to form a thick layer of blue ice on Kwafu's bronze skin. But soon, it realized that it had failed. The lake water only made Kwafu feel a little cold. For him, who was used to chasing the sun in extreme heat, it seemed like a kind of enjoyment. He even stretched his head to bury it in the water for a little coolness, then opened his mouth and sucked fiercely towards the unfrozen lake. Boom! At this moment, a black hole seemed to appear on the surface of the unfrozen lake, and the intense suction force made all the lake water rush towards Kwafu's mouth. The calm unfrozen lake was like boiling water, all shaking up. Standing on the high slope, Zhang Yukai and the other two could clearly see that the water level of the unfrozen lake began to drop at a visible speed. The rocks covered by the lake water slowly revealed their bluish-green outer layer, and these rocks, once exposed, seemed to immediately disintegrate and shatter, disappearing into the air. The sharp-eyed Mazillion even saw a few phantom sea monsters that were awakened by the commotion, being sucked into the black hole uncontrollably, without any resistance. Some of these phantom sea monsters even faced him, making Mazillion think for a moment that he was also about to be swallowed by Kwafu. Oh my goodness, he can really drink. Looking at the giant, Mazillion suddenly felt that it might not be a bad idea to move a little further back, and hiding behind the city wall should be safer. In their eyes, the lake that was considered extremely dangerous is now insignificant compared to the giant. The audience in the live broadcast room watched the scene in shock and immediately cheered in the barrage. 666, I bet this is another advanced answer. I don't think candidates from other countries have solved the unfrozen lake issue in advance like us. This is a great advantage for the Great China. Do you think our Great China used to be like the story of Su Chen, with giants and mortals who could shoot the sun? It's so shocking. Is the exam group serious? Who would be stumped by this question? Hands on hips, let's make it even more challenging. Other candidates, thank you. Brothers, did I notice that Su Chen didn't even use this city wall? The barrage only lasted for 2 or 3 seconds, and the water of the unfrozen lake had already receded, revealing the bare rock surface. Looking down from the camera in the live broadcast room, everyone could clearly see the blue cocoons above the exposed rocks at the bottom of the lake, densely rooted in the rocks, roughly counted as 200 to 300. Some of them had already begun to hatch, while others were still waiting for the right moment. The exam group never expected that someone could break through the blockade of the unfrozen lake and come here. As a result, they were intercepted before they could present the monster gift package arranged for the candidates. Just when everyone thought that Kwafu would continue to smash all the cocoons inside after draining the lake, Su Chen stopped. A colorful light circulated, and Kwafu's figure gradually became illusory, standing upright and slowly disappearing into the blizzard, disappearing in an instant. It seemed as if Su Chen had dispersed Kwafu directly in the air, without incorporating him into the dream heart. Of course, this was just an illusion. Having consumed so much source power to create the dream, Kwafu Su Chen would not waste it and immediately incorporated it into his own dream heart. Chen Fengxiu had indeed underestimated the capacity of his dream heart. His dream heart could accommodate Kwafu, but it seemed a bit crowded. Because the underworld occupied half of the dream heart, the arriving Kwafu could only squat on the ground. At this moment, he can only tuck his head and wait next to the city god temple for Su Chen's arrangement. As for why he didn't just smash the cocoons at the bottom of the lake with one punch, firstly, Kwafu was different from other characters. His every breath consumed Su Chen's mental power, forcing Su Chen to continuously expend source power to sustain him. Excessive use of mental power made him feel like he had reached his limit and needed to rest for a moment. In addition, by solving the unfrozen lake, Su Chen would definitely receive a high score. Dealing with these hundreds of cocoons wouldn't add much to his score, so it was enough for the trio to take care of them. Su Chen coughed, awakening the 3 stunned Zhang Yukai, and pointed to the cocoons at the bottom of the lake that had not yet hatched, saying, "You guys can take care of these, should be no problem, right? Hand it over to them?" The trio was stunned at the words, then looked at each other and immediately rejoiced. Wasn't this an easy credit? Weren't these unhatched cocoons just fish to be caught by them? Standing still, they ended up with a few hundred achievements for nothing? Was it because the boss summoned the giant and made them take advantage of it? This doesn't seem quite right, does it? The trio with pockmarked faces glanced at each other, looking slightly conflicted, and in the end, Zhang Yukai took the initiative to step forward and said, "Boss, should we wait for you to recover your mental power? The illusions of the sea monsters that come out during this time will be ours, and the rest will be left to you, boss?" Zhang Yukai still couldn't look up at Su Chen, his tone no longer as cold as before, but rather respectful. "Wait for me to recover?" Su Chen shook his head slightly at the words, "If you kill, that's fine. This exam is not about the number of monsters killed. Clearing the frozen lake maximizes my score, so I don't need any credit here. Also, after killing the newly born phantom sea serpent, quickly search for the energy source in the lake. I'll wait for your message above." Like this? The big shot is indeed a big shot. The vision is grand. Upon hearing this, the trio became excited. "Don't worry, big shot. Leave this little matter to us. I'll find the energy source. The trio shouted and were about to rush to the bottom of the frozen lake, ready to summon dream creatures to slaughter the monsters around who had no resistance. Wait a minute. Halfway through, Ma Zilian seemed to remember something, stopped, and curiously asked, "Big shot, what about the final outcome of Kwafu? Did he finally catch the sun?" He was a bit obsessive, the story couldn't be left unfinished. Ma Zilian's words echoed the thoughts of some audience members. Yes, what about the final outcome of Kwafu? Did he finally catch the sun? Agreed. Super curious, the Kwafu created by the F-grade Su Chen must have limits, but at that time, Kwafu shouldn't have them, right? He is definitely a giant deity. Yes, Su Chen previously mentioned that Kwafu was getting closer to the sun, indicating that he might soon catch up to it. What about the rest of the story? What about the rest of the story? Ah, urgent, urgent. Su Chen was momentarily stunned by Ma Zilian's words, then smiled and thoroughly completed the story he had not finished. After drinking the two great rivers, Kwafu chose to continue chasing the sun. After 9 days and nights of pursuit, Kwafu finally followed the sun to where it set. There, he truly embraced and caught the sun. Without a doubt, at that moment, Kwafu achieved his wish, which was within reach. But the sun's rays were too scorching, making his already thirsty body need more water. Helpless, Kwafu had to let go of the sun and planned to go to the legendary undried Great Marsh to quench his thirst completely. But halfway there, he ran out of strength, fell to the ground, and turned into a mountain range, finally falling silent. This is the myth of Kwafu. Kwafu finally embraced the sun but still couldn't bring permanent sunlight to his people. Hearing this ending, the audience felt a kind of inexplicable epic feeling, as if they had witnessed the end of a legendary tale. A giant deity embracing the sun, relying on his perseverance, at a certain moment, completely captured the sun. In the Star River district, Gu Jin listened to Su Chen's words, her pen never stopping, and more information eventually led her to write a mythological story, a tale of a giant chasing the sun, titled, Kwafu Pursuing the Sun. Gu Jin's pen dropped the final 4 characters, and she breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a sense of satisfaction filling her heart. It was worth her early presence in the live broadcast room. This Chinese story was exceptionally exciting, and the completeness was also very high. Su Chen really has a lot of stories hidden in his mind. This Kwafu chasing the sun won't be the last one. So that's how it is. Ma Zilian, upon learning of Kwafu's outcome, felt a sense of regret but also satisfaction in his heart, immediately joining the ranks of monster slayers. Su Chen, watching the figure leave, no longer paid attention and immediately focused his consciousness on the dream-making realm in his mind. Indeed, the dream-making realm needed an upgrade. Before upgrading, he glanced at the source power panel and was somewhat surprised to find that this time the source power growth rate seemed to be extra fast. Within the panel records, just the 4 plus 500 source powers alone gave him an additional 2,000 points of source power income. Among them, the names of Chen Fingqiu and others looked exceptionally familiar to Su Chen. It seemed that the cooldown time had arrived, contributing another large wave to him. Including the previous hundreds of points, his source power value steadily broke through 4,000. Source power, 4,356 points, converted into mental power, equivalent to 43 points of mental power. With these 43 points, he might be able to immediately break through 100 points of mental power. Even if his talent was poor, he should at least break through to F rank. Of course, compared to increasing mental power, Su Chen still had more important things to do now. This time, he was prepared to inject 1,000 points of source power into the Dream Heart to upgrade it properly. After all, the dreams and characters loaded in the Dream Heart had long surpassed several thousand points of source power. A few hundred points were not enough. I wonder what changes will occur in the Dream Heart this time. Still diligently typing, Su Chen thought, took a deep breath, and focused all his attention on the spherical Dream Heart in his mind. After carefully examining it, he slowly injected 1,000 source powers into the Dream Heart. This was definitely his greatest investment apart from the 18 layers of hell. As the source power panel data rapidly passed, the Dream Heart in his mind suddenly burst out with an extremely bright silver light. The underworld shook, and the earth trembled. On the Manhwa bridge, some ghosts who were already unsteady on the bridge directly lost their footing and fell into the river of forgetfulness with a splash. No! Complaint! I want to complain. Ah, I could have crossed the bridge. Damn it, don't bite me. In the midst of the terrified ghosts, and Fahai in the city god temple also walked out one after another upon hearing the commotion, gazing at the sky, sensing some changes. Amatba, the heavens and earth are being perfected. Fahai clasped his palms together. I wonder when the Guanghan Palace will appear. He gazed at the sky, seemingly missing something. The major anomaly that appeared in the Dream Heart this time completely caught Su Chen off guard. Unlike the previous few easy modifications, this time he could even feel the vibration of the dream heart in his mind, bringing a strong sense of discomfort to his mind. Just as Su Chen felt increasingly uncomfortable, the book unique to ancient China in his mind began to operate on its own, slowly flipping through its pages. As the pages turned, a world landscape full of immortal aura suddenly appeared. Before Su Chen could examine it closely, the page detached itself from the ancient Chinese book and flew into the vibrating dream heart, as if undergoing some kind of fusion. In an instant, Su Chen felt that the space in his consciousness had inexplicably expanded, and the dream heart had more than doubled in size. The spherical shape emitting intense light suddenly expanded, causing the underworld area to shrink from half to the bottom third. The human realm above occupied the middle layer of the sphere, continuously expanding its area, with the land covering it showing some subtle differences in color, as if there was a flow of greenery in the soil. The position in the middle layer also trembled, and a small temple emerged. It was the Forgotten Earth Temple by Su Chen, and it seemed that the Earth God took this opportunity to build a home for himself. The Kwafu, who had been curled up in the human realm, also made a move at this moment. He slowly lowered his body, and some trees and rocks gradually grew around him, lying down next to the city god temple, instantly transforming into a majestic mountain. Above it, lush greenery flourished, looking very beautiful. Su Chen looked at the mountain in surprise at first, then realized that he could still summon Kwafu and slowly relaxed. His gaze shifted to the sky above the mortal world, where the sky was not much different from the underworld, with clouds quietly appearing in a uniform distribution along a horizontal line, like a perfect dividing line. Obviously, dreaming could also be done here, a place reserved for Su Chen. Here, the sun and moon would definitely have their place, and as long as they were created, his small world could have day and night. In addition, Su Chen looked around this space and felt that some buildings could also be created first. In his mind, the pages unique to ancient China turned slowly, gradually arriving at a grand and majestic gate. Above it were the words Southern Heaven. It was the Southern Heaven Gate. Since the underworld exists, the heavenly court naturally cannot be absent. Furthermore, this mortal world is a bit desolate, completely lacking in vitality. If there is vitality in the mortal world, then the cycle of the underworld should be truly perfected. Hiss. Su Chen thought this way, feeling that there was still a long way to go in the construction of his dream world. As his thoughts flashed, in the midst of wind and snow, from the unfrozen lake came Zhang Youcai's shout. "Boss! I found the energy source. Come quickly." The following paragraph is a bit strange, so I won't send it now. I'll continue updating tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Su Chen temporarily set aside the construction of his dream world and prepared to inspect it again after returning to the fortress. He looked towards the bottom of the unfrozen lake and saw Zhang Youcai standing in a deep part of the lake waving his hands. "Boss, over here. I found it. Coming." Su Chen immediately slid through the ice and rock walls of the lake to the bottom of the unfrozen lake. Ignoring the phantom sea monsters still hatching around him, he went straight to where Zhang Youcai was. Seeing this, the pockmarked face and the girl who were torturing the sea monsters also stopped their actions and followed Su Chen to Zhang Youcai's side with a hint of curiosity. "Su Chen, look, the energy source appeared from this hole." Seeing Su Chen and the others arrive, Zhang Youcai quickly stepped aside. Behind him was a hole covered with a layer of colorful bubbles. The bubbles, brimming with colorful light, kept shaking in the wind and snow, as if they would burst the next second, but after observing for a while, they still maintained this form. The seal seemed fragile but was actually very stable. Of course, it might be different in 2 days. Su Chen focused and carefully looked at the colorful bubbles of light, trying to see through them to the hole below. However, the dense colorful light severely weakened his probing vision, as if he couldn't see what was inside from a close distance. "Boss, I can feel that the giant energy source is in this hole, but I didn't dare to approach to confirm," Zhang Youcai quickly said. His probing eye told him that the giant energy source was very close to his position, right below this hole. Previously, he would have stretched his neck to look closer, but after experiencing what Su Chen had gone through, Zhang Youcai felt that there were many things in the world that could restrain his talents, so he didn't dare to look down, adhering to the principle of caution. "Is that so?" Su Chen frowned slightly at the words. Adhering to the spirit of caution, he tried to summon a ghost from the underworld to float to the side of the hole and look inside the bubble on his behalf. After a moment, the ghost stood up somewhat confused and said, "The other side of the hole is very dark, and I can't see anything." "The other side of the hole is very dark, and nothing can be seen on the other side?" Su Chen raised an eyebrow slightly at the words, and then let the ghost carefully look again, only feeling relieved when he saw that the other party was not in any danger. "I'll go take a look," Su Chen said, raising his guard, walked to the side of the colorful bubbles and squatted down, looking inside. Where the eye could see, there was indeed nothing, completely unable to see the scene inside the hole. It seemed that the examiners did not want them to see what was inside, or did they have to break this seal to see? While Suchen was pondering, a sudden strong warning came from his spiritual power. For some reason, he always felt that the darkness at the deepest part of the hole was moving. Suchen stared intently, and his pupils suddenly shrank. Where the eye could see, the darkness at the end of the hole slowly receded, and that pure black depth gradually took on a strange color. With the increasing colors, Suchen also saw the full picture of the deep. Instead of darkness, there was a pure black eye blocking the depths of the hole. A monster's eye. At that moment, the scapegoat in Suchen's mind let out a sharp scream. In a daze, the pure black giant eye's pupil began to split into countless compound eyes like insects. Those crystal-like compound eyes all stared at Suchen, reflecting his image through the colorful light in their tiny pupils. It seemed like another creature was also observing him from the other end. At that moment, Suchen felt himself frozen in place, unable to move. Just as he realized the danger and was about to summon a character from his dream world, the countless eyes erupted with pure black light, rushing straight towards the position where he was peeking into the hole. Unfortunately, the moment the colorful bubble touched the pure black beam of light, it suddenly brightened, and Suchen felt a force pushing him away from the hole. And at that moment, a cocoon half the height of a person broke through the seal of the colorful bubble and landed nearby. Boss? Seeing Suchen being pushed back by the light, another phantom sea monster cocoon appeared, and the trio immediately approached. What's wrong? What's inside the hole? Mazillion asked nervously after dealing with the cocoon. It's okay, I'm sure the outside of the hole is the mother of illusions, and what's sealed here is the mother of illusions. Suchen steadied himself and finally spoke calmly. He definitely did not make a mistake. That was definitely a genuine starry giant beast, the true mother of illusions. From the moment he faced it, Suchen felt that the light in its eyes was confusing him, even controlling him. This was the unique ability of the mother of illusions. Fortunately, the colorful seal and the scapegoat perfectly absorbed all the damage for him. If it were someone else, just one glance inside the hole would have caused them to faint for at least a few days. What? There really is a mother of illusions? The trio of Mazillion's faces were shocked at the news. Boss, did you really see it clearly? Yes, when I peeked in just now, I made eye contact with it. That feeling couldn't be wrong. It wanted to bewitch me, but it was blocked by this seal. Suchen shook off the snow on his body. Made eye contact with the mother of illusions? The audience in the live broadcast room felt their scalps tingle at the news. I finally understand why the camera didn't turn towards the hole just now. Everyone should search for the image of the mother of illusions themselves. You won't be able to sleep tonight after seeing it. I heard that although the mother of illusions looks like a jellyfish, each tentacle has some eyes growing on it, which will definitely cause nightmares at night. Is the exam committee playing this big? They really imprisoned a mother of illusions? This thing is an absolute nightmare that ordinary dreamweavers can't handle. Below C rank, dealing with the mother of illusions is basically a death sentence. You can't even run away. I won't hide it from you, when I was on the battlefield before, I also saw the physical form of the mother of illusions, and since then, I developed a fear of jellyfish. Depending on the situation, this is not about solving the problem. If you forcefully break the seal, you are seeking death. Under the guarantee of safety, it's good to give some classes to the new dream makers. Leader, what should we do? Zhang Yukai looked at the seal silently moving further away. No need to worry about it. This seal should be unbreakable. We just need to deal with the phantom sea monster cocoons coming out of the underground cave, Suchen pondered. Your shelter is quite close to the frozen lake, right? Yes, we checked the location before, not too far apart. Ma Zi said, imagining a very crude map. It marked the approximate location of the frozen lake and the location of the three-person fortress. The map was very simple, and Suchen memorized it with a few glances. He recalled the location of his own fortress, then slipped into his mind to check on by Wuchang and the dream-making heart, seeing that the other party had quietly returned. He then obtained the fortress location of the student Huang Yunxiang who had led the way from Bai Wuchang. After a moment of contemplation, Suchen also imagined a map, adding 2 more coordinates to it. Remember the locations, then continue to kill the phantom sea monsters. After clearing this batch of phantom sea monsters, return to your own fortress. Let's discuss a schedule to ensure that someone comes to clean up the new phantom sea monsters within a certain time frame, until the real Star Beast tide begins. Since the issue of the frozen lake water has been resolved, the city walls are temporarily unnecessary. We can try to use them when the Star Beast tide arrives. This means, isn't it just taking turns to come and harvest the crops? Ma Zi and the others looked at each other and nodded vigorously. They would definitely be willing to do this good thing, so they could switch partners when they got tired of killing and continue to harvest the crops. A sure win. Of course, they would have to remind the people in the fortress not to look at the colorful bubbles in the cave. It's a dangerous situation that even the leaders can't handle. After discussing the time each fortress would send people out, Chen waited for the three to finish clearing all the phantom sea monsters under the lake before bidding them farewell. He then followed the previous route back to the fortress. The weather at this outpost was unusually strange. Although the sky was covered by strong winds and snow, making it impossible to see the sun, there was still some light illuminating the surroundings. It's midnight coming from the Dream City Hotel, but it's daytime here. If we evaluate this place based on the specific environment on Earth, there is quite a distance from the outpost to Dream City. The assistance from Dream City may be difficult to come by. Chen estimated in his mind, draped in a blanket, colorful light flowing in his hand, a sled pulled by the Dragon of Desire quietly appeared. He sat on the sled and swiftly flew in the direction he had come from. Chen didn't have to worry about not finding the fortress. As long as the direction was correct, releasing the ghost messenger to search around would lead him home. There were no surprises on the way, his sense of direction was very good, and about half an hour later, he saw the fortress made of black iron. This fortress they were born in was not too high, with walls only about 4 meters high. On both sides of the walls stood slightly taller houses, which were the previous granary and the birthplace of San Nang and the others. The setting was quite absurd. Who would build a granary on the outside? This was clearly making things difficult for them. Chen urged the Dragon of Desire pulling the sled to run faster, and soon arrived at the gate of the city wall. There were 8 phantom sea monster corpses lying in all directions here. Judging by the thickness of the snow on the corpses, they had been dead for some time. The fortress had been attacked by some wandering sea monsters during this time. Just as Chen was about to shout, 2 familiar voices came from the city wall. "Brother Zhu, there's another monster over there, still wearing the face of the leader. Hey, he looks a bit more sophisticated, and he's pulling a cart too." With the sound of conversation, Chen looked up and saw a shiny bald head poking out from the city wall. "Amatba, it's true, Chen is back. The donor should study hard, the phantom sea monster won't use dream techniques." Nong recognized Chen at a glance, avoiding an unnecessary battle. "Is that so? I thought I could kill another one with the appearance of a big shot." "Ahem, big shot, wait, I'll open the door." Afen quickly ran down from the city wall. The fortress gate quickly opened, and Afen waved to Chen. "Big shot, hurry up, we've just raised the indoor temperature a bit." "Okay." Chen shook off the snow on his body and hat, feeling the cold air, and walked in. The first thing he saw was the fortress hall. A pile of fire was burning here, with shelves and various foods from the previous granary stacked next to it. Obviously, during Chen's absence, everyone had been busy transferring all the supplies in the fortress to here. Zhang Hongxiao was resting with his eyes closed next to the pillar closest to the fire, slowly waking up and turning his head to look as he heard the gate open. And Ajo was using a pot he didn't know if he had imagined, cooking porridge in the fire, occasionally adding some chopped vegetable leaves inside. Seeing Chen come out, he waved and said, "You're just in time, the porridge has just finished cooking." The fragrant smell of food made Chen feel hungry. Looking at the 4 people in front of him, he pondered, "Let's eat first, and then we'll have a meeting. We don't need to patrol the city wall for now, the monsters next to us have been controlled." "Controlled?" Afen didn't understand the words, but following Chen's meaning, he sat around the fire. When Ajo started distributing the porridge, Chen told everyone about what he had encountered and showed them the map he had marked. Solving the frozen lake in advance, discovering the trace of the starry beast, staring at the starry beast, and obtaining a rough map. Chen recounted these events without much emotion, but everyone could sense the danger hidden within. Staring at the starry beast? Afen couldn't help but shiver all over at the description. He had also studied the appearance of the Phantom Mother. "Amatba, so, do we also have a regular rotation to solve the problem of the frozen lake? Is it like a scoring ground there now?" Zhu Shi pondered and asked. "Yes, we have arranged shifts. The other 3 fortresses will come out first. Calculate the time, and you can select people to depart on time," Chen said, and next to the fire, Ajo was already holding a bowl of steaming white porridge and handed it to him. "Be careful, the water used to cook the porridge is snow water, and there is some minced meat in it that is imaginary, which adds flavor." Ajo chuckled foolishly. Chen thanked him and took the large bowl, feeling the warmth from the bowl, and felt much warmer. Seeing everyone accepting the information he provided, Chen lightly blew on the surface of the porridge and took a sip. A hot and slightly thick porridge mixed with the aroma of meat and vegetables flowed into his throat. Ajo wasn't lying, even with limited ingredients, he could make a delicious bowl of porridge. As expected, they had only been able to fill up by drinking porridge these past 2 days. If Tang Ning and Zhangli from the Steel Fortress didn't bring back food in 2 days, their situation would be dire. At that time, if they wanted to eat, they might have to gnaw on the carcass of the starry beast outside. This thing. You know, someone has actually done a taste test. Not only does it taste bad, but it might also have strange toxins on it. If not, if the starry beast could be eaten and tasted good, the situation would really be different. I suggest we start taking shifts after finishing our meal. With 5 of us, we need to allocate time for standing guard and going out to hunt monsters. Afan raised his hand to propose. No problem, these days apart from the area near the unfrozen lake there shouldn't be any other giant beasts coming, but we still need to be cautious. Suchin nodded and pondered for a moment before saying, everyone going out for reconnaissance should try to bring back some information about the surrounding areas to improve our defense map. After discussing by the campfire while drinking porridge, the group finalized the patrol plan and decided to treat Ajo and Afen as one person, so if they were to go on patrol duty, they would go together to prevent any accidents. As the patrol officer for this round, Suchin took over Jiang Hongshao's position after the meeting, wrapped himself in a thick blanket, leaned against a pillar, and closed his eyes. This time, he was truly feeling a bit tired. Suchin prepared to have a good sleep and deal with the changing dreams in his mind after waking up. With the gradually fading footsteps of the people around him and the crackling of the burning wood, he slowly drifted into a dream. It seemed to be an endless darkness. In the darkness, there was a giant eye vaguely peering at him. In the extremely dark dream, the drowsy Suchin suddenly felt his consciousness awaken at a certain moment. Then, he looked up and saw the giant eye in the dark dream space constantly watching him, and he also saw the densely packed compound eyes that seemed to reflect everything like mirrors. Sensing Suchin's gaze, those compound eyes blinked, and all of them reflected his appearance on their mirror-like retinas. Is this a residual effect from locking eyes with the starry behemoth? Suchin frowned slightly at the discomfort brought by the giant eye. Yin and Yang, he muttered, and as his thoughts flickered, he was about to try to call out something to prove that he was not in a dream. However, at that moment, the pitch-black giant eye staring at him suddenly emitted a violent shattering sound, collapsing in front of him as if losing all support, transforming into one small compound eye after another. The compound eyes quickly gathered together as if trying to form a new object. During this process, Suchin inexplicably felt the emotions conveyed by these compound eyes. It was pain. In the blink of an eye, his hands seemed to shimmer with colorful light, and an ancient and boundless black mist enveloped his body, and the figure of Yin and Yang quietly appeared. It was at this moment that the groups of black compound eyes in front of him twisted and formed a humanoid figure. The face was blurry, but there was a pure black eye that could move freely on the forehead. Under Suchin's gaze, the three-eyed humanoid in front of him waved his hand. A hoarse voice echoed throughout the space. Suchin, hello. With the voice, Suchin's dream began to fall apart. Vaguely, a calling voice came from the side. Boss? Boss? Ha? Suchin groggily opened his eyes and found himself still in the fortress hall. The fire pit in front was still burning, but the fire had diminished. Beside him were the extremely tired brothers Afen and Ajo. Seeing Suchin slowly waking up, Afen, looking very fatigued, said, Bro, it's your turn. Sister Jiang is going to clean the unfrozen lake, and Zhu is sleeping. We just finished our shift. My turn? So soon? He felt like he had just fallen asleep. Listening to Afen's words, Suchin's somewhat muddled mind slowly cleared up, and the deep, dark space, and the figure that had spoken to him in the dream immediately became a bit blurry. Alright, you guys go rest, I'll go guard on the city wall, Suchin said, taking off the covered quilt and changing into a blanket for himself before heading towards the city tower. Ha, sleep, sleep. Afen, seeing this, didn't think much and, after adding some firewood to the fire pit with his brother Ajo, leaned against the pillar where Suchin had been lying down and closed his eyes to rest. Suchin walked up the city wall with the blanket draped over him, the increasingly cold temperature making his mind clearer. Recalling the dream that was almost fading from his mind, he frowned. After some thought, it seemed that the Phantom Mother did not possess the ability to invade dreams. Could it be that the fear caused by facing the starry sky behemoth for the first time was the root of his nightmares? Upon careful consideration, he felt that something was amiss. If it was indeed a dream, how did the black and white impermanence come into play? Lucid dreaming was not unfamiliar to Suchin, but it had never reached the level of his previous experience. However, was this a premonition or an invasion? If it was a premonition, what did the giant eye turning into a person represent? But if it was an invasion? Suchin closed his eyes and focused on the dream-making heartland in his mind, surveying the position of the underworld and inquiring about the black and white impermanence on the road to the Yellow Springs. After exchanging a glance, the black and white impermanence shook their heads, denying any summons they felt. Is that so? Chen pondered for a moment and slightly eased his mind. At the very least, it indicated that his consciousness had not been dragged to some unknown place. If a behemoth wanted to invade his dreams and pose a danger to him, it would inevitably involve the dream-making heartland and the Book of Ancient Huaxia. Human dreams exist within the depths of the consciousness ocean in the brain, and there were many things in his consciousness ocean that could serve as guards. If there were anomalies in the dream-making heartland, the Earth God and City God would sense it. This was likely due to some residual influence from the black giant eye he had seen, similar to a strange premonition. No. For safety's sake, I need to strengthen my power and add insurance. Braving the cold wind, Chen arrived at the top of the city wall, surveyed the surroundings, and summoned several ghost attendants from the underworld to patrol around the fortress. Seeing that the surroundings were secure, he immediately immersed his mind into the dream-making heartland, examining a jade dream-building artifact that he had left in a corner of the mortal realm. This was a reward he had obtained in Dream City. With his thoughts flashing, a blood-colored jade appeared in Chen's hand. Currently, to enhance his combat power, taking out this jade was just right. As for what to forge it into, Chen already had an answer in his heart. He was definitely unable to create a high-level seal-type artifact. To maximize the effect of this jade, he can only go in the direction of its symbolic meaning. For example, a national jade seal. The symbolic meaning of this item was incredibly strong. Under the fusion of the source power, there would definitely be some miraculous changes. Otherwise, the national jade seal was ultimately just a piece of jade. Even if he wanted to spend a lot of source power, the resulting item would not have much effect. Furthermore, to ensure that the summoned national jade seal would surpass its previous unique effects, Chen turned his attention to a certain dragon in the underworld in the dream-making heartland. The dragon of desire was also a dragon. It was just right to add some material to the national jade seal. As for why he didn't use the mirage dragon, mainly because the mirage dragon was entirely his own creation, and Chen was not sure if this imaginative material could be integrated. Dream Jade Seal material plus Starstone plus 1000 source points plus a page unique to the National Jade Seal in the Huaxia book plus the Soul of the Dragon of Desire. What kind of Jade Seal would this forging path ultimately create? It's just a bit of material loss. If it really fails, consider it as accumulating experience for the next time you make something. After making up his mind, Chen took a deep breath, sat cross-legged in the snow, and placed his hands on the surface of the blood jade, slowly injecting his spiritual power and source power into it. The blood jade erupted with a strong crimson light as energy was infused into it. The dream-making process began. The audience in Chen's live broadcast room immediately noticed his actions and became excited. What's going on? What's going on? Chen is starting to make dreams? Isn't that jade in his hand a reward he got in Dream City before? Wow, I thought Chen was going to wait until after the exam to have someone forge some items, but he's already getting started himself? This thing is really valuable. Some knowledgeable viewers in the live broadcast room winced at Chen's actions. A dream embryo this big is hard to come by, it can only be used once. Exactly, forging dream items is not as simple as daydreaming. It requires meticulous carving of various details. If there's even a slight deviation, the whole item could be ruined. Only specialized carvers can create such items, right? That's right, carving dream items is a highly skilled technique. Some dream makers will create an embryo and then pay a carver to do the final finishing touches. I hope Chen knows a bit about this. In the carving industry, having a lot of spiritual power is not necessarily an advantage. In a courtyard in the Huaxia Star River district, an old woman watched Chen's actions in the live broadcast room and immediately slapped her thigh, shouting into the house, "Old man, that jade you wanted has been touched by that kid." What? With those words, an elderly figure holding a carving knife hurriedly ran out. His silver hair and gray clothes were covered in wood shavings. Isn't this kid supposed to be smart? How could he be so impatient? My precious jade. The old man who came out was named Huang Baoyin. Although he was only a sea-level dream maker, he was a renowned carver in the entire Star River district, specializing in completing dream item carvings for others. His grandson was Huang Yunshan, who had been intimidated by Chen using the black and white impermanence to scare his soul before. Watching his grandson's live broadcast, he also became interested in the boy who had played a trick on his grandson, and he also watched Chen's previous recordings. In a moment, he saw that Chen had obtained the blood jade. The old man had been dealing with dream items his whole life and could tell at a glance that this jade was of the highest quality. He was so enamored with it that he couldn't sleep at night and planned to buy the jade as soon as Chen came out. At the very least, he wanted to reserve the carving craftsmanship for the jade. But what was this kid doing now? He used the jade directly? For making dreams with physical embryos, it also requires the dream maker's level and a certain amount of time for conception, otherwise the dream item produced will naturally have a level limit and won't be able to unleash much power. Now, what would be the upper limit for a dream item made by a newcomer like this kid? The old man didn't carefully watch Su Chen's live replay, so he only knew that Su Chen had a lot of spiritual power. Watching Su Chen's actions in the live broadcast room, he immediately became exasperated. What a waste! What a waste! If I had this jade, I would spend at least half a year planning before starting. This kid started in less than 2 days? And, as Huang Baoyin spoke, his eyes widened. What did he see? It seemed like Su Chen was trying to make a complete dream item? He wanted to turn the blood jade into a dream item in one go? As Huang Baoyin saw it, Su Chen was indeed trying to forge the imperial jade seal in one go. With the foundation of the ancient Chinese pages in his mind, his dream-making method was truly different from that of ordinary people. I hope this imperial jade seal can give me a pleasant surprise. Su Chen took a deep breath, and in his mind, the ancient pages belonging to Huaxia were slightly turning, revealing a majestic large seal with 5 dragons intertwining. With the appearance of the jade seal, Su Chen's source power began to continuously decline, inputting 1,000 points to form the jade seal in his hand as a foundation. Soon, the entire blood jade began to emit colorful light, the surface of the blood jade rapidly twisting and shaping at a visible speed under Su Chen's control, constantly changing its form. Gradually, the carvings on the surface of the jade seal slowly emerged. 5 blood-red true dragons intertwined, their dragon eyes flickering, and the blood dragon scales gradually appearing one by one, as if intricately carved by a divine craftsman. The camera in the live broadcast room then zoomed in, clearly showing the audience the formation process. Watching the subtle carvings gradually taking shape on the blood jade. Watching the strange blood-colored creature. Huang Baoyin, who was about to angrily rebuke, suddenly held back his words, his eyes widened, watching the scene in fascination. The creature exuded a sense of beauty and majesty, combined with the advanced carving craftsmanship which immediately captivated him, a long-time researcher of carving techniques. This was done by a student? Without the dreamland carving knife, relying solely on imagination, this carving slowly emerged on the blood jade? If everyone is like this, we carvers will all be out of a job. How were the scales of this creature carved? When Huang Baoyin was shocked, the 4-inch large seal in Su Chen's hand was about to take shape. Seeing this, he quickly threw the unused starstone from his pocket into it, and at the same time, controlled the desired dragon in his mind to appear and swiftly stuffed it in. The addition of the starstone only caused the entire jade seal to emit a dazzling light, but when the desired dragon joined, the entire jade seal suddenly emitted a buzzing explosion. In Su Chen's perception, the soul fragments of the desired dragon gradually shattered and transformed, gradually revealing the image of a traditional 9-clawed true dragon. Unlike the usual golden dragon, this dragon was entirely black, with faint starlight shimmering on its dragon scales, resembling a reflection of a starry sky. When this dragon completely merged into the jade seal in Su Chen's hand, a sudden thought surged in Su Chen's mind. This thought seemed to correspond to a joke from a past life. Before obtaining the imperial jade seal, isn't this just a piece of jade? It's just a bit special. After obtaining the imperial jade seal, I am the mandate of heaven. This thought almost uncontrollably appeared in Su Chen's mind, making him almost believe he was truly an emperor. It wasn't until the ancient pages belonging to ancient Huaxia slowly turned in his mind that this thought quietly disappeared. In contemplation, a new page was added to the book, and soon a line of text appeared. Starry Sky Imperial Jade Seal, Introduction, the Emperor's Seal, a must-find item for the successor to the throne, was forged by the Emperor Qin Shi Huang, entire paragraph deleted. New Introduction, the Emperor's Seal, a must-find item for the successor to the throne, was created by the immortal Emperor Qin using the heavens as a pen, known as the immortal Qin Yongchang. Those who hold the large seal can gain additional benefits when creating Dreamland characters and military figures. Benefit 1, the source power required to create Dreamland characters in Great Qin is halved. Benefit 2, the strength of the characters appearing will be linked to the mental strength of the Dreamland creator. The stronger the Dreamland creator, the stronger the characters. Note, after integrating with mysterious beings from the starry sky, the abilities of the Jade Seal have undergone earth-shaking changes, making it even more tempting. Anyone other than you who obtains the Jade Seal will immediately amplify their greed, wanting to become emperor while becoming extremely unlucky. Looking at the content revealed in the book, Su Chen held the large seal and immediately realized that he had hit the jackpot. Just the bonus of having the source power needed to create Dreamland characters in Great Qin was ridiculously strong. This meant that he only needed to spend 500 points of source power to achieve the effect of 1000 points of source power. In addition, the characters created in the dream also have additional attributes. The stronger the person, the stronger the character. This directly raises the upper limit of Daqin's dream creation. If the previous Daqin were ordinary people, now they can have the growth power that can truly rival the starry behemoths. Summoning soldiers to kill a phantom sea monster is more than enough. Holding the square seal in his hand, Chen inexplicably thought of the city wall next to the frozen lake. If, at the moment when the starry behemoths are attacking, he ignites the entire city wall, creating the Dream Qin Great Wall, what a magnificent sight it would be. Now, there is much more security. Chen groped for the square seal in his hand, not immediately incorporating it into his dream heart, continuing to think about what kind of characters from Daqin to create. The live broadcast camera also focused on the square seal that had already taken shape in his hand, displaying the image in the live broadcast room. Looking at the exquisitely crafted and majestic jade seal in his hand, the audience in the live broadcast room directly exclaimed at its beauty. Wow! So handsome! It feels very majestic for some reason. Did he just create a dream in one go? What effect does this thing have? It definitely doesn't look like a defensive weapon, more like something to throw at people. Give it to me to smash a walnut. Joking, I have noticed that Chen's creations are definitely related to Huaxia, and this seal is no exception. Bestowed by heaven, longevity, and prosperity, is this a treasure that carries luck? In the Star River district, the top sculptor Huang Baoyin looked at the jade seal in Chen's hand in astonishment. As a senior dream sculptor, he has created countless dream items through his hands. Just by seeing this scene, he could feel the artistic quality and depth contained in it. Bestowed by heaven, longevity, and prosperity. This is a symbol of the king. This is a king's seal. Not only that, it is completely different from the large seals from foreign countries, with its own unique style, as if it came from a distant historical era. Impressive. Huang Baoyin had no intention of buying anything at this moment. He just wanted to see it with his own eyes, feel the square seal, and study it carefully. After playing with the square seal in his hand, Chen had an idea. Since he had decided to use that section of the city wall to create the Great Wall in his dream, and now he had the Daqin Jade seal in his hand, a passage from Guanzi naturally emerged in Chen's mind. It goes, he ordered Meng Tian to build the Great Wall in the north to guard the border, and the Xiongnu retreated more than 700 li. General Meng Tian of the Qin dynasty, guarding the Great Wall, the earliest developer of the northwest of Huaxia. Since he had the Great Wall, he naturally couldn't leave it out. The pages belonging to the eternal Huaxia slowly turned, and a middle-aged general wearing shoulder armor appeared in Chen's mind. His eyes were sharp, revealing a murderous intent. His powerful arms were covered with battle scars, sending chills down one's spine. Just like the ironclad army he led, they were unparalleled in the country, swallowing thousands of miles like a tiger. I can also summon another army, taking advantage of this half-price energy consumption. Holding the jade seal, Chen immediately closed his eyes and consumed 400 points of energy in his dream heart to construct it. In the dream heart, next to the mountain where Fuxi lay down, violent tremors began. Then, a military camp made up of wooden fences and various wooden houses quietly appeared. A completely different flag from the usual dark one was raised, revealing ancient characters. It reads, Qin. As the wind blew and the flag fluttered, soldiers holding sharp blades and spears, clad in black armor, slowly emerged from various camps, patrolling in specific positions with strict military discipline. In the largest tent in the camp, Meng Tian stood, wiping the long sword in his hand, waiting for the day of expedition, summoned by Chen. In this world, there is finally some popularity. If the Qin army dies in battle, it would be perfect to become a ghost in the underworld, patrolling the shadows throughout the world. Such a ghost must be much stronger than ordinary spirits. Looking at the military camp in his dreamy heart, Chen felt a little relieved, placed the jade seal inside, and then stood on the city wall, waiting for the next shift. A fierce war is already counting down. After clearing the unfrozen lake, the entire fortress became a deserted place, and no other types of monsters were seen for 2 days. On this day of rest, Chen always held the seal close to his heart while sleeping, and the nightmares of that day never returned. It seemed as if even the black giant eye had been scared away and never dared to appear again. Seeing this situation, Chen temporarily buried this matter in his heart and focused more on the upcoming exam. During this period, he gave up the opportunity to earn points at the unfrozen lake to others and focused more on exploring the surroundings. After communicating with several fortresses, a more detailed map of the surrounding area was imagined. In the last few hours before the arrival of the Star Beast Tide, the 5 of them returned to the fortress, sat around the bonfire, and examined the newly revised map. There were a dozen or so fortresses of various sizes around them, completely surrounded by neighboring fortresses. After solving the unfrozen lake problem in advance, this place truly became a safe zone. Even if the Star Beast tide came rushing, it would have to pass through several fortresses in front before the small soldiers leaked out, which would be the focus of Su Chen and the others' defense. Our position is very good. It seems that defending the fortress will be quite simple. Afen looked at the map with excitement and said, this time, it definitely won't be us who die first. Ahmedba, donor, you can't say that. Although we have less pressure, the fortresses in front are under great pressure. When necessary, we must send people to help them defend the fortress. Nang advised, if the front fortresses all fall, then we are not far from death. Right. Su Chen nodded at the words and said, when lips are gone, teeth will be cold. If the other fortresses fall, we will be left alone, with no one to help. In these days, I have had discussions with members of other fortresses and come up with a plan. When the Star Beast invasion comes, we will build a defense line in front of the unfrozen lake city wall. This will form a front line mainly based on the city wall defense line, with fortress defense as a supplement. This can greatly integrate the surrounding forces and unite everyone. But why haven't Jiangli and the others returned yet? Could something have happened on the way? Afen said with some concern. There is not much time left until the arrival of the Star Beast, and their transport supply team has not arrived yet. Could there be a problem on the way? Just as these thoughts crossed everyone's minds, a familiar shout was heard from outside the fortress. Hey! We're back! Just in time! Everyone was stunned at the words, then collectively stood up joyfully and opened the gate. Outside the gate, Zhongli and Tang Ning were wrapped in thick snowcoats and even wore windproof face masks. Behind them was a large transport vehicle similar to an electric sled, with thick snow shields on top. It looked like they were returning with a full load. Oh, it looks like we won't be short of food these days, Ajo said dully. The transport officer has successfully completed the mission. Zhongli looked at everyone and said with a smile, well done, come in and warm up first. Su Chen smiled gently and nodded, then went forward to help the two bring the sled inside the gate. As the gate slowly closed, Afen and Ajo eagerly approached and tore off the snow shields on the sled. The items in the sled appeared in front of the two people. The items were divided into two parts, with one side neatly stacked with various fruits, food, and some daily necessities. The majority of the space was occupied by frozen meals, including some seasonings similar to soy sauce and light soy sauce. On the other side were various portable dream weapons from the steel checkpoint. Oh my, a mental recovery device? You guys even brought this. Afen's eyes lit up as he excitedly took it out. If I carry this, I can easily solo a dozen phantom sea nymphs. Look, there's frozen beef. We can have a good meal today. Ajo's attention was all on the food, as he eagerly took out stacks of snowflake beef. Do you even know who went to get the supplies? It would be good if you could bring back a few loaves of bread. Tang Ning proudly removed his windproof face mask. I want my beef cooked to medium rare. Alright, I'll cook for you guys. Ajo immediately started moving the ingredients. How's the situation at the fortress? Su Chen asked Tang Ning. The fortress? Tang Ning organized his words slightly and said, it's better than we expected. Someone there has been able to establish a strange mental connection network, connecting everyone in the fortress and taking control of the entire fortress. Representatives from all sides negotiated and managed to allocate territories. In addition, the messengers looking for Dream City have also been sent out, but they are dying quite fast. 3 were already dead by the time we arrived, and we just sent out the second batch. Furthermore, the steel checkpoint gave us a special signal gun. If there's any problem, just trigger the signal gun to indicate danger, and someone may come to support us. Someone has taken control of the steel fortress. Su Chen felt slightly relieved at the news. This was good news. At least with coordination, the main checkpoint of the steel fortress could hold out a bit longer. However, the situation with the messengers was not good. They were almost ready to fight, and they had only sent out the second batch of messengers. This meant they wouldn't receive assistance from Dream City for at least 3 days. After thinking for a while and seeing Tang Ning and Jiangli looking a bit tired, Su Chen suggested, let's have a meal together and rest first. I'll slowly tell you about the situation at the fortress. Okay, the two nodded. I'm freezing to death. This weather is relentless with the snow and wind. Jiangli complained as she ran to the fire pit to warm up. Su Chen, Zhang Hongxiao, and the others started sorting and arranging the food and weapons on the sled before finally sitting around the fire pit. Before the big battle began, the 6 of them held another small meeting. Ajo didn't participate. He was preparing the last meal before the battle. Su Chen briefly recounted the recent events inside the fortress, and after both sides shared information, they immediately discussed manpower arrangements. With this batch of food delivered, we won't need to go for supplies for at least the next 4 days. Additionally, the food in the base may not be enough, and the amount we can retrieve will decrease over time. Tang Ning said slowly. That's right. Although the base is temporarily under someone's control, there's a lot of bickering among the factions when it comes to food and weapon distribution. They have no intention of conserving food, everyone is trying to eat as much as possible or hoard food. Zhongli recounted what she had seen inside the steel fortress. It's thanks to this that we were able to get so many good weapons. I see. Su Chen nodded, when the next food shortage comes, I'll go get supplies. The road for transporting food has become very dangerous after the invasion of the Starry Beast. Furthermore, I suggest removing some of the weapons and equipment left behind, taking all weapons and equipment to the Great Wall, connecting with other fortresses, activating the city walls to resist the enemy. This way, if the city walls hold, our fortress will not be under attack. We can also integrate various forces and weapons and equipment to create a small checkpoint similar to a steel fortress. During the discussion, a sizzling aroma of grilled meat floated over, causing Su Chen and the others to involuntarily stop talking. After staying in this fortress for a few days, just eating porridge made people feel a bit weak, and Tang Ning and Zhongli, who had been rushing all the way, were no exception. With the snowflake beef sizzling on the grill table devised by a Zhou, the aroma made everyone gather around the fire pit. My younger brother is a professional, he prepares all the meals at home, a Fin proudly said. The meat is grilled, there's plenty, let's have it with rice, and I'll make some side dishes with seasoning. These seasonings look very high-end, a Zhou busily said. His intelligence seemed to have improved a lot while cooking. The 6 people didn't hesitate and thanked him as they received their own meals. The juicy beef, combined with the fragrance of fat and the slightly warm heat, made everyone feel warm inside, especially when paired with rice and side dishes. This meal was exceptionally precious on a snowy day. Su Chen had to admit that if it weren't for the starry sky behemoth in the previous life, a Zhou would definitely be a good cook. Unfortunately, the current situation did not allow for it. After the meal, the group continued to discuss the remaining personnel. A Fin, a Zhou, Zhongli, Tang Ning will stay behind. You just returned from the steel fortress, take a rest first, and then we'll rotate in the next round. Nong, Zhang Hongxiao, and I will be the first batch to guard the city walls. There's not much time left before the arrival of the starry sky behemoth. Now, it's time to set off. There was less than an hour left before the starry sky behemoth tide began, and it was almost midnight in Dream City. Su Chen and the other 3 bid farewell to the 4 people guarding the fortress, swiftly sliding to the vicinity of the city wall with sleds loaded with supplies and weapons. The weather today was better than before, with the sparse goosefeather snow floating in the sky, significantly improving visibility. Looking up at the sky, through the drifting snowflakes, Su Chen could vaguely see the faintly glowing sky dome. This was the reason they had no day and night for 2 days, as there was no sun in the sky. Boss! Amidst his contemplation, a shout came from the right. Turning his head, he saw Zhang Yukai and others. Each of them brought 2 teammates, also riding sleds and gathering here. According to the previous battle strategy, only 4 people were left in the fortresses behind the Great Wall, and the rest of the personnel were all deployed near the Great Wall. Including Su Chen's fortress, there were a total of 8 such fortresses, with a full complement of 24 people guarding the Great Wall. If the pressure on the front fortresses was low, some members would be sent over to support. This was the agreed meeting place for them. After several days of exploration, everyone had already noticed that this city wall was built on high ground by the mountains, conveniently blocking a narrow pass. If the starry sky behemoth wanted to bypass the city wall and attack the fortresses in the rear, they would have to fly over or be dropped behind. Otherwise, creatures like the mindless walking beasts, similar to phantom sea monsters, would have no choice but to charge at the city wall. Whether they could hold this defense line would depend entirely on them. Su Chen, we also managed to get some weapon support from the nearby fortress. They know that when the starry sky behemoth arrives, our area will attract a large amount of firepower, so they provided some decent equipment. Mazzillion said as he and his 2 teammates got off the car, opened the sled cover, and inside, in addition to the necessary food, there were various weapons and equipment for Dreamweavers to use. For example, there was a shoulder-mounted ice cone launcher that could summon countless ice cones with psychic power, and an underground magnetic field that could be placed on the ground to slow down the movement speed of all starry sky behemoths. Su Chen was not an expert in Dreamweaver weapons, and there were many items he didn't recognize, so he could only read the instructions next to the weapons to understand them. Great, the weapons and equipment we brought are not bad either. This time defending the city walls, although the manpower may not seem like much, at least we don't have to worry about insufficient firepower, Mazzillion responded with a smile as he and Zhang Hongxiao got off the car and also uncovered the equipment in the sled. Mazzillion and the others looked over and their eyes widened at the sight of the things inside. Oh my god? A psychic power recovery device? Did you guys also get one in the steel fortress? Beef? How did you manage to bring back supplies that look even more advanced than ours? We only have canned food. I can't believe it, is that a small dream bomb? Awesome! This thing is a weapon against the beast tide. People compare themselves to others and get angry. Where did they get so many good things from? Mazillion and the others envied it, feeling that the defense battle of the city walls was becoming more promising. With a psychic power recovery device, it meant that they might not even need to expend the psychic power required for some weapons, they could just randomly shoot with various weapons? This cooperation is definitely a big win. As they watched, the remaining 4 sleds also arrived at the last moment, including Huang Yunxian's fortress. Since that day they returned, it was obvious that the subsequent teammates had also contacted other fortresses, and Su Chen's identity had also reached Huang Yunxian's ears. Seeing that the person who had summoned his soul was actually a fellow examinee, Huang Yunxian was extremely shocked, replaying it in his mind these days, thinking that he probably wouldn't encounter Su Chen in the fortress, which relieved him. The soul summoning incident had left a shadow in his heart. Unexpectedly, because the members of the fortress heard that he had some connection with Su Chen, they decided to bring Huang Yunxian along for this difficult defense battle. Huang Yunxian was speechless, but as the weakest in strength, he had no reason to refuse and could only follow orders. Seeing Su Chen's gaze turning towards him, Huang Yunxian awkwardly said, "Su Chen, we also brought some things." Su Chen nodded, without any intention of exchanging pleasantries. "Take them out, put them together. This time we are a team." Everyone piled up the food and weapons separately, all eyes turned to Su Chen, waiting for his instructions. Su Chen was the leader of this city wall defense battle this time, and only with his highest total strength could he make players from all fortresses obey and gather together. "Bro, speak up, how should we fight this battle?" The first to step forward was a young man completely unfamiliar to Su Chen, with dark skin, short stature, and a sense of passion in his eyes when he spoke. "Right, we must fight well when we come here. Beat the starry sky behemoths. Kick their butts hard." Mazillion and others also shouted one after another. At this moment, it was noon outside. During the brief rest period, the audience traffic on the entire live platform skyrocketed. Countless children's parents were online at this moment, opening their children's live rooms to watch. The starry sky behemoths were attacking. This round of the exam was huge and very dangerous. Many viewers were silently encouraging and cheering for their children. And not far from the city wall where a small group of students were, there were also quite a few spectators. Watching the young man surrounded by students, the audience was eagerly anticipating Su Chen's decision. "My eldest son is in there. Su Chen, you must give it your all. Children, keep going. Your family and friends are all cheering for you. Su Chen! Su Chen! If you can defend the city wall, the surrounding fortresses will be safe. At the very least, the starry sky behemoths along this line will be blocked, reducing the pressure on the steel barrier." As the audience cheered, in the Dream Network main examination room, looking at the young man in the live broadcast room, Chen Dahan tried to follow his thoughts and had an answer. Allocating weapons and food is important, but the priority now is to activate the city wall. The strength of the city wall depends entirely on the Dreamweaver's construction. If Su Chen cannot construct a strong city wall, it will be difficult to defend this line. There can't be anything special about this city wall, right? No matter how it is built, it should be at most like a steel barrier, right? Chen Fengxiu nodded slightly. The steel barrier is a flawless defensive wall made by our examination group based on the optimal principle. The steel wall is currently considered the most advanced wall design. After all, when facing starry sky behemoths, most of them can fly and burrow underground. The wall will have little use in future wars, so our research on the wall is not deep enough. Chen Fengxiu left room for his thoughts. He still had some ideas. Just in case Su Chen comes up with some kind of city wall, he can turn things around. In the wind and snow. Looking at the people who already saw themselves as commanders, Su Chen pondered for a moment before saying, "We calculated before that the entire city wall is built on high ground and is about several kilometers long. If deployed separately, there will indeed be situations where each fights on their own and cannot defend properly. After all, this great wall is just too big." Su Chen's words were met with nods from the crowd. Yes, this city wall is indeed too big. If we all spread out, there won't be a concept of teamwork. Ma Zi nodded at the words. To avoid this situation, it seems that we can only. Ma Zi turned to look at the city wall covered by snow and wind. We can only rely on the strange city wall created by Dreamweavers to solve this problem. His words were met with agreement from many. "Boss, you should have a plan for casting the city wall, right?" asked the short student with dark skin. "Yes," Su Chen nodded, "leave the casting to me this time. I plan to have our people work in groups of 3. We have a total of 8 groups here, with 4 groups in designated areas and the remaining 4 groups as auxiliary teams roaming back and forth. 4 groups guarding their respective areas, and 4 groups providing support? The people were puzzled by this simple model. How is this different from spreading out and fighting on their own? And 4 groups as fixed area sentries, with the remaining 4 groups providing support? Can they take care of such a long front line? Boss, are you allocating like this to make the team's support faster? Send people to transport equipment to dangerous areas for support? But in that case, won't there be too much pressure on the front line? A candidate tactfully expressed their opinion. Chen understood everything and explained to the crowd, in my plan, this time our students will play a decisive role as defensive forces, not just basic defense forces. For the most basic defense, I plan to let this city wall operate automatically. What we need to do is to put out fires. Let the city wall defend automatically. Can this work? Upon hearing this, the crowd's faces froze for a moment. They looked at each other, a bit puzzled, but someone eventually reacted. Boss, are you saying that you want to dream up a highly potential defensive city wall? Turning the entire wall into a dream structure with at least A-level potential? Relying solely on the power of the wall to withstand attacks? Dreaming up a city wall, turning the wall into a dream structure with A-level potential. As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding students were immediately in an uproar. An A-level potential city wall? Oh my, is this for real? Can a city wall really be molded into a dream structure with at least A-level potential? Although this wall stores energy for ignition within itself, dreaming relies on the Dreamweaver's ability. Not doubting the boss, but the appearance of this wall is fixed and cannot be changed. Indeed, this wall is just a wall. At most we can make it look taller and more imposing. But with this fixed model, how can it have A-level dream-making potential? The audience listened to Chen's words in confusion. Indeed, this wall's appearance is fixed, so it can't turn into something like a version of the fire god, right? Is Chen really going to tell a story this time? What kind of story can a wall have? Could it be that ancient Chinese walls were different? It's not entirely impossible. Does Chen really want to conduct advanced dream-making on this wall? In the Star River District, inside the Lord's office. Listening to Chen's words, Lu Yun lightly tapped the desk with one hand, pondered for a moment, and came up with an idea. Could it be that this kid wants the wall to fly? Dreaming up a miraculous creation similar to a floating fortress? The floating fortress, also known as the floating city. A magnificent giant city reinforced and modified over many years by multiple dreamweavers. This city does not exist in reality but is rooted directly in the dream battlefield, serving as a base supply station for humans to resist the cosmic giant beasts. Does Chen want to emulate the floating city? Build a floating city wall? Due to the screen barrier, Lu Yun couldn't tell if the wall was fixed in the snowfield by the examiners, but she had this speculation. However, is this approach too consuming, considering that the energy stored within the wall should also be limited? Or perhaps, is Chen going to surprise us again before the big battle starts? Boss, give it a try. I believe in you anyway. This time, the first student to come out in support of Chen was the pockmarked face. He had seen that sky-reaching giant with his own eyes. Everyone, the frozen lake water was solved by Chen alone. I described that scene to you all. If someone else said they were going to dream up a city wall, I wouldn't believe it, but Chen is different. I support it. We're all here. We've already arrived. So why doubt the organizers? Let's do it! Hearing the pockmarked face's words, the crowd nodded in agreement. Alright, bro, we'll let you give it a try. It's just a city wall, even if it goes wrong, it won't be that bad. I believe in you first. Chen, this time, whether we can meet the requirements depends on you. Let's do it! Listening to the surrounding voices, Chen smiled and nodded. I will definitely not disappoint you all. As he spoke, a colorful light shimmered in his hand, and the majestic imperial jade seal appeared in his hand. This time, he was going to use the city wall to dream up the Great Wall of Qin. The endless Qin passes. The imperial jade seal had become a divine object of the Qin dynasty. This wall belonging to Qin would surely undergo even more miraculous changes. Amidst his swirling thoughts, Chen surprisingly did not retrieve the mental recovery device from the sled. In the sight of everyone, he walked to the side of the city wall, the colorful light in his hand swirling, and directly pressed his hand against it. Before the battle, it is natural to give teammates some confidence. Strength is also part of enhancing confidence. Dreaming. The Great Wall. With the flowing of colorful light, Chen's mind slowly turned the pages that belonged to the ancient Chinese history. A scroll belonging to the Great Wall quietly emerged from the pages and slowly unfolded in his mind. In this magnificent scroll, the Great Wall, built of solid rocks, snaked along the winding and rugged mountains, undulating for thousands of miles, like a giant dragon coiled around the mountains, waiting for the moment to soar. On both sides of the Great Wall, two tall beacon towers were perched, and amidst the white smoke, the figures of several black armored soldiers appeared and disappeared. They were the soldiers of the Great Chen. This time, the dream-making will definitely be different. Surveying the scroll in his mind, Su Chen's jade seal in his hand burst into a blood-red light, connecting to his left hand pressed against the city wall. In an instant, Su Chen's palm began to emit intense heat. The sound of melting ice and flowing water emanated from the position on the city wall where he pressed. At this moment, Su Chen quickly assessed the source power panel and unhesitatingly infused 500 points of source power into the city wall. With the blessing of the Imperial Jade Seal, this was equivalent to a high investment of 1,000 points of source power. Su Chen did not feel any regret. He looked at the glowing scroll of the Great Wall in his mind and made a judgment. Once the Great Wall appeared, he would definitely gain a substantial amount of source power. Amidst his myriad thoughts, the direction pressed by his palm had already changed to a peculiar color. The greenish-blue bricks, frozen for many years, gradually revealed their original appearance, taking on a weathered and ancient yellow-brown hue, with clear patterns and even some traces of fire and smoke, as if it had experienced many battles. At this moment, everyone behind Su Chen held their breath, carefully observing this process. A yellow-brown city wall? Observing the peculiar city wall that had already appeared in Su Chen's hand, they couldn't help but ponder. In terms of material, it did not seem to belong to the steel material of the dark green and black, but rather looked like ordinary bricks and stones. However, the burning color on it made everyone present realize that Su Chen had already begun his dream-making. Does this look like a city wall that has experienced war? A thin student in the crowd murmured softly. Do you think Su Chen can ignite this city wall without relying on his spiritual recovery device? We've tried it with 3 people together, and we couldn't ignite the city wall. Another student whispered from behind. Everyone, not to mention anything else, just igniting this city wall, I believe the boss can definitely do it, Ma Zilian said confidently, along with Zhang Yukai and others. Joking aside, if even a giant can be summoned, igniting the city wall should be a piece of cake, right? It all depends on the quality of the city wall. Ma Zilian was about to cheer Su Chen on when he suddenly felt a wave of intense heat rushing towards him. As if the boiling air quickly spread throughout his body, it even caused the snowflakes falling on his clothes to melt into water droplets. Unexplainably, he, wearing a thick and heavy cold-resistant suit, felt an extremely hot sensation, as if he had already arrived in summer. But right now, it was a bitterly cold and windy day. Ma Zilian's eyes widened, feeling like he was sweating all over from the heat. Just as he was about to say something, a loud buzzing sound came from the entire city wall. It sounded as if a steam train filled with coal was about to start under the ignition of a spark. In an instant, a burst of colorful light radiated in front of him. A ring of red light, similar to a flame, began to expand in Su Chen's hand. The encompassed city wall quickly changed to a yellow-brown ancient color, and the accumulated snow on it immediately disappeared into water droplets, evaporating into the air. Not only the city wall, even the ground they were standing on, which was piled with snow, began to melt. The newly fallen snow seemed to encounter some strange heat, quickly turning into streams of clear water flowing along the city wall, revealing the bright brown soil below. Damn! What's going on? The examinees watching the red circle approaching kept retreating. Some who couldn't react in time slipped directly onto the melting snow and fell like corpses onto the hard ground. The camera in the live broadcast gradually rose, allowing the audience to see this change more clearly. Visible to the naked eye, a bright yellow light appeared in the snowy ground, and the surrounding land slowly changed color under the influence of the light. Spreading continuously around Su Chen, it created a scene completely unrelated to winter in this cold season. This light continued to spread along the left and right city walls, its speed increasing, like a lit fuse, accelerating towards the imminent explosion of explosives. What kind of power would this explosive have if ignited? Su Chen has already leveraged the power of the city wall. Damn! This guy's mental power is really something. Let's see what kind of situation this city wall he created is in. I feel its momentum is very strong just by looking at it. Truly worthy of being a student of the dream-creating Kwafu giant. I really want to know if this city wall also has many secrets. Look at the traces of war burning on the city wall that has already been created by dreams. It must have a story. The words of the last audience member received unanimous agreement from the crowd. Indeed, the burning traces on this city wall are obviously intentional, and these bricks and stones also give a sense of ancient vicissitudes. I boldly speculate that this thing is still a building that once existed in our ancient China. I'm craving a good story. I want to hear a story again. The city wall signifies defense and resistance. If this section of the city wall can really reach A-level potential in dreams, it will definitely have an epic story. I can't wait to see its full appearance. Boom! As the audience chatted, the city wall in Su Chen's hands gradually began to rumble. Along with the sound, the city wall, which was originally slightly low and could be easily traversed by adults, gradually began to rise. The width from front to back also expanded at a visible speed. The broken and leaky areas gradually spread a touch of red firelight, repairing them and emitting a completely new color. Unexplainably, at this moment, the earth trembled, and everyone's ears were filled with the roar of a giant beast. Roar! In a daze, the yellow-brown city wall in front of them gradually spread a pure black color, and the mottled brick lines on it slowly changed into scales as if stained with water droplets. This city wall seemed to have turned into a living creature before their eyes. A giant creature, coiled on the ground, extending for thousands of meters, exuding an extremely intimidating presence. Water belongs to black, corresponding to the black flag of Qin. This is the Great Wall of Xianqin. Surveying the towering creature in front of them, many examinees who had never seen the world were stunned, and their bodies subconsciously took a few steps back. When they realized that this was the result of Su Chen's dream creation, almost all the examinees felt the same shock on their faces as when they saw Fu. "I knew the boss would never let us down," the stunned face said, looking at the black dragon ahead with excitement. "Oh my goodness, no wonder Su Chen only asked us to put out the fire. With this giant creature coiled here, even if it doesn't move, it can still intimidate some starry sky creatures, right?" exclaimed the slightly smaller boy. The changes from the Great Wall did not escape the live broadcast cameras, and gradually a strange scene emerged in the eyes of the audience. Instantly, the barrage in the live chat exploded. "Oh my god, what's going on? Su Chen brought the city wall to life? It turned into a giant beast directly? Is this real? I'm amazed. I thought he was going to add something to the city wall. Who knew he would turn the wall into a giant beast directly? Is this so wild? So Su Chen doesn't plan to defend, but chooses to attack directly? I'm amazed, truly a talented player. I have never thought of creating a dream wall in this way. Oh my god." In the main examination room, looking at the winding black dragon in the live broadcast, Chen Dahan's eyes widened in shock. "What kind of dream creation is this? You were supposed to create a building, but you turned it into a giant beast? A giant beast that is several kilometers long. You should know that there is a large amount of energy stored inside this city wall. In other words, the movement of this giant beast will not consume Su Chen's mental power. With this power, Su Chen can directly summon a giant beast even more powerful than the previous giant, Fu. This doesn't seem right." Chen Dahan scratched his head in confusion. He remembered that this city wall was absolutely fixed on the mountain range to prevent anyone from breaking the wall and using its energy to cheat. This thing was reinforced by S-class experts on the ground. No matter how strong Su Chen is, he can't make this dragon fly. So, did he create a giant beast that is coiled on the mountain range and unable to move? What's the use of such a giant beast? Old man, what is Su Chen doing? Isn't he making the defense worse by creating a non-moving giant beast? What's the use of it? Chen Dahan looked at Chen Fengxiu with doubt. Chen Fengxiu carefully looked at the image of the black dragon, pondered for a moment, and slowly said, "Su Chen doesn't want to create a giant beast, on the contrary." Su Chen doesn't want to create a giant beast? Chen Dahan was stunned at the words, unable to understand Chen Fengxiu's meaning, and quickly asked, "Then what is he trying to do? I heard the roar of the beast, and this black giant beast is about to take shape, right? Humph, how come my disciple didn't study well? Did you not finish watching the Dream Inscription Research Exam that I asked you to watch half a month ago? Dream Inscription Research Exam?" Chen Dahan was stunned at the words, looking embarrassed. Wasn't he supposed to invigilate the exam? He had just come down from the Dream Master battlefield half a month ago. After finally relaxing for a while, Chen Dahan took a long vacation for himself. He planned to catch up on his assignments the night before the end of the holiday, but who would have thought that the holiday wasn't over yet, and he was caught to check the assignments. That inscription, Chen Dahan stammered, and suddenly a light bulb went off in his mind. "I got it. Su Chen engraved inscriptions around the city wall. It's the inscriptions that manifested the black dragon." With that, Chen Fengxiu made a chopping motion towards his head with his index and middle fingers. Ouch! Chen Dahan held his head in pain. "Humph, did I ask you to invigilate the exam or to go on vacation?" Chen Fengxiu withdrew his hand and explained while stroking his beard, "The Dream Inscription Research Exam is about how Dream Masters of C rank and above use attached inscriptions. Dream Master inscriptions are peculiar symbols with energy. The appearance of this thing originated from the strange imagination of a Dream Master. After a Dream Master created a character who could use magic, he added background information about a magical civilization to this dream character. And in a fortunate accident, he added a description of inscription symbols to the magical civilization he described. This dream-created magician, in battle, utilized the effects of magical inscriptions, which reinforced buildings and even enhanced the dream-making abilities of dreamweavers. As a result, these dream inscriptions became a profound discipline, attracting numerous dreamweavers to study and research. This is some of the wonderful applications of dreamcraft, which only dreamweavers of C rank and above can access this field. Right now, Chen is treating the entire city wall as a symbol similar to an inscription, which happens to provide a continuous source of energy. It's a variation of the use of magical inscriptions. This behemoth is the manifestation of magical inscriptions. Listening to the old man's explanation, Chen Fengqiu's head was buzzing. First, he caught the phrase of profound knowledge that only dreamweavers of rank C and above would study. Damn it! He doesn't even know about this stuff. How can this high school student who hasn't even gone to college use it so effortlessly? Damn it! Chen Dehan carefully scrutinized Chen and suddenly waved his hand to switch to a screen that seemed to be searching for something. What are you doing? Chen Fengqiu glanced at the scene. I'm searching for Chen's high school. Could it be that there are hidden masters at Lonting High School? Maybe a certain S-rank powerhouse with a severed arm is actually Chen's teacher, passing down some inheritance to Chen. Let me see who his homeroom teacher is first. How did they produce such a monster? Meanwhile, Chen's homeroom teacher, Lu Yuanmoon, looked at the black dragon in the live broadcast room with a bewildered expression. Since Chen created the dream underworld, she couldn't understand this student anymore. What can be confirmed is that Lu Yuanmoon has never taught this kind of advanced dream method, and she might not even know it herself. After all, dreamcraft is not like any calculation, it's not something you can learn by studying in advance. As the outside world felt the shock of Chen's creation of the Black Dragon, the winding Great Wall finally reached the end point at both ends of the dream, where the city wall began to rise significantly, as if creating a tall tower on the wall. And on top of this tower, a flag quietly rose, entirely black, with a complex script in the center. Sheen. Observing the flag fluttering in the wind on the high hill, everyone immediately realized something. Background. This is another city wall with a special background. This should represent the flag of a certain power, right? It's a bit strange, it's the first time I've seen a black flag. So, is this section of the city wall created by Chen for a specific power? Do they need to defend against some enemies? What does the writing on the flag mean? Why can't I understand it? I'm so excited for this story. Brothers, I have a bold guess. Could this flag represent Yao's tribe this time? The era of E. Damn, is it true? If it's the mythical era of E, how strong would this city wall be? I believe it could soar into the sky. At the moment the Black Dragon flag appeared, the transformation of the entire Great Wall seemed to be coming to an end. The Black Dragon entrenched in the mountain range manifested its huge head at the appearance of the black flag in front, with golden eyes containing dark and deep dragon pupils, its intimidation not much different from the starry sky behemoth, exuding a sense of extreme violent aesthetics throughout its body. Looking at this dragon, some of the older audience members recalled the Mirage Dragon that Chen had used before, and the two seemed to have some similarities. Phew! Chen, holding the jade seal, released his left hand pressed on the city wall at this moment, indicating that the construction of the city wall was completed. The people behind him immediately cheered. Boss is awesome. Damn, I knew there would be benefits following the boss. Once the city wall is out, we can have a great time killing enemies on top of it. Boss, do you want to take a hit of the spirit recovery device to replenish your mental strength? We still rely on you for the follow-up. The thin and wiry young man in the crowd said, swiftly taking out a large disc of the spirit recovery device from the pile of weapons and quickly walking over to Chen to hand it to him. As he handed it over, he curiously asked, Boss, does this city wall have a name? What does the word on the flag mean? His words aroused the expectations of many people, as they also wanted to know the answers to these questions. After receiving the spirit recovery device, Chen thanked him and then said seriously, this is the Great Wall of Xianqin, and the words written on the flag are Qin. If this city wall truly has a name, it would be the Great Wall of Qin. It once stretched for tens of thousands of miles, and I have only recreated a small section of it. Tens of thousands of miles? Hearing this, many people couldn't help but have some thoughts in their minds. Hiss. Just a section, yet it possesses such power. If it truly stretched for tens of thousands of miles, how large would the giant beast manifested by this city wall be? Its body alone could rival all the starry sky giants, right? If Chen truly grows in the future and becomes an S-level dreamweaver, what kind of scene would it be to imagine such a long wall on the battlefield of the stars? At least it could establish a defensive line stretching for tens of thousands of miles on the battlefield of the stars. After all, this is the first city wall in terms of innovation. In addition, Qinghua, Slenqin. This is the Great Wall of Xianqin. I guess that Xianqin refers to a kingdom in ancient China, or it might simply be the ruling tribe of ancient China. Xianqin, what does Xian mean? I remember seeing this word in a certain book. Is it someone who transcends nature and possesses superpowers? Hiss, could it be that in that kingdom, everyone has extraordinary abilities? Like a magical civilization, it is a new civilization that dreamweavers can imagine. A civilization related to immortals. This idea was put forward, and immediately some dreamweavers couldn't sit still. Is Su Chen not dreaming, but rather creating a textbook? If Xianqin is truly perfected by Su Chen in a real sense and entirely imagined, it might be an existence comparable to a magical civilization. Some dreamweavers who specialize in dream-weaving inscriptions of sea level or above began to have thoughts upon hearing this. Could it be that the city wall constructed by Su Chen does not use magical inscriptions, but rather a unique technique of the so-called immortals? Hiss. If that's really the case, it would be amazing. This means that this Xianqin also has a profound study of inscriptions, completely on par with the magical civilization. I wonder, who is stronger, the immortal or the magician? If the immortal is too weak, then this civilization cannot be compared to the magical civilization. In any case, I hope that Su Chen will truly open up a new discipline called Dreamweaving Immortal Master for dreamweavers in a real sense, which would be a great advancement for our human race. In the midst of these thoughts, the thin and wiry young examinee suggested excitedly, "Boss, why don't we go up to the city wall first and see the specific situation?" However, Su Chen shook his head. "Wait a little longer, the dreamweaving is not over yet." Dreamweaving? Not over yet? The crowd was stunned to hear this, and then suddenly, on the nearest side to them, a sentry post burst into billowing white smoke. Along with the burning white smoke, a sudden and rapid drumbeat rang out. Boom! Boom! The intense drumbeat seemed to possess a powerful force, causing layers of snowflakes to shake and the surrounding ice blocks to tremble. The listeners didn't feel uncomfortable, but rather inexplicably resonated with the drumbeat. Inexplicably, everyone who heard the drumbeat felt a slight boiling sensation in their blood. Matzi Lian listened to the drumming, and subconsciously, a colorful glow flashed in his hand, and a shiny machete appeared in his hand. Normally, it would take him at least 2 seconds to create such a knife. But now, almost subconsciously, the machete had already appeared in his hand. The speed of dream making has increased a lot. Not only that, even the mental power consumed by dream making has decreased a lot. This drumming can enhance our dream making ability, Matzi Lian shouted. Upon hearing this, the surrounding examinees were first stunned, and the colorful glow in their hands also demonstrated this ability. Damn, this city wall not only has defensive functions, but also comes with positive effects? No way? This thing can only be dreamed up by dream makers of sea level or above. We don't even have this kind of team benefit in our arsenal. In addition, everyone thought excitedly, looking up at the source of the drumming on the city wall. This drumming shouldn't be automatic, right? In other words, there are people playing the drums up there? Apart from protecting against giant beasts and team amplification, does this city wall even increase in numbers? Could it be that up there are the so-called soldiers of Xianqin? As these thoughts flashed through their minds, on top of the city wall, a neat sound of footsteps rang out. Clang, clang, clang. Accompanied by the neat and uniform footsteps, everyone looked up and saw a group of soldiers in black armor appearing on the city wall. They were soldiers of Chen. The soldiers in black armor lined up in a long dragon, wearing sturdy armor, and their weapons such as bows and arrows gleamed with a cold light. The sharp contrast between the black armor and the falling snowflakes left a deep impression. When all the soldiers were lined up along the Great Wall, the drumming became even more intense. Boom! 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 Along with the extremely rhythmic drumming, all the soldiers shouted in unison. Wind! Great wind! The orderly shouts were deafening, like thunderous drumming. The sound shook the surrounding snow, causing a small avalanche not far away. While it was awe-inspiring, it also stirred up a fervor for battle in everyone's hearts. With such armor and weapons, what is there to fear from the starry sky beasts? Listening to the warlike shouts of the soldiers of Chen, Su Chen couldn't help but think of a poem related to the state of Qin in the Book of Songs. It goes, "Shall I say that I have no clothes? I am with you in the same garment. Shall I say that I have no clothes? I am with you in the same pool." This is a verse of courage when Qin went to war. When Qin evolves into Xianqin, these soldiers will also contribute their strength to defend against the starry sky beasts on the Great Wall. In ancient times, the Qin swept away the barbarians, and now, they face the starry sky beasts threatening humanity. There is no fundamental difference between the two, and the military might of Xianqin will not be diminished in this era. At this moment, the expressions of Zhang Yukai and the other examinees were the best proof. Boss, are these characters also created by the dream-making Great Wall? As he looked at the soldiers on the city wall, Zhang Youcai's voice couldn't help but lower. This dream-making Great Wall can also create soldiers? Why not? Chen looked at the soldiers in front of him and asked with a smile, while you are creating the dream-making Great Wall, you should also think about adding some offensive measures to the wall, right? These soldiers are the offensive measures of the wall, and they are also the defensive measures to protect the wall itself. Of course, because of the limitations of the wall's position, they cannot go too far from the wall. I see. After Chen explained this, all the examinees understood. After carefully observing the soldiers on the city wall again, just as everyone was about to say something, Chen waved his hand and said, "What are you all standing around for? Get the weapons and everything else up to the Great Wall, the day of battle is about to begin." Ah, yes, upon hearing this, many candidates suddenly realized that it was not the time to be curious babies. Thinking of this, everyone started to move, carrying weapons and food, and with a curious mindset, they walked towards the dream-built Great Wall of Chen. Upon reaching the Great Wall, the first thing they felt was the solemn atmosphere. All the black armored soldiers had a serious expression on their faces, with a hint of killing intent in their eyes. At that moment, everyone felt the impending sense of war approaching. There are so many soldiers. After climbing up the wall, Ma Zi looked around, and as far as the eye could see, there were 200 to 300 soldiers. There were countless strong bows and crossbows in their hands. This significantly increased their combat power. At least it made the defense line much easier to manage, and could save a lot of unnecessary attack methods. Ma Zi wanted to take a closer look, but his companion pulled his clothes and said, "Hurry up, the battle is about to start in a few minutes, we haven't even determined our patrol range yet." "Oh, okay." Ma Zi came to his senses and quickly got to work. As the time for the arrival of the starry sky behemoth approached, the atmosphere in the Dream Network became solemn and tense. Candidates from countries like the Eagle Country, White Elephant Country, and Bear Country felt the same way. In the Steel Pass, almost all of the tens of thousands of candidates gathered at the front line, finding a place where they could see the sky ahead, craning their necks to look up, as if in a short while, a large number of starry sky behemoths would appear on the vast horizon like locusts passing through. Just thinking about that scene made many candidates' legs tremble. In other countries, candidates who chose to defend the city walls were even more uncertain. The walls they built did not give them much sense of security, and after imagining the scene of the starry sky behemoth descending, many candidates felt like they wanted to abandon the walls and run back to the fortress immediately. They did not solve the problem of the unfrozen lake like Chen did, so the difficulty of defending the walls had increased several times. On the contrary, Chen and his group were full of confidence. The previous drumming not only boosted their surface strength but also gave them more courage. Moreover, anyone standing in front of thousands of soldiers holding sharp blades would feel a great sense of security. There are so many of them. After discussion, the 8 groups took their positions according to their standing, with the fixed groups in the 4 areas of the wall taking heavy weapons, such as ice cone launchers that required at least 3 dream builders to operate. The other 3 roaming groups basically divided the remaining dream weapons among themselves. Zhang Hongxiao and Zhu Nang each carried a few portable devices, with Zhu Nang carrying the mental recovery device on his back. He wanted to create 2 floating lights behind him during the fight, but was vetoed by Chen and Zhang Hongxiao. Chen did not take any weapons because, for him, the most useful were the Imperial Jade Seal in his hand and the mythical figures and buildings in his dream world. Similarly, he did not immediately summon soldiers like Meng Tian, planning to summon them only when the war began. Then, Meng Tian would command all the soldiers on the Great Wall, as he was a professional general. The long snake formation that looked somewhat impressive was actually just Chen's unfamiliar arrangement. Thinking about it, Chen walked to the side of the wall and looked out at the large pit where the unfrozen lake was located. The black giant eyes appeared in his mind. Would the starry sky behemoth appear in this war? Could he just take out the opponent and then get a good night's sleep? Amidst the flurry of thoughts, the voice of Zhang Hongxiao came from the side. The sky seems a bit different. The sky? Chen came to his senses and looked up. At some point, the howling wind and snow gradually subsided, and people could now see the clouds at the edge of the sky through the snow. And at the point where the sky meets the ground, a strange rainbow slowly spread out. Vaguely, Chen seemed to be able to glimpse a completely different scene from the snowy mountains through the rainbow light. The intersection of the dream battlefield and the dream network. The real war has begun. Why do I feel like I've seen this light somewhere before? Inside the Dream Network, many talented examinees from prominent families gazed at the rainbow clouds on the horizon, furrowing their brows as they searched for the source of familiarity in their minds. On the Great Wall, Zhang Youcai and others did the same. Zhang Youcai reacted faster, staring at the rainbow cloud-like scene on the horizon, and his pupils suddenly contracted. Hey, Isn't this the unique scene at the edge of the dream battlefield? The dream battlefield? As soon as this was said, the examinees on the Great Wall were in an uproar. What? The dream battlefield? Is it fake? How could we see the dream battlefield in the dream network? This must be something imitated by some big shot, right? I almost believed it. If the dream battlefield really appears, won't we be in trouble? In the midst of the conversation, an old voice resounded from the sky. Everyone, the dream network has successfully connected to the dream battlefield. The celestial behemoth is about to arrive. Once again, this round of assessment will be escorted by 5 S-level dignitaries to ensure there is no danger, but the process of death will be exceptionally painful. Examinees who cannot bear it can shout out to forfeit at a critical moment and give up this assessment. For the examinees who give up, I just want to say one thing: eagles will eventually be thrown off the cliff. To soar in the sky or to be shattered, it's just a thought away. The dream network has connected to the dream battlefield? Is this real? Hearing the old voice in the sky, the barrage in the live broadcast room of the entire platform exploded. They had never known that there would be such a stage in the exam. The open network for the unified exam connects to the dream battlefield, allowing these novice dreamweavers who haven't even entered university to face the real celestial behemoth? Are they crazy? Are they crazy? Is the exam committee crazy? How old are they? Experiencing the cruelty of the celestial behemoth in advance? Don't be scared into shadows. They are only F-level. Even with 5 S-level big shots escorting, they will inevitably leave psychological shadows, right? My child is timid, unable to bear the brutality of the celestial behemoth. We have all agreed not to enter the dream battlefield and teach at home in the future. Forfeit. I want to forfeit for my daughter. Isn't this exam just a joke? The unified exam has been around for so many years, and nothing like this has ever happened. Excited. The harder, the better. Anyway, I'm already in university, and university students love to watch the college entrance exam. After the news of the dream network linking to the celestial battlefield appeared, the internet immediately stirred up a huge wave. Like the barrage above, there were those who angrily criticized the difficulty of the assessment, those who wanted to forfeit for their children, and many spectators. These viewers still occupied half of the territory, but some people were extremely supportive of this decision. This included the major families. On the outskirts of the Star River district, in a magnificent and prosperous estate engraved with the character Jiang, an old man was holding a cane and observing his grandchildren in the live broadcast room. Suddenly, a hurried footstep was heard from outside. Grandpa! The door was pushed open, and a young boy ran in, probably only 11 or 12 years old, still in junior high school. The old man turned his head with a puzzled look and asked, Xiao, what's wrong? Why are you running so fast? The boy named Jiang Xia eagerly pointed to the live broadcast room next to the old man and said, Grandpa, why aren't you in a hurry? Hong Xiao and the others are about to face a real starry sky behemoth. Grandpa, this time is different from before. Back then, we could have a special protection team when we went to the battlefield. Who knows what will happen inside the dream net now? Before Jiang Xia could say anything, he was interrupted by Grandpa Jiang directly. Xiao, do you know what our Jiang family relies on? Grandpa Jiang said solemnly. Money? Jiang Xia answered consciously, as their Jiang family was indeed very wealthy. No, it's the hatred for the starry sky behemoths. It's the belief in protecting this home. This is the foundation of our family. This is the root of the Jiang family's prosperity for over 100 years. Every generation of our Jiang family, as long as they have children with the talent of Dreamweaver, will undergo the most rigorous assessment. They will carry the glory of the Jiang family to the battlefield and give it their all. If the starry sky behemoths truly arrive, our Jiang family must be the first to die in battle. The eaglet will eventually soar into the sky. This assessment is very good. Dream battlefield. Playing so big. On the Great Wall of China, listening to Zhang Youcai's description beside him, Su Chen narrowed his eyes, carefully observing the sky while quietly pondering the information about the dream battlefield. To be honest, he had only read about the dream battlefield in books. Due to his poverty, he had no chance to experience the dream battlefield in advance like Zhang Hongxiao and the others. He only knew that it was an extremely strange place, located on the surface of a planet, covering the entire world. Once any starry sky behemoth attracted to it entered, it could never leave. This directly ensured that the information related to the dream battlefield would not be known to subsequent starry sky behemoths that had not yet arrived on Earth. However, humans had to resist the attacks of the starry sky behemoths in the dream battlefield and reduce their numbers to a certain extent. Otherwise, if the dream battlefield shattered, humans would once again fall into an era where monsters ravaged the land hundreds of years ago. At that time, even rebuilding a battlefield would be extremely difficult. There, time seemed to gallop like wild horses, and the surroundings changed rapidly. The blooming and withering of flowers could happen in an instant. It was an integration of all human dreams, a completely strange world that did not belong to dreamweavers. As for what was inside the dream battlefield, there were hardly any videos revealing it, and it could only be described by those who had been on the battlefield. It was a bizarre place with floating cities and various human dream-making facilities. Countless dreamweavers fought there. It really doesn't let people take a breath. Chen sighed softly, then saw the colorful light in the sky completely open. A black figure then entered his field of vision. That was where the eyes could see. It was a giant gray flying behemoth with huge wings that almost covered the sky. Its open bone wings blocked out the sky, and upon closer inspection, sharp bone spurs could be seen above. In response to this world, the flying behemoth suddenly manifested countless tiny black light clusters all over its body. As it flapped its wings, those tiny black light clusters were thrown down like a torrential rain. Here it comes. Chen looked at the flying behemoth in the sky and immediately had a name for it in his mind. Lord of Bone Spurs. Its own attack power might be low, but it could produce endless skeletal wolves. This thing has no thoughts of its own, only knows to attack everything around it, and at the end, it will turn into bone powder, polluting the surrounding air. This bone powder is also harmful to dreamweavers. The real battle has truly begun. Brothers, prepare for battle. No one is foolish enough to try to escape, right? On the Great Wall of China, the dreamweavers looked at the scene on the horizon, their palms sweating involuntarily. Connecting to the dream battlefield. Not everyone among them has been to the dream battlefield, let alone seen the starry sky behemoth. Oh my goodness, this thing is huge. Ma Zi looked up at the Lord of Bone Spikes in the sky, marveling, do we have to kill it in the end? On second thought, it doesn't seem that difficult, right? I remember the Lord of Bone Spikes doesn't have much attack power, right? A student next to them asked in confusion. Listening to their conversation, Chen turned his head to look at the Lord of Bone Spikes. The Lord of Bone Spikes is not aggressive, but as for why no one has attempted a decapitation, just look at what's next to the Lord of Bone Spikes. Next to it? Everyone was stunned at the words. Ma Zi directly dreamt up a telescope and carefully looked over. Suddenly, his mirror was covered with clusters of black, tentacle-like creatures. These creatures had skull-like heads, no legs, and only a few tentacles waving at the tail for flight. These are the corruptors. Each Lord of Bone Spikes is accompanied by thousands of corruptors, who can spew acid that can corrode everything, including the creations of dreamweavers, making them the strongest security. Chen explained, furthermore, each corruptor is a reserve army for the Lord of Bone Spikes. When certain conditions are met, the corruptors can evolve into the all-encompassing Lord of Bone Spikes. So, killing one Lord of Bone Spikes is useless, we must eliminate all corruptors to truly end this race. The surrounding examinees felt a chill as they listened to Chen's explanation. Looking at the thousands of corruptors, they couldn't imagine the scene when they all evolved into Lords of Bone Spikes. Amatba, do not be afraid, everyone. This race has a prominent weakness. The Lord of Bone Spikes can only attack the ground, and the corruptors can only surround the Lord of Bone Spikes in the air. Corruptors have no eyes, noses, or other organs. To attack the ground, they can only randomly spray corrosive liquid towards the ground. If we are careful, we can avoid it. As Chen explained, the black objects in the sky were already thrown into the dream net, crashing heavily onto the snow. With a burst, the black objects exploded, and bone-clad jackals emitting crimson light quietly emerged. A whoa! Accompanied by the howls of the wild wolves, thousands of bone-clad jackals rushed towards Chen and the others. The intense vibration was like an avalanche. The live broadcast camera moved upwards, allowing the audience in the live room to see a spectacular scene. Everywhere they looked, there were shadows of jackals. When they gathered together, they looked like gray-white giant waves surging forward, ready to engulf everything in front of them. This land seemed to be occupied by the running wolf pack, the earth trembling, snowflakes drifting, as if it were doomsday. The countless bone wolves with their empty eyes burst with crimson light, as if they had spotted a delicious prey and pounced fiercely towards the examinees. Just by looking at the numbers, one could feel a chill down their spine, wondering if they would be completely gnawed to the bone once engulfed by them. Chen's situation was dire, and the situation on the city walls guarded by other countries was even worse. As the attack began, they were unable to deal with the frozen lake, which completely dried up, releasing hundreds of phantom sea monsters, becoming the vanguard of the bone wolves. The situation became even more severe. Some candidates standing on the city wall were directly scared and stunned by the scene, their arms numb and trembling severely. A few of them couldn't bear the pressure and called for abstention. They had only seen such scenes in books and couldn't withstand the pressure of reality. On the other hand, things were looking up for Chen. Sometimes, being surrounded by people can really bring courage to oneself. The rows of black armored soldiers facing the bone-spiked wolves showed no fear at all, holding their weapons firmly with serious expressions. Everyone, the great battle is about to begin. Su Chen murmured, the jade seal in his hand shimmering with a crimson light. In the dream-making heart, General Meng Tian, holding a sharp sword, seemed to sense something and walked out of the command tent. Gather! With General Meng Tian's command, all the black armored soldiers gathered like a tide and followed Meng Tian, descending into reality. Near the Great Wall of China, the sound of orderly footsteps could be heard. Everyone turned to look, their expressions momentarily frozen, as they saw a middle-aged man with a solemn and majestic demeanor walking up the city wall, followed by dozens of elite soldiers. Wow, boss, did he summon more soldiers again? Is he a general? Moleface asked in astonishment. Yes, Su Chen nodded, walking to Meng Tian's side. General Meng, the defense of this city wall depends on you. I obey. Meng Tian said, waving his hand and looking at the soldiers on the beacon tower. Drum for encouragement. Soldiers, obey. In an instant, the rhythm of the entire drumbeat began to change, and the suppressed and powerful drumbeats spread throughout the entire city wall as if accumulating strength. The originally serpentine formation quietly changed, as if the drumbeats were their command, conveying relevant command information. Wind! Strong wind! The soldiers' shouts resounded through the sky, and the soldiers with bows and arrows moved forward, pulling their curved bows into a full moon, aiming directly at the approaching pack of wolves. Wow, the sense of security is too strong. Brothers, we can't fall behind. Moleface shouted, following the previous plan and taking up a position, with strange creatures appearing one by one, shimmering with colorful light in his hands. Nang and Jiang Hongxiao also took action, with Zhu Neng throwing off his heavy winter coat, his body shimmering with a fiery red light, and putting on a fiery red armor. Jiang Hongxiao changed into a combat armor that resembled stars, holding a spear that reflected starlight. Both of them leaned towards dream-making weapons in close combat, relying on dream-made characters. When the battle begins, if you need help, call out to me, and I will patrol nearby to save the people. Zhu Neng looked at Su Chen. Me too, Jiang Hongxiao added. There were too many people on the city wall, which limited their space to maneuver. As for the mobile team, both of them believed that Su Chen could handle 3 people on his own. Okay, be careful. Su Chen nodded. In the blink of an eye, the gray-white tsunami had reached the range of the arrows. The drumbeats thundered like thunder at this moment. Release the arrows. Meng Tian roared, and thousands of black arrows were shot towards the location of the greedy wolves. The endless black arrows fell from the sky, densely covering the sky, each one shimmering with a sharp and deadly arrow edge. Roar! The bone wolves ignored this deadly threat and continued to roar as they charged forward. As a consumable and time-limited creature, their lives are as fleeting as plankton, with no fear of death, only an uncontrollable wild killing desire. Tear apart the humans in front. As the bone wolves approached, a sharp black arrow fell first, fiercely piercing through the body of a bone wolf charging at the front, tearing it apart and pinning it in place. This seemed like a signal, as a large area of black arrow rain, like a black iron curtain, fiercely blocked all the bone wolves outside the Great Wall. The gray-white tide came to a complete standstill at that moment. The wolf pack in front was disrupted in their charge by the arrow rain, with many bone wolves tripping over their companions' bodies, trying to get up only to be ruthlessly stepped on by the following bone wolves. The whole charging wolf pack was in chaos. The audience in the livestream felt like they were watching a blockbuster movie. Wow, these soldiers are really fierce. Now that's what you call defense. Look at the power of this dream-building wall. It's absolutely amazing. Why didn't I encounter Su Chen when I took the entrance exam? I'm crying. Isn't killing enemies on this wall supposed to be a simple and casual thing? Oh my, so fierce. Ma Zi's face was speechless watching this scene. He had no doubt that if he were within the range of the arrows, he would also become a hedgehog pierced by them. Mobile Team 2, support the left city wall. Just as everyone was still marveling, Su Chen's voice reminded them. Everyone turned to look and realized that a small cluster of bone wolves had crossed the iron curtain formed by the arrows by stepping on their companions' bodies and were already close to the city wall. There were just too many bone wolves. Even the arrow rain couldn't cover all the areas. The next battle would be a fight to the death. Su Chen's side was like this, and it was even more so on the side of the steel gate, which served as the main gate of the entire outpost and was more severely taken care of by the beast tide. Countless dark orbs fell from the sky like raindrops, bursting out large numbers of bone wolves, so many that they seemed endless. Inside the steel fortress, heavy lasers and ice spikes kept shooting out, trying to clear the surging beast horde. Many candidates had never seen such an apocalyptic scene before. The beast tide, a nightmare for humans, of course they had heard of it. But for scholars, it was just a few words in a textbook. How many people had died, how difficult it had been to defend in the past, these were just some data they had to memorize. Many people did not have a clear understanding of this. And now, as they looked at the gray-white tide ahead, they truly realized the despair that the beast tide brought to humanity for the first time. They couldn't even imagine how, in the era before the dream battlefield was opened, humans had resisted wave after wave of attacks, survived with difficulty, and completely driven the starry sky behemoths out of reality. In addition, this was just one type of beast tide. There were still phantom sea monsters and so on, which had not yet appeared. Damn it! I just wanted to go to a good university. Did it have to be this difficult? Yeah, I'm going to college just to go back home and teach, the dream battlefield and all that. It's still far away from us, right? Damn it, I'll just hold out inside the steel gate. Why do they want me to support other fortresses? I'm not going anyway. The complaints from the candidates inside the steel fortress were constant, while those on the fortress and city walls had no complaints at all. More precisely, they had no time to complain at all. May the Buddha be merciful. Zhu Nang's fist exploded the head of a bone wolf, and his mountain-like body quickly retreated, agilely dodging the bone wolf's attacks around him. And in the sky, one after another, large tomatoes flew over his head, exploding on the bone wolves in front, corroding one gap after another, giving him a chance to catch his breath. As the perspective shifted, another round of iron curtain arrows was shot, but with little effect. As long as the great dragon in the sky remained, this kind of attack would never stop. A lucky bone wolf had already run to the foot of the city wall, howling as it leaped into the air, only to have its head cut off by a shimmering starlight. The figure of Zhang Hongxiao then appeared, blocking the first bone wolf trying to jump onto the city wall. But soon, new bone wolves followed one after another, and the glimmer of starlight she created seemed to be overwhelmed by the tide of beasts. Su Chen observed the entire battle from the city wall, his gaze involuntarily turning to the Bone Spike Lord in the sky. To resolve this endless battle, the only way was to attack the Bone Spike Lord in the sky. Only by assassinating it could the tide of beasts be stopped. It would also take time for the corruptor to summon another Bone Spike Lord. But this was the dream battlefield, and the Bone Spike Lord was surrounded by corruptors. What Su Chen summoned now might only be able to break through their defenses. Should he let Yi try? As he pondered, a violent thunderous sound emerged from the distant horizon. A piercing white light instantly illuminated the surroundings. Accompanying the flashing white light was the intense roar of the monsters in pain. The black seeds falling from the sky quickly decreased, finally stabilizing within a certain range. This was the intervention of a high-level expert? When the white light dissipated, Su Chen immediately looked up, only to see a huge gap in the wings of the Bone Spike Lord, and the corruption surrounding it visibly diminished at a rapid speed. They roamed around howling, but could not find the attacker. Obviously, an S-level Dreamweaver had taken action. If it was to control the number of monsters, it would be much easier to deal with. However, as Su Chen contemplated, all the bone wolves that had been advancing suddenly collectively stopped, followed by a series of explosive sounds. Immediately, a large area of grayish-white mist enveloped the front of the city wall. This was the time for life to end. As mentioned earlier, the bone wolves were a force thrown out by the Bone Spike Lord, characterized by their large numbers and the tendency to self-destruct into a mass of grayish-white bone ash gas after a certain period of time. This mist was extremely harmful to dream items and people. Quick, bring out the dream bellows! Someone on the city wall shouted. Immediately, a creature resembling a large round bun was summoned, and it took a deep breath, blowing a fierce gust of wind forward. As the wind howled, the grayish-white mist seemed to retreat as if forced back. It seemed to be effective, right? The onlookers were pleased, but when they looked again, the mass of grayish-white mist in the center, despite the fierce wind, turned and spread in the wind, defying it. The wind was useless. Moreover, the number of self-destructing bone wolves was very large, and a natural grayish-white mist had formed in front of the city wall, rolling towards it. With the appearance of the mist, visibility within it was less than 2 meters, and the archer's line of sight was greatly weakened, only able to shoot arrows into the mist by luck. More and more bone wolves, taking advantage of the cover of the mist, fiercely attacked the surroundings of the city wall. The situation seemed to be moving in an unfavorable direction. Many of the viewers in the live broadcast room were Dreamweavers who had been to the dream battlefield, and seeing this scene, they shook their heads one after another. Using wind to deal with this bone mist may not be effective, unless a high-level Dreamweaver directly conjures up a tornado to blow away all the bone mist. These students are still a bit inexperienced. The best way to deal with this bone mist is actually to use water. Not bad. The real truth is to artificially form a large area of precipitation by creating clouds and launching dry ice and other things. But, to create such a large area of clouds, the consumption is not low. Boss, we need to find a way to get rid of this fog, otherwise when it floats up, we won't be able to defend ourselves. Ma Zi let the wild buffalo he summoned jump under the city wall and charge straight ahead, shouting at Su Chen. Su Chen looked at this scene and frowned slightly, pondered for a while, and immediately recalled some knowledge described in the textbook. The most effective thing to dispel fog is water, a large area of rainfall. He looked up at the sky, and almost all the clouds that were originally rare in the sky had dissipated, perhaps because of the connection with the dream battlefield. If they wanted precipitation, they could only rely on creating clouds themselves and performing large-scale precipitation techniques. Compared to this complex method, Su Chen thought of a simpler one. Water is needed, but it doesn't necessarily have to rain. Everyone stop using the blower, save your mental energy, and leave this bone fog to me. Alright, boss, rest assured, we can still hold on. With Su Chen's response, the surrounding candidates felt much more at ease, and they passed on this message to nearby candidates who couldn't hear it. Just as Su Chen was contemplating and preparing to start, a red light flashed before his eyes, and it was Nung who jumped onto the city wall. Amatba, benefactor, do you need a mental energy recovery device? Such a large area of fog will require a lot of water. Nung said as he was about to take off the large disc on his back and hand it to Su Chen. He obviously knew what Su Chen was about to do. He understood how complex and difficult it was to create a dream of a large area of precipitation, so the mental energy recovery device should be essential. It's okay, you can hold on to it and use it. I'm not planning to make it rain. Su Chen gestured for him to continue carrying it, controlling the clouds and rain. There are quite a few immortals in Chinese mythology who can perform such techniques, but each one has a high level of prestige. Not to mention water gods like Gong Gong, even the 4 sea dragon kings, who can bring rain, may not necessarily be called upon by Su Chen. It's just that his level is a bit low. Otherwise, when the heavenly court in his dream world is perfected, if he wants to make it rain, it's not something that can't be done by summoning a few immortals, right? As for now, in Su Chen's mind, the pages of ancient Chinese history slowly turned, and an old man in coarse linen clothes with white hair appeared in the scroll. There was a surging river beside him, and countless creatures lived by this river. It was also the place where Ho-E once drank. The Yellow River. This old man is the water deity of the Yellow River, a minor deity in the Water God series of the Heavenly Court, under the jurisdiction of the Water Virtue Star Lord. Of course, the character Su Chen is about to create in his dream is not him, but the magic weapon in his hand, the white jade basin filled with half a cup of water. This is a treasure for holding water, shaped like a small teacup made of white jade. It may not look big, but it can hold the water of the entire Yellow River. In Journey to the West, Sun Wukong defeated the Bull Demon King, who wielded the diamond scepter of the Supreme Old Lord, with this magic weapon. Of course, there is also a high-end version of the water-holding magic weapon. The jade cleansing bottle in the hands of Guanyin is one of them. That jade cleansing bottle can hold the water of the 3 rivers and 5 lakes, but he can't make it now. It may be a bit difficult to make this white jade basin, but creating a low-end version to dispel this grayish-white fog should be enough. The location where the fog is dense is not very high, and the Great Wall is at a high position. Pouring out half of the water of the river is enough to extinguish all of this. If the bone wolves burst into fog again, they will also be completely restricted by the snow and river water below. Thinking about it, Su Chen somewhat understood why the examination group specifically chose the battlefield in the snowy area. Once it rains, the snow will melt, which can greatly restrict the fog of the bone wolves. This is also a benefit given to them by the exam group. Let's begin. Su Chen muttered as he opened his source power panel. Ever since the dream-creating Great Wall in Xianqin appeared, his source power value began to skyrocket rapidly, approaching the 5,000 mark from the previous 1 or 2,000 points. Source power, 4,986. Seeing the abundant source power, Su Chen had no reservations and tried to spend 300 points of source power to start constructing the water treasure. Unconsciously, he was now able to use several hundred points of source power without hesitation. In the past, even creating a small scene in a dream required careful consideration. Su Chen thought to himself and subconsciously glanced at the vast and ancient black mist in his dream heart. Recently, he had somewhat neglected the underworld that appeared first. Perhaps after this major battle, he could inject more source power to renovate and reshape everything in the underworld. There were many potentials inside that he had not been able to explore. It's a pity that the river of forgetfulness and snow are not compatible and not the best choice. Otherwise, this time I could have easily spent 1,000 points of source power to upgrade the river of forgetfulness. As his thoughts flickered, the pages belonging to the ancient Chinese history in his mind slowly shimmered. The white jade cup held by the water deity of the Yellow River quietly left the pages and merged into Su Chen's consciousness. As the image of the white jade cup became clearer in Su Chen's mind, the colorful light in his hand suddenly flourished. When the light faded, a slightly worn-out cup quietly appeared, the size of a teacup. Inside it, there was half a cup of clear water, transparent to the bottom, as if it could be finished in one sip. Since Su Chen mentioned solving the bone mist with a dream, the camera in the live broadcast room had already focused on his location. But when the audience saw that Su Chen's dream creation was just a small teacup, everyone was puzzled. What is this? It looks like the teacup I use at home. Why is Su Chen dreaming about this? To liven up the atmosphere? Or to practice with a teacup first? Isn't it supposed to rain? I can finish this thing in one sip. What is this small thing for? Zhu Nang, standing next to Su Chen, was also puzzled. Donor, are you thirsty? It took him a while to say this sentence. Just watch. Su Chen smiled and walked to the edge of the city wall, tilted the cup in his hand, and began to pour the water from the cup. The clear water that could be seen to the bottom formed a straight line and slowly fell, slightly, wetting the snow. Just as everyone was about to say something, they suddenly realized something was wrong. Wait, there's so much water in this half teacup? It's not finished yet? Visible to the naked eye, the small teacup was pouring out clear water that did not belong to the cup's volume, and the flow rate kept increasing. 1 or 2 seconds later, it was like a rushing river, gushing out. Because the Great Wall was on a high slope, the bone mist was all piled up below, and the water flowed straight down the snow, forming a winding stream that rushed into the bone mist. The dense bone mist, upon encountering water, began to thin at a visible speed. The bone wolves hiding themselves in the bone mist were forced to reveal their forms. Damn! This dream item is something. How can a small cup hold so much water? Using water to flood instead of rain? Has his mental power always been this strong? This move is too awesome. This is already an uphill snowfield, and now with a layer of water on top, how slippery would it be? Fire the arrows! While the audience was talking, Meng Tian on the city wall had already seized the opportunity of the bone mist receding, organizing archers to shoot a new round of arrows at the bone wolves running below. With the reappearance of the black iron curtain, the attack of the bone wolves outside the Great Wall finally slowed down. Many bone wolves were killed by arrows on the ground, and those who self-destructed upon reaching the time of death were completely eliminated by the surging water flow. Su Chen held a white jade cup in his hand, walking along the Great Wall, ensuring that the water in the cup covered the entire downhill section of the Great Wall. After about 10 minutes, the snow on the path of the bone wolves' attack was affected by the water flow, slowly melting, and the entire ground was soaked with snow water. Some of the bone wolves running without using their claws to grip the ground slipped and fell directly, trying to stand up but were quickly trampled into powder by the bone wolves coming after them. The bone wolves' attacks became more chaotic, and although the surging waves of wolf packs arrived one after another, they seemed to pose no real threat to the people guarding the Great Wall. With Su Chen's assistance, this defense of the city turned out unexpectedly easy. Amat Ba! Mengxian Nung exclaimed with admiration before jumping off the city wall again. Su Chen's actions made it so comfortable to score points below. Be careful not to let the monsters climb up. Seeing the snow starting to melt on its own, Su Chen reminded, and then retrieved the white jade cup into his dream-making heart. Everything on the battlefield seemed to be turning in a positive direction. Perhaps because the dream battlefield was not under the control of the examination group, Su Chen did not enjoy the favor of the examination group again. The atmosphere was so good until the moment when everyone was preparing to rotate members. A sudden loud explosion came from the front. Boom! Along with the explosion, black smoke rose in the front left of the Great Wall, as if something was on fire. Ma Zi's face slightly paused his dream-making actions, took out a map from his coat, carefully examined it, his face changed, and shouted to Su Chen, "Boss, this seems to be the location of Fortress No. 1 on the left front." In order to better distinguish their fortresses, Su Chen and the others arranged numbers for the fortresses based on their distance from the front line. This No. 1 fortress was the closest fortress to the invasion point of the Starry Sky Beast, and it was their front stronghold. Su Chen turned his head to look at the black smoke, his brows slightly furrowed, feeling a bit uneasy. According to the previous plan, the Great Wall where they were located would attract most of the attacks to reduce the impact on other fortresses. Even so, couldn't the fortress in front withstand the attack? Couldn't they even come over to ask for help? Could they only rely on explosions to get their attention? If one fortress fell, it might trigger a chain reaction. Once all the fortresses in front of the Great Wall fell, they would be left isolated and breaking through would be just a matter of time. In addition, there was another question. Was that fortress broken by the Bone Wolves or by other Starry Sky Beasts? The Dream Net was linked to the Starry Sky Beasts, and not necessarily attracted only huge creatures like the Bone Spur Lord. Perhaps some starry skybeast offspring were also mixed in. The desired dragon's offspring was a good example. Everyone stay calm. I will go investigate what happened over there. After giving everyone a reassurance, Su Chen, summoned by Wu Chang from the underworld, gave him a thought, and Bai Wu Chang then dived underground and headed towards the location of the exploded No. 1 fortress, close to the dream battlefield, near Fortress No. 4. All 7 members were fully assembled, gathered by the city wall, killing the bone wolves trying to break through the defense. Die! A burly man carrying an ice spear launcher injected spiritual power, and a large number of ice spears surged out, ruthlessly killing the bone wolves trying to approach in the snow. Another slender young man cooperated with a dream-made beast that could breathe fire, opened his mouth, and an orange-yellow fireball shot out, hitting the ice spears launched by the burly man. The ice and snow melted instantly, effectively hindering the spread of the bone mist. Feels great. The burly man laughed heartily, putting down his weapon to take a short break. You guys go ahead and fight. I'll cook a pot of meat soup. This weather is so cold. His name is Chen Hao, the leader of the examinees at Fortress No. 4. His B-level mental potential allows him to resist the ice cone launcher alone, equivalent to 2 people, making him the big brother of the team. Don't worry, boss, these bone wolves are nothing to us. The skinny guy shooting fireballs said with a smile. I think we could send 1 or 2 people to help on the city wall side. That's where the bone wolves are attacking. As a fortress not too far from the city wall, they naturally joined Su Chen's defense system. Even without weapons, the 7 of them could keep the bone wolves at bay, even taking turns to have a meal when the attack weakened. Xingu, should we go help? Another teammate suggested. They said they would notify us with a visible sign if there's a problem over there, so we don't need to rush. You guys continue, let me rest. Xinhao said as he started a fire to melt snow for water, when suddenly a loud rumbling sound came from ahead of him. Turning his head, he could see thick black smoke rising from Fortress No. 1 in front of them. Hey, what's going on? Xinhao's face changed, and he quickly stood up. Are the people in Fortress No. 1 all idiots? We've diverted so many bone wolves to them, and they still can't hold on? Xingu, it seems like some people from Fortress No. 1 are not dead. Someone is coming this way. The skinny guy, who had somehow conjured a telescope, observed. It looks like one person is still alive, driving a sled towards us. Ha! If the fortress is gone, shouldn't the people be gone too? How could he still run out? Xinhao was puzzled, focusing on the figure of the sled in the snow, with the person on it trying to fend off the bone wolves attracted to him while driving towards Xinhao's direction. Brothers, let's help him. At least he can add some fighting power to our fortress. Xinhao, seeing the situation, called on his teammates to unleash all firepower, diverting the attention of the bone wolves while protecting the sled to reach the bottom of the fortress. The newcomer was somewhat lucky, driving the sled to the bottom of the fortress with a pale face. Xinhao immediately called on his teammates to dream up a ladder and pulled him up. They dared not open the gate at this time, even if the sled was completely abandoned. The rescued person looked very pale, seemingly overwhelmed by the shock. Brother? What happened on your end? Xinhao squatted down, offering him a cup of hot water. Thank you. The examinee took the cup, recalling the scene and turning even paler. I don't know either. We were holding up fine before. I was on rotation duty, just closed my eyes to rest for a while, then heard screams from my teammates on the city wall. I was about to go up and see when a teammate stumbled in, pale as a ghost, shouting to run, and then he set fire to our weapons pile. I didn't know what was happening, just realized something was wrong, so I quickly drove the sled to escape. I heard explosions behind me, don't know why, but they didn't blame me for the test. He coughed and quickly drank some hot soup. I see. Did you not see what attacked you? It doesn't seem like it was the bone wolves. Also, Xinhao looked at the man, feeling puzzled. If all his teammates were gone, how could this person still manage to escape on a sled? Was the monster an extremely slow-moving species? This is not right. If the other party moves slowly, they will definitely be discovered by the city defenders. Xinhao thought, suddenly feeling a tightness in his chest, his throat itching, and he couldn't help but cough. Cough. Along with the coughing, he felt a chill all over his body, and his nose started running instantly. This sudden change made Xinhao immediately alert. A cold? It's impossible for his body to get sick so quickly. Something's wrong. Cough. Everyone cover your mouth and nose. Xinhao said, the coughing becoming more severe. While speaking, it felt like he was about to cough up his lungs. Boss, what's wrong? The skinny guy beside him, upon hearing this, covered his mouth and nose in caution, but this action made him feel like he was suffocating. Why do I feel like I can't breathe properly? The skinny guy felt his arm tingling, scratched it, and red spots appeared. Allergic reaction. He hadn't touched anything. How could he be allergic? In his confusion, the skinny guy felt the environment around him start to spin, stumbled, and fell to the ground with a thud. On the city wall, one after another, 8 people began experiencing various discomforts. Dizziness, severe cold, allergies, coughing up blood. When the dream maker couldn't focus on dreaming, all defense attacks came to a halt. The examinees running on sleds directly passed out. With no obstacles, the bone wolves surged towards the fortress one after another, ready to climb up and clear everyone out. Damn it! At that moment, Chen Hao seemed to understand something. He tried to lift his weapon, but his hands had no strength at all, let alone injecting spiritual power to activate the equipment. What to do? In a flash of thought, a sinister voice sounded in his ear. Are you about to die? Do you want to go to the underworld? Chen Hao turned to look, only to see a white figure slowly appearing on the city wall. It was Bai Wuchang who had arrived. Underworld? Xin Ming found this term familiar, and after a moment of thought, his eyes lit up. You are a dream character created by Su Chen? Support came so quickly? You seem to be close to death. Bai Wuchang looked at the bone wolves about to jump up and said, I can extract your soul, take your soul away, and you should forget about your physical body. Extract the soul? Chen Hao was stunned at the words, his eyes losing hope instantly. He glanced around, seeing that all his teammates had fallen and lost their fighting ability, and even his severe cold made his head feel dizzy. In that case, Chen Hao turned to the pile of weapons beside him, a determined look flashing in his eyes. He finally understood why the people in front of the fortress had set off the explosives on the weapon pile. You go back and report. Tell Su Chen, the plague has arrived. Everyone, cough, forfeit. If you can't escape, at least send the others behind you. Chen Hao said with a stern look in his eyes, facing the approaching bone wolves, flames erupting from his hands. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out from the left front of the Great Wall. This time, billowing black smoke filled the sky, even more conspicuous. Damn! Another explosion. If it's the left too, that's the location of Fortress Number 4, right? Ma Zi and others exclaimed. In Su Chen's mind, Bai Wuchang had returned. He quickly recounted what he had seen and mentioned the word plague. Plague. At that moment, Su Chen finally understood what had happened ahead. Viral infection. Su Chen pondered on the knowledge about the plague, and in his mind, the images of several starry giant beasts emerged. The first one was a peculiar giant beast called the Dark Fire of the Netherworld, whose true form was a dark purple flame that could transform into various strange species according to its will. According to legend, anything that is exposed to its light will be infected with all sorts of strange and bizarre illnesses, including even the starry sky behemoths and soul bodies. This thing is a lone seed in the dream battlefield, and basically neither humans nor starry sky behemoths want to see it. If this thing comes, this exam will truly become a battle of life and death. So it couldn't possibly be it. Then only. In Su Chen's mind, a term emerged, plague rat. A rat that is 3 meters tall and can turn invisible, very cunning, and can spread plague in the air. The most troublesome thing about it is its ability to spread plague. Groups of rats will spread air that normal people cannot block. Without a sound, one will be poisoned and experience various discomforts. To avoid contamination, one can only heat the air to sterilize it, or wear specialized dream protective clothing. It turns out that this cunning bunch has sneaked in. What? Plague rats? Have these things come too? Qin Shangchang, upon receiving the news, immediately summoned a member from each group and announced the news to them, causing a stir. The examinees had also heard of the other party's prowess, and some of them instinctively wanted to dream up some masks to filter the air. Su Chen immediately stopped them. Plague rats can spread plague through the air. Once your skin comes into contact with the plague they spread, there will also be certain negative effects, such as allergies. Masks are completely ineffective, unless it's a complete set of dream protective clothing. In addition, plague rats are cunning by nature, and like to stay in groups behind the starry sky behemoths. They only come closer to the front lines when releasing the plague. If we want to clear them, we can only wait for them to release the plague, and then annihilate them in one fell swoop. The audience in the live broadcast room discussed Su Chen's words. Some went to the live broadcast rooms of examinees from other countries, only to find that what the examinees from other countries encountered was somewhat different from what Su Chen's side was facing. Su Chen's side mainly faced bone wolves as the primary attacking unit, while some other countries mainly faced phantom sea monsters as the primary attacking unit. Over there, a phantom mother was wandering outside. This time, the difficulty of the exams in various countries was also different. It seems that the exam group really can't control the creatures that come into the dream battlefield. I saw in the live broadcasts from other countries that they didn't encounter plague rats. Plague rats are a weapon on the battlefield. If there is no protection from high-level dreamers, one has to dream up species with specific countermeasures. The main thing is to solve the plague, and we must also eliminate the source. As long as the rats are not eliminated, the plague will continue to appear, and it will be difficult to penetrate the beast tide and behead them. Dream battlefield. The border between the dream network and the battlefield. Lafayette looked at the plague rats that Su Chen and the others encountered, and couldn't help but feel a bit doubtful. They chose a very remote location for the connection between the dream network and the dream battlefield, precisely because they had seen that there were no major problems in those places. And now, why were more and more things arriving? However, these races were still relatively weak, and there were no particularly troublesome creatures coming, so the situation was still under control. He thought, and his thoughts flickered slightly, and a transparent light ball appeared in his hand. Apart from him watching the main gate, there was an S-level powerhouse in the Dream Network overseeing the entire network, ensuring that the examinees would not truly die. The other three elders were creating disturbances in various places in the Dream battlefield, restraining the powerful behemoths that might come smelling the scent. Three figures quickly flashed across the light ball, each sending him a message. The gathering point of the desired dragon race, those monsters that even they found troublesome did not show any unusual movements. Seeing this scene, the S-level powerhouse from the west breathed a sigh of relief. I may have been overly suspicious, he muttered as he released some strange light orbs, floating into the dream battlefield to explore the surroundings as an additional vigilance force. I have a way to deal with the plague. On the Great Wall of China, as everyone was talking, Huang Yunxiang raised his hand. Seeing everyone's gaze turning towards him, he nervously said, my grandfather is a dream sculptor and skilled in engraving dream inscriptions. He taught me a way of engraving inscriptions that can effectively combat viruses and bacteria in the air. It's a kind of defensive inscription, but I need some time to prepare and engrave. It would be best to have a mental recovery device to assist. As he spoke, a streak of starlight flashed by, and Zhang Hongxiao, who had been killing bone wolves below where Zhu Nang and Zhu Yufei were meeting, jumped up. I can go kill those rats, she said. One to stop the plague, one to kill rats. It seems that this time he doesn't need to take action. Su Chen pondered for a moment and nodded, okay. He created a map of the area and placed it in front of the two of them. According to the attack route of the plague rats, the next stop will definitely be the third on the left, which is the nearby Fortress No. 7. I'll give the two of you, form a 4-person team to go to Fortress No. 7 together, help them resist the plague, and kill those rats outside Fortress No. 7. Xu Nang also jumped up from below the city wall, saying, Amatba, can I go with the two of you? I can carry the mental recovery device and have some combat power. Okay. Su Chen nodded, then turned and called Zhang Yukai over. Zhang Yukai can see some energy that you can't see. With him, you should be able to identify the specific locations of those plague rats. Zhang Yukai, who rushed over, thought for a moment and nodded, no problem, boss, you can rest assured. After spending some time together, he found that Su Chen was not the kind of person who would offend others and push them to their limits. For now, Zhang Yukai could trust his suggestions. Seeing all four nodding in agreement, Su Chen no longer delayed and said, time is of the essence, you immediately ride the sled out, and after solving the problem, do not delay, return immediately to defend. During this time, I will start rotating the personnel on the Great Wall. He turned to look at the people around him. After a fierce battle, the dreamers here showed signs of exhaustion, their dream states not as strong as before. If it weren't for the Qin soldiers on the Great Wall, this kilometer-long wall would probably have already had a breach. Boss, do you have any problems here? Can you continue to sustain such a large mental energy consumption? Zhang Yukai was a bit worried. Don't worry, I can continue to persevere. When you come back, I will rest for a while. Su Chen smiled at his words. Because most of the Qin soldiers on the Great Wall relied on the energy of the wall itself, he only had Meng Tian and a kind of personal soldier in his dream. The consumption was still manageable, supported by the energy source. Of course, this was a bit unsustainable in the long run. Okay, boss, we will set off immediately. Good, I will arrange for someone to attract firepower to give you the opportunity to go out. Su Chen nodded, the plan was already set. The Qin soldiers on the stage quickly concentrated their arrows in one direction, clearing a path for Zhang Hongxiao and the other sleds. The four of them rode on two sleds and rushed out, bypassing the front line where the bone wolves were charging, heading rapidly towards Fortress No. 7. Seeing several people's sleds avoiding the unfrozen lake and successfully leaving the main force of the herd, Su Chen finally relaxed, arranging for everyone to continue defending and starting to rotate guard members. After doing all this, he turned his head to look at the bottom of the unfrozen lake, feeling a bit doubtful in his heart. It's been so long, but it seems like not a single phantom sea monster has been seen? Has the seal at the bottom of the unfrozen lake disappeared? After thinking for a while, Chen sent out black impermanence to float over and check. The result was that the colorful bubbles were still there, and the seal had not dissipated. But not a single cocoon of the phantom sea monster was seen. Everything seemed normal, as if the phantom mother had already left. Should he go over and check the situation himself? Chen quickly dismissed the idea of risking his life. Seeing that the Great Wall was still intact, he found a corner, sat down cross-legged, closed his eyes, and focused his consciousness on the dreamland in his mind, a place belonging only to the underworld. Chen was ready to take advantage of the lull in the war to upgrade the underworld. There is probably one chapter that cannot be released, wait for tomorrow to release it together QAQ.